He is a national treasure, a man devoted to his country and people. Yet, in his youth, he made a grave mistake that cost him his wife and daughter. Given a second chance at life, he resolves to embark on a scientific journey starting from the late 1980s. His mission, to choke the West's advancements, elevate the glory of Dragon Country, and protect his beloved family at all costs. As he wakes up in a rural courtyard surrounded by familiar, yet distant voices, he realizes he has returned to his younger self, the time of his impulsive decisions. With a second chance, he must navigate the complexities of love, ambition, and the harsh realities of rural life, all while striving to reclaim what he lost and make amends for his past mistakes. Can he change his destiny and rise as a beacon of hope for his nation while mending the bonds he once broke? Chapter 1. Return to the Brigade. In the Dragon Kingdom's Military General Hospital, the atmosphere was unusually tense, with the presence of high-ranking officials, including several esteemed elders. Their solemn expressions reflected the gravity of the situation as the Grand Elder focused intently on an elderly man lying in a hospital bed. Only after receiving a slight nod from the attending physician did he dare to speak. Academician Qin, I have come to report that the first phase of the Guanghan Palace project has concluded successfully, achieving the zero-error goal you set, all within the designated time frame. You have rendered a significant service to the nation. On behalf of the organization, I wish to inquire if you have any remaining wishes that we might fulfill. The elderly man's lips quivered as he spoke in a faint voice. That is good. The final worry has been alleviated. I can finally face the country and its people. My wish. Manga Mountain, the 10th platoon. If it is not too much trouble, please scatter my ashes there. The old man took a few labored breaths, and a glimmer seemed to ignite in his murky eyes. I have finally come, Hongmei Dodo. In this lifetime, I have wronged you both, and I have delayed matters. Now, I have come to be with you. The elderly man closed his eyes, and a collective sigh escaped the lips of those present. An era had come to an end. Everyone stood in silence, the hospital momentarily enveloped in stillness, with only the sound of the heart monitor piercing the quietude. That night, the United Nations, along with dozens of other nations, flew their flags at half-mast. Senior academician, planner and executor of the National Future Science and Technology Development Blueprint, distinguished scientist, Comrade Qin Guan, passed away tonight in the imperial capital at the age of 91. Comrade Qin Guan made indelible contributions to the nation, leading our technological advancement into a new era and propelling global scientific progress, acknowledged as a guiding figure in the new age of science and technology. What happened? Is he dead? Old 3, you are too reckless. What if you killed him with that shovel? Who told him to wrong our little sister? Killing him would be too merciful. Qin Guan's mind was clouded, hearing familiar yet strange voices. Though he felt exhausted, he struggled to recall where he had heard them before. As his consciousness began to return and strength flowed back into his body, the voices became clearer. In a rural courtyard, 3 young men surrounded a fallen man, one of them wielding a shovel. A beautiful woman rushed forward, weeping as she checked the man's injuries. Third brother, what have you done? If you hurt him, how will we survive? You, little sister, let this man be. He is heartless. The woman cried even harder, unable to articulate her distress. One of the men pulled the shovel-wielding man aside. Old 3, how can you say that? Look at how your sister is crying. Don't make things worse. The man with the shovel moved to the side, sulking. He then addressed the crying woman. Little sister, don't be foolish. This scoundrel only wants to take advantage of your beauty. If he wants to leave, let him go. Do you really want to spend your life with such a heartless person? Another man disagreed. Eldest brother, you are wrong. If they divorce, what will happen to Dodo? Eldest brother, what do we do? He is going to divorce our sister. We can't let old 3 kill him. If he does, old 3 will bear the consequences. Let us not be hasty. We will wait for father to deal with this. As Qin Guan listened to their voices, clarity began to dawn upon him, growing increasingly familiar. Were these not his 3 brothers-in-law? Was that Hongmei weeping beside them? After a brief analysis, a startling realization exploded within Qin Guan's mind. Had he returned to the past? This was during his time as a sent-down youth. How had he come back? In those days, responding to the call to go to the countryside, Qin Guan had acted impulsively, young and naive, failing to fully consider the hardships that awaited him. Once in the countryside, he quickly learned the harsh realities of rural life, and the sudden change in environment was difficult to adapt to. Thus, he sought a way back, but his family lacked connections. In his desperation, he married Li Hongmei, renowned for her beauty, named after the poem Hongmei song. She had been stunning since childhood, captivating all who beheld her. However, what truly mattered was that her father was the party secretary of the commune. Young and ambitious, Qin Guan had hoped to leverage this connection to escape his plight. But how had he returned to this moment? At this juncture, Qin Guan's plans seemed to have succeeded. He had gained his father-in-law's recommendation and entered an agricultural university, later transferring to a formal polytechnic institution due to his outstanding performance, with a promising future ahead. Yet, his rural household of wife and child had become a burden. Graduation meant guaranteed placement, likely in a research institution in the capital. Thus, he had come to discuss divorce. Hongmei was so compliant with Qin Guan's wishes that persuading her was not challenging. She would cry, and then she encountered her three brothers, leading to old Three's fury and the shovel striking him down. "Ah, he is awake." At that moment, Li's second brother exclaimed, "You heartless creature, heed this lesson. If you dare abandon your wife and children, we will break your legs. You will spend your life in bed." The second brother, who had previously restrained old Three, now appeared fierce. Qin Guan opened his trembling eyes, and Hongmei ceased her weeping, reaching out to check on his injuries. "Are you all right? Little sister, don't bother with him. He deserves this." The eldest brother also grew fierce, and the three brothers united in their intimidation of Qin Guan. Turning to look at Hongmei's youthful and beautiful face, clarity washed over him. She truly was a sight to behold. A wave of joy surged within him, yet tears filled Qin Guan's eyes. Crying? "It won't help. Today my brothers will not allow you to have it easy." Old Three, still crouched, approached again with the shovel, while the eldest and second brothers subtly positioned themselves to block him. Qin Guan was not crying from the beating. He was reminded of the events that would unfold thereafter. When Qin Guan married Hongmei, he was too young. By the time he realized his true feelings and wished to return to remarry her, it was already too late. Upon returning to his hometown, all he found was the grave of Hongmei. The regret of that time, intertwined with his current complex emotions, left Qin Guan at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, a sound filled with unrestrained joy that startled the three brothers. Eldest brother, could it be that the third brother has rendered him foolish? Chapter 2. There is still time. The exhilaration within Qin Guan's heart is something that no one can truly comprehend. To live again is a notion so far-fetched that it hardly crosses one's mind, yet every individual harbors regrets. The opportunity to return to a time before those regrets materialized is a treasure beyond compare. It is a yearning that resonates with all. Qin Guan does not aspire to live a flawless life, yet he wishes to be free of these regrets. Beside him, Hongmei weeps. Her face, adorned with tears resembling pear blossoms, is even more beautiful than Qin Guan had envisioned. The occurrence of this day is the deepest desire that Qin Guan had buried within. However, he can scarcely recall the visage of that face. In his youth, Qin Guan was too naive to cherish what he had. It was only after graduating, as the years unfolded and life imparted its lessons, that he grasped the essence of what one truly seeks in a lifetime, insights that eluded his younger self. The most ironic realization is that, as he yearned to chase everything, he came to understand that what he truly desired had already been his. Thus, years later, Qin Guan sought to rekindle their union, only to learn of a tragic accident befalling the Li family, leaving him faced with graves instead. It was said to be an accident, an account that struck Qin Guan like a brief news report. In that moment, he reached out, gently cradling the youthful and beautiful face, examining it closely, feeling no pressure in such a setting, for when viewed through the lens of a lifetime, all matters become mere vignettes, hardly worth the turmoil. The companionship of two souls is what endures eternally. "It's all right, I'm back. Qin Guan, please. Don't be like this. I've agreed to the divorce. Are you all right?" "Yes, this is indeed the sentiment." Hongmei addressed Qin Guan by his name directly. There were no endearing nicknames, reflecting her perception of their relationship. She had always felt as though she was reaching beyond her grasp, treating Qin Guan with a certain timidity and respect, for he was not a man of humble origins. Qin Guan, for his part, did not feel the need to rush into any changes. He had returned, and time was on his side. No divorce. This marriage shall remain intact, forever. Hongmei was taken aback. This was certainly a departure from the Qin Guan she had known. Previously, he had returned with resolute determination, and her father, as the brigade's secretary, had naturally opposed. She vividly recalled Qin Guan's frantic demeanor, which had filled her with terror, as if the world were crumbling around her. How had he transformed so completely? Surely, he had been thoroughly affected. She glanced at her three brothers. The third brother was still in shock, believing he had truly harmed Qin Guan, while the second brother, sharing Hong Mei's skepticism, mused that he was merely feigning. Once they left, he would undoubtedly seek the divorce again, harboring ill intentions. If that's the case, it would be better to just go through with the divorce. Other matters can be contained, but a person cannot be confined. The eldest brother, being more worldly, understood that as long as Qin Guan held that intent, any temporary threats would be futile. Then let us proceed with the divorce. I will cooperate. If the brigade refuses to process it, we shall go to the city. Hong Mei stood up, grasping Qin Guan's hand. And he rose with her. Yes, this was her reaction. Despite her sorrow, she prioritized Qin Guan above all else. His overt rejection of the divorce allowed her to momentarily set aside her grief and focus on helping him finalize the separation. This was the essence of love, often manifested through indulgence. Once, someone had loved her so deeply, she felt a pang of regret. Yet at this moment, Qin Guan offered little explanation, continuing to smile as he wiped away her tears. Having traversed the journey of life, he understood that this moment required no excessive words. What was to be done? Was it atonement or the rectification of his regrets? Regardless, it was not a mere talk. He had come here to effect real change. As they deliberated on the divorce, the third brother grew anxious, rising from the ground and brandishing a shovel. He was certainly feigning ignorance, knowing his sister's tender heart, pretending to be oblivious. Second brother, take Dodo home. Don't let her witness this. Eldest brother, hold back our sister. Today, I will ensure this scoundrel never stands again. These legs are mine to keep. His words barely left his lips when he was halted by the eldest of the Li family, aware that the third brother was the most reckless and should not provoke trouble. Yet Qin Guan knew that the third brother would not resort to violence again. This could be seen as impotent fury, a response to matters beyond his control. A person who has lived a lifetime reflects on such experiences with profound sentiments. Yet Qin Guan remained silent. He now possessed a lifetime of time, and that was not something to be spoken of lightly. Third brother, why are you acting this way? Put that down. Step aside. Even if you hate me for eternity, today I will not let this scoundrel leave. The eldest and second brothers quickly intervened, while Qin Guan exhibited no desire to evade the situation, instead focusing on Hong Mei, offering her a serene smile. This demeanor struck his brothers as peculiar, prompting the brother-in-law to remark to Hong Mei, perhaps you should take him to the clinic. He seems transformed. Hong Mei shared this thought, turning to face Qin Guan, who surveyed his surroundings. On a nearby table lay the acceptance letter, and he approached to retrieve it. This was the acceptance letter from a prestigious university in the capital, marking the inception of Qin Guan's career. Yet, before Hong Mei, he tore the letter in two. Don't. Hong Mei clung tightly to Qin Guan's arm, her delicate form seemingly suspended by his side. Qin Guan felt his arm enveloped by her warm and soft presence, evoking memories of a cold grave. He did not exert further pressure, fearing to hurt her. Do not worry. This document holds little significance for me now. No, you said it was very important. You treasured it daily. Indeed, when speaking of it, it was significant, but you are of greater importance. Hong Mei was momentarily stunned, her body stiffening, her cheeks flushing. Her three brothers were still present. How could Qin Guan say such things? No. How could he even utter such words? At that moment, Qin Guan crumpled the acceptance letter into the hand he held, gently tousling Hong Mei's hair with his free hand. Do not worry, I will manage our affairs. To the three brothers, Qin Guan appeared entirely transformed, lacking the impetuousness of his youth. The acceptance letter had been shredded, and to reissue it would require a new set of procedures, necessitating the brigade's stamp of approval. I believe our father will certainly refuse to provide that stamp, will he not? To the three esteemed uncles, I express my heartfelt gratitude, for you have intervened on my behalf, and henceforth, I shall treat Hong Mei with utmost kindness. Your deliberate manner of speech, with each word carefully articulated, has rendered my brothers momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Qin Guan stands on a significantly higher pedestal than they, possessing the acumen to navigate such situations, having adeptly managed innumerable encounters with dignitaries in the past. His return signifies both a fulfillment of a vow and an opportunity for atonement. Since it is an act of redemption, the measure of success will be determined by the outcomes achieved. Presently, Qin Guan firmly believes in his capacity to accomplish this. Chapter 3, I Must Atone. The antics of several young men were swiftly quelled by Qin Guan. Everyone began to regain their composure, while Hong Mei sat at the edge of the table, diligently attempting to piece together the torn admission notice. She understood how significant this document was to Qin Guan. Only she grasped the depth of his attachment to it. Ultimately, no matter how much commotion ensued, there had to be someone to intervene. And that was none other than old Li Jianjun. If he did not appear, the three brothers would remain at a loss, collectively attributing the trouble to Qin Guan. When the village secretary Li Jianjun arrived, he shot a stern glance at his three sons, and then turned to Qin Guan, his expression far from pleasant. What is this ruckus about? Upon noticing the torn notice, he was taken aback, though his temper began to soften. Son, I'm not leaving this marriage. Who is your father? And what scheme are you concocting? I refuse to part ways with Hong Mei. Even if I must leave this place, I will take her with me. Li Jianjun was momentarily stunned. This young man exuded an unfamiliar aura, speaking with a calmness that was remarkably persuasive. Each word seemed imbued with authoritative conviction. Had he come to a profound realization? Indeed, he had understood something that would take a lifetime to comprehend. Today, back in this place, Qin Guan had a crucial task ahead of him. He intended to transform Hong Mei's life, rendering it extraordinary beyond the present moment. Qin Guan made no promises, for a lifetime is far too long for daily assurances, yet the essence of his words conveyed such intent, enough to leave even Li Jianjun somewhat intimidated. This unyielding attitude, devoid of impatience, provided Hong Mei with an immense sense of security. Father, please hold your tongue. I wish to hear what this young man has to say. He looked at Qin Guan, who nodded in affirmation. There is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? I would like to request your assistance in obtaining an introduction letter for entering the city. Li Jianjun's expression darkened. Indeed, the young man was still contemplating departure. Life in the countryside was unbearable for him, and his earlier statement about taking Hong Mei along could not be trusted. In this era, every journey necessitated an introduction letter, whether for visiting, seeking medical attention, or even in the unfortunate event of detention. Lacking such a document could lead to significant complications. Unlike Qin Guan, who hailed from the city and possessed insight, Hong Mei had never ventured far from home. Observing the shift in Li Jianjun's demeanor, Qin Guan recognized yet another misunderstanding. With a smile, he clarified, "It's not solely for myself. I request a couple's introduction letter for both of us." "Then what are your intentions?" Li Jianjun's expression softened slightly. At least the young man was not contemplating divorce. "I wish to take Hong Mei into the city for a brief respite. After 3 years of marriage, she has yet to experience any of the joys of life. Given this recent turmoil, I thought it would be a good opportunity to lift her spirits, enjoy a nice meal, and perhaps purchase a couple of new garments. You are still young, and already dreaming of leisure? Well, it would also serve as an opportunity to broaden her horizons and acquire some books and educational supplies." Noticing Li Jianjun's lingering skepticism, Qin Guan continued at a measured pace. "Father, do you recall my visit to another sent-down youth location to see a friend not long ago? Yes, I provided you with a letter of introduction. How could I forget? Just state your matter. My friend mentioned that the Worker-Peasant-Soldier University is set to be abolished." "What? To be abolished? How do you know this?" "My friend has connections, but, Father, it's best that this information remains confidential." Li Jianjun nodded. "What does this have to do with your city visit?" Qin Guan took a deep breath, sifting through his memories. It should be in the last few years. The timeline might not be too far off. Since he had learned of this development, preparation was essential. However, in front of Li Jianjun, he aimed to convey that his intentions were for Hong Mei's benefit. The abolition of the Worker-Peasant-Soldier University would inevitably lead to the reinstatement of college entrance examinations. While we cannot predict the exact timeline, we must prepare. Hong Mei had previously completed junior high, and you often remarked on her intelligence, how she consistently ranked first, correct? Now that an opportunity presents itself, she could continue her education. Li Jianjun was taken aback, blinking as thoughts began to stir within him. Continuing her education meant what? If she succeeded, she could escape the confines of rural status and become a state official. Individuals with academic credentials are respected everywhere, enjoying the privileges of the state's bounty, thus transforming their lives entirely. This era is unlike the future, where urban residency holds little significance. It can only be said that times differ and aspirations vary. Today, merely possessing urban residency is incredibly alluring. Li Jianjun glanced at his daughter, nervously fidgeting with her clothing. Previously, she had been hindered. Following her mother's passing, she had not had the heart for it. Was it too late now? Could she still attend high school? While high school was no longer an option, she could directly enter university. Is it truly that simple to enter university directly? Father, given her commendable grades and keen intellect, it would be advantageous for her to resume her studies. Qin Guan spoke with deliberate calmness. Knowledge would be essential for any future endeavors. Even for urban employment, such as at the Worker-Peasant-Soldier University, her qualifications would undoubtedly afford her an advantage over others. Qin Guan had confidence in her potential. After all, he had successfully guided many scholars. Gaining admission to a university would be a mere formality for him. Li Jianjun nodded slightly. Indeed, this young man had awakened to the realities of life and was considering his wife's future. His reasoning was compelling, prompting him to turn to his 3 sons. What are you dawdling for? Return home. Qin Guan had successfully persuaded his father-in-law. He understood the temperaments of both his father-in-law and his 3 brothers-in-law, and achieving this was only fitting. Then, Father, tomorrow, please come to my place to collect the introduction letter. Remember to keep an eye on your daughter. Understood. As Qin Guan watched his father-in-law turn to leave, he called out, Father, will you not stay for dinner? Just take care of your wife. If such an incident occurs again, I shall deal with you. Qin Guan chuckled as he observed their retreating figures. In the past, he would have sighed with relief at such a moment, yet now, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Upon reflection, it was a precious experience he could have never envisioned, even in his dreams. Even the blow from his 3rd brother-in-law seemed to transform into something delightful. These cherished memories were gradually becoming vivid, and when Qin Guan turned to look at Hong Mei, she too appeared vibrant. Hong Mei's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. Should I prepare dinner? Qin Guan swiftly lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the inner room, causing Hong Mei to panic. What are you doing? Daodu was taken away by her uncle and his companions. Such a splendid opportunity. I shall not let it slip by. Alas you. Hong Mei, her delicate form weakened, found herself utterly powerless before Qin Guan, and could only lean close to his ear, blushing, to inquire softly. Are you truly not leaving? Of course I shall leave, he replied. Did I not say? I will take you along. We shall attend university together. Chapter 4. This young man is truly bold. At the automobile station in Jianghai City, Qin Guan disembarked the vehicle with Hong Mei. The moment he stepped off, a sense of nostalgia enveloped him, evoking discomfort as he observed the dilapidated surroundings. In this era, the absence of filters reminiscent of old photographs rendered everything unkempt, with dust swirling amidst the throngs of people. Nevertheless, a smile crept across his face. After several decades, he found himself once again amidst such a scene. In the past, he would have frowned, but now, reborn, he perceived everything as endearing. Qin Guan, there are so many people here. It's bustling, remarked Hong Mei. Many? You haven't seen the true crowds, especially during the spring festival travel rush, he replied, already envisioning the next era, the era of development. Although future generations would complain about overcrowding during the spring festival, it would pale in comparison to the first decade of development. Public service advertisements on television consistently reflected concerns about the inability to sustain such a large population, which had already reached approximately 900 million. Following development, this number would escalate rapidly. Qin Guan vividly recalled the solemn discussions surrounding a population of 1 billion. Such matters were beyond the imagination of future generations, yet it was not yet the era of development. I simply feel that this place is far better than our countryside. It's lively, Hong Mei expressed. Indeed, it will improve. This place will transform into one of the world's most distinguished metropolises. Only Qin Guan could draw such a personal comparison, although at this moment, Hong Mei did not fully grasp his sentiments. All of this will change through our efforts, he declared with unwavering confidence. Reminiscent of the similar declarations he had made before a multitude of experts from dozens of countries, back when he was equally assured, bolstered by an inner conviction. Shanghai was a premier city nationally, yet it still appeared impoverished and backward. However, that was inconsequential. The autumn winds had shifted, and the world had transformed. The present was already a significant improvement from the past, and further leaps awaited. Qin Guan was no longer the young man he once was. He had spent years lamenting, yet he could now discern the differences, realizing that no nation could ignite such fervor during times of hardship. There are so many people. Where shall we go? Hong Mei inquired. Come with me. I will take care of everything, he assured her. Upon entering the city, they continued on foot, as was customary for people in this era. While public buses and taxis existed, their numbers were scarce, and most individuals were reluctant to utilize them. Hongmei found the sights astonishing, while Qin Guan remained composed. Having once stood atop the world, he now looked back at these aged relics with a sense of satisfaction. Anyone reflecting on decades past would share such sentiments. It was truly magnificent. Nevertheless, Qin Guan had acquired a new mission in this life, to ensure that Hongmei experienced a lifetime of happiness. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "The buildings in the city are so tall. They will be even taller, surpassing the mountains in our countryside by hundreds of meters." "Ah, so high. Won't the wind blow them down?" "The wind on the mountains is fierce." Qin Guan chuckled again, yet Hongmei's eyes were busy absorbing the newness around her. Even if they accomplished nothing that day, merely walking along the path would not bore her. The city was too captivating to her. In contrast, Qin Guan felt a twinge of disappointment at the dilapidation surrounding them. "I have returned in this life. You will see it too in the future." Hongmei continued to ask questions, and Qin Guan patiently answered until they arrived at the nearby train station. "Here we are, at the train station. What are we doing here?" "You wait for me at this kiosk. I will go inside for a moment." Uncertain of Qin Guan's intentions, Hongmei nodded, displaying utmost obedience in his presence. Although she had seen trains before, they were only freight trains traversing the tracks. Qin Guan entered the train station without elaborating further. However, they were unaware that a military jeep was trailing behind them, occupied by several soldiers, one of whom was an older veteran watching them closely. "Go, follow that young man. If he dares to buy a ticket and leave, bring him back bound." "Yes, sir." Two soldiers clad in green uniforms disembarked the vehicle and followed Qin Guan into the train station. The driver, puzzled, inquired, "Military representative, do you have a deep relationship with this comradely Hongmei? Are you keeping an eye on her fiancé? A bond forged in life and death. Her father was my former squad leader. If he hadn't carried me back, I would have lost far more than just this hand," he replied, gesturing to his empty sleeve. "Then, comradely Hongmei's father must be a battle hero? A first-class battle hero. My goodness." The driver was astonished. They were involved in military affairs and understood the significance of a first-class battle hero. Moreover, such accolades were earned during the establishment of the nation, and yet this individual was serving as a village secretary in the countryside? Is he returning to cultivate the land? "You don't understand the mindset of our generation. Life is better now. It wasn't easy for us back then to cultivate the land. Many heroes voluntarily gave up their privileges to build the nation in the countryside." If Qin Guan were present, he would vehemently disagree with that statement. "For generations, we have been striving upward, believing that the next generation lives in happiness." Approximately 10 minutes later, one of the soldiers returned to report to the older veteran. "Sir, he is inside exchanging food coupons." "Oh, what is he doing that for?" "It seems this young man is indeed up to no good." In this era, food coupons were a testament to the rationing system, reflecting a scarcity of resources. Why else would there be such trepidation surrounding population growth? It was precisely because food and other supplies were in short supply. Though the situation was considerably better than in the past, it had not yet been fully liberalized. In this era, to procure goods, one needed not just money but also coupons, food coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons. Without money, one could not buy anything in principle, but possessing food coupons could facilitate exchanges. Qin Guan was at the train station, exchanging national food coupons for local ones. Local food coupons were only valid locally, while national food coupons were accepted everywhere, making such exchanges in the train station relatively straightforward. "Sir, he is engaging in speculative trading." "And what did he say?" "He didn't explicitly mention a transaction. He insisted it was merely coordination." "Coordination? Humph, if he doesn't say it's not so?" Private trading of food coupons was prohibited and deemed illegal. However, at times, such petty matters were overlooked. Nonetheless, using this as an excuse to apprehend Qin Guan was sufficient. The young intellectual is quite resourceful. Too bad he is channeling his ingenuity into this. As long as he refrains from purchasing a ticket to depart, we need not concern ourselves with him. The veteran is not here to intervene in such trivial matters. To him, this issue seems utterly insignificant. However, one could delve deeper into the situation, highlighting the cunning nature of Qin Guan, who has deceived the daughter of his old comrade. Yet, the young couple has not yet progressed significantly in their relationship, and as a senior figure, he would not resort to open hostility. Nevertheless, such unscrupulous dealings are rare in these times. indicating that this young man possesses considerable audacity. Chapter 5. I want to study science. Qin Guan emerged from the train station with an air of calmness, not having spent much time at all. Although exchanging ration coupons was officially prohibited, it was a common practice in many places, and individuals often turned a blind eye to such transactions. The exchange rates varied over time, and one could obtain a more favorable rate at the train station. Upon reaching Hongmei, he showed her what he had exchanged, and she was taken aback. Is this what you exchanged? 200 Jin. Is it really possible to exchange this much? He had also managed to exchange several other tickets, sufficient for us to reside in the city for a month or two. In these times, the people's character was genuinely simple and honest, devoid of pretense. As for business acumen, it was only after the opening up of the economy that people began to learn. Qin Guan took a stroll around, observing that the locals were even hesitant to haggle. Hongmei was astonished, yet Qin Guan was equally contemplative. To develop, people's hearts would change, and many things would transform as well. However, this should not deter progress. Ultimately, we aim to reach the pinnacle of the world, and that comes at a cost. Speaking of Zhanghai City, Qin Guan had frequented it in his past life, as it housed several key military-industrial institutions. Yet, in this era, the path to such development appeared bleak and daunting. Once the economy opened up, military industries began to decline, with many facilities shutting down and researchers dispersing. During the initial phase of development, various military factories transitioned to civilian production, manufacturing cars, electrical appliances, and even ice cream and tea eggs. The latter was indeed true, reflecting the remarkable resilience of military personnel. Of course, many chose to emigrate, and during this period, Qin Guan was still a student, while numerous esteemed professors lamented the loss of talent, aware that they could not afford to retain them. Qin Guan remembered experiencing this phase after his graduation, where military personnel sought their own paths in civilian life. Fortunately, he did not go abroad, a fact for which he was grateful to Hongmei. After enduring the pain of losing her, Qin Guan underwent a profound transformation, no longer aspiring for unattainable heights, which allowed him to resist the wave of emigration and ultimately carve out his own space. Had he left during that time, such opportunities would have eluded him. Sometimes, hardship and adversity can serve as invaluable experiences in one's life, fueling greater motivation. Thank you. Huh? Why are you thanking me? It's nothing. Let's go have a nice meal. At this moment, Qin Guan had unknowingly clasped Hongmei's hand tightly, recalling the smooth sensation of her in his embrace from the previous night. Hongmei's cheeks flushed crimson. Even her gentle nature could not withstand Qin Guan's advances. What are you doing? People are watching. Let them watch. What does it matter? We have a marriage certificate, Qin Guan replied with a mischievous grin, casting a glance at Hongmei, who lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. In just 2 years, the country would open up, and such a girl would likely be a rarity. Since waking up to find time had reversed by several decades, Qin Guan had been blissful, experiencing no moment of discontent, even amidst the scenes he deemed waiting to be revitalized. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet, this was not right. His return should be a source of joy for Hongmei. Thus, Qin Guan promptly located a restaurant, ordering several hearty dishes regardless of Hongmei's preferences. As she gazed at the array of meat dishes, she was astonished by the extravagance, having never imagined indulging in such luxury. What's wrong? Do you find the food unappetizing? Not at all. We can't live like this. Rest assured, I can guarantee one thing. We can indeed live this way. I, Qin Guan, will be able to support you for a lifetime. Look at you. I'm not a pig for you to support me forever. Hongmei chuckled at Qin Guan's playful banter. She would never oppose his wishes. If he wanted to eat, then eat it shall be. However, she had never been this lavish before, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar, reflecting the essence of this era. It was not only her. Many people of this time were equally frugal. In the past, whenever there was something delicious, you would always prioritize me and Dodo, enduring so much hardship. From now on, I won't allow you to live on cornbread and pickled vegetables. I will ensure you have a good life. The former me was not human. I will not let you suffer again. Hongmei paused, her hands gripping the chopsticks, trembling as tears glimmered in her large eyes. Yet, she quickly turned her head away, saying, "Why say such things? I am your woman. Therefore, I will treat you well for a lifetime. What time is it to be saying this? Your words are enough. Why elaborate further? Our family." Indeed, mere slogans would not suffice. How could one promise happiness simply by proclaiming it? Such a life was beyond what they dared to dream. and indulging occasionally was all that was permissible. Who could afford to have meat at every meal? If it were the former Qin Guan, such statements would have been mere rhetoric. Now, they were grounded in reality. The promises made by heads of state in the previous life could elate him to the point of exuberance. I have made up my mind. Once the college entrance examination is reinstated, we shall both take the test. Your foundation is solid, and if you begin reinforcing it now, you should catch up quickly. I have seen your past assignments and believe you can pass. You know? No one is even mentioning it yet. Oh, I have my channels, my background is solid. You must believe in yourself. The nation needs talent, and someone as intelligent as you must not be wasted. I estimate there will be a division between arts and sciences, and you can choose according to your interests. Is there really a difference? Hongmei absorbed his words, realizing that if she could indeed attend university, it would be a splendid opportunity. Moreover, Qin Guan's assertion seemed entirely feasible, and he found it remarkably easy to persuade her. Whatever he suggested faced little resistance from her, especially since it aligned with Hongmei's own aspirations. She was still quite young and had her dreams. The sciences encompassed mathematics and physics, while future majors would revolve around natural and applied sciences. The humanities typically included literature and history, and her performance in those subjects had been commendable. With a bit of review, she would excel. Qin Guan was well informed about the reinstated college entrance examination, which mandated tests in Chinese, mathematics, and political philosophy. Hongmei had performed adequately in these areas, but she would require focused guidance in physics and chemistry. Additionally, Qin Guan was aware that during the initial reinstatement of the exams, the difficulty level was not excessively high. Having reviewed the questions, he believed that if Hongmei truly dedicated herself, passing the exam would be well within her reach. The majority of the content is derived from junior high school textbooks. Now that the college entrance examination has been reinstated, it is unlikely to be excessively challenging, as its purpose is to select talent. After all, we cannot afford to exclude all potential candidates. A horizontal comparison must also be made, and it is estimated that around 200,000 to 300,000 will be admitted, so it suffices to ensure your place among them. Moreover, there is no need for Hongmei to overexert herself, as Qin Guan is here. It will be sufficient to leave matters in his capable hands in the future. And what about you? Do you choose the humanities or the sciences? The sciences, Qin Guan replied with unwavering certainty. Have I not mentioned that this place will eventually become one of the world's foremost cities? I will make it happen. We will achieve it together. Chapter 6, Just Want to Be With You. Qin Guan was acutely aware that since the establishment of the nation, it has grown under a state of high pressure. Initially, there was the Peninsula Crisis, followed by various nuclear threats and intimidation. Later, relations with the Russians soured, leading to conflict that has persisted for nearly 3 decades. The ordinary citizens have matured in this high-pressure environment. They have become accustomed to it, with most having received militia training, even learning the intricacies of nuclear warfare. Now, the Southern Front is once again restless, poised for potential conflict. This is fostered by the Russians' little brother, a treacherous ally we have nurtured. Yet, it is in this era that a significant development within the nation is about to commence, as we profoundly recognize that without progress, we will face threats. Moreover, they constantly propagate the narrative that we pose a threat to them. When one possesses 10 aircraft carriers, one is no longer a target of intimidation, but a guardian of peace for the world. The nation has gradually emerged from adversity. Qin Guan understands that in terms of security, the most challenging period was undoubtedly before the country's establishment, and the path will become progressively easier, at least to the extent that the 2 superpowers will no longer dare to confront us directly. However, this does not imply that the pressure will diminish. Rather, it will intensify. Without development, we will be vulnerable, and researchers will bear the brunt of this immense pressure. Naturally, those pursuing scientific disciplines in a backward nation cannot afford to wallow in self-pity. Qin Guan also understands that we will continue to encounter various challenges, especially for researchers. Whether we can break through these barriers depends on the researchers themselves. Can a comfortable life be guaranteed merely with wealth? That notion is exceedingly naive, as economic crises await to strike. In the eyes of powerful nations, wealth merely marks one as a target, ripe for exploitation at their convenience. The great predecessors were right. One must wield a sword, and the choice to use it is mine alone. We are not the oil tyrants of West Asia, who can dig up resources from the ground even as they are slaughtered. What we have amassed is the hard-earned money of the common people. If we allow others to reap the benefits, it will be exceedingly difficult to recover. Then I shall study the sciences as well. Hong Mei contemplated for a moment before decisively stating, as if this were not a difficult choice at all. You too will study the sciences? It can be rather tedious, exceedingly dull. I understand your ambitions. I want to accompany you in your endeavors. Qin Guan smiled. What could be more heartwarming than such words? Hong Mei found it hard to conceive of any grand aspirations Qin Guan might harbor, nor did she yet grasp the challenges ahead. Her desire was simple, to remain by Qin Guan's side, wherever he went. Is it monotonous? With someone by your side, it will never be dull. Her character was utterly perfect. If a woman's purpose is to complement a man, then Hong Mei is the most complimentary of all, diligent and industrious, embodying half the sky of her era. Qin Guan observed the determination in her eyes. Indeed, keeping pace with him would be challenging. What he perceived as the easiest aspect, the starting point of academics, was already the highest benchmark for contemporary students. However, he was confident that she would not shy away from such difficulties, just as she had shown unwavering diligence in the countryside. Moreover, who is Qin Guan? He has nurtured countless pillars of society. Why could he not guide Hong Mei as well? Very well. Qin Guan nodded solemnly, agreeing to allow Hong Mei to follow him. Yet, it would not solely be her efforts. He would also lend his support, having reached that pinnacle himself and knowing it was not something attainable by mere effort alone. If he could achieve it, then guiding another should pose no problem. If he could not, it would indicate his own inadequacy. In his past life, who would dare to question his capabilities? After their meal, Qin Guan promptly took Hong Mei to a bookstore. Hand in hand, they appeared outside the store, reminiscent of a scene from a movie, filled with the purest aspirations of a beautiful era. At that moment, Qin Guan realized how much he had missed. Why are you still dawdling at the bookstore entrance? Just as they were about to enter, an old soldier approached, clad in a somewhat worn military uniform. One of his sleeves hung empty, and Hong Mei seemed to recall something. You must be Uncle Wu, as my father mentioned. Haha, it's a challenge for you, isn't it? You forgot me, but seeing this hand jogged your memory? The old soldier chuckled heartily, now living a sweet life, having forgotten who I am. Your father mentioned I visited you just a few years ago, didn't he? It is truly remarkable how time flies. In just a few years, you have blossomed into a beautiful young woman. You look splendid. Upon seeing Hong Mei's beauty, old Wu was reminded of Qin Guan's mischief and shot him a cold glance. Qin Guan had no idea who he was. Judging by his attire, he must have been a comrade of his father-in-law, Li Jianjun, and certainly a man of merit. Despite his modest clothing, the aura of this old soldier suggested significant past accomplishments. Oh, this is my father's comrade, Uncle Wu. He visited me before and brought me delicious treats. I remember you well, but your sudden appearance caught me off guard. I heard from your father that you have a daughter now. Next time you come to the city, do visit Uncle's house so I can have a look. He seemed quite cheerful speaking to Hong Mei, yet there was an evident hostility directed at Qin Guan. However, Qin Guan could not recall having any interaction with this man. When Hong Mei's family faced calamity, Qin Guan happened to be back, yet he had heard of no soldiers attending his father-in-law's funeral, but now it seemed they shared a close bond. Those who have shouldered arms together share a bond that is unimaginable to others. However, it was indeed peculiar that he had not attended the funeral. Was he on a mission at that time? Old Wu continued to jest with Hong Mei, occasionally casting glances at Qin Guan. Having lived a full life, Qin Guan could not miss the overt threat in those glances. He was bewildered, as he was certain he had never interacted with this old soldier before. Moreover, the soldier did not conceal his intentions. The unique, unyielding pressure of a soldier was palpable. If Qin Guan had not endured a lifetime of experiences, he might have felt intimidated at this moment. However, he understood that old Wu would soon reveal the truth. Indeed, after exchanging a few pleasantries, old Wu turned to Hong Mei. Hong Mei, I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with your man, if that is all right. Alone Hong Mei seemed to sense the unease, yet Qin Guan remained remarkably composed. You go ahead into the bookstore and wait for me. I will join you shortly after purchasing some books. If Uncle Wu has any plans, we can discuss them afterward. Indeed, Hong Mei possesses unwavering trust in Qin Guan, yet she cannot help but harbor concerns. Uncle Wu, my husband treats me exceptionally well. Haha, what are you afraid of? I would never harm anyone. While such words are spoken, Qin Guan is undoubtedly perceived as someone who harbors ulterior motives, though not in a literal sense of cannibalism. It matters not. If one cannot navigate such trivial matters, then their existence is rendered futile. First, they will coax Hong Mei inside, and as the two observe her entering the bookstore, the old soldier inevitably reveals his true colors. Young man, I speak plainly without beating around the bush. I have been following you since you entered the city. Do you know why? Chapter 7. In times of adversity, one must maintain their resolve indeed. Qin Guan could surmise certain matters, yet he refrained from voicing them directly. He implored Uncle Wu for guidance. I cannot offer you any counsel. You possess too strong a will. Old Wu retorted with a cold smirk. Now that you've returned, are you planning to divorce Hongmei? You have only recently wed, and with a child in the picture, how can you simply abandon her? My bond with old Li is one of life and death. While he may endure this, I cannot stand idly by. I would readily lay down my life for him. His daughter is akin to my own. Should you contemplate any wrongdoing towards Hongmei, I assure you, I could very well crush you. Do you doubt me? I have fought through hardships, even against the big-nosed foes on the peninsula. Test me if you dare. Qin Guan offered a bitter smile, realizing that this was indeed an attempt at intimidation. Old soldiers are direct in their manner. Surely, he must have also discerned that Qin Guan had reconsidered his earlier decision to seek a divorce. While he was aware of this, it was necessary for him to express these sentiments, given that he had traversed similar paths in life and understood Qin Guan's psyche. In truth, this old hero had laid the foundation for Qin Guan's eventual breakthroughs in overcoming international isolation and pursuing scientific research, having lived through a second chance that reshaped his worldview. I was momentarily confused. Please rest assured, Uncle Wu, moving forward. His words had scarcely begun when a young soldier rushed over, exclaiming, Commander, we have a situation. Old Wu furrowed his brow. Didn't I instruct you not to disturb me? The ship's steel plating has encountered a significant issue. What? Old Wu paused, uttered no further words, and without turning back to Qin Guan, he followed the young soldier, instructing as they ran, call for a vehicle immediately. Relay any further details en route. Qin Guan stood there, watching their figures vanish into the distance. He had come to advocate for Hongmei, yet he had never witnessed such urgency in his previous life. Oh, so this was the matter at hand. His eyes widened slightly as he connected the events of this era and began to comprehend certain truths. In his previous life, Old Wu had likely been scrutinized and isolated due to the steel plating issue. Considering the current timeline, this pertained to the development of our first-generation destroyer. The 051, which would later be a part of Qin Guan's career, was indeed historical. However, every beginning is fraught with difficulty. The implementation of this project had not proceeded smoothly. Although the development of the 051 appeared to be complete, many subsystems were still undergoing repairs, and Qin Guan had participated in some of that work. By the time he was involved, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the project. Initiating such a venture inevitably involved adjustments. Qin Guan recalled having devised a plan for this project. The issue of the ship's steel plating had not been entirely resolved during his involvement, and he was fully aware of the serious implications that stemmed from it. As a military representative, Old Wu was undoubtedly affected by these complications. Has Uncle Wu departed? At that moment, Hongmei emerged from the bookstore, having been closely monitoring the situation without daring to truly read. She had surmised that Uncle Wu had approached Qin Guan directly, realizing their mutual misunderstandings. However, what she termed misunderstandings stemmed primarily from her own perspective. The previous incarnation of Qin Guan was indeed far from a mere misunderstanding. Oh, he had urgent matters and left in haste, still wishing us well. Qin Guan chose not to elaborate to Hongmei. Old Wu possessed admirable character, departing without a word. This left Hongmei in a state of confusion, suspecting that Uncle Wu's departure signified something ominous. Why the sudden urgency? Surely, it indicated a significant problem with the project. Is it serious? He and my father share a bond closer than that of brothers. Had it not been something grave, he would never have left in such a manner. Yes, it is quite serious. It could very well lead to him having to relinquish his uniform. Recognizing that Hongmei had not been kept in the dark, Qin Guan spoke candidly, acknowledging his authority regarding the project. He was also aware of the nature of the incident, which had not been adequately resolved at the time. Given that the materials were at fault, it could not strictly be laid at Old Wu's feet. The imported steel had been substandard, procured from a deceptive source. This particular nation had been lauded domestically for decades, only to reveal itself as fraudulent. They had a penchant for academic deceit, with many metrics later shown to be entirely misrepresented. Yet, they remained a technological powerhouse, propped up by the lighthouse. Old Wu bore the brunt of the fallout because this project was of paramount importance, a significant milestone for a great nation's navy. He was indeed wronged, yet he seemed to accept his fate without complaint. Qin Guan had reviewed the project documentation, which had laid the groundwork for his ascendance to the Academy of Engineering, facilitating subsequent naval designs. Its value was undeniable. However, in this era, one could not bargain. As a military representative, Old Wu likely had signed an oath, making him accountable for any delays in delivery. Hong Mei was left in a daze, and Qin Guan smiled reassuringly. Fear not, perhaps things will improve. Let us first enter and purchase some books. Should you acquire knowledge, the issues Uncle Wu faces will become trivial. His words transformed the predicament into motivation, showcasing Qin Guan's wisdom and stature as a revered scholar. The two not only purchased books, but also an array of other items. They spent the night in the city and returned to the countryside the following day, laden with their acquisitions. Upon their return, Hong Mei informed Li Jianguo of Old Wu's situation, yet to little avail. It merely added to their collective worry. This was a matter Qin Guan could resolve, and moreover, he possessed a superior solution compared to the previous plan. Technology had advanced by the time of his involvement, and while the trust with the lighthouse was not absolute, they were still in a honeymoon phase. Even amidst the embargo, some technologies were still accessible to reverse engineer. The crux of the issue was how to explain his involvement. How could a young man who had not yet attended university grasp such complexities, especially with technologies our nation had yet to master? Hong Mei discussed the matter with her father, but returned home still troubled during dinner. This was not the state of mind Qin Guan wished to see. He had promised her a lifetime of happiness, yet now it seemed unattainable. Hong Mei, do you wish for Uncle Wu to overcome this challenge? Do you believe you possess a solution? Just as Hong Mei was mired in despondency, a sudden spark of excitement illuminated her countenance as she gazed at Qin Guan. She possessed a blind adoration that made Qin Guan feel that every endeavor was worthwhile. There are indeed solutions, yet. Rest assured, no matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall overcome them. Her resolve was unwavering, her spirit soaring. She embodied the very essence of this era. Indeed, we must surmount all obstacles in pursuit of victory. Qin Guan also smiled, yet added, you must heed my every word. Whatever I say, you shall do. Are you capable of this? Absolutely. Chapter 8. Could he be betraying the country? The difficulties mentioned by Qin Guan were not those that Hong Mei would encounter, but rather his own. It was a jest, as this was a confidential project of significant historical importance to naval development. If he were to approach others and claim knowledge of it, how would they react? They would surely suspect a breach in confidentiality. How could someone not affiliated with the enemy know such things? If this matter were to remain ambiguous, it would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble. However, Lao Wu felt compelled to intervene, for Qin Guan was not keen on seeing Hong Mei consumed by worry. Moreover, should Lao Wu ascend in rank, he could provide shelter and support for Hong Mei's family, while simultaneously offering Qin Guan certain advantages. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Qin Guan's admission of knowledge regarding this matter was indeed suspicious. Thus, he needed to devise a plausible explanation from the very outset. The following day, he secluded himself within his chamber, leaving no one aware of his activities. For 7 consecutive days, Qin Guan remained indoors, engaging in no other pursuits. His behavior was decidedly peculiar. Father, that fellow surnamed Qin has not stepped outside for a week, locking himself away. Could it be that he is harboring ulterior motives? What motives could he possibly have? Did he not declare he would not leave? Perhaps he was frightened when he saw us all present, and now he regrets his decision. The 3 brothers discussed this matter with Li Jianguo, all feeling it was quite odd. Previously, Qin Guan had never isolated himself in such a manner. He had always relished the freedom of hunting and fishing. Clearly, something was troubling him. Li Jianguo maintained a serious demeanor. Have you not gone to check on him? I visited yesterday. He has moved into a small room and appears to be scribbling away, came the reply. What exactly is he writing? I cannot discern it. The symbols seem like gibberish to me. Lao Li scratched his head. 3rd brother, you have received an education, have you not? Indeed, the 3rd brother had been educated, yet in temperament. He resembled the least intelligent among them. I have long forgotten. Oh, father, I did see that much of what he wrote contained foreign characters, but I cannot identify them. What? Foreign characters? Lao Li sprang up, hesitating momentarily before refraining from further comment. The 3rd brother appeared to have an epiphany. Father, could it be that he is colluding with the enemy? Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Is this something to be casually discussed? The 3rd brother's words were swiftly curtailed by Lao Li. In these tense times, such reckless talk was utterly inappropriate. The 2nd brother added, 3rd brother, although you are educated, You must think before you speak. Indeed, father is right. If your words are heedlessly spoken, do you wish to implicate our entire family? The eldest brother supported this sentiment, admonishing the third brother, though he added, however, father, we must ascertain what he is truly up to. That was indeed necessary, for Lao Li himself felt uncertain. If what the third brother suggested were true, it would be an alarming situation. How could such foreign characters be written? Coupling this with Qin Guan's drastically altered behavior over the past few days only compounded the mystery. Then you shall not go to work tomorrow. We will confront him directly. Lao Li's countenance darkened further. He had participated in the revolution and earned merit. If that little rascal dared to betray them, he would not hesitate to enforce justice. Familial ties be damned. Meanwhile, Qin Guan had finally completed his research. His small room was cluttered with an abundance of blueprints and data. It was unambiguous that for the nation to achieve the technological standards outlined in his designs, at least another 20 years would be required, as many issues remained inadequately resolved. Even in the previous era, when Qin took over, such a level of proficiency was absent. Of course, this was constrained by the limitations of contemporary technology. The era had yet to witness a plethora of advancements. Thus, these blueprints primarily reflected a deep understanding of engineering principles, accompanied by insights gleaned from numerous practical tests. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Qin Guan reclined on his small bed and drifted into slumber. At that moment, Hongmei was in the kitchen preparing a meal for Qin Guan. She had never witnessed him in such a serious and focused state. Even a clap of thunder outside did not distract him. This greatly impressed Hongmei, making her feel an even deeper admiration for her husband. Although she had received some education, she could not comprehend the contents of what Qin Guan was writing. Previously, she had been bewildered by Qin Guan. Now, she was utterly captivated, finding joy even in the act of cooking. Her eyes sparkling not just with admiration for Panin, but also for the fact that Qin Guan was doing this for Uncle Wu, which touched her deeply. After delivering the meal to the small room and finding Qin Guan asleep, Hongmei quietly stepped back out. Their daughter, Dodo, was hungry, so she first attended to her needs. However, the pot still simmering on the stove was reserved for Qin Guan. Such exertion could surely take a toll on his health. What is that delightful aroma? Came a voice from outside, identifying itself as the third son of the Li family. Hongmei hurried to greet him, noticing that all four of the Li men had arrived. Father, elder brother, second brother, third brother, what brings you here? Lao Li remained silent, casting a glance inside, just in time to see the small room's door ajar. With Qin Guan sprawled on the bed in deep slumber, his temper flared. He had assumed there would be some changes, yet Qin Guan appeared to be his usual lazy self. Dodo had just begun her meal, yet this fellow was lying in bed, sleeping. It was work hours. How could he dare sleep during the day? Elder brother could no longer contain himself. Sister, you must not indulge him like this. If there is something amiss, call us. Can he continue this cycle of eating and sleeping every day and expect to thrive? No, he is not. Hongmei knew he was not, but she struggled to articulate a coherent explanation. Lao Li finally lost his patience. Hongmei, what has your husband been doing these past few days? If Qin Guan were merely lazy, Lao Li might have tolerated it. After all, they had already been deceived to this extent. What more could be done? Previously, Qin Guan had conducted himself in this manner, and Hongmei had long been enchanted by him. However, if Qin Guan was indeed engaged in any treasonous activities, he would not be so forgiving. Lao Li, being a man of military background, had fought valiantly and contributed to the establishment of the nation. He would not stand idly by while Qin Guan betrayed their homeland, even if that meant turning against his own son. Honestly, I do not know what he is up to. You do not know? Surely he has something he cannot disclose. However, he mentioned that these things could greatly assist the country. What? Lao Li frowned, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous statement in the world. The second son could no longer contain his frustration. Him? Can he truly be of any assistance to the nation? My dear sister, only you would believe such nonsense. Does anyone not see what sort of person he is, day in and day out? Let us not even mention other matters. Since Qin Guan descended into the countryside, aside from stirring up trouble for Hongmei, has he undertaken any serious endeavors? Oh, that hardly qualifies as a legitimate affair. What respectable person can lounge about at home, doing nothing? We should be thankful that he isn't causing chaos. Hongmei, step aside. Old Li's temper flared as well. Does this lad truly believe he can escape a lesson? Chapter 9. In reality, I am not an enemy agent. Old Li, a hero during wartime, forcefully pushed his daughter aside and rushed into the room. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted by scattered blueprints and documents that cluttered the small space, becoming quite an impediment. Grabbing a sheet at random, Old Li found himself increasingly perplexed and glanced back at his three sons. The four of them exchanged bewildered stares, gradually succumbing to a sense of impotent rage. Old Li crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it to the ground. Realizing the paper was too light to exert any force, he contemplated stomping on it. "Hey, Dad, what are you doing?" Red May exclaimed, rushing to the floor to salvage it. She had no idea what it was, but she understood it represented her man's painstaking efforts over several sleepless nights, something she should cherish above all else. Unable to bring his foot down, Old Li felt an overwhelming frustration with no outlet. At that moment, Qin Guan was also roused from his slumber, asking, "Dad, what is going on?" Old Sen approached directly and grabbed Qin Guan, demanding, "What are these things? You scoundrel, is this a signal for contacting enemy agents? If you don't clarify everything today, don't expect a pleasant outcome." "What are you talking about? What enemy agents?" Qin Guan, still groggy, struggled to comprehend the situation. "Old San, let him go. Dad, we are here. He can't escape. We need to get to the bottom of this first." Old Li, having more experience in confrontations, straightened his clothes and adopted a serious demeanor. "Listen, what is going on? I am not your father. I am the secretary of the Sherdao River Brigade, and I am here representing the organization to question you." What do you mean? Answer seriously, what are these papers? You must clarify today." As Qin Guan's vision sharpened, he finally recognized the faces around him. He chuckled softly. "You think I am an enemy agent? It's not about what we think. I will find out the truth. Speak now, and you may receive leniency. Confess everything. If you remain silent, I cannot protect you and will personally see to it that you are imprisoned. Do you understand?" Old Li's unwavering faith, forged through a lifetime of struggle, resonated in his sternness. Yet, Qin Guan merely shook his head with a smile, finding the whole situation rather amusing, while Red May could no longer contain herself. "Dad, these documents, Qin Guan is not an enemy agent. He created these to aid the country and to save Uncle Wu." The mention of Old Wu caused Old Li's expression to shift. His face grew tense. He had inquired about Old Wu's condition over the past few days. When Red May returned, she had only mentioned that something had happened to Old Wu without having witnessed it herself. It was one thing not to inquire, but upon doing so, he discovered something grave. He's drawing these, does that mean he can achieve it? Indeed, the drawings can enhance the quality of steel, ensuring that no harm comes to Uncle Wu. Is this what your man told you? Yes. Old Li was at a loss as to whether to believe this, especially since no one could comprehend the significance of these documents. Red May continued. "Qin Guan said that once these are completed, you should deliver them to Uncle Wu, who will then present them to the steel factory. With these, the factory can produce the necessary steel, and Uncle Wu will be safe." Is it really that simple? Old Li's inquiries had revealed a dire situation. The stakes were high, which implied great difficulty. Should anything go awry, no one would bear the consequences. Old Li may not have recognized the blueprints, but he was no fool, equipped with ample experience in struggle. Wait a moment. How could a rural youth like you understand steelmaking? This was a glaring flaw. Old Li was not naive. Furthermore, how do you know these can save Old Wu? If you cannot clarify, I will have no choice but to turn you in. Confidential matters could not be disclosed to Qin Guan, who had also grasped the significance of the situation. Qin Guan was not a participant. How could he be more informed than Old Wu? Red May, growing anxious, pleaded, "Dad, Qin Guan really isn't an enemy agent. Old San, take your sister outside. She should not be involved in this matter." Old San escorted Red May out, while Old Li firmly shut the door. He understood the gravity of the situation and deemed it best to keep familial matters at bay. In Old Li's eyes, Red May's infatuation with Qin Guan had rendered her credibility nearly non-existent. Moreover, the entire affair was suspicious. Old Li was not paranoid. Though he lacked formal education, he was certainly not dim-witted. "Speak clearly. If you do not clarify today, you will not leave this room." "Don't worry, Dad, I will explain. I truly am not an enemy agent. My father is a technician at the steel factory." "A technician at the steel factory?" "Yes. I remember during the Great Steel Melting Campaign, Qin Guan began to elaborate on the circumstances of that time. You know how it was. The entire nation was like that. My father insisted it was unfeasible, and as a result, he faced repercussions. Was it truly unfeasible? Now the truth is evident. My father lamented the waste of vast resources. It was a pity. Therefore, the labels that were placed on him led to difficulties for our family. Oldley was somewhat aware of the situation but lacked specific details. If that was the case, it could be excusable. To this day, everyone understands that without technology, it is indeed impossible to produce usable steel. Though Qin Guan was not exceptionally versed in steelmaking, it was hardly cutting-edge knowledge. To him, it was basic common sense. He had long surpassed that stage. Especially in engineering, a comprehensive understanding across multiple fields was necessary, as projects like lunar missions involved countless disciplines, rendering one numb from counting. If Qin Guan were unaware of these matters, he would not have qualified as a chief engineer for such projects. I understand this because of the books my father purchased. Many were acquired from abroad. This technology is not novel. On the day he encountered Uncle Wu in the city, a soldier had hastily mentioned the difficulties they faced. At that time, he was uncertain, and thus had spent the past few days reflecting on the books he had previously read. This explanation was sufficient to convince Oldley. As long as Oldley reached out to the steel factory or contacted Old Wu regarding the project, they could save him. The documents were undoubtedly genuine, even more advanced than the steel materials they could procure. If they inquired about the source of the information, Qin Guan would simply say he had forgotten. The progression of such a significant project certainly overshadowed any trivial details. It was still Hongmei who informed me that Uncle Wu shares a close bond with our family, which is why I devoted so many days to this matter. Uncle Wu regards Hongmei as his own daughter, and given such a relationship, I felt compelled to contribute my efforts. At that moment, I learned that the material in question was shipboard steel, utilized by the military, undoubtedly indicating the involvement of warships. If any issues were to arise, they would certainly be significant. Thus I returned with this thought in mind, believing that should a major incident occur, I would undoubtedly be able to assist Uncle Wu. Chapter 10. The upper benefit of the nation, the lower protection of comrades. After listening to this, Lao Li slightly nodded, finding it reasonable. Indeed, it was sensible, as Qin Guan's analysis was based on these very facts. Aside from the earlier portion, he mentioned that the method of steelmaking was discussed prior to this. So, what basis do your claims have for saving Lao Wu? It is essential to identify suitable steel. Yet the portion we procured from abroad turned out to be a deception, unusable due to insufficient strength. A warship is not a civilian vessel. If it fails to meet military specifications, Uncle Wu could be deemed a criminal. This aligns with what Lao Li had learned, rendering it comprehensible. Furthermore, if Qin Guan were to deceive, the steel mill would immediately discern the truth upon receipt. If Lao Li does not comprehend, how could the experts at the steel mill be oblivious? The remaining two brothers listened in stunned silence, pondering the enormity of warships and steel vessels, having never even laid eyes on them, let alone comprehending their construction. We were deceived by foreign entities? Certainly. Do you think they are that honest? They are always scheming against us. This assertion resonated with Lao Li's understanding, as he had never encountered a benevolent foreigner. His greater disdain, however, was reserved for traitors. During the conflict on the peninsula, he had faced foes disguised as compatriots. They communicated in the dragon language, but once Lao Li's troops lowered their guard, they were met with gunfire from the enemy. Fighting the Japanese was a direct confrontation on the battlefield. What were these traitors about? Hearing such grave matters, Lao Li began to worry for Lao Wu. If this situation were to persist, what charges would be levied against Lao Wu? For a soldier, lacking combat effectiveness is the gravest sin. Qin Guan felt a deep reflection on this delicate era, where to the south lay the South China Sea, filled with islands inherited from our ancestors, now occupied by others. Father, do you not think the military bears responsibility? Indeed, protecting the homeland is the duty of a soldier. Thus, the nation requires large vessels. Otherwise, we cannot venture far. This statement reflects both the harsh reality and the lamentation of the arduous journey thus far. Soldiers indeed guard with their blood, yet there is a sense of helplessness and longing for a better future. Father, the treacherous wolves to the south are stirring once more. Are you aware of the naval battles from a few years ago? Yes, during that time, the total size of our fleet was less than that of their single ship. This is a fact already established. Lao Li is well aware, for he is a combat hero. Even in retirement, he remains concerned about military affairs, and although the naval battles from a few years back were fought brilliantly, he still aches for his soldiers. The disparity was immense, yet victory was achieved. Fortunately, the noble traditions were not lost. On the peninsula, Lao Li experienced similar events. Many among them had never imagined warfare would be conducted in such a manner, as if a rain of steel poured down upon them. It was a battle of flesh and blood against iron. They emerged victorious, but hoped that future generations would not have to fight in such a way. Thus, upon hearing Qin Guan's words, Lao Li understood the gravity of the situation. The delay could lead to significant repercussions. He felt a sense of guilt for Lao Wu, despite the latter's non-involvement in the construction. The matter is indeed substantial, and if it were to be delayed, even veterans like him would feel humiliated. So, how large can our ships be? I estimate around 3,000 tons, though I may be mistaken. That large? A glimmer of joy sparkled in Lao Li's eyes as he picked up the nearby blueprints. Though this time he dared not apply too much pressure. Is this all? With these, can we truly possess a steel vessel? Qin Guan nodded affirmatively. Yes, and the soldiers will shed less blood. Such words were immensely significant to Lao Li. For those who had experienced the Peninsula War understood the implications of technological disparity. It is utterly contemptible. They had just fought 2 years prior, and they dare to provoke us again? We have given them so much. They are truly ungrateful. Father, I feel compelled to enlist, as I cannot abide such bullying, especially when they occupy our islands. The 2 sons behind him were equally incensed, unable to contain their righteous indignation towards the Li family's honor. Lao Li turned and shot them a glare. Silence. You are not entitled to speak. His earlier anger towards Qin Guan had subsided slightly, yet now it was reignited by the treachery of those ungrateful wolves. Fortunately, the old hero maintained his composure. Whether to engage in battle and when to do so are matters the nation has in place. Do not incite chaos. Qin Guan, you assert that the steel mills must import materials for warships, yet what makes you believe your solutions will resolve the issue? Lao Li was not oblivious to the validation process, but what of Lao Wu? If these materials prove unsuitable, could it lead to an even graver fate for Lao Wu? Thus, he harbored reservations. Lacking understanding, he could only gauge from Qin Guan's words. Due to the size of the vessel, the steel requirements are necessarily stringent, demanding sufficient strength. Some specialized steels have even stricter criteria. Conversely, if it were a small boat, would suffice for construction. Our nation has historically struggled to produce large warships, constrained by material limitations. The literature I have perused in the past outlined various specifications. These are not small boats, but 3,000-ton steel warships, with requirements that cannot be lenient. Our country has never constructed similar vessels. Lao Li may lack technical expertise, but he is aware of this information. Indeed, such large warships have never been built. We are still in the process of constructing smaller craft, minesweepers and submarines, which were the main forces in recent naval battles. Cannot even reach such distances. Father, if this truly proves beneficial, would it not be a significant contribution to the nation? If Uncle Wu were to deliver these materials, would he not earn merit? At the very least, he should not face repercussions. It is indeed advantageous for the nation while simultaneously rescuing an old comrade, a win-win situation. Nevertheless, Lao Li remained apprehensive about the matter's stability. If I were to present these materials, and the experts at the steel mill deem them unsuitable, what then? How could they possibly be incorrect? When it comes to technical matters, Qin Guan brimmed with confidence. If they harbor doubts, they may attempt to produce it themselves. Should any issues arise in the process, I will personally negotiate with them. When you visit, you can directly inform them that such steel will no longer require imports. Our foreign exchange is limited. We must conserve resources. What Qin Guan has produced far exceeds the import standards, and even if the craftsmanship is subpar, it remains acceptable. Of course, there is always room for improvement in the process. Moreover, with regards to foreign exchange, it is imperative to embrace openness. Without the liberalization of foreign exchange, all efforts would be in vain. There is something that Qin Guan did not mention. Should such steel be put into production, it could even be exported, thereby generating precious foreign exchange. Since we are to open up, it is essential to engage in commerce with foreign entities. How can one conduct business without capital? Currently, it is improbable that others would accept our currency. Foreign exchange forms the foundation of all transactions, far superior to exchanging cheap labor for medicine. Chapter 11. An Aralax cowards oldly set off to the city with the blueprints in hand, leaving Qin Guan to idle away his days. He resumed his previous leisure activities of birdwatching and fishing, while Hongmei forbade him from any labor, as had always been the case. Qin Guan, content with this arrangement, did not protest. Although his wife was still burdened with work, he found it increasingly difficult to persuade Hongmei to take a break. Rural girls are often diligent, and once they pause, a sense of restlessness creeps in, making them feel out of sorts. Nevertheless, he believed that in due time, she would understand that he intended to lead her towards grand endeavors in life. For several consecutive days, Qin Guan took his bucket to the reservoir for fishing. In his youth, he had been a conflicted, educated youth, frequently visiting this very spot, and thus many of the local farmers recognized him. Not far off, a few voices murmured, "Look, it's that young master from the city again. How did our brigade leader end up with such a son-in-law? If it were me, I would be infuriated." They recounted how he had been lounging at home for days, while Hongmei's brothers had come to stir trouble. "Keep your voices down, don't let him hear. What is there to fear? Isn't he just living off others? How can he not expect to be talked about?" If Qin Guan had overheard such remarks in the past, they would have irked him greatly. Yet now, he found himself in a different state of mind. Life's journey often alters one's perspective. They were not entirely wrong. Qin Guan had indeed been that type of person. However, what was wrong with him taking a moment to relax after a lifetime dedicated to scientific pursuits? As he cast his line and reclined on the bank, he began to contemplate the entire situation. Having lived a second life, he was no longer the naive youth he once was, and he had gained insight into various circumstances. Old Li had ventured forth with the blueprints, yet it was only natural for anyone to harbor some resistance to a high school graduate advising them on their work, especially the technicians at the steel plant. If the roles were reversed, anyone would likely feel the same. Therefore, Old Li's mission might hit a wall. However, Qin Guan was confident that there were individuals at Jianghai Steel Plant who would recognize the value of those blueprints. While they might not understand them fully, allowing them to test their worth would not pose a significant issue. As he noticed the fishing float dip beneath the water, Qin Guan swiftly reeled in a sizable catch. Tonight, Dodo would have a delightful meal. Qin Guan felt a sense of joy. If life could continue in this manner, it would not be so bad. Alas, it seemed that even the future scientific luminary was at risk of moral decline. "Brother-in-law, what are you still doing here?" The voice of his brother-in-law, Li Hongbing, reached him as he turned to see him approaching. With a quick glance, Qin Guan leisurely removed his hook. "Come on. We need to head back. Father has returned, and he brought Uncle Wu with him." "Oh, don't worry about that. Let me help you." His brother-in-law promptly lifted Qin Guan's bucket and began to gather his fishing gear. Qin Guan shook his head, but his brother-in-law had already finished tidying up and was on his way back, leaving Qin Guan with no choice but to follow. Upon returning to Old Li's home, Qin Guan noticed Uncle Wu's military jeep parked at the entrance. Old Li and Uncle Wu stood outside, smoking and appearing anxious. As soon as Uncle Wu spotted Qin Guan, he discarded his cigarette and reached out to pull him over. "Uncle Wu, you please come here. Can you confirm if the issue lies with the imported steel?" Qin Guan glanced at his father-in-law, as it had been he who raised the matter in recent days. In truth, sending his father-in-law to address such matters was not appropriate, as he lacked the expertise for such high-level information. Moreover, both of these men hailed from the military and were accustomed to decisive actions, which, in colloquial terms, often meant they struggled with communication. "Speak quickly, how confident are you?" "Uncle Wu, I am quite confident." "Are you brave enough to make a military pledge?" "I am indeed quite brave." Qin Guan pondered for a moment before continuing. "You still haven't figured out what the problem is, have you? If there are no structural issues, it must be a material problem. If this drags on, it will affect delivery. You need to test the strength of the steel immediately." "Understood." Uncle Wu nodded, exchanged pleasantries with Qin Guan's father-in-law, and declared, "Old Li, I'm heading back." With that, he abruptly climbed into the jeep, which roared to life and sped away. This was indeed the military style, no unnecessary chatter. However, Qin Guan was left bewildered. "Father, what is happening? Let us go inside and talk." Li Jianjun sighed, leading Qin Guan into the house. "What did the steel plant say?" "The steel plant? They are a bunch of cowards who despise their own capabilities, insisting that the foreign products are flawless. They claim there's nothing wrong with the imported steel. Indeed, Uncle Wu accompanied me. And when we presented the data, they insisted that since we lack the ability to produce such steel, we should use the imported ones, which they believe are superior to ours. It's simply worshipping foreign goods?" "Correct." "Ah, that's a fitting term. But that phrase was coined by Mr. Mao Dun, and it hasn't yet become popular. However, to truly worship foreign goods is not yet the time. We must first develop and see the next decade, when a multitude of individuals will kneel. This is the new generation of the 1980s. The 1980s witnessed a higher level of subservience, as the surge of going abroad began during this time. The 1990s saw it become more common, yet the level of subservience diminished. The further we go, the lower the standards of those who kneel, as we too are advancing. Young people of the future, be confident. These two periods experienced the most humiliating subservience. With too many surrendering, they do not have the right to criticize you. Yet, we must acknowledge that we are significantly behind. Their technology is indeed advanced. But we cannot submit. Solely relying on imports without effort will never lead to breakthroughs. Fortunately, the more people kneel, the more it highlights the warriors of this era. Those who remain are resolute. Thus, as Qin Guan listened to his father-in-law, he began to grasp the situation. These individuals were not truly subservient. They had not yet opened their eyes to the real and frightening disparities. Ultimately, our level was indeed low, and when Oldley presented the blueprints, he likely stated straightforwardly who drew them, a high school student. Moreover, since his father-in-law lacked technical knowledge, their attitude was somewhat understandable. "Father, let us not rush. Let us take our time to discuss this." Upon hearing such remarks, Laozi was filled with indignation. The prowess of foreigners is indeed commendable, yet we have demonstrated our own capabilities as well. Laoli has an aversion to those lacking fortitude. They assert that your blueprints are inadequate, while foreign designs are superior. However, Qin Guan remained unperturbed. What did Wu Bobo suggest? He sought assistance, advising the steel mill to conduct a trial. Surprisingly, some seasoned comrades still believe in its potential. Indeed, veteran workers do not react impulsively. They do not dismiss a proposal simply because it originates from a high school student. Chapter 12. Only through hardship can miracles emerge. When we embark on our journey of development and open our eyes to the world, those individuals who are enamored with foreign customs will truly reveal themselves. Qin Guan, being a figure in the realm of scientific research, can, to some degree, empathize with the thoughts of these people, as he is attuned to the current era. The bureaucratic culture plays a significant role in this context. For the technological capabilities of the Jianghai steel plant in this age are undoubtedly inferior to those abroad. Such specialized steel is beyond their production capacity. However, Lao Wu, as the military representative for Project 051, possesses the authority to request the steel plant to make an attempt. It is likely that Lao Wu has yet to receive results, leaving everyone bewildered about the situation. Thus, his request for the steel plant to supply materials carries a sense of urgency, as the matter remains unresolved, leading to mounting frustration. How should one evaluate this? As a luminary in academia, Qin Guan cannot declare that the technicians of this era are at fault. Their technical proficiency is lacking, thus it is not erroneous to assert that foreign technology is superior. Oldley, embodying the temperament of a soldier, cannot tolerate such remarks that inflate the aspirations of others. Yet, Qin Guan, devoted to scientific inquiry, must not let mere emotions cloud his judgment. He must adhere to the principles of pragmatism. "Father, please do not worry. Once Uncle Wu clarifies the situation, arrangements will certainly follow. You should not take it to heart. I know you have been diligent in your efforts for Uncle Wu. You are a good child. This should not be the case. Uncle Wu is your old comrade. We, as juniors, should do our utmost." Well, the matter has not been definitively resolved. However, there is a deputy factory director who believes it is worth a try. We will see how Uncle Wu responds. Regardless, Father, I have faith in you. They simply fail to recognize your worth. This statement lacks objectivity. Oldley speaks from a place of ignorance and sentiment. Qin Guan chuckled softly, remaining unperturbed, for he knew that Project 051 would undoubtedly grow anxious as time progressed. Eventually, they would make an attempt. Oldley, still fuming, retrieved all the blueprints, and his anger was unyielding. Persuasion was futile unless he could shift his perspective. Yet, he had his own means to dissipate anger, by consuming alcohol. "Qin Guan, you and your wife should come over tonight for a drink." "Father, it is premature to celebrate with a banquet." "This is not a celebration. It is a gesture of goodwill and recognition of your dedication to Uncle Wu. Even without significant achievements, your efforts are commendable." Qin Guan acquiesced, and that evening, he brought Hongmei and Dodo along. That night, his father-in-law shared an abundance of thoughts, though they were largely incoherent in his inebriated state, rendering them insignificant. The most composed of all was Qin Guan, for he understood that Uncle Wu would surely return to seek him out. The technological level of this period was hardly worth mentioning. The notion of being choked by limitations? No. First, one must possess the means to be constrained. At this juncture, there was nothing to speak of. The idea of being hindered was premature. Even if a few more years passed and a period of prosperity was reached, the influence of the Batong would still be felt. The philosophy of manufacture over purchase had not yet taken root. The nation would not solely rely on acquisition, but manufacturing would proceed concurrently. However, the immediate challenges were the lack of funds and technology. Following the opening up, many military projects were abruptly halted. Was this due to a reluctance to produce? Certainly not. It was a matter of finances. Economic development took precedence, and thus this era was fundamentally about accumulating resources. Qin Guan witnessed firsthand the plethora of projects being shelved, leading to countless researchers venturing into the private sector. Among them, the most talented departed overseas, while Qin Guan, who had undergone a transformation, resolutely chose to remain. He had an inkling that leaving at this moment would mean missing out on a great era. The excellence of a generation is inextricably linked to its historical context. The most arduous times of war brought forth traitors and deserters, a reality that persists even today, albeit manifesting in unfamiliar domains. Qin Guan felt privileged to partake in this magnificent epoch, where miracles often arise from the depths of adversity. Alongside those exceptional individuals who steadfastly endure in this era, they collectively crafted a pinnacle of achievement. Therefore, he has always believed that the only regret in his life is not adequately cherishing Hongmei. The greater his success in other endeavors, the more pronounced his internal guilt became. A few days later, Qin Guan was roused from slumber by Lao Wu yanking him from his blanket. Qin Guan rise. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lao Wu's stern and resolute visage. Before Qin Guan could inquire about the matter, Lao Wu, in a state of urgency, commanded, "Come with me." "Wait a moment. Is there something pressing?" "Time waits for no man. If this were a battlefield, many lives would have been lost by now. But this is not a battlefield," Qin Guan replied with a wry smile, having dealt with military personnel often enough to become familiar with their demeanor. Lao Wu's expression remained grave. "This is the battlefield. Any delay here results in additional bloodshed for our frontline warriors." "Very well, I understand the rationale, but at the very least, you must explain what is happening. I need to prepare." "Prepare? Right, bring your blueprints." Qin Guan shook his head in resignation. "I must at least put on some clothing first, no?" Clad only in his shorts and a vest from the production team, he felt it would be disrespectful to venture into the village in such attire, let alone into the city. Yet, Lao Wu was impatient. "Then hurry. As long as you accomplish the task, no one will criticize you." Looking around, Qin Guan was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that he had washed all his clothes the night prior. "What happened? Can't you find something to wear?" "Is it that without my wife around, I cannot manage to dress myself?" "Where is your wife?" "She has gone to my sister-in-law's house, taking Dodo along. After all the idle time, I seized the opportunity to wash every piece of clothing last night. Let's see who dares to say I am not diligent." However, at this point, discussing such matters with Lao Wu was futile. "Let us go." "Ah, are you not concerned about being laughed at?" "Let them laugh. After all, you are the one taking me. No one knows who I am, so the embarrassment is not mine to bear. You are still worried about losing face. Do you even know where I am taking you?" Lao Wu's eyelids twitched. "I will find you a military coat. You certainly do not want to embarrass yourself. Isn't that obvious?" Qin Guan was well aware of their destination, as Lao Wu was singularly focused on this matter. Once aboard Lao Wu's vehicle, even the driver struggled to maintain composure. This was a military vehicle. Who had ever seen someone dressed like this inside a military transport? The army, too, possessed a sense of pride. In the past, Lao Wu would have erupted in anger at such a sight. However, today is not feasible. Qin Guan has become his sole beacon of hope. Matters concerning the army are never trivial, and military ventures often bear the weight of human lives. Should the rear falter, the warriors at the forefront shall pay the price in blood. Old Wu, having once commanded troops, feels an urgency that is not merely derived from external pressures, but rather emanates from a profound internal turmoil. Now that he has ascended to the position of commander, he cannot bear to witness his soldiers suffer. He endeavors to manage the affairs at hand diligently. Otherwise, he would prefer to take up arms once more and return to the battlefield, for after all, this life was one he miraculously reclaimed. Please, proceed with caution, should there be an accident on the road. Do not speak carelessly. We have a critical mission ahead of us. Chapter 13. The fear of sleeping souls. Having accustomed to interacting with military personnel in a previous life, Qin Guan decided against offering further persuasion. What matter is it that can be discussed now? You must convince them at the steel mill to test your type of steel. Oh, So you found the cause of the accident in Uncle Wu's project? You are quite astute, but henceforth, such cleverness should be employed for righteous purposes. There was no other choice. All that Uncle Wu had learned were Qin Guan's dark secrets, and he was too weary to explain. Uncle Wu continued, with your reminder, I had those experts conduct tests, and indeed, the steel did not meet the required strength standards. In engineering projects, every component has fixed requirements. For instance, the load-bearing sections must adhere to specific strength criteria established from the outset. However, when issues arise, no one dares to believe that the imported steel is inadequate. Prior investigations did not commence from this point. With Uncle Wu having identified the cause of the accident, he has passed this hurdle. At the very least, he can demonstrate that this burden is not his to bear. Yet, another dilemma arises. If the imported steel is subpar, where can suitable materials be found? The current state of domestic steel mills is not worth mentioning. After all, merely 10 years have passed. If foreign steel is lacking, then domestic steel is equally unfit. What then shall we do about the entire project? Apologies, this is not a case of blind admiration for foreign goods. It is simply the current reality. Naturally, Uncle Wu pondered this solution as the project awaits materials and cannot afford delays. I need to persuade them. Do they not believe that a mere high school student is unworthy to discuss technical matters? Why concern yourself with that? I had Xiao Zhang review it. He said your documentation appears feasible. At least the technical specifications are impressively high. Yet whether it can be realized remains uncertain. Xiao Zhang. That is my subordinate, Zhang Ida. He is currently the deputy director of the steel mill and possesses technical knowledge. Zhang Ida? Qin Guan was taken aback by this peculiar name, and Uncle Wu shot him a glare. Thien Dao Yi. He is my sole connection at the steel mill, but to initiate the trial production, I still need to convince their technical staff. They possess technical understanding, but it is limited. If they were truly knowledgeable, comprehending Qin Guan's documentation would pose no challenge, as the production processes are clearly outlined. Nonetheless, one cannot set the bar too high for the technical personnel of this era. It is already commendable if they are willing to read attentively. Then I shall give it a try. Little Qin, in this lifetime, I owe a debt to old Li, and now I owe one to you. If you can help us uncover the cause of the accident, I am already indebted to you. If your proposal is approved, then No need to worry, Uncle Wu. Too many lice will not bite. That does hold some truth. Regardless, if your plan succeeds, you may ask me to give my daughter to you. Huh. Oh, then it would be bigamy. I consider you a son, though that might seem like taking advantage of you. In any case, I am indeed indebted to you. Listen to me. This project is of utmost importance and must be executed immediately. Qin Guan understood that the imminent task was the maritime escort mission. This involved the test launch of intercontinental missiles. We must recover the warheads from the designated maritime area. At that time, certain countries' navies would undoubtedly have designs on it, and suitable naval escorts are imperative. Given the specifications of our smaller vessels, they are utterly incapable of venturing into the open sea. Qin Guan recalled that this mission was particularly perilous. In fact, the status of the 051 at that time had not even met the design requirements. As for the accident, alternate measures were devised as a temporary remedy, rendering it somewhat flawed. Additionally, the South China Sea required such naval vessels. We would inevitably face naval combat, and Qin Guan was aware that there had been only one minor injury during that encounter, underscoring the significance of equipment. Thus, he sought to rectify this flaw. Uncle Wu, is your Xiao Zhang reliable? What do you mean? Since they do not comprehend my drawings and materials, it implies that when I explain to them, they can claim whatever they wish. If they firmly assert that it is unfeasible, there is little I can do. Bureaucratic tendencies are not uncommon during this period, and the decision-makers at the steel mill can act independently. Since only Qin Guan understands, the others can simply declare it unworkable. After all, no one can discern the truth from falsehood. It is akin to encountering a problem you cannot solve. If someone provides you with an answer, yet you do not comprehend how it was derived, and then another informs you that the answer is incorrect, whom do you choose to trust? There is no rationale in trusting anyone, as you are incapable of solving it. How could this be? Since they are experts, surely they can understand if you explain patiently? Uncle Wu, I have a metaphor that I hope you might grasp. If someone is feigning sleep, I will be unable to awaken them, no matter what. At this moment, Uncle Wu immediately comprehended, finding the metaphor particularly apparent. As a military representative, Uncle Wu had indeed witnessed the convolutions of local units. Some factory directors, in a bid to maintain their authority, would dismiss the correct answers. After all, this era lacks reform. And whether or not the technology is adopted in the factory does not affect the director's interests. What is meant by an iron rice bowl? It signifies that one will not be eliminated due to lack of efficiency. Thus, as long as it is not a safety incident, the director will face no repercussions. If the technical staff at the steel mill resolutely disregard this matter, Qin Guan will have no recourse. As a state-owned steel mill, they are simply required to fulfill their tasks, lacking any impetus for innovation. At this juncture, for Qin Guan to persuade them, he must have someone steadfastly supporting him. Hence, the reliability of Uncle Wu's subordinate is crucial. Rest assured, as long as there are no significant issues, a trial will certainly be conducted. Should anyone deliberately create obstacles, he will undoubtedly discern it. Under such circumstances, he will firmly stand by us. This simplifies matters. Persuading a rational individual is hardly a challenge for Qin Guan. However, it is likely that he will encounter formidable obstacles along this journey. Uncle Wu? Speak your mind. Though I may have a temper, if your reasoning is sound, I shall certainly listen. Qin Guan had faith in this. The older generation is genuinely engaged in self-reflection. Despite Uncle Wu's fiery temperament, if he recognizes his mistakes, he readily sets aside his pride. Even with someone like Qin Guan, he acknowledges his errors without letting pride impede his judgment. In such a critical period, it is fortunate to have individuals like him. As a military representative, it is imperative for you to comprehend the manner in which local individuals conduct their affairs. At times, your disposition may not be universally accepted, as some may find it difficult to confront you directly, harboring resentment instead. How amusing it is that I nearly found myself in the realm of Yama, yet I fear the animosity of others. No, while they may not dare to confront you openly, they will certainly take measures to undermine you in their dealings. In this era, the revolutionary romanticism embodied by Lao Wu has become a relic, scarcely understood by those around him. While one may easily evade a direct assault, the subtleties of treachery remain elusive. In a previous life, Lao Wu would undoubtedly have succumbed to such machinations. Chapter 14. You have contravened science. It is evident that Lao Wu serves as the military representative. However, should there be a technical issue, it is improbable that he would bear the brunt of the blame. In a previous life, Qin Guan had not encountered this Uncle Wu, suggesting that accountability had already been enforced at that time, and Lao Wu was indeed laden with considerable responsibility. Is it truly the case that this incident eluded the expert scrutiny? They claim to have blindly trusted foreign materials without conducting tests, but who can truly ascertain that? The local officials are often quite shrewd. Regardless, Qin Guan remains skeptical of any assurances regarding the matter. Lao Wu, not being a fool, paused momentarily in contemplation. You, my boy, are quite convoluted. All that cleverness has been squandered on this, so perhaps you should exercise more restraint in the future. Qin Guan merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Lao Wu should have grasped the underlying message. Yet, akin to Qin Guan's father-in-law, they remain unyielding in their beliefs, convinced that their stance is correct. The jeep rolled into the steel factory, the urgency of their drive underscored by the fact that the factory personnel were already awaiting their arrival. Upon Qin Guan's entrance, the conference room was shrouded in a haze of smoke. Lao Wu ushered Qin Guan through the door, where several pairs of eyes fixated on him. Clad in military overcoat, Qin Guan sported a vest and shorts, barefoot in a pair of liberation shoes. This appearance left onlookers utterly astounded. Who would dare to present themselves in such an attire at work, surely risking disciplinary action? Consequently, the individuals present had never considered that anyone would audaciously dress in such a manner within the factory premises. Seated first on the left was factory director Zhou Long, who, upon observing Qin Guan's unconventional attire, found himself at a loss for words, perplexed as to where Lao Wu had procured such a ne'er-do-well. If such a character were to be found in his factory, dismissal would be the only option. At that moment, Deputy Director Zhang Ida rose to alleviate the awkwardness. Old Chief, the meeting is about to commence. May I introduce? Comrade Qin Guan. Indeed, it is he. Let us take our seats, replied Lao Wu, guiding Qin Guan to sit beside him. Director Zhou's expression soured. Yet, out of respect for Lao Wu, he refrained from voicing any objections, although he silently questioned the levity of the meeting's proceedings, wondering if it was truly appropriate to bring such an individual. As the meeting commenced, Lao Wu nodded, and Director Zhou followed suit. At this juncture, a rather lean man stood up. This meeting was convened primarily at the behest of Representative Wu to deliberate on the feasibility of self-produced special steel materials. We acknowledge that this is a significant national project, and the factory's party committee has expressed its full support. Previously, Representative Wu had brought forth some materials for our examination. The documents outlined lofty goals, yet our technical department deemed them nearly unattainable. This is, Comrade Qin Guan, is it not? The meeting, unusually direct and devoid of superfluous verbiage, diverged from customary protocol, yet the attendees felt the atmosphere was somewhat frivolous and did not aspire to formality. Yes, it is I. You mentioned that your father was a metallurgical technician and possessed extensive foreign materials, which fostered your interest in such literature from a young age, correct? Indeed, that is accurate. And you are. I am the engineer responsible for technology at the steel factory. My surname is Ma. Qin Guan nodded. Director Ma, let us proceed to the matter at hand. However, Director Ma did not shift topics. May I inquire as to which university your father graduated from, at which steel factory he worked, and what research he conducted or papers he published? My father graduated from a technical secondary school and was previously an ordinary technician in steel, without any published papers. Director Ma's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Though he maintained a veneer of politeness as he remarked, Comrade Qin Guan, I understand your eagerness. Your spirit of urgency for the nation is commendable. However, our work is rooted in scientific technology, which necessitates adherence to objective scientific laws. Our nation has previously undertaken special steel projects, of which I was a member. Regrettably, we did not succeed. Despite national efforts, we did not achieve the desired results. His statements held validity. In foundational science and industry, progress cannot be rushed. Some outcomes cannot manifest purely from blueprints. They require time and practical maturation before they can be implemented. The future of aviation engines exemplifies this. Although we had prototypes, the aircraft still suffered from critical issues. Even when integrated, they underwent numerous incidents. The leading nation in this field faced similar challenges, with their engines also encountering widespread failures before achieving maturity and subsequent advancements. Thus, while the core technology may originate from others, our manufacturing based on their design is indeed advanced. Nevertheless, we have encountered every obstacle they faced, having traversed the same trials. It is within this context that aviation engines gradually matured. This is the essence of technological evolution. Director Ma's remarks were entirely accurate, aligning with the spirit of science. Then what accounts for the lack of success? The primary issue lies in the processes. We have reviewed most of the foreign technical data, and theoretically, it is feasible. Yet, in practical application, we still face significant discrepancies, primarily due to outdated processes. Without the relevant processes, no matter how eloquently you describe it, it cannot be realized. Comrade Qin Guan, your ability to articulate these concepts is commendable. However, matters of steelmaking should be addressed once you have completed your studies in the relevant disciplines. We are technologists, not theorists. Regardless of the source of your information, it must align with scientific principles. His tone bore a weighty seriousness, almost pedagogical in nature. Qin Guan found amusement in the discourse. After all, he was a luminary in the scientific community, while Director Ma's words amounted to mere platitudes. Those engaged in technology understand that blueprints hold little value. The crux lies in the production methods. One may possess the design for a rocket, but without adequate processes, production remains unattainable. Qin Guan listened patiently, refraining from interruption. Representative Wu, it is not that we lack enthusiasm. As you have heard, there is no possibility of producing such steel domestically. Therefore, despite our Shanghai steel factory being among the best in the country, we are unable to entertain such fanciful notions. Let us not squander time. At this moment, Lao Wu turned his gaze towards Qin Guan, who was ready to speak. Firstly, I do not indulge in conjecture. The technology one proposes is firmly grounded. Secondly, you have not focused on the technical discourse, but rather diverted attention with unrelated arguments. In conclusion, I must assert that science thrives on conjecture. Without conjecture, the essence of scientific inquiry is lost, and you have deviated from the principles of science. This time, Qin Guan unflinchingly highlighted that they entirely neglected to address the technical concerns. Their disposition was one of dismissal, implying that you are unworthy of participating in discussions of this nature. This is not a matter of technical discourse. Rather, it resembles the realm of debate. Instead of directly confronting the issues surrounding product technology, they chose to divert the conversation to unrelated matters, questioning the relevance of past difficulties to the present circumstances. Chapter 15. The Pretenders of Sleep. The factory director found himself at a loss once more. This young man, seemingly no more than 20, audaciously commanded authority during the expert meeting, deriding his elders for their lack of scientific understanding. What audacity was this? You conjure up fanciful ideas in your mind and expect us at the steel mill to realize them, regardless of their feasibility. Representative Wu, you see, this is not our desire. Theory and practice are two distinct realms. I, too, share your sentiments, Representative Wu. If we were to act solely based on conjecture, who would remain grounded in reality? Qin Guan was immediately branded with accusations, and old Wu perceived the injustice directed at him. Conjecture, by its very nature, lacks scientific merit. This is the instinct of a rational individual, and daydreams are undoubtedly impractical. Our venerable hero could comprehend such logic, as he had been educated in materialist philosophy. Yet at this moment, Qin Guan interjected, Director Ma, I speak of attitude, not of any specific matter. Is that so? What attitude do you believe we should adopt? I need not form an opinion, esteemed scientists. You must always be in pursuit of knowledge, mustn't you? I would indeed love to hear which esteemed scientist operates without a solid foundation, relying solely on conjecture for their scholarly pursuits. In truth, this era is also fraught with impracticality and superficiality, though it is often adorned with eloquent rhetoric. Terms like ostentation and dogma have even turned the concept of progress into a pejorative. Let us consider a well-known example. The heliocentric theory began as mere conjecture. Do you have any objections? Furthermore, the three outermost planets of the solar system are also based on existing conjectures awaiting validation. Today, we possess airplanes. This is science. But did not our ancestors once dream of soaring through the skies? Many narratives of scientific conjecture are found in our foundational texts. How do you respond to this, Director Ma? Director Ma found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter, for many of these tales are well known even to children. The logic is exceedingly simple, yet when we delve into profound disciplines, those studying quantum mechanics are invariably paving the way with conjecture. Moreover, the most fundamental truth is that an ordinary person must first conceive an idea before taking action. If you dare not even entertain a thought, how can you expect to accomplish anything? This proposal merely requires you to experiment. If you are unwilling to even attempt it, what future does this nation hold? Qin Guan elevated the discourse, making yet another salient point. Yet had he uttered such words a few years prior, it would have sparked considerable turmoil. Now, however, old Wu stood in his support. Well said. The long march is composed of each step taken. If you are unwilling to take even one step, the long march will never reach its destination. Nevertheless, these principles were still too grand, for the more profound the principle, the more abstract it becomes. Director Ma, not wishing to directly offend old Wu, directed his attention to Qin Guan. Comrade Qin, our industry currently faces real challenges, financial constraints, and a lack of technology. So many endeavors cannot be pursued merely on a whim. It would be ideal to catch up with foreign technologies, but that is unrealistic. Overthinking leads to grave mistakes. Have we not made such errors in the past? As a junior member, you may not grasp this, but our steel mill has learned to be pragmatic only after encountering such errors. This sophistry was indeed skillful. We had indeed made such exaggerative mistakes in the past. By bringing this up now, he was entirely justified, and no one could fault him for it. Precisely because the mistakes were so significant, they resonated with many. At this juncture, the factory director could no longer contain himself. Comrade Qin, it is not that we do not wish to cooperate, but our steel mill is a key national unit, and we cannot afford to delay our production tasks. Everyone is quite busy. Some matters must take a back seat. Please leave the blueprints here, and we shall find time to study them further. Should we reach any conclusions, we will inform you. How does that sound? These individuals were adept at evading accountability, being highly educated technocrats with a penchant for verbal intricacies. Merely deciphering their words reveals no errors, easily ensnaring one into a web of confusion. This was precisely the preventive measure Qin Guan had previously administered to old Wu. He knew these individuals were unwilling to engage in earnest discussion. Were they not merely pretenders of sleep? Observing their demeanor, old Wu was incensed. Enough. As a soldier and a rough man, I may lack technical expertise, and you may speak of me as you wish. However, today, we are here to discuss technology, yet not a single person has mentioned it thus far. All this sidestepping will not suffice here. If you declare something unfeasible, you must explicitly state why it is so. Project 051 is a national key initiative, And if it is delayed on your watch, you would not want that to be noted, would you? Old Wu still wielded considerable influence. As a military representative, he was not aligned with the factory. However, he could report upwards, while the steel mill might bully a high schooler. The military would not tolerate such nonsense. You also mentioned difficulties. We can certainly understand normal challenges. But is it truly impossible to at least attempt? Setting conditions? The development of 2 bombs and 1 satellite was far more arduous, yet hundreds of thousands of us advanced into the desert. Who set conditions then? Warships are crucial to national defense. If they are delayed, none can bear the responsibility. I am also aware that this project is not within your plans. But we are all state-owned enterprises. What are your true thoughts? In line with Old Wu's military disposition, he felt compelled to exercise initiative at this moment. Problems must be resolved promptly. One cannot wait or rely on others. Having come from the military, he held a disdain for the inertia displayed by allies in times of need. The factory director felt a surge of frustration. Old Wu thrived on grand narratives, which he perceived as impractical. For reality consisted of a succession of challenges. How could one possibly disregard such obstacles? Director Liu, please bring forth our production plan. Before long, a stack of folders was presented. Representative Wu, you may review these. Our mill is also a supporting manufacturer for Project 051. However, a warship requires more than one type of steel, and thus we have our production tasks. You yourself have stated that if there are delays, none can bear the responsibility. So we must prioritize fulfilling our production tasks. If the progress is hindered, who will assume accountability for our factory? If the warship is delayed, can the nation afford such a loss? You have also fought in battles. If we do not voice our challenges, who will be aware of them? If commanders are unaware of the difficulties faced below, can they still hope to win the battles they command? The factory director's eloquence was quite remarkable, as he directly countered Lao Wu in his own domain. However, Lao Wu soon realized that this was merely a display of contrariness, reminiscent of what Qin Guan had just mentioned about those feigning ignorance. Albeit the factory director presented his arguments with a facade of utmost seriousness and moral rectitude. Director, your assertions are misguided. This is fundamentally an issue of engineering. Such rhetoric may deceive Lao Wu, yet it would not sway Qin Guan, who is indeed an esteemed academician of the Engineering Academy. Chapter 16. The tenfold price. This is the choke point. What did you say? I said, this shipbuilding task is not solely your concern. Your material production is upstream of the shipyard. What you produce and how much you produce must comply with the shipbuilding plan. If the ship is not built well, all your production will be in vain. Qin Guan, as a leading engineering academician, understood that system integration is a crucial engineering focus. If the imported steel does not meet the requirements, the ship will fail to meet standards, halting construction. The entire shipbuilding plan will come to a standstill, rendering your production entirely useless. Steel mills produce according to demand. Whose demand? It is not the shipyard's demand. If the project cannot proceed, the more you produce, the greater the waste. Isn't this reasoning quite simple? The factory director scoffed. Don't come here singing high praises. I don't concern myself with other systems. As long as I deliver quality and quantity, the responsibility is not mine. You must handle your own affairs. I cannot fathom how imported steel can be deemed inferior to domestic steel, yet you still claim it is unfit. Whose responsibility is that? Certainly not ours at the steel mill. Whatever you need us to do, just send a directive from above, and we will act immediately. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan recalled that during this period, state-owned factories lacked a sense of responsibility. They essentially maintained the old-style communal dining approach, where the director's focus was to avoid accountability. Thus, there was no need for further discussion with him. In this era of planned economy, production levels do not reflect sales, but are dictated by the tasks assigned from above. The trouble lies in the fact that communication is not smooth, unlike the future information society. The higher-ups cannot grasp the needs of the lower levels with precision. Many plans are merely rough estimates and cannot be executed with accuracy. The mechanism lacks flexibility and initiative, and the director is unlikely to undertake any extraneous tasks. Qin Guan glanced at Lao Wu, who was equally anxious. Reporting such matters is not easily articulated. A proposal from a high school student, and you expect me to explain it again? The back and forth will significantly delay the delivery time. Will we even meet the deadline? Qin Guan understood that this first batch of destroyers was designed with the idea of long-range escort in mind. If the design requirements are not met, it will be troublesome and may even delay missile tests. Who will bear the responsibility for that? Moreover, at this critical juncture, We are on the cusp of an era of economic construction. The tasks that the military industry must complete need to be expedited, especially weapons at the strategic level. Soon, comprehensive testing prohibitions will be enforced, and we must keep pace. Entering economic construction means facing foreign sanctions. The nation's gates cannot simply be opened at will. A class of vessels requires design finalization, launching, and sea trials, particularly now when our experience is limited, which will entail a lengthy process. Future generations will certainly expedite this due to accumulated experience. Lao Wu remained silent. He could not address the factory director's concerns and glanced at Deputy Director Zhang beside him. It was time for him to speak. He nodded. Old leader, please do not rush. We will further research the technology. Director, this steel model is indeed our shortcoming, but there must be breakthroughs. Given the current opportunity, I believe we can pursue this. The director refrained from reprimanding the deputy director, wishing to avoid any internal discord in front of outsiders. And what does Section Chief Ma think? I do not see any opportunity here. Can we trust something produced by a high school student? Yet some seasoned technicians claim it is feasible. It seems plausible, but is it complete? Are the details in order? What if we encounter obstacles later on? Our factory's manpower and resources are dedicated to this. What will happen to our production tasks? Who will take responsibility? The same old argument holds. In this era, it is impeccable. Zhang Yi sighed. Now, it is the foreign steel that fails us, delaying the schedule. The factory director replied coolly. I do not wish for the shipyard schedule to be delayed either, but this is not our task. Everyone must perform their duties. Since the issue lies with the foreign steel, let them address it. At this moment, no, Director, we cannot allow foreign entities to monopolize high-end technology indefinitely. What other options do we have? Can we hasten the process? Foreign countries have already achieved manned moon landings and can build aircraft carriers. Can we? What good is shouting slogans if we do not solidly attend to our own affairs? In this era, everyone can espouse a few lofty ideals. Zhang Yi remarked this, and the director reciprocated, still feeling helpless. The negotiation had reached an impasse, one that none could break. Qin Guan pondered whether alternative solutions existed. Just then, a technician rushed in, casting a complex glance at the director. Is there an issue? Director, we have sourced the required alloy. Haha, splendid. Now we can complete the task on schedule without any problems. The director seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and addressed Lao Wu. Representative Wu, you can see that our steel mill also faces technical challenges, which have yet to be resolved. Our own tasks remain indefinitely postponed. Lao Wu remained silent, his expression stern as he sat aside. The director then inquired of the technician, which brother factory provided it. It is. The people from Han said they can supply it. Imported steel. Good. At least the quality is assured. He turned to Lao Wu. You see, even we are relying on imported steel. Everyone is striving to ensure task completion. Since the imported steel is reliable, why not use it? We cannot be too rigid in our approach. Director. What? Speak plainly. Do not hesitate. The price they request is more than 10 times our budget. What did you say? The director slammed the table, his eyes wide, as if he might devour the technician. They were tasked with producing a different type of steel, but after a lengthy technical struggle, they had not met the requirements. This led them to seek out options. And only Hans was willing to provide such an alloy at a prohibitive cost. Without this alloy, their steel would not meet the standards. Do you see? This is the choke point. Others can raise prices at will, and if they refuse, they refuse. Qin Guan shook his head. The director glanced at him and retorted, What do you know? Hurry up and bring the people in. Recalculate. If it is reasonable, agree to their price. What? That is far too expensive. The factory will incur losses. Is there any solution available domestically? Regardless, we are merely fulfilling our tasks here, submitting reports that ultimately fall under the jurisdiction of the 051 project, as the materials provided are for them. At this moment, the factory director remarked that foreign technology is indeed impressive. We must acknowledge this reality. Merely boasting and shouting slogans holds no value. Directly purchasing is our shortcut. If you do not take this path, accomplishing anything will be impossible. Chapter 17. The desolate second plant. The words spoken by the factory director were all too familiar to Qin Guan. Having worked in the realm of research and development, he had heard such sentiments repeatedly. After all, we have embarked on a journey from nothingness to greatness, and this pursuit often involves a relentless chase. While others bask in their achievements, it is easy for some to feel disheartened. The presence of many voices brings a cacophony of opinions. and one must remain resolute amidst the unsolicited remarks. The director summoned personnel for a meeting, and Zhang Yida, standing beside old Wu, offered an apology. Old chief, please give me a few more days. I will engage in some persuasive dialogue with the director, and I believe there will be a change. Time was of the essence. Waiting a few more days would likely yield no favorable response. Although old Wu lacked technical expertise, he possessed an astute ability to read people, and he sensed the director's unwavering stance. It seemed that reclaiming lost ground was no longer feasible. They would need to escalate matters to higher authorities. Qin Guan approached Zhang Yida with a question. Director Zhang, I recall that your establishment has a second steel plant, correct? The second steel plant? Zhang Yida replied. They are on the brink of dissolution. Their previous indulgence in steel production led to a complete waste of resources, and they have been idle for quite some time, with no tasks at hand. Workers are preparing to be reassigned to other departments. But they haven't disbanded yet. Perhaps we can reach out to them, suggested old Wu. That is true. If they are willing, we could preserve their operations. Zhang Yida shook his head. However, it is not so simple. Even if this special steel proves viable, they would still need to reallocate workers immediately due to insufficient demand. Only new projects require it, and relying solely on this would not suffice to sustain a steel plant. Who says there is only one type of special steel? Does your first plant not also require special alloys? But that is a different matter. Can you really have them produce it? We can certainly give it a try. It is not without its possibilities. It primarily depends on their willingness. Considering the pricing of special alloys, if they could produce it independently, even with lower output, its value would not be inferior to the total output of the first plant. The first plant operates on slim profits, merely earning a meager living through sheer volume. Yet, they must endure this slow accumulation. It is worth remembering that a decade from now, when we sold over 30 missiles, we directly surpassed all foreign exchange reserves. Soon, the market would open up. Without foreign exchange reserves, who would engage in trade with us? How did we accumulate our wealth? We began from the ground up, akin to the story of trading a number of shirts for an airplane. The younger generation of the future labels all efforts of this era as sweatshops, a term that has been misused. They know not that each era has its own mission. What can our country produce now? Do they truly have the audacity to mock sweatshops? They should reflect on past sacrifices made to defend the nation. As the nation flourished, subsequent generations began to decay. This is a historical pattern consistent across all dynasties. Fortunately, foreign nations are in an even worse state. The younger generation yearns to be pampered, indulging in a life of ease, while foreigners have already attained that status. Without further ado, old Wu directed Zhang Yida to lead him to the second steel plant. The appearance of the second steel plant stood in stark contrast to the first. It was largely dormant. The promised worker reassignments had yet to materialize, as even in times of inactivity, the state continued to support workers, providing them with an ironclad job security. It seemed they had not yet decided where to reassign the workers, though there was a general shortage of manpower everywhere. It was talent that was truly scarce. At present, the second plant was so desolate that spotting a single worker was a rarity, with only the sound of barking dogs breaking the silence. Haven't they all left? Not really. They are likely just staying at home. Let's go find the factory director. Zhang Yida led his group directly to the dormitory area, where a figure emerged from the guardhouse. This individual, though not particularly old, perhaps in his 50s, carried a slouched posture and an air of lethargy. Oh, why has Director Zhang come here? Director Yin. Zhang Yida introduced old Wu, saying, Chief, this is Director Yin of the second plant. Not a director anymore. Yin shook his head. This plant is on the verge of closure, and there is no longer a need for my directorship. By the way, old Yin, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? There is this material, special steel. I'd like to see if you can produce it. Without even glancing, Yin replied, Your first plant has more capability than we do. Why come to us for this? Zhang Yida shook his head. In truth, the first plant cannot either. It mainly relies on this comrade Qin Guan's proposal. He gestured towards Qin Guan, who caught Yin's gaze, but Yin said nothing further. At that moment, another figure emerged, inquiring, Who is it? Yin, why are you not going inside? Oh, Director Zhang has arrived? The newcomer was an old technician named Yu. Old Yu, why do you reek of alcohol? Have you been drinking inside? What else is there to do? You have finished your work. We at the second plant are simply idle. Actually, here is a blueprint. Would you care to take a look? What is it? Old Yu casually accepted the blueprint, glancing at it, his squinting eyes widening slightly. Interesting. Is this a new project from your first plant? Zhang Ito explained, "Not quite. We want you to attempt its production. Why should we take on a task that your first plant is not willing to do?" Old Yu, being senior, addressed Zhang Ito informally, calling him by his nickname. Director Yin shook his head, saying, "What are we supposed to produce? Look around. How many people can we even muster at the second plant?" Old Wu surveyed the surroundings and noted that the workshops appeared abandoned. Factories that are actively producing exhibit vibrant energy, while their establishment felt lifeless. Where have all the workers gone? Old Wu could not help but ask. The state has learned its lessons. It is now prioritizing quality, so sheer volume is no longer the goal. Steel production has outstripped demand. And with the current lack of large-scale infrastructure projects, there is no need for all these plants to operate simultaneously. People are likely wandering about or simply staying home. So, they cannot work? What kind of talk is that? Do you think our second plant workers are incapable? Yin defended his staff. He then glanced at the blueprint again, saying, "Even if we were to produce this, it would be of little significance. Your first plant could handle this output easily." Qin Guan interjected with a smile. "Do not underestimate this output. It would be more than sufficient to sustain 10 such plants like yours." Yin and Yu, still reeking of alcohol, stared incredulously at Qin Guan. "Young man, what do you mean by that?" Just moments ago, Yichang resolved to procure Hans's alloy at a price tenfold their budget. Consider, if you will, the typical profit margins. Should your factory specialize in the production of specialty steel, then in the future, none could supplant your position. At this juncture, Lao Yu and Lao Yin were rendered speechless. While they lacked the vigor of Yichang, they too yearned for dignity. Chapter 18. Treating a dead horse as if it were a live life must possess value. At this juncture, we have yet to enter an era characterized by economic development and commodification. However, these two individuals are evidently reluctant to accept their fate. They lie idle, relying on the state for sustenance, yet their mindset does not reflect that of the new generation. If the youth from future generations were to traverse back to this time, they would undoubtedly perceive these individuals as afflicted. Factory 1 presents one reality, while Factory 2 embodies another. What does a tenfold price signify? This era does not concern itself with profit margins, yet even in the age of economic construction, a price doubling would already be deemed excessive profit. How can one even contemplate a tenfold increase? Consider that in future times, legitimate earnings yield merely a profit of a mere 10%. Such a tenfold profit would single-handedly sustain an entire factory. What is truly transpiring? Director Yin inquired, now merely a nominal figurehead, for without production, what use is a factory director? Our shipyard project requires specialized steel, yet all compliant materials must be imported. Factory 1 is responsible for a different type of steel, which also necessitates imported alloys. If market pricing were to be established, they would find themselves in dire straits. Qin Guan's words were incomprehensible to them, yet they grasped the underlying sentiment. This is not a market economy. Losses incurred are losses for the state, bearing no consequence for them. This generation has begun to adopt such a perspective. Those who founded the nation have long since stepped down from the front lines, as if the entire working class has lost its vigor. Without change, this generation is destined to languish. In the absence of a market economy, the notion of profit and loss becomes irrelevant. Fulfilling production tasks is all that matters. "Let me see that again," Old Yu interjected, extending his hand for the blueprints, studying them with great attention. It appeared as though he had regained some clarity, and he declared, "You all wait here. I shall take this inside for others to examine." With that, he entered the building, leaving Qin Guan to ask Old Yin, Director Yin, "Does this engineer you comprehend the material?" "What do you mean?" "Engineer you possesses remarkable skills. It's merely that you fail to recognize his worth. He has studied in the Soviet Union and is, therefore, a legitimate disciple of theirs. During the aid of Project 156, we were closely integrated, but regrettably, the Soviets eventually looked down upon us, and their experts departed. We are still repaying our debts." Old Yin sighed, not out of a desire to owe them, but because we have much to learn. Qin Guan understood that the Soviet assistance projects came at a cost, not as gifts. Back then, our nation tightened its belt and managed to repay those debts, enduring hunger while workers risked their lives to mine in order to clear our obligations. What other nation could achieve such a feat? One must not judge this era through the lens of future prosperity. In truth, it was a time devoid of wealth. Those 100-plus aid projects were indeed burdensome, and many are unaware of the sacrifices made to repay these debts, some even trading their lives for it. In future times, such a debt trap could spell disaster for a nation. The lighthouse also provided aid, yet with conditions attached, ensnaring smaller nations and allowing for exploitation. The Soviets were no different. The rift arose precisely because we refused to acquiesce to their terms. Unlike other nations, we have settled our debts. Surviving through such adversity is commendable. Yet it has left us with many former Soviet students, like old you. Despite the lives lost in repaying debts, we harbor no animosity towards the Soviets. Our divergence stems solely from differing paths. Does this not exemplify our kindness and resilience? To regard those Soviet projects as mere gifts is an affront to the lives sacrificed by our predecessors, including miners who perished from pneumoconiosis, bound to suffer for life and unlikely to reach old age. Agricultural products were also meticulously selected and shipped to settle debts. We scarcely had enough to eat. Nonetheless, it is imperative to acknowledge that we indeed require this industrial foundation. Therefore, these are not gifts from anyone. They are the fruits of our forebears' labor. Before long, Old Yu emerged again, accompanied by several individuals who also bore the scent of alcohol. These individuals appeared to be seasoned technicians. Upon seeing Qin Guan, Old Yu remarked, "Is this your writing?" "Indeed." Qin Guan replied, "These technical specifications surpass our domestic capabilities. Shipplate steel has specific mechanical performance requirements, including corrosion resistance, salt spray resistance, and excellent low-temperature toughness, as well as superior weldability." The others nodded in agreement. Such standards had not been imparted to them by the Soviets. Old Yu reflected, "When I studied there, I did not engage with the specifics. Now, witnessing this, are these technical indicators genuine? Can we achieve them? If we truly break through, we will fill a significant gap in our capabilities. Is it truly that promising? Do you believe this process is feasible?" Observing Qin Guan's youth, they felt a pang of doubt. He appeared unreliable. Qin Guan reiterated, "I have made a solemn pledge. What do you say?" Whether or not to proceed rests solely with them. Words are futile in this matter. Qin Guan merely sought their attitude to prevent a repeat of the situation in Factory 1. "Let us proceed, Old Yin, given our factory's circumstances." "You speak wisely. Let us treat this dead horse as if it were alive." Qin Guan surveyed the environment, sensing that Old Wu regarded their conditions with skepticism. "Director Yin, it is not that I doubt your capabilities, but it seems your factory is rather understaffed. Are you underestimating Factory 2? Old Yan's demeanor shifted dramatically. "With my presence, we can swiftly assemble a team. We can immediately refine a batch for testing. Our factory experts are present. Look, they are merely enjoying drinks. So, they are all drinking in the security office? However, this era is indeed lenient. Production regulations are relatively relaxed, and even traffic rules are not stringent. Many individuals drive while intoxicated, and such behavior is not uncommon in this period. Even decades later, similar occurrences persist, all for the sake of economic progress. Qin Guan has witnessed individuals driving while simultaneously vomiting. These decades will be a time of fervor, heralding the commencement of one of the most monumental industrialization processes in human history." After finishing his words, Old Yin departed, carrying a basin with him. He arrived at the dormitory area, striking a wash basin while calling out, "Is there anyone who can still breathe? Come out. We need to assemble a temporary team." Could he possibly gather enough people this way? "Don't you have a broadcasting room?" "We don't need a broadcasting room. Most people are not in the factory, but it is still feasible to gather enough to commence work, as the broadcasting room is unoccupied." When Lao Yu expressed this, he did so with an air of indifference. The first factory and the second factory presented entirely different scenes. The first factory was bustling with activity, yet the spirits of the workers were weary. Conversely, it appeared that there were very few people in the second factory, yet some peculiar notions were beginning to take root in their hearts. In truth, it was unnecessary to summon the entire factory. A full assembly would yield the chaotic scene of a three-shift system. Presently, we only require testing on the materials related to Qin Guan, and the presence of these seasoned experts suffices. Lao Yin called out, and several young men soon appeared, hurriedly donning their safety helmets. "What? Is there work to be done? Hurry up. I'm about to develop sores from lying around. Finally, there is work to do." These individuals were very familiar to Qin Guan. Of course, it was familiarity that would only blossom in the next era. In that forthcoming age, such individuals would be more numerous, especially within the military industry. Chapter 19. Arrangements. All can be arranged in an era marked by the rising tides of economic prosperity. The land of Xinzhou pulsates with vitality. However, the military-industrial sector, as perceived by Qin Guan, stands in stark contrast. it has faced significant setbacks, with numerous projects halted and a multitude of positions dismantled, leading to the first wave of layoffs among military personnel. Factories and machinery have languished in idleness for nearly a decade. Yet, as the nation once again prioritizes military production, these individuals return to their posts. This heralds a new economic epoch, the second decade, during which the international landscape undergoes profound transformations. Economic advancement necessitates safeguarding measures, and military enterprises begin to regain their vigor. Tragically, some have perished on the production lines, and it is precisely those who have knelt in dedication that accentuate the greatness of these individuals. Qin Guan collected his thoughts, pondering the inevitability of such events and contemplating his own course of action. Uncle Wu, it seems there are no issues remaining. May I return now? No, you cannot leave just yet. The entire process is laid out before us. I have documented it comprehensively, and as of now, Hongmei remains unaware of my whereabouts. There is no urgency on her end. I will dispatch someone to inform her. You must oversee the entire testing process. Is it customary to conscript individuals in this manner? Does old Wu believe himself to be the principal? Qin Guan clarified, Uncle Wu, old Yu and the others possess foundational knowledge. They can comprehend the situation. Moreover, I have my own affairs to attend to. I cannot linger here indefinitely. Hongmei needs to study as well. I must guide her, or how will she prepare for university? In this life, Hongmei is the key. Old Wu had taken it upon himself to whisk Qin Guan away, treating him as if he were one of his subordinates. Even if he shares a close bond with old Li, or is even a relative, such treatment is unwarranted. However, it seemed old Wu had caught wind of something significant. What? University? Oh, at this time, the college entrance examination has not yet resumed, so the notion of attending university is still far-fetched. To gain admission into a legitimate university, one must first attend a university for workers, farmers, and soldiers. Qin Guan deftly deflected the topic. Indeed, Hongmei is exceptionally bright. Attending university would be beneficial, enabling her to contribute to the four modernizations. Old Wu did not dwell on this, as he was not part of the educational sector and was unaware of the intricacies surrounding university admissions. Rest assured, as long as you can complete this project, I will ensure your path to university. Uncle Wu, is this not a form of favoritism? Can you truly facilitate such a thing? As long as you possess the aptitude, failing to assist you would be a disservice to the nation. He had the capability, and since Qin Guan had directly participated in such projects, it also served as a safeguard for him. Indeed, during this time, the pathways to university were not so rigid. Given that old Wu was in charge of such a pivotal project, he undoubtedly had the authority for special exceptions. When Qin Guan truly helped him resolve this issue, he would also earn the right to such privileges. But would the entrance examination still hold merit? The examination has its advantages, yet it requires special considerations. Since it was uncertain whether Qin Guan and Hongmei could attend the same institution, and given that Qin Guan had no pressing need for a university degree, his primary motivation was Hongmei. He believed that his time would be better spent contributing rather than pursuing an education. However, if he could accompany Hongmei, it would not be a waste of time. Can you arrange for both Hongmei and me to attend the same university? What? Hongmei also wishes to pursue higher education. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient. Uncle Wu, you wouldn't let me go alone, would you? That day, you nearly apprehended me. It would be much better for Hongmei to accompany me to university. Well, I will inquire about this. Old Wu had only just begun to contemplate this matter. Qin Guan was correct. Arrangements must be made. If Qin Guan successfully assists him, it would indeed be a waste for such talent not to pursue higher education. There would be a myriad of future projects requiring skilled individuals. They did not lack labor, but were in dire need of expertise and talent. An import of steel had caused considerable distress, and old Wu held a deep disdain for such predicaments. While it would be advantageous to procure advanced materials and technology from abroad, such resources would not be readily accessible. If a technology blockade is imposed, one must pay tenfold the price. Should one continue to endure such losses? He was resolute that Qin Guan must attend university. Isolated in that remote valley, he could not realize his true potential. Yet, if Qin Guan departed, it would indeed complicate matters with Hongmei. A solution must be found. Attending university together would be ideal, and old Wu resolved to facilitate this matter for Qin Guan. If they could not attend the same institution, he would strive to ensure that Hongmei remained close to Qin Guan. This was his duty. Very well. I will send someone to communicate with your family, and you shall continue working on the blueprints here at the factory. Is there anything else? What about the alloy from the first factory? Can you manage that? Very well. I shall see what I can do. Qin Guan certainly knew how to approach the task. However, he wondered whether this approach might be somewhat audacious. Yet, the second factory wasted no time, displaying an eagerness to proceed without concern for the origins of Qin Guan's technical knowledge. They had not even inquired, nor did it matter. Could they not assess the feasibility themselves? What use was it for Qin Guan to explain further? In Old Wu's mind, he harbored an idea. It would be preferable for the second factory to handle all special steel projects in the future. They executed their work efficiently, without unnecessary complications. And this would undoubtedly benefit the second factory. Why was this advantageous? One only needed to look at the exorbitant prices demanded by Hans to understand. Moreover, the imported steel from Japan was sold at such a premium, yet was substandard. This was sheer exploitation. Old Wu was determined not to endure such indignities any longer. He must acquire the technology independently. In the future, he could not rely on purchasing finished products, even if they were costly. He would need to procure the technology directly. But the challenge lay in the fact that Western technology was designed to hinder progress. Their workforce was no longer willing to toil. They wished to occupy high positions and exploit others. What if their prices were exorbitant? It was not possible to find alternatives. One must procure from them. In truth, Old Wu understood how to nurture intellectuals. Since the founding of the nation, the military had been alongside esteemed intellectuals, exemplified by the development of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. The military serves as a safeguard for intellectuals, ensuring their utmost care. Now, Qin Guan was that precious asset, and Old Wu would find ways to meet his needs. Despite feeling that Qin Guan was somewhat cunning and having an unfavorable impression of him, Old Wu prioritized the nation's benefit above all else. Upon reflection, a clarity of thought emerges. What compels Qin Guan to flee? Is it the lack of beauty in his spouse? Certainly not. It is his inability to endure the rustic life. Now that the issue has been resolved, Lao Wu also wishes for him not to squander his days in the countryside. If one possesses talent, one must seek a stage upon which to showcase it. Lao Wu promptly instructed Director Yin to arrange a suitable place for Qin Guan. Director Yin, without hesitation, treated Qin Guan with the same respect he would afford to the chief engineer of his own factory. Nevertheless, Qin Guan still lacks a formal identity. Might it be that the factory director could assist in this regard? Chapter 20. The War of Inadequate Preparation. That evening, Lao Wu personally ventured into the countryside to visit Lao Li's family. Lao Wu, what do you mean by that? Is my son-in-law not coming back? No, for the time being, he remains at the factory. I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. So, those blueprints are indeed valuable? Lao Li felt a surge of happiness, for although Qin Guan had previously been a layabout, he had finally found a purpose. He had also helped his old comrades significantly, which brought him joy. Despite having been exasperated with Qin Guan's past behavior, Lao Li had concealed his feelings. Deep down, he felt discomfort at the thought of his daughter being wronged. Now, it seemed, that young man was unexpectedly talented. Really, how did I not notice my brother-in-law had such capabilities? He used to be so aimless, even less than a second-rate fellow. Lauer was puzzled. He truly had not perceived that. Be quiet, and learn to speak properly. Lao Li reprimanded his son. Regardless of the situation, Qin Guan was still his son-in-law, and given the current circumstances, it was indeed a positive development. Thus, certain words could not be uttered. After all, they were still family, and harboring animosity would be unwise. People are capable of change, Lao Li mused. Look at how many individuals in our revolutionary ranks have transformed. Indeed, the younger generation does not understand. Many once wicked individuals have been reformed. As the 2 old comrades found common ground, they reminisced about their glorious past. However, Lao Wu's perspective was evidently broader. Their previous struggles with mere grains of millet and rifles were no longer sufficient. Uncle Wu, why does Qin Guan still have his clothes back home? At this moment, Hong Mei grew anxious. She had remained silent until she realized the topic had digressed. Oh, I was overly hasty and overlooked that detail. But fret not, he will not catch a chill. But, he has no proper clothes to wear. Others will mock me for that. Indeed, recalling the people from Factory 1 still irked Lao Wu, but the situation was far better at Factory 2, where no one seemed to care about Qin Guan's attire or questioned how he acquired such skills. They simply prioritized getting the job done. Perhaps it was also due to the lack of work at Factory 2, leaving them with idle time. When one truly embraces a life of ease, they often discover that such a lifestyle is not what they genuinely desire. The essence of life lies in self-validation. The inclination to seek ease is merely a manifestation of apprehension. Very well, Hongmei, why don't you prepare and go to the factory to keep him company? Should I go too? That seems inappropriate, as we still have Dodo at home. Hongmei felt a twinge of embarrassment. In this era, entering the factory was a prestigious affair, and securing a job there was envied by many, a concept entirely different from future times, where having a factory job was a mark of admiration. Of course, this was partly because such jobs were deemed stable and secure. Moreover, entering the factory meant one was part of the working class, a position of immense honor. The older brother beside her urged, "What is there to hesitate about? Let Dodo stay with your sister-in-law. Hurry back and get ready. This is a rare opportunity. This is about joining the factory. The working class is the most advanced class, the leading class. In these times, having someone in the factory means daily boasting." Thus, Lao Li's heart swelled with joy. His previously troublesome son-in-law had finally accomplished something commendable. At that moment in Factory 2, Director Yin had allocated an entire room for Qin Guan's use as a documentation space. He even instructed staff to attend to him, ensuring meals were delivered at mealtimes and supper was provided in the evening. Such care was not unfamiliar to Qin Guan. He had often experienced it in his former life, where he had enjoyed an even greater reputation. He began working with specialized alloys, a task quite similar to previous endeavors. It was merely a matter of technique. Qin Guan was not in a hurry, as his thoughts wandered to Hongmei. Should he remind Lao Wu to bring her here? Recalling Lao Wu, Qin Guan had encountered the quintessential military persona on numerous occasions. As long as the spirit of the army persisted, the atmosphere remained consistent, something Qin Guan had witnessed repeatedly. The current international climate was troubling. Not only was the economy in disarray, but military tensions also seemed poised to escalate. In a couple of years, the Southern Front would likely stir. Qin Guan remembered that they had suffered some losses in the south. The primary loss stemmed from a lack of preparation, encompassing both soldiers and logistics. Insufficient readiness had failed to account for the unique challenges posed by mountainous and jungle warfare. One general had succinctly summarized that their training was no longer suitable for such combat. Their equipment had become outdated. During this era, the military emphasized precision, thus the 5.6 rifle was predominant, with everyone practicing long-range shooting. However, the battles awaiting them would not adhere to such standards. Once the enemy appeared, they would be in close proximity. At such ranges, the 5.6 rifle was inadequate. Longer firearms could not react swiftly enough. Engagement distances would often be a mere few dozen meters, where rapid fire would undoubtedly favor assault rifles. Consequently, their soldiers suffered greatly. In reality, the consequences were far from trivial, representing the loss of lives. As a military scientist, this reflected a dereliction of duty. Although Qin Guan could not rectify the soldiers' combat experience, he could at least alert them to equipment issues. The 5.6 rifle was too long for jungle warfare. Previously, the 6.3 model had also proven ineffective due to its length. In close-quarters combat within 100 meters, traditional rifles reacted too slowly. It was evident that the 9.5 model was best suited for close encounters, though its caliber remained under debate. The 9.5 could be easily wielded with one hand, making it the quickest reacting rifle in their arsenal. In fact, the 5.6 model was not obsolete. It was merely difficult to control in rapid fire, with significant muzzle rise. Should they commence the development of a new firearm now, aimed at minimizing the soldiers' losses? Although Qin Guan had not previously been responsible for firearm developments, he was certainly familiar with structural principles. However, knowing the principles alone was insufficient. Every improvement had been distilled from the experiences of countless soldiers over many years. If Qin Guan were to directly produce a new design, it could prevent further costly lessons. Yet, what would Lao Wu think if he suddenly presented him with a blueprint for a new rifle? Qin Guan's pen danced as he reminisced about the timeline of those years. In 3 years' time, after the war had commenced, the order for the development of the 8.1 rifle would be issued. By then, the large-scale combat would have concluded, and the losses endured would be irreversible. The crux of the Ba-yi lies in overcoming the limitations of the Wu Lu Chang's rapid-fire capabilities, which affords a significant advantage on the battlefield. The Wu Lu Chang refers to the A model, not a mere imitation, but rather a production sanctioned from original blueprints. However, it is now evident that the Wu Lu Chang has become outdated, as the military is inexplicably outfitted with a large number of semi-automatics. The 1-meter-long stick, complete with a bayonet, raises grave concerns about the potential loss of life in the jungles. Presenting the blueprints for Ba Yi now seems most opportune, as we have produced a vast quantity of ammunition in this caliber. Chapter 21. He is going to university that evening. Lao Wu brought Hongmei along. Upon their arrival at the Ergang factory, Hongmei was utterly astonished, for Lao Wu had unexpectedly summoned the military to enforce martial law here. Guards were stationed every few steps, and checkpoints were set up at every intersection. Uncle Wu, what is this all about? Do not be anxious. It's merely that what is happening here is of significant importance. Lao Wu may not have understood the technical aspects, but he was astute enough to recognize the value of the situation. We must procure the special steel technology from Zairihua, and we cannot bypass Hans's alloys either. They are demanding a hefty price, but what is at stake is the technological barrier. Without these acquisitions, we cannot manufacture large naval vessels. And what was Qin Guan up to? His mission was to dismantle such obstructions. Given the immense value of this technology, which directly influenced the nation's ability to construct formidable warships, he could not afford to be negligent as a military representative. He promptly reported to his superiors, who dispatched troops without hesitation. Hongmei even noticed machine guns being set up at the entrance of the factory. As they drove in, factory director Yin approached, questioning, "Is this really necessary, Chief? It's of no consequence to you. It won't affect your factory. As you aren't operating at the moment, are you? But we have a large number of workers outside. How will they return? Identify each person and categorize them. From now on, no one is permitted to enter or exit the Ergang factory without proper clearance. If you are dissatisfied, I will allow them to leave once the testing is complete, but you will no longer be able to produce this type of special steel." Lao Wu had outmaneuvered Director Yin. Halting the production of these steel materials meant that operations at this factory would remain suspended. Director Yan's position would become insignificant, and he could not allow that. He had to take on this responsibility. Moreover, Qin Guan was not only designing one type of steel, but also other alloys with specific requirements. Should the Ergang factory become the production base for special steel, this could be Yan's chance for redemption. All these materials possessed immense worth. The value generated in a single day at this factory surpassed what the first factory could produce in an entire year. Hans was demanding 10 times the price, and astonishingly, the first factory begrudgingly accepted. Yin had only learned of this through diligent inquiries. If this alloy were to be produced at the Ergang factory, the first factory would have to reconsider their arrogance. They were only fit to produce low-end, worthless goods. Very well. I shall work on the mindset of the workers. Yin quickly capitulated. This was his strength. He was perceptive. This is Qin Guan's partner. Oh, so she is the beloved of Chief Engineer Qin. In that case, we will immediately arrange accommodation for her. When did Qin become the chief engineer? Lao Wu wondered. Qin Guan was brought in by him, and his entry did not require Yan's approval. Moreover, possessing critical technological knowledge, once established, Qin Guan's value would become immeasurable. Could a small steel factory dictate such matters? It was evident that Yin was acting on his own accord. Did Qin Guan agree to this himself? Representative Wu, for this testing, we have numerous new processes. We cannot proceed without him at the helm. In this project, he must be our chief engineer, for his authority lends weight to the task at hand. Lao Wu may not have grasped the technicalities, but he could discern from the director's reactions the feasibility of those blueprints. Clearly, the skilled technicians at the Ergang factory felt optimistic and believed in the possibility of success. Meanwhile, the first factory paid no attention, accustomed to excessive praise and lacking any competitive mechanism. In these times, competition was scarcely present. Job assignments guaranteed a steady income regardless of performance. Let me tell you, Director Yin, Qin Guan is my associate. He cannot remain with you as he has university to attend. Perfect. Our factory has the qualifications, does it not? Indeed, the Ergang factory did possess such credentials. Though not as prosperous as the first factory, status was all that mattered in these times. As for profitability, there was little distinction for ordinary workers. They all earned the same wage, even if the Ergang employees were currently unproductive. We do not require your assistance. No, military representative. You may not be aware, but we have a specialized university for training in metallurgical technology, quite different from your military institutions, which are unfamiliar with the pathways of metallurgical academia. Lao Wu found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Qin Guan's expertise lay within this very system. Regardless, the decision was not theirs to make. They would discuss it once the project was completed. Lao Wu led Hongmei to find Qin Guan, with Director Yin guiding the way to the data room. Upon entering, They found Qin Guan explaining blueprints to a group of technicians. This process is quite comprehensible. You can proceed with confidence. I know you are all capable. Yes, it differs from your current procedures, but a temporary adjustment for smelting a batch is feasible. Once we commence production, we can alter the overall process, which is an entirely different matter. Currently, we do not require much. Just enough for testing purposes. Yes, this area requires hot rolling. The technicians were gathered around, attentively absorbing Qin Guan's explanations. Hongmei was spellbound. This was her first encounter with such a side of Qin Guan, and it felt as if he truly belonged there. Qin Guan appeared remarkably youthful, easily underestimated by others. Yet in the Ergang factory, once given the opportunity to speak, he eclipsed his youthful appearance. Embodying the essence of an experienced scholar, he could even anticipate the challenges they would face and the uncertainties they would encounter. As a former luminary in the scientific community, such a display was to be expected. However, others were unaware of the truth. Qin Guan's background was not difficult to ascertain. He was merely a high school student. Yet, this seemed clearly belied his status. Lao Wu, though lacking technical knowledge, sensed something amiss in Qin Guan's assertions. Qin Guan claimed that this technology stemmed from his father's writings, yet that could not be the case. Given Qin Guan's current performance, it was unlikely that any technician could impart such knowledge. Even if these blueprints were sourced from abroad, mastering them would require time. Yet Qin Guan seemed to grasp them effortlessly. Such technology did not exist domestically, so how could any technician be familiar with it? It appeared that Qin Guan was reluctant to disclose the true origin of his knowledge and had merely concocted an excuse. Lao Wu considered that if he was unwilling to divulge, then he should remain silent. He was a veteran hero, not a rigid individual. After all, was this not advantageous for the nation? As long as it benefited the country, there was no cause for objection. The military had already fallen far behind. Qin Guan observed their arrival with an air of composure and addressed the assembly. This is all there is to it. I have meticulously outlined the craftsmanship steps for you. Begin your work without fear of failure. Should any step prove inconsistent, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. He resembled not a mere high school student, nor even a college undergraduate. In their presence, Qin Guan exuded the authority of a teacher. Unbeknownst to them, in a previous life, many scientists were his pupils, a testament to his profound knowledge. Chapter 22, Can Our Army Still Fight? In the countryside, everyone believed that the brigade secretary had suffered a great loss by allowing his daughter to marry a good-for-nothing. Perhaps only Hongmei held a different opinion. Today, her perspective was validated. Previously, Qin Guan truly seemed inept, even more so than an ne'er-do-well, for at least a ne'er-do-well would be compelled to work, whereas he languished in idleness day after day. Hongmei now realized that this was merely an unsuitable environment for Qin Guan. No wonder he was so intent on being here. This was where her man could truly shine. However, should she delve deeper into understanding him, she would come to recognize that this place was not entirely fitting either. Did Uncle Wu bring you here? Qin Guan reached out to Hongmei first, conversing with her before extending his gratitude to old Wu. Thank you, Uncle Wu. But I really cannot go back. The blueprints have been clearly outlined, and there is no necessity for me to stay here. Before old Wu could respond, Factory Director Yin interjected, Xiao Qin, rest assured and stay here. Should you require anything, just inform the factory. We will do our utmost to accommodate your needs, including your college education. Oh, the second factory has also taken a keen interest in this. Qin Guan smiled at Director Yin. Choosing not to elaborate further, old Wu waved his hand dismissively. These are my people. If you have nothing pressing, do not interfere. I am merely borrowing your factory's space temporarily. Very well, but do not hesitate to voice any requests. Director Yin replied with a wink, then addressed Hongmei. Xiao Li, as the beloved of Chief Engineer Qin, I have summoned the Women's Director to assist you. Given the late hour, shall we have her arrange things for you? By the time old Wu brought the person over, it was already quite late, making it impossible to return. Old Yin was indeed formidable. As the veteran director of the second factory, he possessed skills beyond mere technical expertise. Hongmei glanced at Qin Guan, who nodded affirmatively. All right, you go take a look. Have you eaten? I had a meal before coming, she replied. It matters not. The factory cafeteria can prepare something. Director Yin interjected at the opportune moment. I will have them prepare a meal shortly. It will not be a problem. Is this not too much trouble? Not at all. You need not worry. Thus, Hongmei accompanied the individual to inspect their living quarters. In truth, it would indeed be troublesome. The second factory had no current tasks, and the cafeteria could not operate so late. Preparing a late-night meal would require old Yin to call in people, yet he would surely be willing to do so. This was because the blueprints had sparked the interest of several senior technicians. If successful, it would represent a significant opportunity for the second factory. In this era devoid of competitive awareness, it was precisely the lack of work that allowed them the luxury of time. In a few years, the situation would likely be entirely different. In the materials room, only Old Wu and Qin Guan remained. Old Wu, ever straightforward, declared, "You focus on your designs here and develop that alloy. The first factory has promised to pay 10 times the price, but ultimately, it will be our project that bears the cost." Old Wu was troubled by this. While deadlines were indeed crucial, national resources were limited. The amount spent on steel would escalate the overall project costs uncontrollably. If the first factory committed to that price, it would ultimately be the state footing the bill. Should the project come to fruition at such a high cost, the overall budget would inevitably shrink. The nation could not afford waste. This was a mantra that had persisted into the late century. Even in contemporary times, frugality was instilled in the youth, a consequence of having experienced poverty. Old Wu had been preoccupied with this matter since he first heard of it at the first factory. If Hans were to profit from this, he would complete the project, yet his heart would remain unsettled. "Uncle Wu, rest assured that alloy is actually quite simple. I can draw it at home." "No, do it here. They have the materials you can reference whenever needed." "All right then." Qin Guan nodded. Old Wu glanced at the blueprints on the table, eager to see if Qin Guan had already begun. Instead, he encountered a peculiar drawing. While he was not versed in steel production, he could comprehend this particular design. It was a firearm, an automatic rifle. "Xiao Qin, what is this?" "Oh, that was merely a casual sketch. It resembles something from the 50s or 60s, but not quite. I have shot at a range in the army. Yet I have never seen this design before." Indeed, he had not seen it. It would take another 2 years before a task for development would be assigned. However, it was already too late. The army would incur significant losses for missing out on the large-scale battles in the south. Qin Guan was also grappling with this issue. The Type 81 rifle suited the current manufacturing processes, but should he take action? Yes. This is a concept for a rifle I envision, more suitable for contemporary warfare than what the army currently possesses. Oh, now you have piqued Old Wu's skepticism. While he may not understand other technologies, he certainly comprehends warfare. Surely Qin Guan would not be ignorant of combat? Old Wu was a battle hero, unlike Li Jianjun, who had transitioned to civilian life. He had remained in the army and was well acquainted with the current state of military equipment. How could a young man possess such knowledge? It is commendable for youth to have aspirations. Could you share your thoughts with me? Qin Guan contemplated whether Old Wu's suggestions would hold any weight with the higher-ups. Indicating for Old Wu to take a seat, he pondered where to commence. "I have heard that the army has been discussing small-caliber firearms since 1971, correct? How do you know this?" "You have indeed asked the right person. Not everyone in the army is privy to this information, but given Old Wu's role as a military representative, he is inclined towards military industry matters. Thus, he is aware that discussions on small-caliber rifles are indeed underway. Rifles are fundamentally designed around ammunition. Without bullets, they are of little consequence. Hence, the new generation of rifles must first develop the ammunition, followed by designing the rifle around the new cartridges. Many are unaware of this. Light weapons are primarily determined by the ammunition they utilize. The reason for the ongoing discussions is tied to the fact that the Lighthouse Nation had engaged in conflict in the South, and during that time, we provided assistance, which has led to their current disposition towards us. The Lighthouse Nation employed small-caliber rifles during that period. This represents a trend in military transformation that must be monitored closely, for the rifle is the very soul of the soldier. However, it is unlikely that conclusive results will emerge in the short term. At least, that particular conflict will not yield timely outcomes. I recall hearing about it from someone when I was young. They had family involved in it, I believe. Yet there are still no conclusive results. I am aware, Uncle Wu. Do you think the current army is preparing for combat training? What do you mean? Lao Wu's expression hardened. For was this a challenge to the military? His displeasure was palpable upon hearing such words. Our ranks are formidable, having been tempered through numerous trials of warfare. Moreover, at no time shall our training be neglected. If you young ones are unaware, allow me to assure you, it is sufficient to instill confidence in the hearts of the entire nation. This embodies the resolve of our forces. Qin Guan's inquiry essentially questioned the army's capability to engage in battle, and it was clear that Lao Wu found this utterly unacceptable. Chapter 23. Do small nations dare to provocate? The recent conflict in the South ended victoriously, garnering significant international attention. Analysts have assessed the battle's significance, revealing it to be far more profound than most had anticipated. It altered the global landscape and dealt a heavy blow to the North Bear, marking the beginning of its decline. Qin Guan recalls that during this confrontation, the main forces were not stationed in the south, but rather in the north. Over 2 million troops were on high alert, targeting the treacherous wolf while keeping a watchful eye on the North Bear. In retrospect, the operation yielded the expected results. However, internally, there is dissatisfaction. As a nation, we have a propensity for scrutinizing our lessons. Historical accounts of victories are scant, while failures are met with extensive analysis. If war were to erupt, would there truly be no issues? Do you feel that life has become unsafe? Old Wu shot him a glance. The troops train rigorously every year, producing exceptional marksmen. Qin Guan is aware of this. The military should be focused on the northern front. Yet what if someone in the south dares to provoke? A small nation, do they truly have the audacity? Of course, they do. Qin Guan cautiously inquired. Haven't they already begun to provoke us? In truth, provocations from the south have been ongoing for several years, reflecting a stark divergence from our own principles. However, Old Wu, merely a military representative, does not engage in such analyses and thus remains unaware of the actual circumstances, leading him to believe that war is unlikely. How could a small country dare to provoke? That is merely a difference of opinion. We value harmony amidst diversity, and impulsive provocations occasionally arise. Indeed, years ago, certain statements and actions from the South had already deviated from our stance. Yet if we label them as treacherous wolves, the peninsula also fits that description, having expelled our people after subjugating the lighthouse, aligning themselves with the North Bear. The South now mirrors their actions, seeking assistance through such alliances. However, opening fire across the border in provocation crosses a line, further entrenching regional hegemony. Historically, neighboring nations have sought help from the Central Dynasty whenever they faced defeat. The current situation there is no different. We simply have not yet resolved to take action. If war were to ignite, Uncle Wu, do you believe our soldiers would be familiar with such an environment? I have faith in our soldiers. Presently, the composition of an infantry squad consists of a squad leader and deputy, with 5 or 6 armed, while the rest are equipped differently. Uncle Wu, you have fought before, haven't you? The current armament seems too lengthy and lacks sufficient firepower for close combat. After a moment of contemplation, Old Wu acknowledged Qin Guan's points, but he wondered how he could be certain that we would engage in combat in the south. I merely suspect that such a scenario could unfold. As their actions have become intolerable, we have provided substantial aid. In military matters, I am not one to speak, but I feel a deep frustration. Moreover, the terrain in that region is ill-suited for long rifles. The original 6.3 model we developed is outdated, overly long, and not aligned with modern assault rifle concepts. In my spare time, I have conceptualized an advancement of the 6.3 model. The blueprints for the 8.1 model lay on the table, which Old Wu glanced at again. If it were a physical prototype, he could gauge its potential through experience, but as mere blueprints, he found it difficult to assess. The design of the 8.1 model is substantial, particularly concerning rapid-fire accuracy. Perhaps in Old Wu's eyes, it resembles a young man's cherished toy, a dream shared by every boy growing up. What are your thoughts? I believe that in mountainous and wooded combat, when the environment is dense with trees, long rifles would be ineffective in responding to an enemy's sudden appearance. The long-range shooting training would become irrelevant. We do have the 5.6 model, don't we? The 5.6 is indeed commendable, but it only excels in single-shot precision. The muzzle climbs during rapid fire, and I have experienced that. In this era, claiming to have fired a weapon is not extraordinary, as civilian ownership of firearms remains legal. Furthermore, militia members are ubiquitous. Even young men in our vicinity carry firearms, not to mention women from neighboring provinces. Old Wu has also fired the 5.6 model, yet he seems to think it is not as deficient as the younger generation claims. He, with only one hand, can still shoot, albeit not in a combat scenario. Isn't some recoil to be expected? In the previous Peninsula conflict, we fired full-power rounds, which produced even greater recoil. You claim that your rapid fire can still be accurate? Yes, it would at least surpass the 5.6 in reliability. That is intriguing. May I take it with me to examine? Of course, it was merely a casual endeavor on my part. Qin Guan was indifferent to the matter, as this firearm would be slated for development in 2 to 3 years, with the 8-1 model finalized by that time. Should conflict arise in the south by then, we would not be caught unprepared. This rifle is designed as a transitional model. If it is delayed, it may not serve its purpose effectively. I shall return now. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I have left someone here. What? Uncle Wu, I cannot remain here indefinitely, can I? Finish your blueprints, and then let me know. Nothing is more important than this at the moment. Rest assured, your university matters will be arranged. Both you and Hong may have provisions made. Old Wu took the blueprints and departed, with Qin Guan seeing him off. There was little left to discuss, but the blueprints were manageable. There were ample resources to reference here, ensuring a quicker turnaround than in the countryside. Within 2 to 3 days, they could be completed, and it would be a good opportunity to mentor Hong Mei. The rural environment is indeed not conducive to studying, while here it is far more convenient. As for the firearm, Qin Guan hoped it could play a role in mitigating bloodshed and sacrifice. Only the 8-1 model seems realistic. If I were to draft a blueprint for the 9.5 or 191, our current production capabilities would render them impossible to manufacture. Many items cannot simply be created from blueprints alone. Sitting down again, he reviewed the materials, eager to ascertain the current technological advancements at the second factory. At that moment, Hong Mei entered with a bowl of noodles, prompting him to rise quickly. Did old Yin have someone prepare this? Indeed, Director Yin is quite kind. He even mentioned supporting our university. Haha. Old Yin is quite astute. If there is a shortfall, let it be, Qin Guan replied as he accepted the noodles. What about yours? I just had a meal with Director Liu. So soon? Recalling that you had yet to dine, I hastened to your side. Qin Guan smiled. Though these words were commonplace, they carried a unique resonance. To be perpetually devoted to one's beloved wife is indeed a rarity. And even many of the daily chores are undertaken by Hong Mei, who is not only diligent, but also possesses striking beauty. It is no exaggeration to say that finding someone like her is a formidable challenge, even in the present. In truth, marrying Hong Mei stands as Qin Guan's most significant achievement in life. Chapter 24. The significance of the Type 81. To speak candidly, the current technology surrounding these special steels is rather trivial to Qin Guan. In fact, he finds it somewhat cumbersome, requiring him to consult documentation. Qin Guan is far more acquainted with cutting-edge technology, a domain he had mastered in his previous life, where he stood as one of the foremost scientific leaders in the world. However, there is no urgency. After all, Qin Guan has arrived. And the paramount concern now is to ensure that Hong Mei thoroughly reviews her studies. Even upon entering university, she must possess genuine knowledge. She must truly grasp the material, for otherwise, she would not find peace within herself, as that is simply her nature. Thus, late into the night, Qin Guan indulges in noodles while examining materials and sketching designs. Meanwhile, Hong Mei diligently revises her coursework, having brought her textbooks along. The scene exudes a tender innocence. And at this moment, Qin Guan feels happier than when he conquered any technological challenge in his previous life. On the other hand, Old Wu has returned to his own quarters. He is not the only military representative present. There are also personnel from the armaments department. Old Wu, why are you back so late? Is something wrong? It's nothing, old Zhang. I've uncovered the issue. These past few days have been spent determining whether it can be resolved completely. At that moment, old Zhang, fresh from bathing and holding a basin, kindly assists Old Wu in opening the door to his room. Though accustomed to managing with one hand, Old Wu finds it hard to resist old Zhang's offer of help. I can manage on my own, Old Wu retorts, albeit holding a set of blueprints in his hand. Old Zhang chuckles, it's just a little assistance. Why not bring your family over? It would be much more convenient to have someone to care for you. It's not forbidden. Even though we're in a military setting, it doesn't have to be strictly regulated. If I require assistance, wouldn't that make me seem useless? Old Wu is quite stubborn. Despite having lost a hand, he continuously strives to prove his capability. If one cannot manage their own life, what purpose do they serve? Let me help you with that. Wait, what is this? Old Zhang casually takes the blueprint and notices it depicts a firearm. Aren't you in charge of the shipyard? This isn't something from the research department. It looks like a child's drawing. What child could draw like this? Old Wu chuckles lightly, casually remarking, that's my comrade's son-in-law. He expressed interest in this, and even taught me about combat. As Old Wu speaks, he inwardly dismisses the notion of someone teaching him about warfare, as he is a battle hero. His feigned interest is merely to appease Qin Guan, hoping to encourage him to develop the alloy as well. If this is indeed Qin Guan's passion, Old Wu feels it only respectful to show some interest. This design is short-stroke piston, not a Type 56, and this locking mechanism isn't that either. It resembles a variation of the Type 63. The muzzle is quite intriguing. Your comrade's son-in-law certainly understands. Upon entering the room, Old Wu gazes at Old Zhang in astonishment. So, this design holds some merit? Certainly, but until it's manufactured, we won't know. We weren't equipped for such firearms back then. That lad claims this is superior to the Type 56. Old Zhang, you handle this. Take a look. I can't say for sure, but we're already evaluating small caliber options, so this caliber may not be necessary. Old Wu's heart sank slightly. Qin Guan is aware that small caliber ammunition is under evaluation, but in the event of war, there will be no time to adapt. Currently, all production focuses on Type 56 ammunition, and small caliber production has yet to commence. We need ammunition before we can consider firearms, right? Old Zhang, do you think there is a possibility of conflict in the south? The treacherous wolves? Who knows? They allied with the north. The General Staff has analyzed that this possibility is growing. What? Are you hoping for glory? It's not your turn. That's not it. If conflict arises there, we may indeed be ill-prepared. Oh. Old Zhang pauses, and Old Wu continues, relaying Qin Guan's earlier assertions. The training our troops are undergoing is ill-suited for the battlefield there, including our equipment configurations. We are preparing for flatland warfare. Suddenly, these words resonate with clarity. If such a scenario were to unfold, the emergence of a firearm like this would indeed carry significance. The development of small-caliber weapons will take nearly a decade. Currently, the troops are widely equipped with the Type 56, which exceeds a meter in length, impractical in jungle or mountainous terrain. At close quarters, it becomes impossible to fire one shot after another. Old Wu, that is merely a possibility. We cannot overhaul the troops for something uncertain. That would be wasteful. True, Old Wu concedes, nodding. The goal is small caliber, so if there is no urgency, we might as well wait to transition directly to small caliber. Everywhere requires funding. There's no need for an interim change. So what are you still doing here? I need to bathe as well. I find this firearm quite fascinating. Perhaps I'll take it to show others. If it truly surpasses the Type 56, having a technical reserve wouldn't hurt. If adopted, your comrade's son-in-law deserves a reward. In that case, go ahead and show it. Old Wu agrees, as he does not find the blueprint particularly intuitive. If a physical model emerges, he would understand it better. However, based on Qin Guan's analysis, it indeed appears promising and captivating. It is only upon hearing the advantages from Qin Guan that Old Wu begins to feel intrigued. After all, being a soldier endows him with a certain instinct in this realm. Yet, he has never considered that it would necessarily be adopted. Since Old Zhang also shows interest and he is in charge of firearms, it is prudent to let him take a look. Old Zhang takes the blueprint back to his dormitory, and only then does Old Wu manage to remove his outer garment with one hand. Suddenly, he notices the map on the living room wall, squinting as he focuses on a specific region in the southern part of the motherland. Would any audacious rodent dare provoke an elephant? It seems uncertain, especially given the unrest in the north. Under the lure of assistance, reckless behavior is not out of the question. After all, such occurrences have happened before, during the 1960s, when the country of the white elephant made a similar move. At that time, the instructors pondered for days on end, bewildered by their audacity. Sometimes, one cannot gauge the enemy through their own logic, as human thoughts inherently differ. Only Qin Guan understands that the treacherous wolves will undoubtedly engage in military provocation. As for the reasons, perhaps only they themselves can fathom the complexities of their own minds. What we exhibit is a complete lack of preparation. Our entire force is ill-equipped with insufficient experience, and we have not undergone specialized training for such terrain. The individual weaponry provided is not suited for that kind of landscape. Unfortunately, while we may seek to apply logic, reality often defies it. Fortunately, our soldiers possess the capacity to learn the art of war amidst the chaos, though it is our fervent hope that the sacrifices incurred may be minimized. Chapter 25. Do you have any aspirations? Regarding the high-priced alloy purchased by the first factory, Qin Guan effortlessly deduced the technological process. He also entrusted the second factory to conduct experiments, as the samples for testing were different from those for production. Old Yu, a key technical representative from the second factory, frequently approached Qin Guan for inquiries. It was not a matter of whether he should ask. The more he probed, the more astonished he became. Was this individual truly a high school student? Qin Guan, facing the technicians from the factory, felt little hesitation, responding to every question posed. Previously, He had concealed some information out of fear that old Li or old Wu might become suspicious. However, discussions among technicians were generally limited to technical matters, with few harboring doubts or suspicions. Those who were less knowledgeable about technology tended to be the most perplexed. In all honesty, old Yu was the most bewildered, as he recognized the extent of Qin Guan's expertise. Xiao Qin, if our factory were to transform based on these processes, it would require a substantial investment. Well, that depends on the circumstances. You are merely conducting experiments, so there is no need for production. Ultimately, it is the military representative's decision regarding who will handle production, and you need not alter your manufacturing equipment. That won't do. Are you suggesting that we allow the first factory to produce? They are utterly clueless. Old Yu began to undermine the first factory, though they hardly needed his disparagement. Qin Guan was not advocating for the first factory. How to coordinate was ultimately old Wu's responsibility. What I must do is establish the processes and enhance the technology. As for the ship plate steel, it is also categorized into grades, and currently, the domestic conditions do not support the production of the highest grade steel. We shall see how it unfolds. Is there an even higher grade? Old Yu was taken aback. During my studies in the Soviet Union, even their technological standards did not reach this level. Qin Guan paused. Well, they are indeed rather crude and robust. This is likely not their style. The Soviets had strayed down a misguided path, perhaps destined to fail in the contest of two powers due to their distorted development. In truth, their technological roughness extended beyond science. Even their governance lacked sophistication and wisdom. Yet, that was a concern for the future. At least for now, the Soviets still inspired trepidation across Europe. We too tremble, as Qin Guan was well aware of the preparations being made at higher echelons. Plans were already laid out, should the tide of steel descend upon us. We intend to relinquish half our territory, utilizing the southern hills to engage the enemy. Having reached this juncture, there were even more extreme scenarios, such as mutually launching nuclear strikes. We dig deep and stockpile resources, and the militia possesses booklets detailing self-preservation amidst nuclear detonation. There is also the legendary tactic of exchanging positions. We have contemplated every possibility, save for surrender. Let us not underestimate them. The Soviets possess highly practical technology, and their tanks are particularly formidable. Tanks, you say? Their armor is decent, but their artillery leaves much to be desired. Their electroslag remelting technology is quite impressive. We currently cannot keep pace. Oh, your factory has produced artillery steel? Qin Guan was somewhat astonished, unaware of this technology at the second factory. Strictly speaking, only 3 countries worldwide have developed this technology. The Northern Soviets first, followed by the British Empire, and then ourselves. Other nations merely imported the technology. Then you must believe that producing special steel here is a wise choice. I had thought this was produced in the southwestern factory. That would be quite good. However, I cannot make that decision. Are you not the son-in-law of Representative Wu? Qin Guan was at a loss for how to explain. It was a tenuous connection. He simply handed old Yu the documentation he had prepared. This outlines part of the alloy's technological process. Please review it to see if you can replicate it. I still have additional information to compile. Understood. Old Yu departed somewhat dejectedly. Qin Guan shook his head and turned to find Hong Mei gazing at him with admiration. What is it? Nothing. I just think you are amazing. They have misjudged you. Indeed. You possess the keenest insight in the world by choosing to follow me. Qin Guan praised, momentarily inflating his own self-esteem, but quickly tempered his expression. Yet I feel I have somewhat let you down in the past. It is rare for you to have such faith in me. Hong Mei replied matter-of-factly, since you are my man, I ought to trust you. Then, what aspirations do you hold for the future? This question is likely seldom posed in subsequent generations. Since his arrival in this era, Qin Guan had been preparing for Hong Mei, but that was merely his own desire. Arranging for her to attend university was entirely his intention. He had never inquired about her own thoughts. I do not know. Following you is sufficient. That cannot be true. You surely have aspirations but are reluctant to share them, aren't you? Prompted by Qin Guan's inquiry. Hong Mei pondered seriously for a moment. It seems I did have aspirations, but that was long ago, back when I was still in junior high. One day, I saw a cartoon in a magazine depicting a moon landing. What were you thinking? I wanted to go up and take a look. Isn't there a palace of Chang'e there? Oh, how childish. Not at all childish. If humanity lacked such dreams, the world would not have advanced to this point. Earlier, he had discussed the idealistic nature of this matter with the first factory, only to discover their stark realism. Qin Guan did not intend to persuade them further. If they were a lethargic collective, technological advancement would be stifled in their hands. Such individuals were unworthy of trust. In later generations, they would have been dismissed. In his previous life, such arrangements were typically dictated by Qin Guan himself. They would evade responsibility, and if special steel were forcibly assigned to their production, it would not be long before it was squandered, akin to the fable where mountains of gold and silver would be consumed, contingent upon one's diligence and ambition. To be candid, if production were truly placed in the first factory, Qin Guan would be dissatisfied. Although the personnel at the second factory were similar to others of this era, they possessed a modicum of ambition. At the very least, they were engaged in comparison, striving to surpass others. Why should individuals with such ambition not be encouraged? Unfortunately, we may not witness that day. The moon is too distant. Not necessarily. Qin Guan shook his head, recalling the moment before his demise in his previous life, when the Guanghan Palace project had only just entered its initial phase. If he exerted himself in this life, could he not accelerate the endeavor? However, our nation is quite impoverished. The more we learn, the more we realize how far behind we are. Is it truly achievable? You claim to believe in me. Does that still hold true? It does. Well then, I dare to assert that in your lifetime, you will undoubtedly witness our nation's journey to the moon. Whether you can ascend alongside it depends on the extent of our diligence, and it may occur sooner than I anticipate. In this life, Qin Guan has already acquired knowledge. Why can we not advance ahead of time? Chapter 26, A Factory. A lifetime of dedication. Hongmei's learning ability is remarkably astonishing, a fact that previously eluded Qin Guan. She effortlessly grasps the current curriculum, as if endowed with a natural talent for it. Presently, even in the absence of external support, Qin Guan is imbued with confidence in Hongmei's potential to excel academically. However, the one uncertainty that lingers is whether they will be able to attend the same institution together, which is of paramount importance. It is not a matter of needing to take shortcuts. They both possess the capability to succeed on their own merits. Yet, if they cannot be together, Qin Guan is unwilling to accept that reality. His entire existence has been dedicated to Hongmei, and without their union, everything loses its significance. The following day, Ergang followed Qin Guan's production process to refine a batch of steel. Upon inspection, this batch meets the basic requirements, yet Qin Guan remains somewhat dissatisfied. As it is merely a test, the conditions are not reflective of a production environment. Just as certain substances can be synthesized in a laboratory, large-scale production often proves unattainable due to a lack of necessary conditions. For this particular steel to be produced genuinely, Ergang factory must undertake significant adjustments to its processes. Such modifications are not trivial. Adjusting for a single type of steel could have far-reaching implications, rendering the effort potentially counterproductive. Consequently, the factory convened a technical meeting immediately after the refining process was completed. The attendees included the technical staff of Ergang factory, factory director Lao Yin, and Qin Guan and Lao Wu as observers. The preliminary tests of the special steel have been conducted. Although many procedural aspects remain unfulfilled, the results from our laboratory still meet the requisite standards, at least surpassing the imported variants. Lao Yu, as the lead for this testing, provided an initial summary, prompting applause from the audience. Nonetheless, testing continues, as practical requirements must be verified through actual assessments. Some properties cannot be determined merely by observation. For instance, the heat treatment segment allows for only a preliminary evaluation based on metallography, which can suggest the performance of the steel, yet proper classification necessitates thorough testing of all conditions. For example, salt spray corrosion tests require a considerable amount of time before reliable results can be produced. Simply stating that a material is corrosion-resistant does not clarify the specific environments it can withstand or the duration it remains unaffected. These inquiries necessitate detailed data from the manufacturer. Presently, based on current analyses, the technical staff believes that this steel possesses the potential to exceed that of imported counterparts. The next step is to ascertain the upper limits of this steel's capabilities. It is not yet time for celebration. Director Yin gestured for silence to settle the room. Next, we must conduct a series of rigorous tests to obtain detailed data. Furthermore, if we intend to proceed with production, our factory's equipment will require modifications. Whether these alterations are appropriate warrants discussion among all of you. If we solely focus on this type of steel for modifications, it could indeed prove to be a misguided venture. As the factory director, Lao Yin remains responsible and cannot simply acquiesce to every suggestion. Certain factors must align with established scientific and market principles. This is not merely a reflection of Lao Yan's advanced thinking. Rather, it stems from his extensive experience compared to the younger factory directors. Steel production must consider profitability. It cannot merely be a one-off transaction. This perspective, however, transcends the prevailing mindset of the era, marking it as a rarity. Following the tumultuous decade prior, Ergang factory has not engaged in substantial work for quite some time. They have been severely affected by the calamity and must gradually redistribute personnel, yet idleness is not an option. Individuals like Lao Yin and Lao Yu possess a mindset that is more progressive than that of the younger generation. They ponder their advancing age and the urgency of accomplishing tasks, realizing that opportunities may dwindle if they do not act swiftly. In a few years, their approach may very well be recognized as pioneering reform. However, such transformations are far easier for them, as the state of Ergang factory allows for modifications without significant resistance. Conversely, adjustments in a flourishing establishment like E factory would undoubtedly face opposition from its workforce. Are there any concerns? Lao Wu inquired, discerning that they were merely conducting tests. If production were to commence, practical challenges would likely emerge. Representative Wu, the matter is that the processes are exceedingly advanced. To genuinely initiate production, the existing workflow cannot be maintained, and the implications of such changes are considerable. After the adjustments, we must assess whether they ultimately benefit our factory. I need to deliberate on this. Are you worried that producing this will not be financially viable? You are engaged in a key project, and your considerations may differ from ours. Once we fulfill our supply obligations, I must contemplate our future, correct? You have reached a conclusion, yet we have not. Are you concerned that no one will place orders in the future? Lao Wu grasped this apprehension. In that case, if you can successfully produce ship plate steel and the alloys we require, I will report to the higher-ups that we will procure solely from you, rather than allowing others to take precedence. This would represent a substantial order, holding profound significance for the forthcoming era. However, for now, the allure may not be substantial for state-owned factories that operate under guaranteed returns. I will engage in tasks assigned to me, and without tasks, I will refrain from unnecessary efforts, as additional work yields little reward. Yet, Lao Yin recognized a crucial point. If special steel could be produced at their facility, it would revitalize Ergang factory. They would find new life on an alternate path. A factory representing Lao Yan's dedication. Ironically, this motivation arises not from altruism, but from personal interest. Then, Xiaoqin, is the alloys production process feasible? This is straightforward. It can be completed today. Director Yin nodded, and then addressed the other personnel in the factory. What are your thoughts? The attendees exchanged glances, many of whom had already found their names on the layoff list. This indicates that shortly, they would be reassigned to other units. Thus, some hesitated to voice their opinions about remaining at Ergang factory or opting for reassignment. I understand your thoughts regarding personal futures. I will not impede your aspirations. What we discussed today is also motivated by my self-interest, and you are welcome to voice your objections. I am merely contemplating that I may never achieve great things in my lifetime, and the only legacy of my efforts is this factory. If one day this factory ceases to exist, what evidence remains of my life's work? Having articulated these sentiments, Lao Yin laid bare his heart, prompting the assembly to glance at one another. Factory director, I believe this presents a promising path forward. In terms of output, our factory cannot compete with others, nor can we measure up to the advantages of other regions nationwide. Therefore, producing special steel appears to be a viable avenue. The technicians engaged in earnest discussions, expressing their genuine sentiments, contemplating the matter of whether to implement a division of labor at a later date. It is indeed a rarity that the visage of the employees in a factory is determined solely by the factory manager. The crux of the issue lies in how to sustain longevity. If we merely produce this batch, we shall find ourselves idle. Indeed, large-scale projects are not guaranteed to be available at all times. Furthermore, our transition must first be reported to the higher authorities, awaiting their approval. Chapter 27. The leadership visit. Old Yin attentively considered the opinions of those present before turning to Old Wu and Qin Guan. I understand, Representative Wu. If our factory is to undertake this task, we must express our gratitude to you. However, there are certain matters we must clarify, as even if I submit a report, it necessitates your support. As for you, Xiaoqin, We have now confirmed that our factory possesses sufficient technical capabilities for production. Regarding that alloy, as long as you can provide the necessary process flow, we can accomplish it. Even if we cannot, we can still make requests to our superiors. Thus, your cooperation with our factory is mutually beneficial. Do you comprehend my point? This was straightforward, as Qin Guan, having spent a lifetime in the realm of scientific research, should grasp it well. Old Yin implied that the demand side, namely the 051 project, must coordinate with them to elevate requests, enabling them to assist wholeheartedly. If the higher-ups are to affirm this, how can the significance of the matter be conveyed without your input? As for Qin Guan's role, it involves supplying the process flow, while the feasibility relies on the factory's technical strength. Certainly, if it proves unattainable, they could still seek technical support from above upon receiving the official directive. Thus, a win-win situation could be achieved, allowing Old Wu's project to be completed and granting a new lease on life to their second factory. At this moment, Old Wu was deep in thought, prompting Old Yin to urge, Old Wu, relying solely on purchases is not a viable solution. You cannot merely construct these few large vessels. Future demands will surely arise, and we can maintain continuous production. Moreover, Shaoqin, I can arrange for a deputy factory manager to assist you. I will take care of it. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan quickly declined. No, that is unnecessary. I still have to attend university, not a hindrance. With the right technology, you can work at any time without affecting your studies. Do you harbor disdain for our factory? Who would dare? I simply feel unworthy. Whether you are worthy, we are certainly aware of that. I will reserve this position for you. I can certainly make the application. He indeed could, for although the factory was dilapidated, the rank remained intact, and arranging a subordinate position was not difficult. At this juncture, Old Wu also spoke. Regarding this matter, I cannot guarantee anything at present. However, it is essentially determined. You must expedite the production of samples, as I need to bring personnel for inspection concerning the substandard imported products. When will this occur? Probably tomorrow. You must do your utmost. Tomorrow many tests cannot be completed. We can only manage a portion. Qin Guan felt a stir within, realizing the significance of the situation. Old Wu's involvement was crucial, and he certainly needed to report it. If imported materials were unnecessary and domestic alternatives were to be utilized, he could not make the decision unilaterally. It required the presence of higher-ups to witness firsthand. This individual would undoubtedly hold considerable rank, and only after their observation could any changes be made. Thus, Qin Guan reminded Old Yin, then you should only conduct a portion. The mechanical tests can be expedited, and the salt spray corrosion can be conducted over 24 hours. Additionally, complete any other feasible tests, especially those parts that the imported steel cannot meet. Old Yin quickly grasped the situation. That is not a problem. Old Wu, what specifications do you require for our hospitality? You need not worry about hospitality. There will be no extended stay on your premises. The inspection time is tight, and it may not necessitate a comprehensive review. It suffices to demonstrate the need for material replacement. Decisions can be made on the unfinished tests later. Meanwhile, the inspection team mentioned by Old Wu had already arrived in Shanghai City. It was a direct delegation from the armaments department. The nation placed immense importance on the 051 project, making their presence essential. Given the gravity of recent events, the individuals arriving were not ordinary. They were led by Minister Chen himself. Old Zhang, if there are no pressing matters on your end, please assist Old Wu. You are quite familiar with military industry matters. I might consider transferring you to collaborate on the 051 project. Minister Chen, I cannot leave my position. I have already minimized personnel. If I depart, there will be no one remaining. Old Zhang was responsible for firearms, and the current assignment was no light burden. Due to tensions with the North, all must be prepared. Do you know who those numerous firearms are intended for? We are indeed prepared for the worst-case scenario, ready to distribute firearms to the populace if necessary. Thus, the era is perceived differently depending on one's perspective. I understand your position. Is this not more critical at the moment? By the way, Minister Chen was about to say something further when he noticed a document in Old Zhang's hand revealing a design. What is this? A new type of rifle? I recall we do not have such a plan. Oh, indeed we do not. This was designed by a young individual, reportedly the son-in-law of Old Wu's comrade. The connections are quite complex. Let me take a look. Minister Chen examined the design briefly. While his sensitivity to blueprints surpassed that of Old Wu and Old Zhang, he was not a technician and could still glean little insight. He could only discern superficial elements. This rifle was modified from the Type 56? It should not be. The internal structure resembles the Type 63 more closely. What purpose does this serve? Why is there research on it? Is it not redundant? Because it has been suggested that we may encounter provocations from the south. Minister Qin paused, aware of many matters unknown to those of lower rank. The south, the white-eyed wolf. Is it that individual's son-in-law? What did he say? He stated that our existing weaponry is unsuitable for combat in the south, hence the need for this design. No, I am asking how he knows we will engage in combat in the south. This is merely speculation. He did not clarify much. That is not right, Minister Qin queried. What is his role? Old Zhang was not entirely clear. It seems he assists Old Wu with steel procurement. Old Wu regards him highly, stating he was instrumental in identifying issues with the imported steel. Oh, there are such individuals. Minister Chun began to scrutinize the design again, ultimately handing it back to Old Zhang. Have this rifle manufactured at the arsenal, conduct a trial, and provide a report to ascertain its viability. This is straightforward. A single rifle poses no significant challenge, yet surprisingly, the minister is invested. Old Zhang was perplexed. Could there genuinely be movements from the south? As military representatives, they could not be privy to extensive information. In truth, the higher-ups were already contemplating this aspect, and the provocations from the white-eyed wolf were not unprecedented. It was merely the lower ranks lacking detailed information. Was this a correct assumption? If a war were to erupt imminently, the small-caliber weapon currently under deliberation would undoubtedly be too late to deploy. However, the production of items based on existing blueprints can be executed swiftly, and if these items prove to be genuinely effective, their necessity becomes evident. Any sacrifice cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Hence, all endeavors to mitigate such sacrifices must be pursued. Yet, if conflict is to ensue, the focus of defense should not be the south, but rather the north, which indeed seems rather perilous. Chapter 28. Stakeholders and the Urgency of Procurement. In truth, once Qin Guan completed the documentation, his role here had diminished considerably. His intervention was primarily to assist Lao Wu, and indirectly, to aid Hong Mei. History, after all, is immutable. Qin Guan was well aware that no significant issues would arise without his involvement. His engagement was merely a pursuit of perfection. After finalizing the technical documentation, Qin Guan found leisure to set some test questions for Hong Mei. To his surprise, she performed exceptionally well. He had crafted the questions based on his recollections of their difficulty, and it appeared that Hong Mei had no major difficulties. Her immediate assessment was likely to yield satisfactory results. I never realized you had such talent, he remarked. It seems we've overlooked a gem. Really? With Qin Guan's praise, Hong Mei was elated. She had little concept of the college entrance examination, primarily drawn from Qin Guan's vivid descriptions, which filled her with longing. Ultimately, her goal was to earn Qin Guan's approval. If he deemed her capable, then all her efforts would be worthwhile. However, do not become complacent. Continue to strive for excellence. I will aim for the best. No, I will surpass you. Why can't you be better than me? Because you are undoubtedly the most capable. Hong Mei was not merely offering flattery. It was a genuine sentiment. Her straightforwardness reflected her unwavering belief in Qin Guan. Yet, the more she expressed this confidence, the more guilt Qin Guan felt, burdened by the debt he owed her. Xiao Qin, a voice called from outside. It was Yugong. Qin Guan approached the door. Is there something you require, Yugong? Do you have any uncertainties regarding the technical process? Oh, we can discuss that later. We have visitors for an inspection. Oh, I shall go and see. Qin Guan recognized the gravity of the situation. His assistance to Lao Wu was primarily to prepare for this inspection. The leadership was sent from Lao Wu's side, undoubtedly with military backing, thus demanding utmost diligence. He instructed Hong Mei to continue her studies before donning a jacket and accompanying Lao Yu. Before long, they arrived at the conference room, joining Lao Yin and others. Lao Wu had also brought along a substantial number of individuals, appearing to be an expert delegation. Given the issues plaguing Project 051, a concerted effort was imperative. Let us forego any formalities and proceed directly to the examination, one individual suggested. Lao Yin promptly led the way. We are prepared, Minister Chun. This way they were taken directly to the laboratory, where samples freshly produced by Factory 2 awaited. Minister Qin first listened attentively to the technician's introduction regarding the steel's performance, comparing it favorably against substandard imported products. Naturally, further testing was still required for validation. Unconcealed, Minister Chun was not easily deceived. He listened intently, ensuring all details were articulated clearly, which he could appreciate. After a thoughtful pause, He refrained from speaking, seemingly absorbed in examining the samples. Lao Wu remained dutifully silent, not wishing to interject. Qin Guan understood that if the materials were deemed unsatisfactory, the fault would not lie with Lao Wu, as procurement was handled by another party. However, it would be inappropriate for Lao Wu to comment on the materials, both because he was not a technician and such remarks could imply a shirking of responsibility. We are following the principles of methods 3 and 4 to expedite our progress. Before coming here, I familiarized myself with the fact that our domestic production technology for this steel is still lacking. It appears you have capable individuals here? Lao Wu quickly grasped the implication. Qin Guan, come here. Qin Guan approached and nodded. Greetings, Minister. There is no need for such formality. Please tell me, is our production of this steel feasible? There are no issues. I have made a solemn pledge to Uncle Wu. Absurd. Minister Qin's expression turned stern as he shot a disapproving glance at Lao Wu. You, being from the military, should not impose a military pledge on local citizens. If a pledge is to be made, it should come from you. These technical talents are not to be trifled with. Lao Wu, feeling the weight of the reprimand, could only nod repeatedly. Qin Guan found the situation amusing and felt compelled to defend Lao Wu. In truth, neither Uncle Wu nor I are outsiders. My father-in-law shares a deep bond with him, and I am not a technical expert. I am merely a rural youth who has completed high school. In this day and age, having a high school education does not render one extraordinary, especially given the prolonged suspension of the college entrance examination. Many capable individuals abound. A diploma is but a recognition, with the entrance exam absent for so long. Are we not all in the same boat? Many high school graduates possess knowledge beyond their formal education, merely lacking the validation. Minister Chun was unfazed by these assertions, but was intrigued by the relationship between Qin Guan and Lao Wu. He recalled that prior to this meeting, Lao Zhang had mentioned, Xiao Qin, was it you who discussed the material issues with Lao Wu? Yes, have you worked in this field before? How are you so familiar with it? Because my father is a technician at a steel mill. Qin Guan repeated his narrative, but Minister Chen seemed disinterested in questioning its validity. He then called out, Director Wang, you led the team to investigate this steel, did you not? Minister Chen, yes, I do not believe there are any issues with the steel. If there were, we would not be able to produce it domestically either. Oh, yet the steel mill has managed to produce it. I would argue that is not conclusive. Their testing parameters remain incomplete, and we have yet to perform our acceptance checks. How can we declare it produced? Thus it became evident that the individual responsible for material procurement was now voicing concerns. His opposition to Qin Guan was understandable, as he bore responsibility for this matter, and skepticism was entirely reasonable. Xiao Qin, what is your stance? Since I have made a solemn pledge, I assure you there are no issues. While we may await the complete testing data, the current results are satisfactory and fully meet project requirements. The director cast a glance at Qin Guan, yet his expression remained unchanged. With the minister present, he felt constrained from expressing dissent, nor could he leverage his authority. However, he still had points to raise regarding the ability to produce steel domestically and whether it met standards. The crux of the matter lay in the original imported steel. Was the fault in the steel itself or in its handling during use? I previously inquired with the Japanese side, and they indicated it may be a matter of improper use. Their steel is not prone to failure. I am curious to know, Comrade Xiao Qin, how did you ascertain from the very beginning that there was an issue with the steel? This is indeed difficult to explain, as at that time, Qin Guan had not even visited the shipyard. So how did he come to know that there was a problem with the steel? Could there be any issues with the handling? Surely the supplier should have clarified this. It is quite irresponsible. Chapter 29. It must be the responsibility of the Japanese side. Qin Guan felt that the representatives from the small Japanese manufacturer were being unreasonable. To accuse someone, one must possess evidence. Can a mere assertion of improper usage suffice? Just because you lack technical knowledge does not render your logic valid. At the very least, the personnel from the small Japanese manufacturer should conduct on-site tests before making claims. It is unjust to declare it a problem of others without having seen any evidence. Even without technical expertise, one can discern that this approach is inherently flawed. How could I ascertain the truth? Furthermore, you cannot possibly know, for such technology does not exist domestically. Director Wang spoke with unwavering certainty, and while Qin Guan felt it unnecessary to offend him, the stakes were high. If the matter were trivial, it could easily be overlooked. But given the significant attention this project received from higher-ups, no one would relish being unjustly accused. Director Yen, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. If there is no domestic technology, How could we possibly produce what meets the requirements? How could I know your capabilities? I only just arrived, but I did inquire with several major steel manufacturers domestically, and they all claimed it was unfeasible. Director Wang, we have successfully overcome the technical challenges, haven't we? The testing data is still incomplete, as you mentioned. To put it this way is merely to engage in petty argumentation. The existing data already meets the requirements. What more do you seek? However, according to procedure, it is indeed incomplete. Minister Qin waved his hand, halting further exchanges. This matter requires urgency. It cannot be resolved merely through discussion. Words alone are futile. We must find a solution. Shall we invite the Japanese representatives to examine the issues firsthand? I am in principle agreeable. Since we are to investigate, it would be beneficial for them to provide clarification. Minister Qin nodded but then turned to Qin Guan, asking, Comrade Qin, what are your thoughts? Without hesitation, Qin Guan replied, this is certainly necessary. Our country has limited foreign exchange and cannot afford such waste. If those materials are unsuitable, we must return them. We cannot incur losses without justification. Are you certain it is their fault? This must be an issue with the Japanese goods. If they disagree, let them come and discuss it with me. With this statement, Qin Guan revealed a hint of his former self, adopting the tone of a scientific authority. However, this assertion seemed somewhat out of place given his current, lesser-known status. Nevertheless, Minister Qin did not seem to mind. Very well. We have their steel plate samples here. Let them come and clarify. They should be in the country, right? Yes, I will summon them. Director Wang immediately set to work. Could he really bring the Japanese personnel here? However, during this period, there were indeed many foreigners visiting, and some prominent manufacturers had representatives stationed domestically, which was curious since we do not import many products in this sector. Minister Qin then turned to several experts nearby, inquiring, can the samples tested by the steel mill be utilized? If the current data is accurate, they are indeed usable, and the standards are not low. Oh, Minister Qin shifted his gaze to Director Yan. Are you in a position to commence production smoothly? Yes, we can initiate small-scale production within a few days and gradually expand. Additionally, we can produce the Hans alloy imported by Factory 1. Can we use our materials? Alloy? Minister Qin could not recall these specifics, but an expert whispered a few details in his ear. The one that increased in price tenfold? That is a positive development. If we can produce it here, why not manufacture it ourselves? Our country has limited foreign exchange, as Comrade Qin rightly pointed out. We cannot afford such waste, but it must undergo acceptance testing. We must ensure the completion of our tasks. Director Yan's response was a necessary affirmation, providing him with the confidence to proceed with production. A task would undoubtedly be assigned from above, and the accompanying documentation would follow. It may not be a unified system, but it serves critical projects, and no one dares to be negligent. Minister Qin continued, time is of the essence, and the tasks are demanding. Director Yan, has your cafeteria opened? Oh, I will instruct them immediately. No need. My people will fetch a few bowls of noodles. We must resolve this matter today. I will oversee it. Noodles won't do. We would be criticized for not adequately hosting our guests. Minister Qin chuckled. Old Yan, do not be so cunning. I did not come here for a meal. A few bowls of noodles will suffice. Moreover, you must ensure your production is on track. The timeline has already been delayed significantly, and it cannot afford further setbacks. Director Yan nodded quickly and accompanied the personnel to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Minister Qin turned to Qin Guan and asked, Comrade Qin, may we speak privately for a moment? Me? Qin Guan was puzzled and glanced at old Wu, who would not interject. Thus, he simply nodded, and the staff cleared the information room. Once alone, Minister Qin appeared much more approachable. Comrade Qin, you are indeed a promising young talent. The minister overstates my abilities. I am merely eager to make my mark. Haha, with your talents, that will surely come soon. Minister, my father works at a steel mill. I have perused his documents and have been fascinated by this field since childhood. I was not referring to that. Minister Qin shook his head. Old Zhang mentioned you felt the South might be unstable. Qin Guan was taken aback. Who is Old Zhang? Old Wu knows him, but that is not important. Why do you harbor such feelings? Do you believe those rascals would dare? In this private setting, Minister Qin spoke with less formality. Today's leaders prioritize practicality over protocol, especially in military contexts. This is my perspective. Sufficient interest can compel individuals to take risks. Ah, young man, your insight is sharp. Would you elaborate? They can receive support from the North, and the more provocative they are, the greater the assistance they receive. As Marx stated, everything is driven by self-interest. When incentives are present, people may even risk their lives. Haha, Marx did not articulate it precisely this way, but the sentiment is similar. Minister Qin acknowledged this viewpoint. In truth, Qin Guan had not formally studied these concepts, yet he had observed them. For instance, the Japanese have a penchant for superstition. Do they not fear death? They certainly do, and profoundly so, yet their rituals please their masters. When their masters are pleased, they are rewarded with bones. There is reasoning behind this. Otherwise, even the Japanese would not dare to provoke openly. It is merely a performance for their masters. As for that treacherous creature in the south, if provocation can yield substantial support, why would they refrain? As for engaging in actual combat, one might find oneself feeling quite disoriented in such a moment. However, this particular battle holds significant advantages for us. For our choice is to strike the dog in front of its master. We aim to showcase to the world that I have bested your dog, and you dare not retaliate. Following this confrontation, the prestige of the northern bear will be shattered, while we shall earn the respect of the beacon. They only revere the powerful. Were it not for the genuine pain caused by the 38th parallel, they would have dared to cross the 17th parallel thereafter. Chapter 30, just for Hong Mei to attend university at this moment. Minister Chun regarded Qin Guan with newfound respect, astonished that he could articulate such thoughts. It is crucial to recognize that voicing such sentiments during this era could lead to significant repercussions, particularly if the elderly were to overhear, resulting in another round of ideological education. Otherwise, suspicions would arise that Qin Guan might be colluding with the enemy, questioning how he could express such views. They fail to comprehend that discussing interests is not the hallmark of this age. As the saying goes, the heart that seeks my destruction does not perish. Imperialism is thus, and revisionism is no different. Minister Chun was particularly struck by this insight. A typical young individual would merely chant slogans. How do you believe they would provoke us? They would not dare to invade directly. Instead, their subordinates would merely raise a clamor. Yet, they would incessantly instigate conflicts, even orchestrating bloody incidents, to wear us down and compel the masters to acknowledge their aggression. This elucidates many phenomena. Take a San, for instance. They revel in creating disturbances from the sidelines, which baffles many. They are undoubtedly aware of their inability to prevail, but continue to engage in such tactics for the sake of appearances. They wish to exploit us, yet we refuse to partake in their charade. So what do you propose we do? Minister Chun. As a Jiqing, I find it hard to voice my opinions. Speak freely. It is just the two of us here, and no one else will know. As long as Minister Chen keeps it confidential, who would be the wiser? Even if Qin Guan were to speak up, no one would believe him. Since they seek a confrontation and we are willing to engage, does this not align perfectly? It is simply that we may be a tad hasty. Indeed, we are rather rushed, and many matters do not allow for thorough preparation. Whenever the door is opened, it marks the beginning of a conflict, akin to a pillow gifted by a treacherous wolf. However, Qin Guan is not one to play the grand strategist. He is a scientist. Minister Chun, I was merely speaking off the cuff. These matters are not my forte. If I misspeak, please do not take it to heart. I am simply frustrated by those treacherous wolves. What is your forte then? Speak of that gun. Did you see it? I did, and your description of its specifications is commendable. I shall have someone test it. If it proves genuine, it is imperative to equip our troops. This exemplifies the disparity. Others may deem it superfluous, believing we will not utilize such ammunition in the future. Yet, Minister Qin views it as essential. The military cannot afford to wait. Do you expect the enemy to grant us time? Thus, the armed forces must always be prepared for combat at any moment. Wishing for peace? I'm afraid that a single hand cannot clap. How can one expect tranquility when the adversary persistently provokes? Should we concede territory and pay reparations? Therefore, warfare is akin to marriage. It is not a matter determined by one party alone. Qin Guan is acutely aware that the military's equipment is in dire need of modernization. The Wu Lu series originated from our elder brother, and now that relations have soured, they have developed several generations, far surpassing us. When we initially acquired the Wu Lu series, it was indeed the pinnacle of contemporary weaponry. Unfortunately, the subsequent development of the Lu Sen series veered off course, resulting in an antiquated-style firearm. How can one engage in jungle warfare with a weapon longer than the Wu Lu series? Comrade Xiao Qin, you are quite impressive. I hear you are preparing for university? His identity necessitates inquiry. It suffices to ask, for Lao Wu is forthcoming with information. Yes, I aspire to further my education and delve deeper into scientific technology. Excellent. I can secure a place for you in university and arrange a position for you afterward. What do you think? Now 3 individuals, Lao Wu, Lao Yin, and Minister Chun, have offered to facilitate Qin Guan's university admission. Naturally, Minister Chun provides the most advantageous opportunity, evident to all. In this era, factories and mines are eager to nurture talent, each possessing a limited quota for recommendations, though comparatively narrower. Nevertheless, whether Qin Guan attends university is of little consequence. His primary concern is ensuring Hongmei can enroll. A scientific luminary attending university seems a waste of time. The most pragmatic course of action would be to appoint him to oversee specific projects, thereby circumventing unnecessary delays and propelling him directly to the pinnacle of success. But what of Hongmei? Thus, Qin Guan would rather forego his own studies to facilitate Hongmei's education. Regardless of which university she attends, he will accompany her, whether or not he studies alongside her. At least for this era, Qin Guan requires no further education. He already possesses the capability to transform this time. Therefore, does it still constitute a matter of concern? No one can instruct Qin Guan. It is more likely he will be the one to impart knowledge to others. And what of arranging for my spouse? She wishes to attend university alongside me. Oh, your spouse excels academically as well? Minister Qin assumed he merely sought to bring his family along, an endeavor that many envy. She is competent. If arrangements cannot be made for her, then I have no need for it either. Wherever she goes to university, I will accompany her. You seem to have a strong bond. This is indeed rare. Typically, it is the reverse, with the man studying where the woman follows. No other implication exists, merely that men generally perform better academically than women. Indeed, I owe her much. In the past, I was thoughtless, and I apologize to her. Such arrangements can be made without issue. Thank you, Minister Chun. I shall indeed seek you out when the time comes. When the time comes. Is it not now? You must contemplate it thoroughly, as there are many paths to consider. We wish to deliberate further, as this is a lifelong commitment. Very well, once you have made your decision, inform me. Moreover, do you believe our soldiers are unsuitable for combat in the South? It is not that they are unsuitable, rather, they currently lack training. This is indeed true, as the unique circumstances have impeded military training. Do not worry, we shall undoubtedly prevail. However, I believe that future warfare will not unfold in this manner. Oh, how do you envision winning? We should extensively utilize electronic technology to gain complete control over all information within the combat zone. Information warfare is the cutting edge of modern combat. Minister Chen appeared less than convinced. We are relatively impoverished and cannot afford such expensive technologies. Only bullets and artillery are tangible. Yet, Qin Guan understood that a conflict loomed on the horizon that would resonate profoundly within our military. That war would leave our soldiers astounded, fundamentally reshaping their perspectives. It was only then that the military began to reassess itself, casting doubt on traditional combat methodologies. As for information, I am aware that our troops are now equipped with communication devices. The communicator, is it a radio? This distinction is irrelevant to whether it is ancient or modern. Outdated concepts yield the same consequences. No, it represents the fourth dimension of contemporary warfare, the realm of electronics. In truth, it is unnecessary to elaborate. One day he will comprehend this, though it may take a decade or more. Hence, many have jested that it was the lighthouse that awakened us, making us realize, oh, so this is how warfare can be played. Chapter 31, a dreamlike ideal in the context of the current domestic landscape. It seems an insurmountable task to catch up to the affluent nation of Dengta. Even if Qin Guan could introduce new technologies, a considerable amount of time would still be required, at least 3 years before that impending war, during which the cacophony of warplanes would resonate for days on end, resulting in exorbitant financial expenditures that would need to be gradually earned at an economic level. In any case, even the current Dengta is unable to achieve this. In Qin Guan's mind, unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, are the most effective assets for the current military forces. They are cost-efficient and highly effective, serving almost as a miraculous tool in minor conflicts. However, regrettably, UAVs pose several significant technological challenges for other nations in the future, one being flight control technology, another being sensor technology, and yet another being communication technology, all of which have only been reached through numerous iterations in the information age. The domestic landscape of this era is even further behind, lacking essential materials and batteries. Even if such technologies were available, could the military afford them? Ah, young man, could you paint for me a picture of your envisioned mode of warfare? Well, it would be something like this. The entire battlefield functions as a cohesive unit, interconnected through robust communication technologies to form a vast data chain, thereby creating an efficient system model. As Qin Guan mused, he began sketching on a blank sheet of paper. Nations in this era are also contemplating how future warfare will unfold. Among them, the two superpowers undoubtedly have the least to lose, a scenario we scarcely dare to imagine. The war 3 years hence, regardless of the manpower and resources poured into it, would merely be a more potent version of World War II. Forget about revolutionary changes in warfare. Even the inclusion of UAVs could be a game changer. Moreover, during that conflict, we encountered numerous setbacks. Qin Guan could not predict how much loss he might mitigate in 3 years. Poverty is, after all, the fundamental reason for these limitations. Sharing these thoughts with Minister Qin merely serves to prepare the bigwigs for the harsh realities ahead. What we cannot achieve in 20 years, we are nowhere near accomplishing even the mechanization stage, let alone informationization. Thus, without adequate funding, all discussions become mere fantasies. One could argue that the economic tide has saved the nation. After a brief exposition, Minister Chun felt overwhelmed. Wait, let me think. He found the young man's ideas utterly fanciful, more akin to daydreams. As a commander, to possess real-time knowledge of every detail on the battlefield, to have reconnaissance methods effortlessly infiltrate enemy lines, and to strike any point at will? Surely this must be the stuff of extraterrestrial tales. Yet, he did not dismiss Qin Guan's vision, for it was, indeed, dreamlike in its perfection. Youth, your ideas are commendable, but they are simply too distant. Minister Qin gently patted Qin Guan's shoulder. If we could realize this, who could possibly contend with us? Do you not think my ideas are somewhat naive? I did not imply such. It is a good thing to dream. It's just uncertain how long it will take us to achieve it. Given the establishment of a complete industrial system, perhaps 10 years. And how long will it take to establish that complete industrial system? At least 30 years. Minister Chun intended these remarks to subtly remind Qin Guan of the immense difficulty of the task, yet he was taken aback by the specific timeline provided. Qin Guan shook his head. No, that is the longest possible duration. It could be shortened depending on circumstances. At this point, Minister Chun dared not press further. This young man seemed to have elaborated his dreams in great detail. Listening to him speak, one might assume he had conducted a thorough analysis. Suddenly, Minister Chun had a thought. Yes, he could take this back and have other experts validate it. He picked up the paper. May I keep this? Of course. Take it. It is merely an immature thought of mine. Qin Guan did not take it seriously. Had this been the 1990s, Minister Chun would likely have seen hope for realization, for everything had changed then. Now, however, revealing these concepts to him was akin to presenting a foreign scripture. During this period, advancements in military technology were slow, primarily sustained by nuclear capabilities. Well, let us go have some noodles. Lunch is on me. After this conversation with Minister Chun, Qin Guan would not mention it to anyone else. It wasn't he out of fear of leaks. In this era, anyone who saw it would regard it as mere fantasy. One could even publish it in a youth magazine as a thought-provoking piece or adapt it into a comic. Ideas that were too ahead of their time could hardly be leaked because no one would believe them. Yet, little did Qin Guan dream that there existed a truly visionary figure of significant stature in the present day, with whom he would forge an indelible bond, a figure renowned in later times for their contributions to 2 bombs and 1 satellite. After lunch, Minister Qin took a rest at the factory, awaiting the arrival of the Japanese delegation in the afternoon. Director Wang brought them in. They had only just arrived in the country. Before the opening, there were few foreign companies established domestically due to minimal economic exchanges. Even the popular fizzy drink had to wait until 3 years later to enter the market. However, due to the upper echelon's introduction plan, a number of foreign commercial institutions began to establish a presence in the country. Naturally, due to limited funding, the representatives sent were not particularly serious, often lacking specialized knowledge. For instance, this current individual, who appeared earnest, was merely a communication liaison and had no expertise in the field. Hello, Minister, he introduced himself. I am Xiaoya. Let us cut to the chase. There is an issue with the products you sold us, and we expect a refund. Minister Qin did not engage in any roundabout conversation, reflecting the straightforward nature of people in this era. Xiaoya shook his head decisively. No, the problem lies with your operations. What could possibly be wrong? You are unaware that the properties of steel can change. You do not understand. Old Yen, the factory director beside him, was immediately incensed. What changes could there be? Do you think we reheat treated it? It cannot be used directly. It's still steel. What operational issues are you referring to? Please be clear. But Xiaoya had already begun to evade responsibility. This is not our problem. We always conduct checks before selling. Now that you have issues. Who knows what you did? Lao Yin was seething with rage, yet he was halted by Qin Guan. Only those well-versed in technology could comprehend the absurdity of this situation. Even Lao Wu displayed little reaction. Had he been aware of the extent of the absurdity, his temper would likely surpass that of Lao Yin. Nevertheless, Qin Guan believed that such an approach would yield no resolution. It was akin to a factory manager who resolutely feigned slumber. How could one possibly rouse a person so determined? It was simply an impossibility. What else could be done? After all, this was merely a customer service representative, here to engage in fruitless discussions. Chapter 32. The soul beneath the simple life. The individual known as Xiao Yi lacked technical expertise, rendering his discourse here rather futile. Minister Chun, while not well versed in technology himself, had brought along experts and had come to realize that this Xiao Yi might attempt to evade responsibility. Typically, prominent figures enter negotiations with contingency plans, and conversing with such individuals does not necessitate the minister's direct involvement. This is not a matter of posturing, but rather a principle of diplomatic parity. Consequently, Minister Qin cast a glance at Lao Wu. The actions of individuals are of little consequence. In such circumstances, failing to maintain decorum would reflect poorly not only on oneself, but also on the nation as a whole. Therefore, regardless of whether the approach is courteous or assertive, any misalignment in rank would render the efforts futile. Lao Wu, having absorbed some recommendations from the experts, furrowed his brow. In his view, it would be better to eliminate this Xiao Yi outright. How could they be allowed to rob us while we remain powerless? However, such an approach would likely result in an irretrievable loss of funds. In this era, our international relations are still somewhat tenuous, meaning that even if we possess grievances or perspectives, they cannot be effectively conveyed. Xiao Yi is acutely aware of this and has exploited it to his advantage. Qin Guan waved at Lao Wu, stating, "Allow me to speak with him. At the very least, I have some understanding of technology." To say he had some understanding was an understatement. Nevertheless, Lao Wu recognized the merit in this, as his own lack of technical knowledge would hinder effective communication. If the other party posed a question, he would need to consult the experts. However, would it be appropriate to delegate this discussion to Qin Guan? Uncle Wu, I am not addressing the issue of that batch of steel. I merely wish to inquire about their technical matters. Very well, proceed to converse with him. Minister Qin acquiesced, leaving Lao Wu puzzled by the sudden ease of this decision. What had transpired in their earlier discussion? Yet, Qin Guan persisted with his request. I would like to speak with him privately. Minister Chun was taken aback. Was this a pretext for physical confrontation? If it indeed escalated to violence, while it would be problematic, it was not insurmountable. Qin Guan was resolute, and Minister Chun had a keen intuition about people. He typically assessed character accurately. Given that the situation was beyond resolution, it was best to entrust it to him. After all, Xiao Ye's demeanor indicated that they were unlikely to resolve matters today. True resolution would require the procurement or technical departments to engage. Wasn't Qin Guan precisely suited for this task? Minister Qin nodded in agreement, and Qin Guan escorted Xiao Yi to a separate room. What do you wish to convey to me? First and foremost, do not be anxious. I am not anxious. We have provided you with the most essential materials. You ought to express gratitude towards us. What is your name? Xiao Yi. Qin Guan nodded, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Individuals from our nation are not particularly adept at commercial interactions in this era. However, Qin Guan understood the underlying cunning masked by Xiao Ye's meticulous exterior. They possess technology, indeed, nurtured by the lighthouse, which nearly backfired on the lighthouse itself. In the forthcoming decade, Xiao Yi is poised to disrupt the status quo, yet regrettably, they remain shackled, having lost decades of progress. You are aware that we are on the cusp of entering a period of rapid development. Your people must have surmised as much, no? What relevance does this have to us? Significant relevance, as future interactions may increase, presenting ample business opportunities. This does not require particularly astute insight to recognize the veracity in Qin Guan's statements. The lighthouse had long since made its presence known, and the information conveyed was common knowledge. Our relationship with the Big Brother has soured. The future is evident, though it has yet to fully unfold. Mr. Qin, I cannot alter the stance of those above me. Are they so certain that we must suffer this loss? Because you lack technology, to acquire it, you must turn to us. With this admission, their arrogance was laid bare. Qin Guan could not contest this. Once outside, Xiao Yi would deny having uttered such words. Thus, Mr. Qin, this is not mere frivolity on my part. Qin Guan nodded slightly and inquired, if the materials are indeed defective, how much compensation would you offer? That depends on the specific circumstances. I am not the one to decide. Wouldn't doubling the amount be reasonable? What? Doubling? Xiao Yi scoffed. Have you forgotten what I just said? You can only procure materials from us. You possess no such technology. Do you not require this steel now? Xiao Yi harbors a persistent wariness towards us. That much is indisputable. Should we rise in the future, they will be our most formidable adversaries. Qin Guan understood better than anyone the nature of the soul beneath that veneer. He had encountered scholars from Xiao Yi in his previous life. You heard correctly. Doubling is the amount you reported to them. We simply require a refund. Oh, is this implication not abundantly clear? The complexities of this matter are lost on many domestically. Yet Qin Guan had managed to prompt Xiao Yi to be more adaptable. He reiterated, we only require a refund. As for the compensation, that will depend on your sincerity. Thus, logically, the louder Qin Guan protested, the more pleased Xiao Yi should have been. If compensation were to double, half would find its way into Xiao Yi's pocket. In business, one must be flexible, indeed. Many matters in an open era have thrived on such adaptability. In the realm of commerce, if one is inflexible, no one will engage in business with them. Consider the entrepreneurs venturing abroad. Would they refrain from dealings with others due to a lack of integrity on the counterpart's part? If so, they should cease their endeavors entirely. To surpass rapidly, one must embrace flexibility. Otherwise, economic stagnation ensues, and cloistered virtue leads to increasing weakness. Currently, we maintain a close relationship with the lighthouse, but one day we will inevitably find ourselves at their mercy. Thus, we must strive to strengthen ourselves swiftly. Yet this is the directive from above, they will not relent. You are mistaken. They will relent, for we truly have developed that steel. What? Impossible. Xiao Yi was taken aback, likely informed by his company prior to this meeting that they had complete control. This situation resembles future economic sanctions and trade wars. If you lack resources, they will use this to undermine you. If you possess them, everything will proceed as normal. Qin Guan leaned closer, beginning to whisper like a devil. Ultimately, we only require a refund. How much you negotiate depends on your own initiative. As for whether we possess this technology, you may take a sample back with you when you leave. If you truly have a sample? As the conversation reached this juncture, Xiao Yi found herself compelled to ponder further. Although our nation possesses scant foreign exchange reserves, rendering us pitiable in comparison to those developed countries, this sum holds immense allure on an individual level. Mr. Qin, should you take full charge of this matter, I am willing to give it a try, but it must remain a secret from others. At last, she relented, for the allure of wealth is indeed captivating. Chapter 33. Talent must be rewarded to the surprise of many outside. Qin Guan managed to negotiate with such remarkable ease. The recently re-emerged Xiao Yi had completely transformed his demeanor, exhibiting a profound humility and bowing to everyone. I acknowledge my earlier oversight. I should have conducted a thorough investigation first. This esteemed engineer Qin has shared certain insights with me. Thus I have resolved to take back a sample for a report to request a refund on your behalf. Is that agreeable? I shall do my utmost. What do you think? At this moment, the attention of the crowd shifted from Xiao Yi to Qin Guan, curious about what he had conveyed. Noticing their gazes, Xiao Yi suddenly added, after the sample assessment, I hope that further discussions can be held with this engineer Qin, as technical support will be required. I wonder if that is feasible. Minister Chun was perplexed by the numerous turns of the conversation. However, being a seasoned veteran who had weathered many storms, he was not oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Thus, he suggested, you may take the sample back for evaluation. Engineer Qin will remain here. Well then, may I take some of your samples with me? Minister Qin saw Qin Guan nodding slightly and promptly stated, Director Yan, please make the arrangements. As long as confidentiality is maintained, he may take it back for examination. Young Qin, come with me. In their private meeting, Minister Qin wasted no time. What did you discuss with him? I merely informed him that we only require a refund and not a lesser amount, correct? Indeed, that is the department's stance. You are aware that our nation's foreign exchange reserves are alarmingly low. Given the current situation, it represents an astonishing waste. It would be ideal to recover the funds. At this juncture, the foreign exchange reserves are quite meager, only a few $100 million, with the official exchange rate hovering around 1. 8 this year. Truly pitiful, akin to having nothing at all. In the 1970s, foreign tycoons were already in the tens of billions, and domestically we are equally devoid of wealth, with a rationing system in place. Therefore, I told him we could request compensation exceeding double the amount. We merely seek a refund. Oh, no wonder he insisted on your involvement. He would not proceed without you. Minister Qin chuckled, saying, "Very well, let your Uncle Wu make the arrangements. Based solely on this matter, I could award you a medal for your significant contribution to mitigating national losses. It is a pity you are merely a jiqing." It seems Minister Chun has also developed intentions to promote Qin Guan. Qin Guan quickly interjected, "I intend to attend university. You mentioned arrangements could be made without delay. Which university do you have in mind?" "I wish to attend with my partner, who is currently preparing her foundation." "Oh, that is no issue. We can wait for you. Arrangements can be made at any time." While Qin Guan had previously mentioned this, Minister Chen's current agreement represented a significant shift from before. Minister Chun continued with a smile, "I am not an inflexible person, but for such matters, I hope that talented individuals like you refrain from involvement. Once this situation is resolved, I can apply for a reward for you. Though it may not be substantial, it will be honorable." With reserves only amounting to a few hundred million, Qin Guan would certainly not regard such a reward as significant. If one desires wealth, there are many legitimate avenues available to Qin Guan, allowing him to earn respect without resorting to such measures. Thus, he promptly declared, "I assure you, I will not participate. I require no rewards. My sole desire is to accompany my partner and ensure she completes her university education smoothly. In such matters, the less the lower echelons know, the better. Conversely, individuals like Minister Chun can be trusted with such information. Should Oldly discover that Qin Guan and Xiaoya were involved in this affair, he would likely take drastic measures. One must tailor their words to the company they keep, a lesson Qin Guan had learned well. Yet, entirely withholding rewards is not advisable, as it would appear unjust to our talented individuals. While the spirit of dedication is laudable, neglecting talent would signify a failure in my responsibilities, which must be avoided. Time is of the essence. Fortunately, your relationship with Old Wu is exceptional, so I shall approach him directly. Strive diligently in your studies to achieve further accomplishments." Upon uttering these words, Minister Chun prepared to leave but reassured Qin Guan that rewards were certain. The specifics would be determined upon the resolution of the matter. In truth, Minister Chun was not startled by Qin Guan's involvement. Rather, he was astonished by the conceptualization of future warfare models. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it appeared. Although numerous technologies remain unattainable, the theoretical framework is a field of study in itself, and he was unexpectedly enlightened by the innovative ideas of a young mind. As the situation reached a temporary conclusion, Minister Chun and his team departed, yet the second factory remained under military supervision. The developments at the second factory could not have escaped the notice of the first factory, prompting the factory head to inquire, "What have you discovered? We have been unable to enter." The second factory is under military control, with armed personnel stationed at the entrance and patrols surrounding the area. Such a significant commotion? Factory head Zhou Long was puzzled. The second factory had previously been languishing, heavily reliant on state support, while the first factory monopolized nearly all production capacity. Although economic efficiency was not paramount for the head of the factory at this time, it could influence promotions. How could he not have ambitions to secure the position of first factory head? "Have you consulted acquaintances?" None were reachable, others are unaware, and those knowledgeable technicians have been in the laboratory for several days without emerging. However, some involved workers mentioned they were experimenting with a special steel and unique alloys. Alloys. Factory head Zhou Long felt an ominous sensation. Hans had demanded 10 times the price, which he had agreed to but needed to report. Ultimately, it was the 051 project that would be footing the bill, requiring a thorough accounting to ensure sufficiency. Indeed, in this era, discussions of profit and loss are irrelevant. The only question is whether resources are sufficient. After all, domestic funds are plentiful, yet lack avenues for expenditure under the rationing system. As long as the task is completed, one can be hailed as a great contributor. Such a claim must not be usurped by the second factory. At that moment, a staff member from the factory office called out to him, "Factory head, someone from the second factory has arrived, claiming they wish to see you." "Who is it?" "Someone from the second factory." "It should be Old You. I haven't seen him, but he mentioned waiting for you in the conference room." "I shall go to him immediately." Zhou Long pondered for a moment before addressing the courier before him. instructing him to continue inquiring and uncover the truth of the matter. In comparison to high-ranking individuals like Minister Chen, Zhou Long, as a factory director, held little significance. Consequently, he was unaware of many developments. Ever since the implementation of the Cease-and method, there has been an openness emanating from above. This openness is not merely a whimsical decision made in a particular year. Rather, the crux lies in how to embrace it. Following this openness, the manner in which one presents oneself to the world is of utmost importance and requires careful consideration. Chapter 34. Unexpected entry of the brother-in-law into the factory in the conference room. Zhou Long encountered Lao Yu, recognizing him as a rare talent. He was one of the few individuals who had studied in the Maotu region, and such individuals could be considered the pinnacle of domestic technology. Zhou Long had once contemplated bringing Lao Yu over, but regrettably, the second factory had become quite entrenched. Lao Yu, have you come to ally with me? Director Zhou, we are all contributing to the 4 modernizations. There is no distinction among us. Haha, no distinction indeed. Ally sounds rather harsh, reminiscent of bandits. We ought not to jest so gravely in these times. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yes, it is quite straightforward. The alloy you require can be produced at our second factory, so I wanted to inform you that there is no need for you to purchase it from Hans. Future production tasks will be aligned with our supply. What do you mean? You can provide that kind of alloy? Yes, this is in accordance with the shipyard's specifications. We will supply you with the required quantity, and you can determine the suitability of your production based on the alloy's quality, which will facilitate the precise assignment of production tasks. Zhou Long was taken aback. Is that truly feasible? The first factory had previously attempted a technical breakthrough with that alloy and found it utterly impossible. Zhou Long was not intimately familiar with this industry, but he was aware that no company in the country possessed the technical prowess to produce it. The first factory in Shanghai City was already a leading technological enterprise. Was there anyone more competent than them? It appeared that the second factory would still rely on Lao Yu, this golden asset, to shine. Director Zhou, you are mistaken. This time it is genuinely not me, but a remarkably talented young man. Zhou Long immediately recalled Qin Guan, whom he had met before. It must be him. However, those processes were indeed quite reasonable and intriguing. The first factory had indeed held an analysis meeting on them. Yet, within this system, everyone was reluctant to meddle and simply aimed to complete their own tasks satisfactorily. Little did they expect that this would fall into the lap of the second factory, which could now even assign tasks to the first factory. Has he also developed a type of ship plate steel? Indeed, the grade of steel exceeds the design requirements, and even the Japanese were impressed. I heard they agreed to a refund, saving the country a significant economic loss. Moving forward, our 2 factories must coordinate effectively. However, that young man is not even from your factory. Old Yin has already arranged for him to be a deputy director. The fact that he was appointed as a deputy director indicated that Old Yin was quite determined. By the way, our factory is also seeking to elevate its status. Old Yin has been in good spirits these past few days. Elevated status? You are such a small unit with only a few people. It is difficult to discuss further. We will wait for the documents to arrive. Wait, what is our relationship now? Are you no longer under the city's jurisdiction? They are indeed peer units. Previously, the first factory found it inappropriate to be on equal footing with the second factory, which they deemed inferior. Now, they have been elevated, and the city has yet to issue any documents. Could it be that the province is intervening directly? There is nothing to say. Let us wait and see. It may not necessarily happen. In the 10th Brigade, Old Wu went to inform Li Jianjun. What is going on? You say Qin Guan has entered the factory? Yes, at the second steel factory. Hong Mei is taking care of him. I came to assure you not to worry. He has been gone for several days. How can I not worry? I haven't received any news. Old Li, you are also a veteran. You should understand the rules. Yet, Li Jianjun found something amiss. But that steel factory isn't part of your military. How can it be about rules? Nearby, Li's 3 sons listened with wide eyes, bewildered. This revelation somewhat shattered their worldview. How could a previously idle person now enter a factory? Uncle Wu, does this mean our brother-in-law can really enter the factory? What kind of work does he do? Does he have strength? Who says one must possess strength to enter a factory? Our brother-in-law can draw, right, Uncle Wu? Typically, jobs that don't require physical strength hold significant positions. Couldn't you arrange for us to enter too? We possess strength. In this era, entering a factory was indeed a source of pride, and everyone aspired to it, including the 3 brothers. The third brother, being the most straightforward, asked directly, without any hesitation. The eldest and second brothers at least had some restraint, but he was openly seeking a backdoor entry. Be quiet. Old Li chastised his sons with a stern glare and then turned to Old Wu. What about Dodo? We have always taken care of him. Just take him over when the time comes. It will only be a day or two. He will definitely be brought over. Today's large factories resembled small city-states, equipped with nearly everything. They provided employees with welfare facilities, various schools, hospitals, and markets, allowing for a complete life without needing to step outside, akin to a city's comprehensive infrastructure. Thus, transporting Dodo over posed no issue. The factory hospital was larger than the rural health clinics, and the factory-run school surpassed those in the countryside. Moreover, entering the factory grants one a city household registration. Why did you come today? Just to reassure you, this matter involves too much, and I cannot disclose everything. You understand the military's regulations. Arrangements will be made. I must take my leave. Leaving already? Want you stay for a drink? No time. There is much to do. After I finish with the shipyard matters, I will come back for a drink. Old Wu left in high spirits, leaving Old Li's family scratching their heads. However, Old Li understood some of it. After all, he was the secretary, albeit only overseeing rural matters, yet he had emerged from the ranks. Judging by Old Wu's demeanor, it was likely that the situation involved more than just the steel factory. It undoubtedly pertained to the military as well. At this moment, the third son asked again, "Father, can't our brother-in-law bring us into the factory?" "Calm down. Can you handle the work in the factory?" "I possess considerable strength. Who can work harder than me?" "That is technical work. Those lacking knowledge will find it difficult. Strength alone is insufficient. Why would they need to select people?" The third son suddenly found this reasoning quite sensible. Understanding rural matters was one thing, but the factory had multiple entrances, and steel factories were never small. They required knowledgeable individuals. Surely our brother-in-law wouldn't abandon our sister? That person, who can say for certain? A dog cannot change its nature. Humans are not so easily changed. Second brother, what are you saying? Old Li recognized that his sons did not harbor ill intentions. They simply spoke too casually. They could afford to be informal among family, yet such remarks could be quite embarrassing in public. Both the daughter and son-in-law have joined the factory, and even if they are merely ordinary workers, Old Li wears a proud smile upon his face. Now, even the local officials have workers of their own, allowing him to boast wherever he goes. Old Li is quite concerned about what his daughter will be doing there, yet Old Wu remains tight-lipped, revealing nothing. "Father, can we go visit my brother-in-law? I am also curious to see what the steel mill looks like." "Obey the arrangement. Did you not hear?" Chapter 35. A trip abroad. The relentless dedication to factories is a sentiment shared by all in this era. Perhaps it serves as the foundation for the future's largest scale of industrialization, as the working class indeed holds the reins of leadership. Yet, at this moment, Hongmei yearns to leave, her thoughts consumed by Dodo. The military oversight from Lao Wu fills her with unease. When will she be able to return? Meanwhile, Qin Guan also finds little desire to remain in the factory, having already completed his tasks. They say they are waiting for a decision on rewards from above. Can't they wait until they return to the countryside? "Qin Guan, have you thought about how Dodo will manage without me?" "Oh, do not fret too much. Your father has raised you and your siblings, and besides, there is your sister-in-law, who is meticulous. If we do not hear anything in a couple of days, we shall speak to Uncle Wu about going back." "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" "There is nothing inappropriate about it. We are not prisoners, after all." In truth, Hongmei recalls the previous Qin Guan, who was insistent on leaving. She knew he was unaccustomed to rural life. Logically, this place is where Qin Guan should be. The factory is glamorous and replete with everything one could desire. And Qin Guan is particularly suited for the work here. Each time she sees other technicians coming to inquire, she is left in awe. Qin Guan possesses a presence that is unparalleled. Even those who typically exude confidence, including technicians and intellectuals, appear as docile as students in his presence. Moreover, his method of explanation seems remarkably practiced, or perhaps it is an innate talent. Hongmei finds herself entranced, her man so revered. Director Yin has even suggested promoting Qin Guan to deputy factory director. Had it been in the past, she would have felt immense pride at such an achievement. With such a promising future ahead, could she possibly be a hindrance? Having once acquiesced to Qin Guan's desire for a divorce, she now feels she cannot jeopardize their relationship. She believes he is right. Such a person should not be confined to the countryside. Yet, she still longs for her daughter, feeling as though she is holding them back. Can we bring Dodo here? You are overthinking again. We are meant to attend university, not settle down here. It is not impossible. Is this place not good enough? What is the purpose of attending university? Hong Mei's words momentarily leave Qin Guan speechless. Indeed, what is the purpose of attending university? For many, it signifies the path to better employment. And now they are even willing to make you deputy factory director. She is unaware that Qin Guan is considering her well-being. Do not worry. With me by your side, what more could you desire? Besides, could Uncle Wu truly wish you as harm? Hong Mei is not anxious. She is simply struggling to adapt, as everything has unfolded too swiftly. With no preparation, Qin Guan expressed his desire to divorce her, and without warning, he changed his mind, suddenly treating her with such kindness, all while they arrived at this place without prior notice. At this moment, Uncle Wu arrives once more. How are things going? It appears that you two are living quite reservedly, having not yet moved into the arranged accommodation, spending your days in this document room. You cannot work incessantly. Uncle Wu, is there something you need? Ah, Hong Mei, I wish to speak with your husband for a moment. Naturally, Hong Mei consents. They are not strangers, after all. Lao Wu leads Qin Guan out of the document room to a secluded corner for their conversation. Minister Chun has informed me, yet I feel that this matter has not been handled appropriately. What matter could that be? Qin Guan understands it pertains to Xiao Yi, but he believes it is not his concern to manage. After all, returning the funds is Xiao Ye's issue with headquarters. Furthermore, the procurement department has expressed a desire to discuss matters with them. Discuss? You mean to negotiate with their headquarters over there? Oh, no. If that is the case, they can handle it themselves. It is not as if there is no one knowledgeable about this. Such technicalities do not require experts. Of course, the person accompanying them is still Xiao Yi, but he insists that you participate. I need not elaborate on the reasons, do I? I understand. But this matter can be left for him to handle. After all, animals and humans do not share a language. Qin Guan begins to hesitate. However, this matter does not need to be overly complicated. The fundamental reason is that they insist on Qin Guan's presence, or else negotiations will not proceed. Clearly, for Xiao Yi, there is an opportunity to profit. If there were none, he would not be inviting Qin Guan. Qin Guan suspects that Xiao Yi is not the only one looking to gain. It is a case of sharing the spoils among all involved. That said, without a collective effort, Xiao Yi would not be able to achieve this. Qin Guan, you must comply with the arrangements. Comply with whose arrangements? Qin Guan is not part of a military system, so Lao Wu's insistence holds little weight. Yet, Hong Mei is progressing well in her studies, and the college entrance examination is not imminent. There are many awaiting their turn. In any case, gaining admission to university is not an issue. Therefore, it is not impossible for him to go. Qin Guan promptly inquires, what capacity will I attend? As deputy factory director, it has been conveyed that your alloy for shipbuilding has astounded them, hence their invitation. I shall not assume that role, and may Hong Mei accompany me? I will inquire. Arranging for someone should not pose a problem. This is the result of military engineering. Our system indeed possesses advantages in resource integration. By the way, what about Dodo? Qin Guan, do not be unreasonable. We have been away from Dodo for so long. The child is still young. What will it be like without her parents? Well, it will not be for long. The child can stay with Lao Li. Having her with us would be a burden. To be honest, Qin Guan does not mind the burden. He possesses ample patience and time in this lifetime. Nonetheless, this would indeed place an undue burden on Lao Wu. Such a large-scale trip necessitates political scrutiny. Prior to the opening, many organizations would arrange trips abroad, yet the risks of personnel reduction are significant. For instance, trips for inspections or other official business, even participating in sports, would all involve travel. Opening merely refers to civilian access. Personnel reduction does not stem from any other reason, but rather that those who go may not return. In this era, obtaining approval to travel abroad is challenging. Some have resorted to forcibly leaving, the most straightforward method being to simply vanish. Would Qin Guan, as a talent, resort to such tactics? According to Lao Wu's perspective, Qin Guan ought not to venture out, as it was a demand from the minister, correct? Will the duration of this absence be extensive? Merely a few days, I presume. Your daughter is with Lao Li, so it shouldn't pose a problem for such a brief period. Indeed, let us make some preparations. Uncle Wu, it would be best not to impose such stringent measures here. Have all the soldiers been gathered? In truth, residing within the factory has its merits, at the very least. Hong Mei feels as though she is indulging in a life of luxury. If one person perceives themselves to be living in comfort, than they genuinely are, irrespective of material possessions. Chapter 36. This young man is extraordinary. During a conference in Kyoto, Minister Qin elucidated a novel model of future warfare to the assembly, comprised of military theorists and defense industry strategists, who listened with rapt attention. Old Qin, one remarked, what you describe seems almost unreal. Is this truly feasible? Indeed, it is not yet reality. It represents future warfare. Yet, as scholars of military theory, our focus must be on what lies ahead. Researching what already exists yields little more than the recycling of established ideas. But Old Qin, another interjected, you are responsible for weaponry. Do you believe this is practical? Admittedly, current conditions render such ideas somewhat impractical, yet we must establish a strategic direction. Minister Qin addressed the attendees, stating, our present circumstances indeed limit us. We lack resources, and many concepts remain unexecuted due to financial constraints. Nonetheless, our theoretical research must remain avant-garde. Some attendees shook their heads in dissent. We are already quite advanced. The standards we set for military manufacturing, such as the II-5 fighter jets and the 055 destroyers, have proven unattainable. Reality compels us to temper our ambitions. That merely reflects an overinflated standard. I am speaking of warfare models, Qin clarified. I find this quite intriguing, another participant remarked, with several agreeing, for even the most ethereal ideas can find existence if grounded in sound logic. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of theoretical research? Our equipment may lag, but our thinking must not. Such aspirations cannot be equated with arbitrary standards set for military manufacturing. The former embodies a comprehensive vision with reasonable logic, while the latter merely elevates certain metrics without proper context, diminishing the overall perspective. You are correct, Old Qin. Who proposed this notion? It appears to have a relatively complete framework. It is a young man, Qin replied. But do not underestimate him. His vision is remarkable. Those engaged in discussion here possess expansive ideas. They do not hold preconceived notions about the ignorance of youth, for Minister Qin's endorsement serves as a testament to the individual's exceptional qualities. What makes him so extraordinary? Few are in your favor. Qin responded, this also pertains to our 051 project, which you will certainly learn about in due time. These individuals are significant, as they engage in the high-level planning of military and defense strategies. Most have heard of various initiatives. The nation has not concealed the code names of these plans, such as 863. How did these plans originate? Were they merely conceived out of thin air? In truth, they arise from a grand logical framework. Much like the future warfare model proposed by Minister Qin, we first ascertain how future conflicts will unfold and then dissect each domain for further exploration. Consequently, from this top-level blueprint, various research directions emerge, all serving the overarching strategy. Do not be misled by the nation's current limitations. Its ideas are anything but antiquated. Many outlandish scientific outcomes in later generations stem from these subdivisions. This indicates that we have already envisioned the future in this era. These concepts are not only contemporary, but also resonate with the trajectory of historical development, blending the fantastical with the pragmatic. Following this conference, Minister Qin returned to his office and convened another meeting, this time with a more modest agenda focused on the recovery of outstanding payments. Given the current scarcity of foreign exchange reserves, substandard steel from small suppliers must be returned, ensuring every penny is accounted for. We must recover these funds, regardless of the effort required, as the nation faces significant challenges. Minister, most issues are manageable, but regarding the young man you mentioned, Qin Guan, yes. Why is he associating with the small suppliers? What if he decides not to return? This is no joking matter. In this age, caution is paramount. If Qin Guan ventures out and becomes enamored with the allure of a different world, what then? He possesses remarkable talent, and the small suppliers have already witnessed his innovative steel. How could they remain passive? If they attempt to recruit him, their resources far exceed ours. Billionaires abound, and we have merely several hundred million in reserves. How can we compete? Minister Qin chuckled softly. Your concerns are valid. I have contemplated this as well. However, technological advancement necessitates openness. Our future interactions will increase, and if we harbor distrust, what then? Comrade Qin is quite capable. I have personally observed his reliability. Even if he were to develop an affinity for the outside world and choose to remain there, we must respect his decision. Consider the exemplary scientists who returned during our most challenging decades in the 1950s and 60s. It was our openness that encouraged their return. If we adopt a narrow-minded attitude towards our comrades, how will others perceive us? This argument may not fully persuade, yet the reasoning is sound. If we accept those who return but hinder those who wish to leave, does that not make us akin to a lighthouse? Minister Qin's philosophy is that if one's heart lacks the greater good, then retaining them is futile. It serves little purpose to keep someone whose spirit is elsewhere, and it risks rendering them ineffective. In reality, are we truly so expansive in our perspectives? The impending wave of emigration clarifies this. In various fields, many public-funded scholars who ventured abroad have not returned. Has the state ceased sending students for overseas study? Certainly not. We have persisted in this endeavor. This openness cannot be dismissed. If you find it undesirable, you may leave. How many have departed over the years? Yet, we must possess a broad-minded approach, embracing external learning without being tethered by narrow concerns. However, many struggle to comprehend this, often denouncing certain institutions as traitorous. Years later, as most of us become indifferent to such matters, it still stirs discontent within. The domestic mindset is understandable, but we must cultivate the requisite openness. The earth shall continue to revolve regardless of who is absent. It is imperative to bestow sufficient trust upon comrades. If such trust cannot be granted, one cannot truly be considered a comrade. Have you come to this realization? We are not petty. Rather, we shall resolutely pursue our objectives. The times are shifting, and the previous emphasis on the San line layout may once again pivot back to the coastal regions. In order to foster development, one must open the doors. When some enter, others shall inevitably exit. The preceding period of adversity has been stifling, but since the visit from the lighthouse, we have begun to strategize for external development. The world must witness that we are not only capable of warfare. Chapter 37 Special Care for Intellectuals. Old Wu did not create a tense atmosphere. The second factory, apart from having his people stationed there, was no longer as anxious as before. However, the seriousness lingered, and everyone appeared considerably more solemn. At this juncture, Qin Guan's status within the factory underwent a subtle transformation. Although he had not formally taken up the role of deputy factory director, the factory began to treat him as such, a testament to Old Yan's decisive nature and ability to command respect. He made decisions based on his extensive life experience and held steadfast to them. As mealtime approached, Qin Guan was immersed in reviewing a document concerning the factory's electric slag remelting furnace. He intended to implement improvements that would enable the factory to upgrade to a furnace utilizing advanced technology from the future. Although only 3 nations had developed this technology, their levels of expertise varied significantly. Furthermore, countries that had not developed it did not necessarily lag behind. They could directly adopt the technology. Unfortunately, due to prolonged isolation, we could not simply utilize it, necessitating our own research and development. The theme of technological embargoes transcends this era. It persists in the future as well, yet the West's tactics eventually lose their efficacy. A considerable part of our drive stems from being compelled to achieve self-sufficiency. If we lack essential technologies, others can stifle us. The well-known restrictions on chip technology in the future serve as a case in point. Even if we possess superior chips, without a robust ecosystem of supporting industries, we remain constrained. Thus, over the decades, we have followed a singular path. We must possess everything ourselves, an unyielding standard. If we do not, the West will compel us to attain independence, emphasizing grand ideals. The moment they choose not to engage with us, we must create our own circles and forge our own paths. At that moment, the door swung open, and Hongmei entered, carrying several large bowls. "Why is the cafeteria serving such large meat bones today?" Qin Guan remarked, noticing one enormous platter piled high with meat bones. Hongmei's slender figure managed the load with remarkable steadiness, a testament to her upbringing in agricultural work. Qin Guan helped her with the bowls, surprised by the generous portion. "I encountered Director Liu at the cafeteria. These are from her," he explained. "Aren't there any for the other employees?" "None," she replied. She said this was a special privilege ordered by Factory Director Yan, and no one is to feel envious. Old Yan indeed held significant sway at the second factory. Qin Guan smiled, recognizing that he had acquired a privilege of his own. This era was unique. Typically, there were no distinctions, as everyone in the military shared the same table. Yet, society appeared to treat intellectuals with a distinct leniency. This can be traced back to our traditions. Intellectuals have long been regarded as the backbone of the nation. A greater portion of this leniency stems from folk customs, which provide special care for scholars. Though there were campaigns to send educated youth to rural areas, many farmers took great care of them. Is this a reflection of lingering feudal remnants? Perhaps not. It is more of a naturally formed encouragement mechanism. Some may not grasp the idea that ignorance invites hardship, yet this sentiment is evident in this context. Isn't this treatment a bit overwhelming? Not at all. We have worked hard and contributed, he reassured her. Hongmei genuinely felt a bit guilty. The food was thrust upon her by the women's director, yet the fragrant meat bones before her tempted her, making her feel she could not resist, which was somewhat shameful. Qin Guan, feeling at ease, took a piece and began to gnaw on it, setting an example for Hongmei, who was hesitant. Just then, old Wu burst in with energy. Uncle Wu, have you eaten? Sit down and have some more. No, I've already eaten. You all should enjoy your meal, don't mind me. Old Wu waved his hand. I came to inform you that the travel plans have been approved. We'll be leaving in a couple of days. You don't need to do anything, just follow the group. Qin Guan, still holding a piece of bone, remarked, you could have simply sent someone to convey this. A phone call would suffice. It's essential that I deliver this personally. Don't embarrass me over there, understand? Leave your distractions behind. It was perplexing. Why would the minister allow him to go? This sentiment was widely shared. Concerns lingered that one might not return from the enticing capitalist world, especially someone deemed a promising youth by such a minister. The thought of oldly discussing this could be even more disparaging. The irony lay in the fact that the upper echelons possessed a broader perspective, while the common folk voiced their grievances. Many from the future romanticized this era as one of terror, but in reality, it was merely a figment of imagination. Storytelling often requires a certain ambience, leading to the demonization of this period, which was far from the norm. The prevailing atmosphere was quite natural, infused with genuine emotions even among different social strata. There were no absurdities. Those studying nuclear physics often engaged in exchanges abroad. What field could possibly compare in significance? Before the onset of openness, many exchanges had already taken place at the official level, with subsequent engagements merely transitioning to the grassroots level. When their chief leader visited, we dispatched numerous delegations to observe. To speak candidly, there were indeed individuals with ulterior motives. Some would not return after going abroad. Nevertheless, we have consistently maintained such exchanges. Old Wu embodied a middle ground, still feeling the tension of the situation. Uncle Wu, we have been in this factory for so many days without returning home. There's no rush to go back. You wouldn't be home for long anyway. It's just a flight. But I must see the child. I haven't seen Dodo in several days. You should broaden your perspective. During our battles, many had just begun to have children, crying for milk, yet they only caught a glimpse before heading off to war. That's not comparable. It's a complete generation gap, Qin Guan thought, feeling unable to respond. The older generation's ability to disregard personal emotions is indeed a quality worth emulating. However, the present moment offers conditions that warrant a different approach. Emphasizing hardship under such circumstances seems devoid of merit. Old Wu's apprehension likely stemmed from concerns about potential complications. Moreover, some from the future even believed that during this period, people could not afford meat. The elders in the family tend to overly emphasize their hardships, often neglecting to mention any positive aspects, solely recounting the extent of their suffering. While it is true that resources are somewhat scarce in this era, it is not the case that one cannot occasionally indulge in a decent meal of meat. In rural areas, one may hesitate to consume what they have raised, yet as a worker, to claim that one cannot afford a proper meal is rather excessive. Certainly, daily indulgence is not feasible, but in comparison to previous times, life has indeed improved significantly. However, when juxtaposed with the international community, we find ourselves in a state of stagnation. Consequently, we remain fixated on the pace of development, perpetually dissatisfied with its speed. Chapter 38. A shift in perspective. Much like a prison visit, Qin Guan found himself at a loss for words in front of Lao Wu. His character was unlikely to change. Then, Uncle Wu, would you like to sit down and have a bite? I'm not hungry. Just remember what I said. Oh, by the way, your elder brother has arrived. I'll have him say a few words, and then he'll leave. So it won't affect your work. No, Uncle Wu, that's unnecessary. It feels like a prison visit. Stop talking nonsense. No wild thoughts. Lao Wu retorted, stepping outside to summon Li Hongbing, the eldest son of the Li family. Hongmei, who had previously been somewhat intimidated by Lao Wu, approached Li Hongbing and said, Elder brother, please sit and have something to eat. Li Hongbing gazed longingly at the meat and bones on the table, swallowing hard but hesitating to approach. No, Uncle Wu only asked me to say a few words and then leave. It won't disrupt your work. What disruption could this possibly cause? Don't stand on ceremony, brother. Qin Guan could no longer bear to watch. This was not Li Hongbing's usual demeanor. It was evident that a mere reprimand from Lao Wu had rendered him so subdued. Yet, the Li family believed that entering the factory was a significant matter. If these three brothers were to cause trouble, old Li would surely break their legs. The older generation was always stern. However, it was hard to argue against such caution, as internal and external conflicts had been ongoing. Particularly with projects that involved the fate of the nation, one had to be exceedingly vigilant. The common folk were indeed wary of spies, for there were many arrests across the country, especially along the coast where infiltrators were frequently apprehended. Throughout history, there have always been both steadfast and wavering individuals, many of whom have been misled. Very well, go ahead, Li Hongbing said. My father wants me to convey that you needn't worry about home. He is a man who has seen battle and understands the situation. Rest assured, your family will be well cared for. And you need not fret about Dodo. After all, there are still the three of us. Your words imply that we are heading to the front lines. Indeed, if you were at home, you would hear father express far more serious concerns. Qin Guan, having experienced this himself, understood the youthful tendency to dismiss such matters while elders detest that nonchalance. Unbeknownst to them, their own attitudes had shifted in a manner that was quite interesting. It had only been a few days, yet they had taken on such a solemn demeanor. It is important to note that Qin Guan had previously been bustling about, attending meetings and engaging with experimental apparatuses in Europe. The opportunities for business trips in the future would be plentiful, yet none would carry the gravity that this situation did, unless, of course, one were to venture into outer space, which would warrant a different level of seriousness. Is there anything else? Father said you are a good son-in-law, so do not be foolish. This required no further explanation. Qin Guan understood the intent. Reassure father that his heart is dedicated to this family and to the revolutionary martyrs. He would never betray his country, and he must remain steadfast. I shall convey these words back to him, alleviating his worries. Are you not staying for another bite? No. I had already eaten before coming. The rich aroma of meat lingered in the room, and Li Hongbing struggled to suppress his discomfort. However, Qin Guan had no intention of offering him anything. Lao Wu was still outside, and there was no rush. With his return, life would surely improve, so he nodded for Hongmei to see off her elder brother. Upon seeing Hongmei return with a slightly sullen expression, he chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not accustomed to this?" "A bit. But it is comforting to have you around. If this atmosphere is uncomfortable for you, you may choose a different life." "That is not what I meant. I promised to stay by your side." Hongmei appeared flustered, to which Qin Guan smiled gently. "There's no need to be anxious. I harbor no other intentions. You can lead the life you choose, but remember, every life requires trade-offs. Perfection is unattainable. Regardless of your choice, I can accommodate it. You need not worry. Besides, given our current circumstances, father will gradually grow accustomed to it. This is merely the beginning, and he is a bit too tense. It is understandable. Old Li has never faced such situations, and Qin Guan could picture the weight on his mind. This life may seem peculiar from the outside, yet those living it would feel a sense of unease. However, the former scientific workers lived in such a manner. Many concealed their identities and spent their lives in seclusion. With gains come losses, it depends on what one values. Those who lived incognito obtained what they desired. Yet, Qin Guan was aware that the international landscape would shift. Military confrontations would no longer unfold as they once did. It was not that conflict had vanished. Rather, it had intensified and manifested in different forms. It is challenging to compare different eras. Even in a peaceful future, heroes, deserters, and traitors would still emerge. Therefore, Qin Guan resolved to allow Hongmei to make her own choices. He could not dictate her path, as that would not bring happiness. Furthermore, he could not conflate career and family. Family was merely one unique facet of life. I have married you, so wherever you go, I shall follow. There is no rush to contemplate these matters. A lifetime is long. This outing is an opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. We will not be gone long, so you need only observe and reflect. Did Uncle Wu say he would take me along? Certainly, for they fear my spirit might be lured away by capitalist beauties. Ha! Hongmei chuckled, playfully pinching Qin Guan. Yet, Qin Guan's words held an element of truth. Lao Wu truly harbored such concerns. He believed that Qin Guan was quite astute, and if someone were to monitor him within the factory or elsewhere, it would yield little effect. The only way to keep him anchored was through his wife and daughter, and it seemed that Hong Mei had also been assigned as a staff member under Director Yan. Qin Guan held no objections towards Lao Wu. His actions were justified. The following day, Lao Wu took them to the inspection team meeting. This visit was not only to discuss the previous batch of steel, but also to explore other projects. The steel from Lao Wu was related to the delegation that had previously visited for a more prosperous future. Qin Guan and Hong Mei were merely temporary participants in this delegation. Today, Hong Mei donned new attire, though even new clothes in this era exuded a sense of formality, considering the diplomatic nature of the occasion. Regardless of others' perceptions, this was their own perspective. The head of the delegation, a man of military background, was robust and now served in the Ministry of Machinery. Is this a young couple? Well, Captain Wu, I would appreciate your extra attention to them. They are primarily engaged in discussions regarding the steel mill refund project. Ah, splendid. Such promising youth, haha. Captain Wu possesses a likable personality, and Qin noticed that the other individuals accompanying them hold significant statuses. Indeed, every opportunity we have to venture out requires thorough examination, for this period is fraught with uncertainty. Chapter 39. The marvel of capitalism. The journey of Qin Guan to this place was, in essence, quite straightforward. It merely required reaching an agreement with the individuals on the Shaoyi side. Minister Chun was well aware of this, which is why he refrained from sending anyone to constrain Qin Guan. Accompanying him in this endeavor was Director Yang, a figure who, despite his ostensibly high rank, was essentially there to allow Qin Guan to take the lead. Minister Chen's primary objective was simple: to retrieve the funds, with all else being of little consequence. If Qin Guan could accomplish this, then there was no need to delve into the complexities. The past movements would not affect the military. The military operates on pragmatism, solely concerned with the ability to get things done, and if one cannot, they simply replace them. There is no room for unnecessary complications. Within the military, an intriguing phenomenon occurs: the higher one ascends, the more enlightened they become. Commander Wu introduced Qin Guan and his companions to Director Yang, after which he boarded the plane without engaging in excessive pleasantries. Upon disembarking, the group was greeted by a world of opulence. Except for Qin Guan, every member of the delegation was taken aback. By the 1970s, the economy of Shaori had already begun to flourish, with approximately another decade of growth ahead of them. The sight before them was truly enviable, a sentiment shared even by some senior members of the delegation, not to mention Hong Mei, who had little exposure to such grandeur. During this period, Hong Mei had experienced a significant chapter in her life. She had first ventured into the city, broadened her horizons, then visited factories, and now, she was witnessing an economic miracle from the vantage point of an airplane. This was overwhelming for her, and she struggled to process it all for a considerable time. However, for Qin Guan, all of this bore a sense of historical resonance. The architecture from the last century, the design and decor, paled in comparison to what Qin Guan had encountered in the past. Reflecting on what would transpire here in the future, Qin Guan felt a profound sense of contemplation. It is imperative for a nation to be autonomous, otherwise, it faces dire consequences. The flourishing economy of Shaori would eventually meet its ceiling, impacting its own economic master. There is no sympathy for Shaori, but from an observer's standpoint, one must remain vigilant and prevent minor issues from escalating. Fortunately, we have consistently maintained a long-term perspective, emphasizing a single term in all discussions of cooperation: autonomy. Our situation is distinct. Any minor misstep could lead to outcomes far worse than those of Shaori. The reason we strive for excellence in all endeavors is that if one is not first, they are essentially nothing. The lighthouse may tolerate its own dog, but can it extend the same tolerance to one who possesses a sense of autonomy? What happened? On the plane, you appeared indifferent, yet now your spirits seem elevated. The beauty of this place is truly breathtaking. Hong Mei found herself at a loss for words to describe it, a sentiment that Qin Guan understood well. Initially, one is drawn to prosperity, who wouldn't yearn for it? Those who claim to adore nature would soon wish to obliterate the mountains if left isolated for a month, as such seclusion does not reflect human civilization. Hong Mei had only recently visited the city, discerning a stark contrast between urban and rural life. Yet upon arriving here, the disparity compared to our cities was even more pronounced. Regrettably, their rapid development would soon encounter limitations, and upon hitting that ceiling, they would inevitably be suppressed. Do you admire this place? Not quite. I merely find it visually appealing and believe we should aspire to similar heights. Indeed, What you find beautiful pales in comparison to what lies beyond. For Hongmei, Qin Guan might seem obstinate, yet this is the late 1970s of Shaori. In another decade, they will likely grow so inflated that they disregard the lighthouse entirely. Is that considered grand and ambitious? Perhaps for other nations, but not for us. Qin Guan was not being obstinate. When the era of grand infrastructure development commences, many may not even realize it. That will mark the greatest engineering endeavor in human history, and when one looks back at this place, it will seem rather modest. Let us move, stay close. Director Liu approached from behind, addressing the young man, stating that he must work harder, as he had likely never witnessed such grandeur. Indeed, Qin Guan smiled, gathering his belongings to follow. Upon their arrival, Shaori had sent representatives to welcome them, and both sides conducted themselves with commendable decorum. The reception was organized by the Chamber of Commerce, but within, Qin Guan recognized a familiar face, Xiao Yi. Mr. Qin, you have indeed come in person. Is this your wife? Xiao Yi's attention was immediately drawn to Hong Mei's beauty, prompting him to gaze at her a moment longer. Qin Guan extended his hand, turning Xiao Yi's chin to speak directly. Yes, you must mind your manners. Your presence here signifies that our dealings have progressed smoothly, correct? Yes, we are mostly following protocol. You can rest assured, I will see it through, Xiao Yi replied. Director Yang, witnessing the interaction, grew flustered and pulled Qin Guan aside. This is not our homeland. Regardless of past grievances, one must not act inappropriately in such diplomatic settings. Do you understand? Rest easy. Director Yang, our actions symbolize friendship. If Xiao Yi were to embezzle funds, Qin Guan would hold leverage over him, provided he were tempted. Furthermore, Xiao Yi would require Qin Guan's assistance to succeed. What could he dare to say otherwise? However, would Qin Guan be so accommodating? Would he jeopardize his own company for the sake of completing his task? No, it is not so simple. Future technical exchanges with them would necessitate a firm hand to guide matters. We must not neglect the opportunity for learning, especially since they possess their own unique advantages. Returning to the conversation, Xiao Yi had more pressing inquiries and discreetly pulled Qin Guan aside. Qin sang, will you be the signing representative this time? Yes, I have received authorization. Excellent. We can make significant strides together. I find that difficult, given our system. Once the funds are acquired, I cannot possibly bring them back home. Qin Guan pondered the situation. The domestic circumstances made any attempt to profit nearly impossible. The financial system would not permit the transfer of such sums back home. Unless one intends to remain abroad indefinitely, repatriating substantial funds is an unattainable dream, rendering petty schemes unnecessary. This is precisely why there is no fear of personal gain, but rather concern over funds remaining abroad, as everything brought back is meticulously scrutinized by the authorities. Naturally, those with ingenuity might devise intricate schemes, initially profiting abroad, establishing roots, and later returning under some pretext. But this requires an opportunity for profit. Qin Guan's mission was solely to recover refunds, and the funds would not pass through his hands. Conversely, Xiao Yi's ambitions to profit were merely at the expense of his own company, unrelated to domestic affairs. Allow me to devise a solution for you. It would be best for you to stay with us. I apologize, but I do not favor your establishment and must certainly return. Your insistence places me in a difficult position, Qin sang. I have tirelessly assisted you in obtaining a refund, yet now you choose not to participate, which leaves me quite uneasy. He is not foolish, after all. Qin Guan suddenly exclaimed. You seek to secure your loyalty, do you? Qin Guan was aware of his intentions. He implied that he wished to ensnare Qin Guan as well, considering it a form of hush money that one cannot simply refuse. Chapter 40. The company seeks your engagement. Great benefits await money is universally appealing. However, Qin Guan is not devoid of capabilities, thus relying on such trivial means to amass wealth is beneath him. Consequently, Qin Guan would not entertain such an offer. As the saying goes, when the granaries are full, one understands etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, one comprehends honor and disgrace. When one looks down upon paltry gains, one does not covet them. And Qin Guan finds himself in such a state. It is absurd to think that a luminary in the scientific realm such as himself would tarnish his reputation for mere monetary gain. Nevertheless, there lies an implicit threat in Xiao Yi's words. Should you refuse, I will not assist you in this matter. Regardless, it is evident that neither Qin Guan nor Xiao Yi would dare to accept, for those of sound intellect understand that caution is paramount. Xiao Yi, you are overly anxious. I appreciate your goodwill, Qin Guan chuckled, patting Xiao Ri's shoulder. We shall revisit this matter. When shall we proceed with the specific arrangements? Perhaps tomorrow, Xiao Yi replied. I must inform you that I have quoted a price threefold, including your payment, which totals to 3 times the amount. We shall split it evenly. What audacity! He dares to demand such a sum. This is indeed a contract worth millions of dollars. With a threefold quote, the total amounts to 30 million, of which 20 million is compensation, granting Qin Guan half, equating to 10 million. Of course, the procurement process incurs expenses, deducting over 8 million from this sum. This figure is enough to astonish the entire nation. Even a mere 10,000 would constitute a sensational case. However, within the domestic sphere, such money holds little value, hardly surpassing the utility of grain coupons. From the perspective of procedural legitimacy, Qin Guan has already brought honor to the nation with the compensation agreement of Xiao Ri. One wonders how Xiao Yi managed to negotiate this. Perhaps it is often the case that insiders are more adept at exploiting their own. Noted, you truly are impressive, Qin Guan remarked. Qin sang, it is not my prowess, but rather the merit of your samples, Xiao Yi responded. What do you mean by that? Our company, upon viewing your samples, had no choice but to issue a refund, as we wish to prevent other collaborations from being adversely affected. We also produce various other steel materials and aspire to maintain a favorable relationship with your esteemed nation. In this era, Xiao Ri's steel is among the finest globally, with astonishing production rates. Why is the output so high? It can be attributed to the owner's subsidiary factories. Moreover, over in the Lighthouse Nation, this strategy serves to outsource manufacturing, enabling global production to cater to their needs. Thus, it was only after establishing diplomatic relations with us that they dared to sell. Indeed, we are here to discuss this matter, Qin Guan acknowledged. Additionally, Qin sang, you should contemplate joining us. The company is prepared to offer a substantial salary, allowing you to enjoy a better quality of life here. If you are willing, you may set forth your conditions. Are they attempting to poach talent? Perhaps they were impressed by the quality of the steel plate samples, which could indeed rival their own shipbuilding steel. Xiao Yi must have discussed this with the company for them to take note. Quite intriguing. What more is there to consider? Qin sang. In your homeland, wealth is of little use, whereas here, money equates to everything. If you are inclined, our company will assist you. This is a lifestyle beyond your imagination. Not at all. I can envision it quite clearly. Who do you think I am? A former scientific luminary, and you assume I cannot fathom life in Xiao Ri? What do you think? Are you tempted? That sum could easily sustain you for a lifetime. A few $1,000,000 could be considered a staggering sum in Xiao Ri. No wonder he is so insistent. But what does Qin Guan have to gain from such an offer? It feels like an affront to a scientific titan. Still not convinced. Why? Would you be content returning empty-handed? Is this the life you desire? First and foremost, I cannot communicate in your tongue. Qin Guan responded earnestly. Furthermore, do not project your values onto mine. Is such a trivial sum enough to elate you? It does not satisfy my aspirations. You would do well to inform your company to abandon this pursuit. Xiao Yi was perplexed. Does this individual harbor even greater ambitions? One might say that creating a new world for future generations could be deemed ambitious. People are not alike. The joy that money brings can expand infinitely. The first time one receives $100, it is met with surprise and delight. But soon enough, $100 fails to evoke happiness, prompting an insatiable desire for more. Are you aware of what those billionaires are engaged in? They are striving to amass even greater wealth. Capital is a formidable beast, ever expanding and consuming all in its path. This is a lesson well learned. Yet we possess a different kind of romance, one that seeks to etch our names in history. By the time Qin Guan achieves this, will he truly lack for funds? Qin sang, I truly do not comprehend your perspective, but you cannot dismiss that money. Otherwise, I will be unable to assist you. Do not be so hasty. I have not declined. I am merely contemplating how to allocate the funds. You truly dare to accept? See, you are growing anxious again. I do not wish for your haste. I have indicated my willingness, so you ought to be more composed. However, I must consider how to transport the money back. Thus, grant me some time. I shall devise a method to manage these funds. Please expedite your efforts. I need to coordinate with the company. Also, have you reconsidered joining us? At long last, Qin Guan managed to dismiss him. He pondered, could wealth truly become a burden? He then approached Director Yang, stating, I need to make a call to the minister. Here, what is the nature of the call? The details are confidential. I cannot disclose them. Such a thing is unorthodox. Director Yang expressed skepticism. If there were indeed confidential information, you should not conduct a call in this manner. It is permissible. Without this call, the matter cannot proceed. Once I conclude, you may directly inquire with the minister. Very well, I shall accompany you to make the call. Director Yang was somewhat displeased, yet he had no choice but to allow Qin Guan to speak with the minister first, trusting he could ask questions later. This should not pose an issue. Under the arrangements of the reception team, Director Yang placed a call back, summoning Qin Guan only once the connection was established. On the other end of the line, Minister Chun inquired succinctly and calmly, "What is the matter?" "It concerns the discussion we had the other day. He insists on giving us half the money. Were you not previously disinterested?" "Indeed. But if I refuse now, he would not dare to accept, and he might use this to hinder us later." "How intriguing. Refusing the money has become untenable. What are your thoughts?" "Accept it, but do not take it back with you. We will procure some equipment here." The minister can compile a list to inform Director Yang. As Minister Chen hung up the phone, he found the situation amusing yet comprehensible. It is inappropriate to simply reclaim the funds. It is not that we are lacking in financial resources, but rather that we cannot retrieve such money without justification. However, if we were to consider procuring some experimental apparatus, that would indeed be acceptable. This raises the question of what to purchase. The suggestion regarding Qin Guan is commendable. Bringing items back from here holds greater value than merely transporting money. Even though Qin Guan possesses a wealth of technology, it must be replicated through specific instruments. Chapter 41 The satisfying signing process. The representatives from the Gongshang Huai Suo provided accommodation, which was exceedingly luxurious. For the coming decade, they could boldly claim intentions to purchase the host lighthouse. Thus, their current situation was undoubtedly prosperous, and aside from Qin Guan, the others in the delegation were utterly bewildered. The accommodations they arranged were from an entirely different realm compared to those in their homeland. The reason many individuals are drawn to this era is primarily due to the irresistible allure presented. In reality, domestic regulations are not particularly stringent. Those who attempt to escape are seldom pursued. The only consequence is that returning becomes somewhat challenging, as the domestic sentiment is characterized by a longing for a better life that stands in stark contrast to the current state of affairs. This is an openly acknowledged truth, reflecting the remarkable tolerance of our nation. However, should one choose to leave and later wish to return, the situation is not so simple. No place is as accessible as one wishes. Individuals must assume responsibility for their choices, and others are under no obligation to accept them. Hence, relinquishing one's nationality is a straightforward process, requiring merely a payment of 250. Yet, one cannot boldly expect to claim the benefits of opportunities cultivated by numerous nations after having fled. Within the hotel, Qin Guan began drafting a list of instruments required for procurement, which he handed over to Director Yang. Upon reviewing it, Director Yang seemed perplexed. "What does this mean?" "It is a catalog of instruments we aim to procure, encompassing various industries. You need not worry about funding. I propose a budget of approximately 10 million USD, and I hope you will consult with the Gongshang Huai Suo representatives." The Gongshang Huai Suo is quite reputable, which is why Qin Guan instructed Director Yang to liaise with them. For any required items, simply coordinate with the conference representatives. They can assist on the front lines. The only concern is funding. "Qin Guan, I have this list to consult with the conference representatives. Is our budget sufficient? 10 million is certainly inadequate. However, some items can be negotiated, while others I will handle. The price must not escalate. Our funds are limited, around 8 to 9 million. "What? 8 to 9 million? "Yes, in USD. Qin Guan affirmed, and Director Yang was left speechless. How could a mere countryside-educated youth like Qin Guan manage such a sum? Moreover, the transactions here are conducted in foreign currency, and the nation possesses only a few hundred million. How could Qin Guan confidently assert he could procure 8 to 9 million? I must inquire, where does this nearly 10 million USD originate? You need not concern yourself. It is all documented in this directory." Qin Guan replied, "But I have annotated it, noting that many instruments cannot be acquired for mere millions. Initially, we will likely procure only some low-end goods, though if they are amenable, we can discuss high-end options as well. However, that is not the focal point. What is the focal point? The crucial issue is that even 10 million is insufficient. Not even several hundred million would suffice. Scientific instruments are exceedingly costly. Do not assume that millions will procure quality items. Hence, in Qin Guan's list, he selected some affordable yet essential instruments. Millions are required, with some instruments costing far beyond that. Upon hearing this, Director Yang became somewhat anxious. These items are rather delicate and costly. You, write these down and sign your name. Very well. Qin Guan shook his head, aware that Director Yang was apprehensive. In truth, there was not much on the list. Had it not been for Minister Qin's directive for him to oversee these matters, he would not have dared to take on such responsibility. Unfortunately, Qin Guan lacked the qualifications to manage this. Director Yang, being from the armaments department, was indeed qualified to oversee the benefits arising from this contract. Observing the models written by Qin Guan made Director Yang's scalp prickle. This will suffice. I am not entirely aware of the specific prices for some instruments. Please consult with the representatives from the Gongshang Huai Suo, as you are familiar with them, to ascertain the prices for better purchasing. Comrade Xiaoqin, it would be wise to note approximate prices alongside. I fear being taken advantage of. Director Yang, there is no need to be overly anxious. After all, the funds are essentially free. After completing the list, it comprised instruments urgently needed across various sectors. Of course, some remain restricted under the Batong limitations and may not be available for sale, but it is worth attempting. The next day, the refund process commenced and appeared to proceed smoothly. Starting from the morning, both parties convened to discuss, primarily aligning their opinions on paper, followed by signatures, confirming the issues one by one. The Japanese side surprisingly acknowledged everything quite readily. It seemed that Xiao Yi had done considerable groundwork. He remained the executing representative of this matter and successfully finalized the agreement with a handshake. Qin sang, "It is regrettable that our initial collaboration has not been entirely successful, Private Marseille. We hope to have future opportunities to collaborate, and I extend our president's apologies. To express our regret, might we host you this evening to showcase our hospitality?" He is aware of the significance of hospitality. Qin Guan recognized this as a potential setup. In commercial activities, it is customary for both parties to dine together after successfully concluding matters. Qin Guan, having always been involved in research in his previous life and eschewing public relations engagements, held no interest in such dinner gatherings. Let us do it this way. I will have Director Yang accompany you, as further collaboration is primarily his affair with you. No, you must join us. There is an old saying, friendship should prevail even if business is not concluded. This is also a gesture of goodwill. I hope Qin Sang does not find it unwelcome. Qin Guan subtly alluded, indicating he awaited their sincerity. The implication was clear, money was the crux. Only Xiao Yi comprehended this, knowing Qin Guan was willing to contribute, which reassured him. Thus, he refrained from further comment, leading the team away but reminding Qin Guan, be sure to attend this evening. Director Yang bid them farewell, and by this time, Qin Guan had already returned to his room to accompany Hong Mei. Uncertain how to approach the evening's social event, Director Yang would later have to consult Qin Guan. He knocked on the door and entered, finding Hong Mei in the room, which made Director Yang somewhat embarrassed. Xiaoqin, regarding tonight's banquet. You should go, Director Yang. This time, it primarily concerns your unit's relationship with them. I was only temporarily dispatched to negotiate. But you presided over the signing. Is it acceptable for you not to attend? Then perhaps we can abstain from such corrupt activities. Dining is trivial, but the key lies in what customs or behaviors might follow the meal, which do not align with our principles and could lead to errors. Director Yang had attended previously but was unaware of these nuances. Should we then refrain from attending? You must go, for they still possess considerable expertise, and it is likely that collaboration will be necessary in the future. Let us not allow matters to become overly strained. I must speak with the minister. Upon hearing the potential for mistakes, Director Yang felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Is there truly a risk of errors in collaboration and communication? This was an experience that Director Yang had not encountered, yet Commander Wu would undoubtedly be aware of it. However, if one wishes to corrupt you, one must find you of value, which, evidently, Director Yang does not fulfill in their eyes. The true target of corruption is Qin Guan. Chapter 42. The tradition of the sex industry. Director Yang has reported back, and Qin Guan understands that Director Yang is merely keeping an eye on his own people. The truth is that individuals from our country, having not experienced the world, face genuine risks when venturing out. If it were not for Qin Guan, should a different scientist be in the same situation, without someone to accompany them for social engagements, mishaps could easily occur. This is a matter of daily life that all men comprehend. However, Director Yang himself would never encounter such dangers. He is of little significance. Lacking a high position or mastery of technology, he merely acts as a protective figure. After Yang's departure, Hong Mei curiously inquired. Is it really so troublesome to process a refund? Indeed, it is necessary. Do you know why? Because once a commercial contract entails returns or compensation, someone must bear the responsibility. The repercussions of this responsibility extend beyond mere financial loss. They also impact the company's reputation, diminishing brand value. Hong Mei was taken aback. Such considerations are rarely emphasized domestically. Our market economy has yet to evolve to this stage, and the concept of corporate image is virtually non-existent. Does this imply that they would appear to have a poor reputation? Precisely. The act of both parties engaging in refunds and returns signifies a mutual understanding. It serves as a means to salvage one's reputation after an incident, a notion absent in our planned economy system. This Hong Mei could comprehend, as our country operates on a planned economy. For instance, if Jianghai City's steel plant number 1 produces a batch of substandard products, the most they might face is a penalty. Ultimately, one would still need to purchase from them. There is no notion of damaging a brand's reputation. If the damage to one's image becomes too severe, a company could even face bankruptcy. This is the reality of a market economy. Bankruptcy? That seems rather harsh. Will we face such a fate in the future? It is likely. It will not be many years hence. This will compel companies to protect their reputations and take product quality seriously. This is the elimination mechanism inherent in a market economy. If your reputation is poor, no one will buy your goods. So, that is how it works. It seems to make sense. Qin Guan nodded. The logic is sound. Yet over time, companies find numerous ways to obscure the truth, especially near-monopolistic enterprises that often resort to purchasing media coverage to whitewash their actions. That is the nature of capitalism. Hong Mei shook her head. We will not follow that path. Qin Guan chuckled. At this time, people still cared deeply about ideology. He recalled a notable instance from the early days of opening up, when an official arrived in Shenzhen and, upon witnessing the state of affairs, was moved to tears. Is this still the system we have upheld? It is akin to the way the beacon nations regard us. Those who are entangled in this mindset are relics of the past, and many senior officials struggled to accept the changes when we first opened up. How could we emulate them? They are imperialists, capitalists. We have endured, and later it was the beacons who remarked, how could you learn from that dragon country? No matter, we will continue to improve. Qin Guan did not elaborate further. What is meant to come will come, and discussing it now bears little significance. When they invite you to dine, will you not attend? Would that not be disrespectful? Their gathering carries a different connotation. Do you understand? They wish to win me over. Qin Guan struggled to articulate the term. Poaching? Subversion? Headhunting? Regardless, it would make Hong Mei uncomfortable. Merely conveying the sentiment would suffice. Are they attempting to recruit you as a spy? Not exactly. They have seen our steel samples and are undoubtedly aware of my technical capabilities. Apparently, that little Yi must have informed the company. They are willing to offer a substantial sum for me to come over and serve them. You would not accept their offer, would you? You wouldn't care about their money. Gazing into Hong Mei's sparkling eyes, Qin Guan deeply appreciated the innocence of the people of this era. It is not merely a matter of age. Individuals of this time possess convictions. If they lacked such faith, our society would have crumbled long ago. What do the people of this era have to be confident about? Ultimately, it is the belief within their hearts, largely derived from tradition, a pride that has accumulated over millennia. Rural folk, who seldom read, may not grasp the deeper meanings, yet they possess a certain pride in foreign goods. When confronted with foreign products, even if they find them novel and useful, they often display a sense of disdain. This attitude is an ingrained legacy of thousands of years. Foreigners fail to comprehend this, assuming it is mere brainwashing. And perhaps, in a way, it is. Regardless, that intrinsic pride among our people endures, even in the darkest of times. Even an illiterate peasant possesses it. Such a sentiment is difficult to articulate, as it embodies a collective sense of honor that has been passed down through generations. Do you think it is solely about wealth? What else could it be? What do you think I meant when I spoke of the sex industry? Qin Guan, now intrigued, began to explain these matters to Hong Mei, ensuring that this journey would not be in vain, while also broadening her horizons. The sex industry, you see. Hong Mei's eyes widened in astonishment, her cheeks flushed. Despite having a child with Qin Guan, she found it challenging to process this information. Are they not affluent? Why would they engage in such practices? It is unrelated to wealth. If you were to understand the historical origins of the sex industry, you would comprehend. The Koreans, too, built their foundations upon women. It is not that increased income prevents such occurrences. Rather, it may exacerbate them. Hong Mei, of course, could not fathom why, in a life of such comfort, one would resort to such shameful acts. Consequently, the sex industry has become a tradition in this region. From Hong Mei's perspective, one would rather perish than entertain such thoughts. After listening to Qin Guan's narrative, she clutched his clothing tightly. You must not go. Haha, rest assured. I shall never do so in my lifetime. I am not speaking falsehoods. Hong Mei is the only regret of my previous life, and nothing else compares. Are there any matters worth mentioning beyond that? Yet, sensing a flicker of concern in Hong Mei's gaze, Qin Guan embraced her, declaring, In my eyes, no one is more beautiful than you. With you by my side, what more could I desire? To be apart from you for even a minute is a waste of life. Sweet words may lack reason, yet they are effective. Hong Mei felt herself soften. She had initially intended to resist, but after hearing Qin Guan's words, she resolved to make an effort, determined to retain Qin Guan's heart. Qin Guan was pleasantly surprised. This had a remarkable effect on Hong Mei, and today she was unusually open. This is undoubtedly the greatest harvest of this journey. In truth, such government-funded excursions present an opportunity to explore the world. However, Qin Guan, having seen it all in his previous life, finds himself utterly disinterested in the mundane pleasures of this era. Nevertheless, under the influence of Hong Mei, he feels compelled to broaden her horizons. It would be unwise to remain cooped up in the hotel indefinitely, and thus, Qin Guan intends to take a moment to show Hong Mei around. Yet, as evening approaches, Xiaoyi insists on Qin Guan joining him for a meal. Chapter 43. Continuing to dig the wall, the advocate of a simple life, Qin Guan was not inclined to engage in any pretense with Xiaoyi. Given the latter's enthusiasm, he readily acquiesced. However, he did not venture forth alone but brought along Hong Mei, allowing her to witness the splendor of developed nations. Of course, she would also encounter many unsavory aspects. Yet, if innocence is built upon ignorance, it loses its luster. Thus, he insisted on taking Hong Mei with him, and the two set off together. They both donned new attire, yet due to the era's constraints, their clothing appeared quite rustic. Qin Guan was indifferent. Even if his garments were patched, he would stride forth with confidence. Having reached the pinnacle in his past life, he was unperturbed by the opinions of others. Hong Mei, on the other hand, was more concerned about appearances, keeping her head lowered. Feeling rather out of place. Unbeknownst to her, she was exceptionally beautiful, having shared a life with Qin Guan, radiating like a lotus emerging from the water. The lingering excitement seemed to dance at the tips of her hair, and her delicate face exuded a certain ethereal moisture. Her innate beauty, already striking, appeared even more resplendent due to the harmony shared with her husband. This image was astonishing, without a trace of makeup. She outshone the elegantly attired and meticulously groomed women in the upscale restaurant, becoming the focal point of all gazes. Throughout the journey, had it not been for Qin Guan's discerning gaze, Xiaoye's attention would have been entirely consumed by Hong Mei. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, Xiaoye's superior, a stout man, was rendered speechless at the sight of Hong Mei. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, akin to witnessing the pure smile of a handsome rural dweller amidst the extravagance of modernity, captivating everyone in an instant, a sentiment universally understood. Clearing his throat, Qin Guan drew Hong Mei behind him. Oh, this is our section chief, Mr. Yamamoto. Greetings, you must be Qin Sang. Just call me Yamamoto. The stout man donned a smile, his modern attire still revealing a hint of rusticity, distinct from their contemporaries. This was not a matter of disdain from Qin Guan. Rather, it offered a glimmer of hope. Unable to comprehend the foreign language spoken, Qin Guan inquired in English, Do you speak English? Oh, just a little. The stout man nodded eagerly, casting a regretful glance towards Hong Mei. That's good. We are not accustomed to such formal dinners. The agreement has already been finalized, hasn't it? Ah, but isn't this your tradition? That is a custom of the common folk. We, as officials, cannot conduct ourselves in such a manner. However, we value our collaboration greatly, which is why our director Yang has already arrived. Why am I still here? Qin Guan was not mistaken. For the time being, such gatherings were indeed a customary practice among the populace. But later, it will be different. We have also experienced such times, though it is not yet the case now. We come with goodwill. I have heard from Xiaoyi that Qin Sang is a remarkable talent. As someone engaged in technology, I appreciate your insights, he added, his clumsy English and awkward idiom barely intelligible to Qin Guan. Then a meal will suffice. Where is our director Yang? We have a special guest attending. He is next door. I genuinely wish to meet Qin Sang. The samples Xiao Yi brought back are your work, and I find them impressive. Let us discuss while we dine. Realization struck Qin Guan. It was evident that this individual sought to poach talent. No wonder he insisted on attending in person. After all, Qin Guan had been a top-tier talent in his previous life. Such situations were not uncommon. He understood the intent behind it. However, the stout man's lingering gaze on Hong Mei caused Qin Guan to feel a tinge of regret. Xiao Yi maintained his composure, repeatedly nudging Yamamoto as a reminder not to be too obvious. If you wish to recruit talent, behaving in such a manner will not endear you to them. Only then did Yamamoto adopt a serious demeanor, forcing himself to avert his gaze from Hong Mei. Could we raise the table a bit? We are not accustomed to kneeling while seated. Ah, this is also part of your culture? Indeed, it stems from our traditions, yet we are evolving. We do not always adhere to ancestral customs. Ah, very well. We shall provide chairs for you both. Hong Mei was astonished, filled with admiration for Qin Guan's fluency in English, conversing with foreigners so naturally. She found it impressive, though she wondered when he had acquired such skills. Suddenly, when a server opened the door, she caught a glimpse of the adjacent room. There, she spotted Director Yang, accompanied by two women clad in kimono, kneeling beside him. She quickly tapped Qin Guan, who understood and glanced over. With a calm smile, he reassured her, Director Yang has his own matters to attend to. There is no need for concern. Such scenes were commonplace in later years. Yet for Hong Mei, the impact was profound. As a woman from the countryside, accustomed to laborious tasks and a modest education, she found herself overwhelmed by the opulence, feeling as if she were in a spy thriller, far bolder than any scene portrayed in films. The overwhelming nature of the occasion left her dazed, leading her to lower her head and sit beside Qin Guan, avoiding any further sights. Qin sang, have you considered further development? Yes, I have decided to pursue a university degree. Yet your current capabilities far exceed those of a mere university graduate. Why still seek a degree? If you wish to experience academia, come to us. I can secure your admission to the world's finest universities. The finest in the world here? Anywhere you desire. I have connections even at the lighthouse. Is this the offer being presented? Yamamoto replied with a grin. If it is merely to experience student life, attending university may not be necessary. That would be a waste of time. We have ample opportunities for experiential learning here. Most individuals of this era would not comprehend such implications, yet Qin Guan understood perfectly. Does Mr. Yamamoto frequent this establishment? Haha, it is quite normal to unwind here. If Qin Sang enjoys it, you may come daily. Are you suggesting that I remain here? I believe my intentions were clear, Qin Sang. We highly value talents like you. Qin Guan remained unfazed, his perspective far beyond the confines of this era. No one could deceive him. Mr. Yamamoto, are there any other conditions? Indeed, there are, and our initial conditions are already favorable. Here, you will find ample space to showcase your talents. Your skills can only truly flourish in our environment. If you were to return, your abilities would likely go to waste. He speaks the truth. Should Qin Guan return, his remarkable skills would indeed find little application. Ultimately, everything hinges on the economy. Without a solid economic foundation, even the most advanced skills are rendered futile. Chapter 44. Discussing interests, not ideals. Qin Guan refrained from angrily refuting him, for such a reaction would reveal weakness. It was akin to a frightened person loudly proclaiming their fearlessness. True terror had gripped them. Moreover, the other party spoke a truth. High technology must align with economic growth to thrive. Take, for instance, the quintessential issue of chips. Qin Guan possesses a wealth of relevant technology, yet even with complete mastery, he finds it difficult to actualize it. Let us suppose Qin Guan successfully manufactures high-end chips, momentarily overpowering the current semiconductor powerhouses. Then what? He would merely engage in trade with them, as the domestic industry lacks supporting infrastructure. To produce chips, one must consider both upstream industries and downstream markets. Merely possessing a chip, regardless of extraterrestrial technology, raises the question, to whom can it be sold domestically? What industry would it invigorate? Such endeavors are utterly meaningless. Thus Qin Guan finds himself unable to showcase his talents domestically. He must bide his time. In this era, capital must drive progress. It is the very lifeblood of development. Do not equate discussions of capital with capitalism. The crux lies in ownership, whether public or private. Mr. Yamamoto, you are indeed correct, but such matters hold little significance for me. Does possessing technology that cannot be utilized not matter? It is of no consequence. What truly matters is the sense of accomplishment. I am perplexed by your logic. If you could forge a successful career here, would that not yield greater fulfillment than returning to a life of mediocrity? Not at all. This is a concept even a child could grasp. Why do you strive for excellence? Precisely, it is to make your parents proud, to astonish those you hold dear. That is the essence of accomplishment. Those who are indifferent to you do not warrant your concern. Thus, what significance does accomplishment hold? Yet, Qin Guan did not expect such discourse to enlighten his interlocutor, and he smiled, remarking, "This topic is far too broad. Let us narrow our focus then. You could await greater benefits and indulge in enjoyment." That indeed sounds appealing. I am beginning to take an interest. Qin sang, "Rest assured, we can offer you the highest industry standards." With such assurances at this level, sincerity is evident. What more could one desire? Qin Guan nodded. Now we are speaking the right language. Let us not dwell on lofty life ideals. However, this is no trivial matter, and I must consider it. No problem. At any time, you may inform us, and we will make arrangements. I am curious. How did you ascertain that I am the talent you seek? Your samples piqued our interest, particularly certain processes. Of course, you may also sell these processes to us now. We are prepared to offer a handsome sum, marking the beginning of our collaboration. I see. Their company has encountered obstacles in their public relations efforts and requires solutions to their process issues. It is essential to understand that processes are not merely secrets. They encompass foundational sciences. For instance, knowing that iron can be quenched to produce martensite is not solely about forging blades. It pertains to the broader domain of metal heat treatment processes, which involves more than just a few steps. Thus, even if they acquire the processes, they still require talents like Qin Guan, as these concepts are underpinned by theory. Such groundbreaking talent, if nurtured effectively, could catapult them to the forefront of the entire industry. The associated benefits need not be elaborated upon. It transcends the mere sale of a few batches of steel. Zaireizi is particularly attentive in this regard. A couple of secret techniques cannot ensure perpetual advantage. Take their current semiconductor industry, for example, which is in constant flux, with no secret formula that can sustain its efficacy indefinitely. Talent is the crux of the matter. Possessing only technology may yield success for 1 or 2 generations of products, but with talent on their side, they can consistently maintain dominance. It is no wonder they can reach the ceiling of the lighthouse nation, albeit tethered by constraints. Very well, I shall ponder over the process issues upon my return. Mr. Xiaoya, you are stationed here in our country, correct? Yes. If you come to a conclusion, you may contact him. Excellent. Let us dine. Qin Guan took the initiative to steer the conversation and concluded it as well. The two individuals were surprisingly led by Qin Guan, leaving them somewhat astonished. There was no concrete negotiation outcome, as Qin Guan had merely issued empty promises. Only at this moment did they realize the exceptional nature of this talent. After treating them to a lavish meal, Qin Guan suggested his departure without requiring Mr. Xiaoya to escort him. Exiting the restaurant with Hongmei, she remained somewhat reserved. I noticed you hardly touched your food earlier. Were you feeling shy? The two men had been glancing at her intentionally or unintentionally, but she had no inclination to engage with them, something Qin Guan could comprehend. Allow me to take you for something to eat. This place, are you familiar with it? Indeed, in developed countries, they can usually understand a bit of English. One can simply inquire. Accompanied by Hongmei, Qin Guan first sought out a roadside eatery, ordering a bowl of noodles for her. The upscale restaurant had offered exquisite dishes, yet Qin Guan refrained from encouraging Hongmei to eat more, recognizing her discomfort. Empathizing with her, Qin Guan understood what would truly please her. Even a simple bowl of noodles at this moment would significantly brighten her spirits. Qin Guan despised those who insist they know what is best for others, incessantly urging them to eat without regard for their feelings. To genuinely care for someone transcends the mere act of providing delectable food. Hongmei held the bowl of noodles, relishing the meal. Is it delicious? Indeed, I did not expect their noodles to be so delightful. This brings us to a fundamental issue. In the future, our noodles will improve continually, which correlates with our level of affluence. Of course, our foundation is superior to that of foreign countries, yet when conditions are lacking, one must make do with simplicity. Hongmei nodded, taking several more bites, and even sipping the broth. Though she possessed a delicate appearance, her eating manner was refreshingly unrefined. Qin Guan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness watching her. In daily life, who permits you to eat so gracefully? Qin Guan, in the future, call me husband. I like it this way. Will you try to change how you address me? It is somewhat challenging, and Hongmei bit her lip, unaccustomed to such terms of endearment ingrained in her upbringing. Nevertheless, for Qin Guan's sake, she felt compelled to make an attempt. Husband, why did you bring me here tonight? You could have come alone. They did not invite me. Qin Guan nodded. Good question. It is because I wish to make you happy. My desire is to bring you happiness, not to leave you in ignorance of this world. I wish for you to comprehend everything and still bask in joy. That would be my true achievement. Merely deceiving a naive girl is no great skill. Hongmei was amused, reflecting on the notion of deceiving a foolish girl. It seems others often refer to Qin Guan in such a manner. Yet, she willingly embraces the deception. Does that truly make her a foolish girl? If you prevent me from being a fool, how will you manage when I become difficult to deceive? I have no intention of deceiving you. Tonight, I shall insist that you call me husband all evening long. Chapter 45. I shall not permit your defection on this particular evening. Qin Guan experienced a plethora of enriching moments. The members of the delegation undoubtedly possessed a modicum of funds. While they were not affluent, they could afford a leisurely stroll without purchasing any extravagant items, indulging instead in simple culinary delights and casual sightseeing. Qin Guan did not hold a particular admiration for the urban landscape of this era. Yet he found beauty in the presence of Hongmei. Hongmei was exhilarated throughout the night as Qin Guan guided her through the vibrant streets, and in the face of this capitalist splendor, she felt a sense of envy. The architecture was indeed more aesthetically pleasing than that of our homeland. And who does not yearn for beauty? Can the concrete jungle truly become tiresome? No, it is merely one's own lack of success that breeds discontent. This concrete forest is a testament to the flourishing of human civilization. There is no one who gazes upon it without appreciation. Upon returning home, Qin Guan engaged in rigorous training with Hongmei, encouraging her to become accustomed to addressing him as her husband. Any misstep would incur a playful punishment. As for the nature of these penalties, well, that remained a matter solely between the couple. Qin Guan transformed this business trip into a honeymoon of sorts. The following day, Director Yang summoned Qin Guan for a conversation with Minister Chen. During the call, Qin Guan recounted the entire sequence of events, assuring that he would not touch the funds received, allowing Director Yang to use them for the procurement of instruments. However, the lists Qin Guan provided were beyond Yang's comprehension. Minister, they invited me for drinks last night and expressed a desire to acquire our technological expertise. They likely wish to cultivate your allegiance, encouraging you to remain with them? Surely they mentioned this. Does the minister harbor concerns for my loyalty? No, you are not part of our department, and I cannot dictate your choices. However, should such a situation arise, I urge you to deliberate carefully. We shall respect your decision. I merely intended to discuss the possibility of selling our technology. It is indeed feasible. What? You suggest that the steel plates we produce, that technology can be sold? Upon hearing this, Minister Chen presumed Qin Guan had defected. Aware that misunderstandings would arise, Qin Guan clarified, the situation is as follows. We require foreign currency. Our nation's reserves are currently insufficient. To foster development, we must accumulate our initial capital, and selling technology is the most lucrative avenue. In a few years, when we truly open our doors, the significance of foreign currency will become evident. The economy underpins all, as Yamamoto stated. There will be no advancement upon returning home. Without an economic foundation, all else is moot. Thus, technology can indeed translate into economic gain. We lack both funds and technology, relying instead on inexpensive labor to gradually accumulate wealth, a path fraught with hardship that Qin Guan did not disdain. He merely wished for swifter progress. We need foreign currency, yet to relinquish such crucial technology, Minister, they will inevitably make breakthroughs in technology. This is not an insurmountable obstacle. Presently, we have no conflicting interests. I believe we can exchange technology for foreign currency. For retaining it serves little purpose. Well, I shall convene a meeting regarding this matter. They are not in a hurry, are they? No rush. I can discuss it upon my return. To conceal technology would revert us to an era of misguided pride. Our past shortcomings stemmed from such attitudes. Technology must be shared to generate benefits. Our steelworks do not yet pose a competitive threat to this capitalist realm. Thus our interests remain unaffected. Their profits are theirs alone, and hoarding knowledge is ill-suited for this age. Consider how we operated post-liberalization. Technological advancements served solely to reduce prices. Mobile communications, LCD televisions, everything was exorbitantly priced upon entering our nation. Driving prices down is the duty of state-owned enterprises, starting with household appliances, achieving breakthroughs one by one. Some state-owned enterprises even incurred losses in price wars, yet the ultimate beneficiaries were the common people. Thus, it is clear why many enterprises rely on state subsidies to survive. Without them, prices would remain stagnant, and the quality of life would not improve. After concluding the call, Qin Guan glanced at Director Yang and inquired, "What of the other members of the delegation?" "Oh, Lao Wu has taken some individuals to observe the Shinkansen. We need to plan the national railway comprehensively." Qin Guan was momentarily taken aback. The delegation's standing was indeed quite elevated, yet no one had mentioned this prior to their arrival. He had casually joined in, as certain aspects of this era were surprisingly relaxed. Observing the Shinkansen and subsequently planning the national railway was a task reserved for the upper echelons, not for ordinary personnel. Qin Guan was aware that our railway development would serve as a model, though we currently found ourselves in a state of uncertainty. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding this field. Railways require specialized technology. His knowledge, while not cutting edge, was sufficiently advanced for the times, yet his current position remained insufficiently influential. He turned to Director Yang and asked, "Did you enjoy yourself last night?" "What? I did nothing. Do not say such things." Yang's nervousness elicited a chuckle from Qin Guan. "Why the alarm? It is of no concern. They desire my presence. Did you find yourself tempted? Do you wish for me to be?" Qin Guan retorted, discerning that during last night's social gathering, the capitalist representatives had indeed sought to engage Director Yang, although their interest lay not in him, but rather in Qin Guan. Yang, as an administrative staff member, held no significant information. They would undoubtedly approach the matter from various angles. Should Director Yang succeed in winning Qin Guan over, he would be rewarded accordingly. Director Yang responded decisively, "They did mention it, but I shall not permit your defection." "What nonsense! How could I possibly defect? I am not even part of your department. Regardless, you are of great importance. What our adversaries desire, we must not relinquish." "Ah, such high resolve," Qin Guan acknowledged, noting Yang's steadfastness. Ultimately, he would safeguard his loyalty, for otherwise, Minister Qin would not have permitted him to accompany the delegation. Though no one would compel him, none wished for a brain drain. Thus, should Qin Guan entertain any notions of defection, Director Yang would assuredly intervene. It was not, however, as malicious as portrayed in films. The standard approach remained one of reasoned persuasion. Furthermore, one could not overlook familial obligations back home. The pressure would not reach intolerable extremes. Everyone understands that a forcibly extracted fruit lacks sweetness. Our expatriates are not few in number. Who has been apprehended? "Ah, Xiaoqin, where are you headed?" "Once my tasks are complete, I must explore the capitalist world, mustn't I?" "Upon your return, many of the instruments you listed are priced exorbitantly. They cannot be acquired for mere millions of dollars. Then let us make some choices. Moreover, you did negotiate with them, did you not?" In my recollection of Qin Guan, it seems that the prices were not so exorbitant, yet it is difficult to ascertain at this moment. When the Big Brother mobile phone first emerged, it was priced quite high, despite its limited functionality and poor signal quality. Initially, it must have cost around 10 to 20,000, correct? However, as time progressed, one could acquire a basic mobile phone capable of clear calls for merely 100 or so. Thus, it is entirely natural for items that were once deemed expensive to eventually become exceedingly affordable through the process of iteration. Chapter 46. This opportunity, once missed, will never return. The batch of instruments that Qin Guan secured is of paramount importance for future scientific research development. If you do not pursue it now, you will have to do so later. Moreover, such an opportunity is rare, and one cannot ascertain if Qin Guan will have another chance like this in the future. If someone else were to take over, they might not be able to compile such a detailed list. Are you suggesting that you need to send each piece of equipment abroad individually? Commander Wu visited the new high-speed rail facilities during the day and sought out Qin Guan upon his return that evening. "Xiaoqin, I heard that you managed to negotiate a refund and even secured quite a compensation to purchase items to take back." "Who said that?" "I certainly did not mention it." "Ah, do not be so wary of me. It was Lao Yang who informed me, and he only shared it with me." "Commander Wu, regardless of what Lao Yang has said, I truly cannot disclose anything. Alternatively, you may consult Minister Chen. It is not convenient for me to discuss this matter, and I hope you understand that I can only speak to what is stipulated in our agreement. The actions of Xiao Yi Keng and their company are also classified information. Our side welcomes this arrangement, as Xiao Yi is willing to assist for this very reason. Therefore, if this matter were to leak, it would be detrimental to both parties. Qin Guan will certainly not discuss such matters with anyone outside the project. Xiao Qin, your sense of confidentiality is quite commendable, but you are not a military person. Commander Wu, please feel free to speak your mind. Here's the thing. We wish to introduce some technologies for our other projects, but we are facing significant financial difficulties. Oh, in that case, Commander Wu, you have come to the wrong person. You are aware that I am not a military individual, and this is their project for introduction. My words carry no weight. You will have to consult Minister Chun. That was a jest. Commander Wu, you are from the Ministry of Railways, which, in principle, has certain connections with the military. Our Ministry of Railways is not an ordinary department. It has a military component and is a complete system. Otherwise, traversing such vast territories, encountering mountains and rivers, would be impossible without some strength. Thus, Lao Wu thought to inquire here, but was surprised to find that Qin Guan offered no room for negotiation, outright stating he could not take charge of the matter. Xiao Qin, isn't this a bit convenient? I heard you are the one who signs off on things. I merely possess this technology. I was invited by the military to assist in negotiations. Qin Guan sighed. Commander Wu, funding will always be a concern. Currently, we are only importing without producing, which ultimately is insufficient. We must engage in foreign trade. Bringing in funds without generating returns will never suffice. Commander Wu shook his head. Who would disagree? During decision-making, every item is a critical technology. So, Xiao Qin, let us see how much support can be provided from your side. And after returning to the country, we can allocate it back to the military through our Ministry of Railways. That is unreasonable. It is impossible. If Qin Guan were to support the Ministry of Railways and is a military person, wouldn't he be scolded upon returning? Commander Wu, the 43 plan is nearing its conclusion this year. All funds are exhausted. So please do not discuss this with me. There is no money to take back. However, according to my judgment, the next plan will be released soon, perhaps in the next 2 years. Can you wait a little longer? This is not mere speculation from Qin Guan, for the next initiative is the 82 plan, which involves introducing technology with a budget of 8.2 billion. Since the visit of the luminary leader, relations have thawed, and some civilian technologies have been released. The Batong still exists. But this segment of light industry is urgently needed by us, and the luminary also wishes to transfer it here. The foundation for our future rise as the foremost industrial nation was established during this time. However, that 8.2 billion US dollars is all debt. At this juncture, a multitude of effects are trapped within the US dollar debt, and we must painfully repay it. Nonetheless, the situation is far more favorable than when the Russians demanded repayment from us. Back then, we repaid with rare metals and a plethora of quality agricultural products, and we were not even well-fed ourselves. Now, it is different. We have the option to export and generate foreign exchange. If utilized fully, it represents an opportunity. The higher-ups cannot be oblivious. If we miss this train, our chances will dwindle. Thus, this 8.2 billion US dollars is indeed bold, leaving only one question. How do we generate foreign exchange? Xiao Qin, you are aware of this plan too? I merely analyzed based on the current situation. If we do not develop, we will miss our opportunity and fall further behind the world. A final push might elevate us. The leaders are certainly more astute than I, and they should have considered this. Since you have guessed it, I will not hide it from you. Indeed, some individuals wish to formulate another plan to introduce a batch of technology. We are in dire need of technology, but how do we repay this debt? That is certain. The luminary is not a philanthropist. The funds will not be given freely. They must be repaid. In this regard, the luminary is no different from the Russians. Both seek to win you over with benefits. But nothing is given without strings attached. They offer you an opportunity, and whether you seize it depends on yourself. Be aware that many countries have fallen into this trap during this era. Failure to repay will sever us from the global trade circle, rendering us incapable of recovery. This is not simply about refusing to repay. If we persist in this manner, our descendants will endure a similar existence, perhaps even worse. Thus, we must take the risk to introduce foreign capital and wisely utilize these funds for our development. Commander Wu, I believe the opportunity for development is greater. That is a staggering sum of money. How do we repay it? Our annual foreign exchange is merely a few hundred million. For people in this era, tens of billions of US dollars seem like astronomical figures. Yet the reality is indeed astronomical. How shall we repay it? How many agricultural products can we offer? What can we produce? Our heavy industry is severely lagging. While we can produce these items, we cannot sell them. They are all outdated products. Who would want yours? Thus, if the Japanese are willing to invest, Qin Guan means to say that technology can be sold. Moreover, technology is iterative. Once this generation is sold, the next generation will still need to be purchased. This is a component of the technological monopoly created by those high-tech enterprises, collecting massive dividends. If you keep it hidden at home without selling, you will incur great losses. Without funds, you will become outdated, and selling will become impossible. Unless, of course, the person you are selling to possesses superior technology and can iterate while you cannot. Such a scenario does not exist with Qin Guan. He himself represents the pinnacle of technology for the coming decades. Commander Wu, I do not know how the repayment will occur, but I trust the leaders will certainly find a solution. Have we not endured enough suffering during the repayment of the Russian loans? How much hardship did the common people endure? For the sake of future generations, one must endure. Each generation carries its own mission. Presently, we do not wish to suffer this hardship. Reflecting on the era of war, when our forebears were establishing a new nation, one must ponder why it fell upon them to sacrifice, rather than to enjoy the fruits of their labor. The commander of the militia was taken aback. Such fundamental truths should be articulated by those with conviction. Well, it seems I have been educated by you, for I see that their eagerness for technological advancement is indeed commendable. Chapter 47. The mission of the era. The issue raised by Qin Guan is neither a relic of the past, a concern of the present, nor a question for the future. It is a dilemma that recurs in every generation, as humanity is diverse and perspectives vary widely. Do you believe that a better life equates to the absence of problems? Such challenges are inescapable, regardless of the era. I earn $3,000 a month and refuse to toil in a sweatshop any longer. This sentiment echoes a familiar refrain, a variant of capital distribution, a form of privatization. Looking further back, one can recall the descriptions of sweatshops, where workers toiled in low-end manufacturing before the industry relocated abroad. At that time, they received meager wages, performing monotonous tasks on assembly lines. Might someone ponder, why am I the one tightening screws? Why can't I oversee others instead? Delving deeper into the past brings us to the early days of reform, when tightening screws was synonymous with wealth and prosperity. It was a matter of comparative advantage. Others might lament, why do they enter factories and enjoy such ample benefits? I too wish to venture into the market, for receiving a fixed monthly salary feels utterly mundane, and the remuneration is scant. Rewind even further. How splendid it is to work in a factory, earning a stable salary, a guaranteed job. This dilemma persisted even during the valiant struggles of the martyrs who fought to establish a new society. Why must I be the one to perish? Why not someone else? If I die and others survive, have I not lost? Is the new world meant for their enjoyment? Why must I risk my life against the enemy while others remain uninvolved? Every era boasts its heroes and traitors, and one can choose their role. Each individual has the agency to decide who they wish to be. Yet Qin Guan is reassured that the sustainability of a civilization does not hinge on the number of traitors, but rather on the presence of heroes. This is not a matter of moral coercion. One's peers will not force compliance. One must simply heed their inner voice. Ultimately, all will be reduced to mere historical symbols, and personal feelings about the matter will fade. A few days later, the delegation returned to the homeland. During this brief interval, Qin Guan had indeed facilitated a significant endeavor for the armaments department, while others accomplished little. Minister Chun was prepared to reward Qin Guan, yet an urgent matter required resolution. This was the proposal Qin Guan had mentioned, the sale of technology to acquire foreign currency. The current situation is well known to all present, requiring little elaboration. This is a tremendous opportunity for our development. Our military is lagging behind, and other departments are equally underperforming. To be behind invites conflict. Now that the opportunity has arisen, we must prioritize the introduction of technology to expedite our advancement. The question of where the funds will originate is pertinent. While self-sufficiency is not an issue, if the gap widens, how will our descendants confront this world? Two proposals were presented prior to the opening, aiming to seize this opportunity for growth. However, the financial burden is immense. Collaborating with capitalism. Do you possess the necessary capital? The drafted proposal 82 estimates a requirement of $8.2 billion, which the lighthouse nation can indeed provide as a loan. Yet what then? Will we pass the debt on to future generations, or leave them with a widening gap? Among the attendees, some endorsed the introduction of this proposal, while others vehemently opposed it, deeming the expense too considerable. Minister Chun, Do you believe our descendants will be grateful if we bequeath them this debt? This is uncertain. Being behind can lead to endless repercussions. Even if we invest and successfully assimilate these technologies, we cannot hope to surpass the world's advanced technologies, for we are merely purchasing theirs. What grounds do we have for claiming superiority? One individual rose, asserting, "We will excel even beyond those with superior technology." While I cannot share this belief, these technologies may indeed elevate the people's standard of living, yet they will also escalate our debt. Minister Qin nodded. Thus, I propose. He proceeded to articulate Qin Guan's suggestion. This scenario is an exception, as Qin Guan's technological breakthroughs do not represent the national average, yet they could yield foreign currency to subsidize other industries. The discussion focused on how to fill the gaps, prompting others to reflect deeply. As with previous debates, dissent was inevitable. Minister Chun, the steelworks technology holds significant importance for national defense. If we sell it, would that not be an overt breach of security? Our military would be entirely compromised, leaving us with diminished combat capability. Such statements are misleading. How have we fought in the past? Have we not seized weapons from our enemies, transforming them into our own? This is not the past. The sacrifices of our martyrs were meant to spare us from such fates. Then are we not confronted with a new dilemma? Consensus remained elusive, as both sides presented valid arguments. They all aimed for the nation's welfare. Your steelworks technology is the best in the country. Can it truly be sold? Selling your finest assets only to later import inferior technologies will not close the gap. Rather, it will exacerbate it. Others will acquire your latest technologies, while we will be left with merely ordinary light industry. Regardless of the proportions, the rationale is fundamentally flawed. This equates to treason. Of course, that final statement went unsaid. The era of labeling has long passed. Minister Qin's proposal met with skepticism, as others deemed the logic untenable, equating it to betrayal. Although he found merit in Qin Guan's arguments, supporting such a stance remained a formidable challenge. Ultimately, Minister Chun failed to persuade the others. The technology of the steelworks cannot be sold. They were not mistaken. The burden of billions in debt fell ultimately upon us. Yet history unfolds in such a manner that one cannot simply declare who is right or wrong. When a path is traversed, one cannot dismiss the validity of alternative routes. It merely reflects the magnitude of the cost. Viewed from a national perspective, this is fundamentally a matter of financial viability. With the conclusion of Proposal 43, the fiscal department felt considerable strain. What should follow? The lighthouse nation can transfer light industrial technology, and regions are eager to adopt it. Yet this will ultimately result in a heavy financial burden. No perspective can encompass all aspects. They remain unaware of Qin Guan's capabilities. Even if they did, it would be dismissed as illusionary. The national level cannot rely on such ephemeral matters for guidance. Otherwise, how can one be accountable to hundreds of millions? Development is of paramount importance, yet maintaining the current state is equally vital. One must refrain from undertaking endeavors beyond one's capabilities. Minister Qin's discussion proved to be unsuccessful, and the team from Qin Guan has returned to the factory. Upon their return, the first course of action was to head back to the countryside, as Hongmei had long yearned for her daughter. It would be unreasonable for Factory Director Yan to withhold personnel in such circumstances. Thus, while Qin Guan has indeed returned, Director Yan's official stance is that it is merely a vacation. Having just returned from a business trip, it is entirely customary for the Deputy Director to take a brief respite. Is there any objection to this? Chapter 48. The Li family's prestige. Qin Guan found himself quite comfortable in this era, experiencing little in the way of discomfort. The pace of life was remarkably slow, even within the factory, where there was an absence of urgency. People of his generation, as well as the younger ones like his daughter Do, did not harbor disdain for a fast-paced lifestyle. Rather, they admired it. It was only in the second decade of the next century that a significant number of individuals began to express discontent with rapidity, having endured hardship in their past and envying the brisk tempo of life. The last decade of the century, along with the first decade of the new millennium, was characterized by a relentless pursuit of progress. During this time, whether diligent or slothful, factory workers were oblivious to the notion of sweatshops. With no alternatives available, they were confined to low-end productivity. Those who aspired to escape such conditions often sought opportunities abroad, although the number of willing individuals was quite limited. It was not a matter of possessing vast wealth. Rather, if one truly desired to go abroad, there were numerous pathways to do so. The subsequent generations have indeed proven this to be true. as it does not require substantial financial resources. Once individuals ventured out, they often emerged as resilient and understanding. In the factories of this era, the nature of work varied. During peak times, the hustle was palpable, particularly in steel mills. Even before the extensive infrastructure projects of later years, these places were bustling. Despite the current circumstances, our steel production ranked favorably on a global scale, driven by national demand. However, it was not the technical personnel like Qin Guan who bore the brunt of this busyness, as funding for such roles had dwindled. Life in the countryside was far more leisurely, and Qin Guan, contemplating fishing, found himself somewhat bored tending to the children at home. Thus, he glanced at the yard, picked up a hoe to level the ground, when the father and son arrived. Upon seeing Qin Guan with a hoe, the third son rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey, brother-in-law, how can you do this?" "I simply, let me handle it. You are too precious to be overworked." Old Li chimed in from behind, "Let the third son take over. You are not meant for tilling the land. Your contributions at the factory are what matter. Don't waste your time in the countryside." The atmosphere shifted entirely. Old Li no longer harbored grievances about Qin Guan's departure. This time, he had brought along Hongmei, and recently, Old Li had been quite esteemed in the community, as his son-in-law had become an important figure in the steel mill. Showcasing the progressive nature of his leadership, walking with his head held high. The Li family enjoyed considerable prestige. Having someone in the steel factory, especially as dual-income workers, was a source of pride. Qin Guan's organizational ties had long been submitted to the factory by Old Li, and he was more proactive than Director Yin himself. As for Hongmei, "Oh, she is cooking. Dodo has just fallen asleep, and I was merely tidying up the yard. Today, we are inviting everyone over for dinner, but you have arrived too early. This is not mealtime." "No worries, we'll help out. It'll be quick." Old Li waved his hand, prompting his two sons to assist in the kitchen. They arrived far too early. Qin Guan and Hongmei had calculated their time well, and it should have sufficed, but Old Li, accompanied by his three sons, seemed impatient. "Yet, who dines this early? Just sit back. We can chat," Old Li suggested, initiating a conversation with Qin Guan. "You took Hongmei on a business trip. She didn't hold you back, did she?" "What could hold me back? Our purpose was to learn." "Yes, I heard from Old Yin that you were of great assistance." "Very good." Qin Guan was unsure how to respond, realizing that Director Yin had likely done much to flatter Old Li. As the factory director, he could easily appease him with grand promises, but truthfully, this opportunity indeed reflected well on both his daughter and son-in-law. Securing a position as deputy director at the factory, Qin Guan astonishingly faced no bureaucratic hurdles. To avoid any resistance, Old Yin had streamlined the process, handling everything through Old Li. However, Qin Guan had yet to complete all the necessary paperwork, and ultimately, his signature would be required. Sure enough, Old Li soon remarked, "Old Yin mentioned you haven't finalized your appointment procedures yet?" "What procedures?" "Of course, the onboarding procedures. He said he sought you out several times, but you seem reluctant. I must admonish you, such a wonderful opportunity, and you are hesitant. Many would envy even the chance to stoke a boiler, yet you have people seeking you out." "Father, the situation is that Hongmei still needs to pursue her studies. I wish for her to acquire more knowledge. It is not that I look down upon the position at the steel factory, but I believe Hongmei deserves more." For himself, Qin Guan felt indifferent, having acquired ample perspective and knowledge in his past life, but Hongmei had not. In this lifetime, given the opportunity, why not allow her to excel? He believed that to honor someone for a lifetime was not merely to provide wealth or status, but to enable them to possess greater insight and vision than others, preventing her from becoming narrow-minded. In his previous life, Qin Guan had encountered many wealthy but ignorant individuals, and he did not wish for Hongmei to become one of them. There was, of course, a certain romance in a simple, unadorned life that could be fulfilling. Yet, in today's society, such a notion was not permissible. This era demanded engagement with the times, and one could not simply remain blissfully ignorant. Such sentiments were often propagated by those who fancied themselves cultured, but even in the land of opportunity, one could not truly remain unaffected by the passage of time. This was a fallacy. Capitalists would never relent. It was not that they were inherently malevolent, but rather that capital would compel them to remain relentless, consuming them whole. The momentum of capital could not be halted. Only during brief holidays could one find peace. The essence of an economic crisis lay in a group of people helplessly watching as their vehicle veered into a ravine, unable to intervene. And what of us? We too were being dragged along. Failing to keep pace would lead to inevitable obsolescence. Thus, raising Hongmei like livestock was not in her best interest. It was inappropriate. What more is there to learn? Isn't everything done to contribute to society? Old Li was incensed. You two entered the factory together. How many would envy such a chance? Being overly ambitious can be detrimental. One must strive for higher aspirations, but you cannot constantly gaze upwards. It must be acknowledged that Old Li's words held a kernel of truth. Though he was a simple man, he had experienced much. For the average person, his perspective was not without merit, but Qin Guan was. After all, a person reborn. Thus, he possesses certain strategies to deal with Lao Li. Within the core, Qin Guan is not merely a reckless youth. Rather, he has lived a life that surpasses Lao Li's years. Consequently, in this context, he will not hastily confront Lao Li. I understand, father, there is no need for you to be anxious. After all, there are individuals from the military involved. And what of the military personnel? The matters addressed in recent days are not those pertaining to the factory. Uncle Wu's issues remain unresolved. Therefore, it is prudent to clarify everything before proceeding. Indeed, that reasoning holds merit. By presenting this argument, Lao Li would be far more amenable, as Lao Wu is his old comrade. If Qin Guan were to integrate into the military system, that would indeed be commendable. Chapter 49. The renowned individual Qin Guan was utterly unconcerned about the steel factory's potential failure. With his presence, it was bound to succeed. Thus, his thoughts were solely occupied with Hongmei. The college entrance examination would resume next year, and he pondered whether Hongmei's absence would leave a lingering regret for her. At present, Qin Guan was plagued by a sense of uncertainty. Personally, he felt indifferent. His own examination results held little significance, as he had already acquired knowledge in his previous life. Regardless, he was qualified to teach at any university worldwide, and given the opportunity to showcase his abilities, no institution would refuse him, despite his seemingly astonishing age. Consequently, Qin Guan harbored the notion that he should encourage Hongmei to take the examination. Whatever she achieved, she could pursue her studies without needing anyone's assistance. With the capital of living another life, he felt no need to take advantage of the situation. It was merely a means to help Hongmei complete her life's journey. Reflecting on Hongmei's previous life, Qin Guan felt a twinge of regret. After enjoying a meal with Qin Guan, Old Li departed, thoroughly pleased. Currently, Old Li was completely captivated by Qin Guan, unable to outsmart him despite his own cunning. During this visit, they could have rested for a few days, and Old Yan wouldn't dare to rush them. However, the next day, Old Wu arrived once more. Qin Guan, come with me. Uncle Wu, could you refrain from being so hasty each time? Please clarify first. It won't delay anything significantly. Honestly, who is in such a rush these days? Only the military operates like this. Is there something wrong at the shipyard? Old Wu appeared solely concerned with that matter. In 3 to 4 years, the 051 would be operational, and it would function without issues, as by that time, Dongwu would have conducted tests, and with an 8,000-kilometer range, we would be able to retrieve it from the depths of the ocean. It's like this. The minister is looking for you. You need to head to the capital. What is the matter? Unclear, but it's urgent. Some matters can only be clarified by you, and the military has prepared a plane. Is it a direct flight? Old Wu's sudden appearance signified an urgent mobilization by the military. It seemed there were no rapid response units these days. Had Old Wu positioned Qin Guan as a reconnaissance unit, ready to engage at any moment? With no other option, he had to comply. There was no way around it, especially since Old Wu was present, and Hongmei would also urge Qin Guan to attend to matters promptly. The military's aircraft was remarkably swift. Yet Qin Guan remained puzzled as to why the urgency. Nevertheless, for the military, this was not a significant issue. It resembled an emergency drill. However, due to budget concerns, training sessions were scarce, as financial constraints loomed large. Upon arriving in the capital, someone was already waiting. A military vehicle whisked Qin Guan away, and he soon met Minister Chen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Minister Chen, he received no further hospitality and was promptly escorted back onto the vehicle. To his surprise, they were headed to the Academy of Engineering, where he encountered an elderly gentleman whom Qin Guan recognized instantly. Xiao Qin, come over and meet this gentleman. This is Academician Qian. Greetings, esteemed teacher. In this rebirth, it was the first time Qin Guan had lost his composure, inadvertently using the title from his previous life. Yet in that life, he had only addressed him as such a decade later. Oh, what I meant to say is Qian Lao. I have a great admiration for scientific work. Haha, it's quite all right. Call me whatever you wish. Unfortunately, I haven't taught you anything. You are the one who developed the special steel process, correct? Yes, teacher. Qin Guan took the cue, choosing to embrace the informal address. This was a figure he deeply admired, one whose influence extended to both our nation and the Lighthouse Nation. Indeed, he was also a key architect of the Lighthouse Nation's space agency, a pioneer of modern rocketry, and had played a crucial role in human history. I reviewed your process and consulted with some individuals at the Academy of Sciences. Some of the techniques they were unaware of how you conceived them. They are quite impressive, and you provided such a comprehensive process. Well, it was merely a coincidence. It was difficult to articulate, but Qin Guan couldn't fathom how materials from the metallurgy industry ended up in this man's hands, or why he had summoned him. Did his project require specialized steel? Even if it was not his field, Qin Guan hesitated to deceive him. The previous explanations had become somewhat esoteric. While they might persuade others, such a complete process certainly could not have been conjured from thin air. Scientific advancement requires extensive experimentation and testing, inevitably involving an element of chance. For instance, the invention of gun cotton stemmed from a simple act of wiping a surface, fortuitously coming into contact with nitric acid. However, in Qin Guan's case, he lacked such conditions. What justified his ability to outline a complete process? Fortunately, Qian Lao did not pursue the matter further and chuckled, saying, "Indeed, Minister Chen approached me, inquiring whether high technology could be sold. To phrase it more gravely, it sounds disconcerting. However, I believe there is nothing wrong with it. We certainly have more pressing matters to attend to." This suggestion originated from you to Minister Chen, didn't it? Ah, I see. Minister Chen couldn't persuade those individuals and needed to enlist someone of considerable stature. Who holds such stature? Of course, it is the professionals who carry the most weight, as it is a matter of expertise. Political issues are universally understood, yet the intricacies of professionalism are less comprehended, which can impede genuine decision-making. By inviting Qian Lao, they were essentially endorsing the feasibility of the proposal, or else he would not have summoned Qin Guan. After all, he was one of the founders of modern rocketry, possessing the necessary decisiveness at critical moments. Yes, I believe this approach is more favorable. Indeed, I also conveyed to Minister Chen that partial technology transfer is reasonable. Qian Lao chuckled. After all, we do not utilize these special steels extensively. Maintaining them without sufficient production is pointless, and eventually, foreign nations will develop their own. It's akin to traversing a desert while burdened with precious gold. It's wiser to exchange it for water sooner rather than later. Value is determined by its effectiveness. If it cannot be utilized, it is no longer valuable but burdensome. What are your thoughts? That's precisely the point. There are few places domestically that require this special steel. Manufacturing a few warships is impressive, but beyond that, there is insufficient funding to construct more. What about the technology? Holding on to it for years until foreign nations develop it renders it worthless. What we currently require is, of course, foreign currency. Holding on to it is less advantageous than converting it into cash. Indeed, that is precisely my line of thought. Even if the technology is provided, our specialized steel products will still find their market, as we can offer them at a lower price. Even if they acquire the technology, they cannot compete with us. This strategy is one that Qin Guan is all too familiar with. It is said that we are the pulverizers of developed nations. How do we achieve this pulverization? Certainly through competitive pricing, making sophisticated products accessible to all, thereby dismantling the old order. Chapter 50. As long as it is beneficial, technology can be exchanged in the future. The online environment is quite relaxed, and many people grumble that the products we sell are inexpensive. They envision that our goods should also generate immense profits through exports, with some even desiring that we possess restaurants with exorbitant prices. This line of thinking is flawed. We must not forget what kind of nation we are. It is capitalists who reap the world's rewards through technological prowess. We cannot engage in such practices. Our objective is to lower prices, not merely to seize business opportunities. If items are not accessible to the common populace, we cannot claim success. Those who profess to sell at high prices not only forget their roots, but also overlook genuine economic principles. Suppose high-tech products command outrageous profits for export and are priced exorbitantly. The number of buyers would inevitably be limited, particularly in third-world countries. This reflects the petty mindset of predatory nations. However, if our goods are affordable, third-world countries can purchase them, thereby expanding the market. Enhanced productivity invigorates the economies of these nations, preventing their development from being stifled by costs. They can grow and become our markets, flooding the world with abundant resources, which ultimately benefits the people. To solely focus on our low prices and lack of profits is myopic. There is a saying that when the tide rises, all boats rise with it. Increasing the price of one item will prompt a rise in the prices of all goods. Conversely, if the cost of purchased items decreases, it will lead to a collective reduction in prices. Is it merely the quantity of money that matters, rather than purchasing power? By lowering all prices, my modest profits can afford the same high-margin goods, as elevated profits will also elevate the prices of other items, maintaining equivalent purchasing power. This can stimulate the market and reduce the risks associated with our production. Consider this. If you sell at a high price, only developed nations can afford to buy. Should they cease their purchases one day, what would you do? This scenario exemplifies economic sanctions, and at that point, selling to third-world countries at a reduced price would result in significant losses, as overall prices have not decreased. This encapsulates our approach, which we have consistently adhered to throughout the years. The numerous anti-dumping laws also indicate what we have been doing. In the future, as they impose sanctions on one sector, we will penetrate another, ultimately driving down prices in that sector. Many developed nations are relatively small, occupying only a segment of the industry. Once we disrupt their operations, they will experience economic decline. Observe the small joys of life. Should the automotive sector falter, their collapse is imminent. The same applies to the semiconductor industry. If they falter, they too will crumble. What is there to say about a few conglomerates upholding a nation's economy? The first to suffer from sanctions will undoubtedly be them. Thus, when Qin Guan discusses this, it reflects the experiences of future generations. At this moment, Qian Lao cannot foresee the future but nods slightly in agreement. Indeed, this approach is favorable for us and must be vigorously supported. However, the technologies suitable for concession must be considered with caution. From an individual perspective, it may seem like selling, but at the national level, it is an exchange. We require essential items that hold significant importance for our development, while those that are temporarily unnecessary can be exchanged. Development remains paramount. As this young Qin wisely articulates, we have examples of such an exchange model. Even the miniaturization technology of thermonuclear weapons has been utilized for exchanges. Minister Qin chuckled. I belong to the military. Other sectors can endure setbacks, and being behind is not the end of the world. But for the military, falling behind signifies what everyone knows. Indeed, other fields can endure hardships, but if the military lags, we lose our chance at the negotiation table. Recall the events of the 1990s when we confronted the lighthouse. They disregarded us entirely. Minister Chun, this technology is attributed to young Qin. Having sold their products, we must reward them appropriately. Rest assured, academician Qian, we have considered this. The words of scientists often embody enlightenment, adhering to scientific principles and understanding human nature. Qin Guan smiled. It is inconsequential. A mere certificate of appreciation will suffice. The three shared a laugh. And Qin Guan did not seek substantial monetary rewards. In this era, money holds little value. In this age, wealth is not omnipotent, unless Qin Guan intends to become a petty individual, which would be absurd. Such a splendid opportunity to showcase his talents and then sabotage his future? One could say, no one understands this magnificent era better than he does. You are commendable, young Qin. I have reviewed your credentials. It would be a pity not to pursue further education. How about I support you in attending university? That would be an immense honor, teacher, but could we postpone it until next year? Oh, why is that? Because there are certain matters I have yet to clarify. I cannot directly state that I know the college entrance examinations will resume next year. Even though discussions at higher levels have begun, that is a separate issue. If Qin Guan were to find out, it would indeed be a peculiar occurrence. Academician Qian nodded. Good, but you must come. We cannot waste talent. Minister Chun, feeling a bit anxious, interjected. Let us focus on the present matters. I can assist with that as well. Then let us discuss the current affairs. Young Qin, do you know why you were summoned? This. Is it because I possess a solid understanding of the smelting process I have mastered? Precisely. From a technical standpoint, we cannot simply relinquish our knowledge. The research and development process itself is invaluable experience. Even if it is sold, you are more knowledgeable than foreign counterparts, allowing us to maintain a leading position in this field. You are indeed a sage. This is what future generations refer to as iterative technology. Developing the next generation of technology based on the original foundation is true wealth. To illustrate with sauerkraut as an example, I can share the technique with you. If you leave it in a jar for 30 days, it will ferment into sauerkraut, and you will possess this knowledge. However, you lack deeper insights, such as why it takes 30 days. What happens if the time is insufficient or if it exceeds the limit? Even if you purchase the technology, some aspects must still be personally executed. In this regard, Qin Guan undoubtedly possesses mastery. Otherwise, how could he have articulated such a comprehensive process? A true expert reveals their expertise through action. Therefore, what truly concerns Xiao Rizi is whether they can acquire the individual known as Qin Guan. Undoubtedly, their laboratory conditions are superior. However, Qin Guan has evidently mastered a wealth of knowledge beyond their grasp. He may very well be capable of advancing the iteration process ahead of them, leading to a scenario where they might have to make another purchase later on. This is also the reason behind the frequent references to being 30 years behind. Those who lack understanding may wonder why simply purchasing technology would not allow them to catch up in 30 years. The reality is far more complex. To comprehend the emergence of such technology, one must invest time and effort to retrace the original research and development processes. Without this, it would be impossible to innovate and create products built upon that technological foundation. Chapter 51. Persuade them. Sell technology. Of course, selling some simple technologies is straightforward. Once sold, they become the property of the buyer. However, larger system research projects, such as intricate chips, are far more challenging. Currently, Qin Guan possesses chip technology, but producing it under the present circumstances is utterly impossible. Each component presents an insurmountable challenge, further complicated by its intersection with other fields. From the design phase onward, every step is fraught with difficulty. This is why some boast that high-end chips cannot be produced by any single nation, because they are riddled with technical dilemmas, with each component consuming a nation's resources and manpower. If there exists a country capable of entirely independent production, it would be ours, as this represents the largest scale of industrialization in human history. When discussing matters at the national level, a multitude of talents must be cultivated to establish a solid economic foundation, a process that requires 1 to 2 decades. Rest assured, I can guarantee that in this domain, as long as we desire, we can maintain our dominance. Very well, go and persuade them, Minister Chun. Just convey my stance. Elder Qian also promptly urged Minister Chun to clarify matters. The most pressing issue at hand is, of course, the economy. Without funds, nothing can be accomplished, and comprehensive openness will take another 2 or 3 years. Given the current disparity, ascending step by step is indeed quite arduous. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Minister Qin directly escorted Qin Guan to the conference room. It was then that Qin Guan understood why old Wu was so anxious. A group of influential figures awaited them, most of whom he could not recognize. Nonetheless, this discussion should hold significant importance. To speak candidly, there are not many advantageous technologies available for sale domestically. The only truly marketable products are those developed by Qin Guan, rendering this meeting seemingly overblown. However, once this door is opened, whether it can be closed again remains uncertain. When it is your turn to speak, you have some idea of how to proceed, correct? Do not fear. They will consider your opinions and pose questions that you should answer honestly. Qin Guan was merely a factory worker, even if he were truly a deputy factory director. These dignitaries would not need to engage with him. Nevertheless, the technology belongs to him, and thus they wish to ascertain its feasibility. When Minister Chun called Qin Guan to the stage, he surprisingly remained composed. After all, he had encountered all kinds of people in his previous life, and such occasions were trivial. His earlier excitement before his idol was merely a fleeting moment. The rest was inconsequential. Hello everyone, I am Qin Guan, the young comrade mentioned by Minister Chun. Oh, you developed the smelting process for special steel? Pray tell, what is the international standing of this technology? Absolutely leading. Our standards are exceptionally high. What impact would selling such technology have on us? In their position, they are concerned with the implications of events, not anything else. Qin Guan replied nonchalantly. It would increase our foreign currency reserves and render our economy relatively prosperous. And in other aspects? The steel plates used in Project 051 are of the highest specification here. If they were to fall into the hands of our adversaries, that would not be a catastrophe. Even if the specifications are not as high, they would still construct their warships as planned. A sudden silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered this statement. It seemed to hold truth. They have been building colossal steel ships for years, unaffected by such technical specifications. Although ours may be superior, the original designs are still functional. Otherwise, how could World War II have been fought? Some military technologies do not require cutting-edge advancements. Instead, they pursue maturity. Moreover, our research and development will continue unabated. Even if new products emerge in the future, our speed will surpass theirs, driven by demand that fuels production and further scientific inquiry. However, if we do not sell, the domestic utility of our technology is currently limited. Due to low demand, production and research may stagnate, leaving us vulnerable to being surpassed. This demand-driven production is relatively novel in this era and arises from a market economy. In the planned economy, it was quite different. Tasks were assigned for you to develop, and you simply complied. Qin Guan articulated from various perspectives that this business proposition is worthwhile and must be pursued. In reality, we are collectively lagging behind. Acquiring this technology would not hinder us, as we would still be capable of engaging in necessary conflicts. So why not exchange for technologies from other fields? The higher-ups must be strategizing the next acquisition plan. Where will the $2 billion come from? The transition of light industry from the lighthouse seems trivial, yet the Russians lag significantly in this area, marking it as one of our weaknesses. While we can barely produce in heavy industry, even with some shortcomings, many assert that the Russians' failures in light industry led to their eventual demise. This holds a degree of validity. Thus, we must seize this opportunity for the transition of light industry, even if it means borrowing funds. Please continue. Since this involves high-end steel, both the technology and product will yield substantial prices and profits. Therefore, selling this will greatly benefit us. We can offer our products at lower prices than anyone else, simultaneously selling technology and engaging in competition. Producing value-added products is advantageous. Even if profits are squeezed, we still gain significantly. The discussions in later eras regarding how many shirts equate to a single aircraft stem from low added value. Thus, the higher the technological content, the more profitable our trade becomes, surpassing even labor sales. Furthermore, we will not inflate prices like foreign entities. We can reduce them to reasonable profit margins. Do not underestimate the small nation that has acquired our technology. Their steel may not necessarily outpace ours. By addressing both fronts, we can alleviate our current economic pressures. At the very least, we will not be overly constrained during our planning, and we can accelerate the introduction and absorption of other technologies. This technology has been entirely developed by Qin Guan, a rarity indeed. If he were in the West, he could undoubtedly leverage this technology for greater personal gain. However, such an opportunity does not exist domestically, at least not at present. Qin Guan's vision extends far beyond the immediate. He is crafting a domestic environment conducive to his own development. Economic progress must surpass that of his previous life. Selling shirts and socks is far too sluggish. Once this environment is established, Qin Guan will be poised to further unleash his capabilities. This represents a balance between individual and collective interests, fostering a mutually beneficial situation. With his presence here, the persuasive power he wields undoubtedly surpasses that of Minister Chun, especially considering Minister Chun has secured the stance of Qianlao. The assembly of attendees, having heard this, faces little resistance. However, the conference venue does not serve as the ultimate decision-making authority. Thus, the matters discussed must be elevated further up the hierarchy. It matters not, for indeed, the higher echelons possess greater wisdom and clarity. Do you recall those two military trade deals? One pertained to the miniaturization of thermonuclear weapons, while the other involved the illustrious missile sales, priced at $100 million each, yielding the largest foreign exchange transaction in history. Chapter 52. My application for a research institute. It is uncertain whether it was the persuasive words of Qin Guan or the weight of Qianlao's reputation that swayed them. Nonetheless, Minister Qin finally achieved his goal this time, and in celebration, he treated Qin Guan to a meal. Xiao Qin, you did exceptionally well. I haven't rewarded you for your last achievement yet. What do you desire as a reward? Minister Qin inquired. Minister Qin, it is rather forward to ask directly. How could I possibly accept a reward after you have asked? Qin Guan adeptly handled this esteemed leader while enjoying his meal. Minister Qin, chuckling heartily, was not typically regarded as a leader who was approachable. Although he appeared congenial, there were many leaders in this era who were even more affable, a stark contrast to future times. In this age, numerous leaders were elevated from the ranks below, lacking the customary airs. Especially those leaders who emerged from the war years, despite being outsiders, were modest in their discourse and refrained from directing experts. This humility was a hallmark of the era, and they would never seek to undermine one's position. In truth, it was challenging for me to provide any rewards. What could I possibly grant you? A commendation? A promotion? You are not a member of my military. If I were to advocate for you in another department, any reward would undoubtedly fall short. Indeed, he was a leader who interacted directly with Qin Guan. The steel plant under Qin Guan's purview belonged to the Ministry of Industry, making cross-departmental governance impractical. Should Minister Chen advocate for Qin Guan, the leaders there would be unaware of the nuances involved. While their achievements were commendable, the absence of direct interaction would hinder true comprehension, thus rewards would be insufficient. Minister Chen, having experienced the situation firsthand, was well aware of Qin Guan's capabilities. Minister Chen, you have thoughts regarding the second factory, correct? You have guessed it. Although Qin Guan hinted at this, Minister Chen merely nodded. What thoughts do you have? Naturally, he aspired to bring the second factory under the aegis of the Military Equipment Department, transforming it into a military industrial enterprise. Much like the ordnance factories under other equipment departments, if successful, the second factory would attain a higher status. Although personnel in military industrial units were not military personnel, Minister Chen could directly reward Qin Guan. Is it feasible? There is potential. Otherwise, why would I have you persuade them to sell technology? Minister Chen was indeed shrewd. If he could bring it under his command, he would have greater control over the funds generated from sales. Of course, any earnings would need to be negotiated with the state, yet he would at least possess the initiative. Safeguarding military funding. Why do you think I am so enthusiastic about selling technology? This was indeed a positive development. While others remained oblivious, Minister Chen initiated his strategy. When might this take shape? It will be settled shortly. After all, the second factory is preparing to withdraw. A few days ago, I met with the Ministry of Industry, and we have already drafted preliminary plans. Your factory will soon fall under my jurisdiction. I am merely alleviating your concerns. To be governed by the Military Equipment Department? No, the intention is to establish a National Defense Science and Technology Industry Committee, but I cannot wait any longer. The committee had not yet been established, but Minister Chen believed that bringing the second factory in now would yield a profitable enterprise. Strengthening ties with the beacon would facilitate the acquisition of advanced technological equipment through foreign exchange. Once opened, the military would have to endure. Yet not all projects would cease. In reality, some military-industrial projects would continue, while many impractical initiatives would be eliminated, as maintaining such a vast undertaking was untenable. However, if military-industrial units could generate their own profits, in that case, I must make a request. Feel free to ask. If you are not in a hurry, you may wait for a while. Presenting your request now would allow me to prepare. Minister Chen, could you assist me in applying for a research institute? Oh, a research institute. What level are you seeking? For Qin Guan to have a platform to showcase his talents, a research institute was essential. Yet, it was unlikely to secure a higher-level institute at this moment. However, if it became a military-industrial unit, many regulations could be overlooked, as the military operates under unique circumstances. The level is not important. Having such a place is sufficient. Ideally, a directly subordinate research institute. Very well. Upon your return, you may proceed. You will be on par with the factory director. Allocate a portion of your factory's profits to establish the institute. Minister Chen, I desire a research institute with minimal constraints. That is, one free from external jurisdiction. A small research institute is manageable for me. Old Wu is acquainted with you. Let him serve as the permanent military representative in your institute. Others will have no authority over you, and if anyone interferes, you can call upon Old Wu. This was precisely what Qin Guan desired, for the endeavors he intended to pursue might not be readily accepted in this era. The level of the research institute was inconsequential, the lower the better. However, it must not be subject to the constraints of other departments. By aligning with the military, he sought to leverage this protection to showcase his capabilities. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome, as other departments lack the military straightforwardness. In the military, if you can achieve success in the military-industrial sector, they will elevate you to great heights. Moreover, the military remains uniquely positioned. The realm of national defense is an independent system, and this is the sanctuary Qin Guan yearns for. Minister Chen suddenly recalled something. By the way, did you not design a firearm last time? I had it manufactured, and upon testing, it proved remarkably effective. Its continuous fire is indeed more stable than the Type 56 or 66. According to the target range personnel, it is undoubtedly more accurate than the Type 56. This is an excellent piece of equipment. Shall we continue this project in your research institute as well? This would also be a contribution and it would benefit Qin Guan. Contributions are worth pursuing, not for personal gain, but as a safeguard in critical moments. If you have achieved significant accomplishments, anyone seeking to cause trouble will think twice given the reputation you hold. Qin Guan nodded. Let this be counted as a research project for our institute. However, the blueprints I provided are in a completely frozen state. They can be sent directly to the factory for production without any modifications, as small calibers are the trend for the future. This remains a transitional weapon. Small calibers are the most reasonable option. Are you able to participate in the discussions regarding small calibers? Minister Chun, I shall not be involved in that. The current rifles are sufficient for our needs. My primary focus is to explore other areas, but everything must be built upon a solid foundation. Rest assured, the funding for you will not be lacking. Minister Chun, this research institute will not only be self-sustaining, but will also generate profits for the state. Minister Chun possesses faith in Qin Guan's capabilities. However, is it not premature to suggest that the research institute requires no further funding? It is imperative to remember that we do not dwell in an era of openness, where enterprises operate independently, without fiscal accountability, and profits are invariably surrendered. Nonetheless, Qin Guan has astutely prepared for this eventuality, foreseeing a forthcoming era of liberalization. As a subordinate entity of the military, it is prudent for him to contemplate the future proactively. This modest research institute must embark on its own strategic planning, emphasizing its independence and self-sufficiency, devoid of external assistance. Chapter 53. The fundamental issue is still lack of funds in this era. No one seems to care about self-sufficiency. Due to the chaotic market system, any factory that attempts to operate independently will inevitably face starvation. Institutions are bloated, often overstaffed, with an excessive number of individuals merely coasting along. Future generations may find this hard to fathom, yet in this age, it is rather commonplace. The iron rice bowl ensures that regardless of one's performance, a salary is guaranteed, with even 3 generations of a family often employed at the same factory, creating a sense of continuity. Many factories resemble small cities, equipped with all necessary facilities, allowing one to live a lifetime without venturing outside. There are even schools run by the factories, where the children of the workers receive their education and subsequently join the workforce. No one fears unemployment. It is simply not a possibility. However, once the shift to self-sufficiency began, everything changed. Factories started to meticulously manage their expenses and enhance efficiency, discovering that many aspects of their operations were redundant, particularly the civilian facilities provided by the factories. Institutions like hospitals and schools were neither professional nor cost-effective. After lunch, Minister Chun took Qin Guan to the shooting range. The two tested several firearms based on Qin Guan's designs, which had been temporarily fabricated for testing purposes and were not yet ready for mass production. Nevertheless, for our country at this time, mass production would not pose a challenge. Much like the Russians, heavy industry had already taken shape, and overproduction was not an issue. The real question was how advanced the technology was, as equipment had not been upgraded for many years. Fortunately, rifles are not particularly high-tech. We are discussing weapons for equipping troops, not the precision instruments favored by children in movies, which the military often deems unnecessary. Even in the lighthouse country, civilian firearms tend to be more accurate than those of the military. The current military strategy revolves around overwhelming firepower, relying on artillery when precision fails. By the time one attempts to take a shot, it may be too late. Of course, there is a role for special forces, but their equipment is exceedingly limited. Our nation has always relied on imports for such needs, as domestic production is not cost-effective. Small quantities lead to exorbitant prices, making direct purchases more sensible, as the cost of mold development alone is prohibitive. As Qin Guan fired several magazines with the Type 81 at the range, his ears buzzed from the noise. Eventually, he grew tired of taking single shots, treating it more as a festive occasion. Haha, young Qin, with your keen eyesight, you still can't shoot as accurately as I can. Indeed, that seems a bit unfair. Minister Chun, despite having reached a high level, still possessed formidable military skills. Many veterans, even in their 70s or 80s, remain accurate shooters. At their level, firing is merely a matter of instinct. Setting down the weapon, Qin Guan was led aside by Minister Chun for a discussion. Regarding your earlier statement about the possibility of war in the South, we have conducted research, and indeed, the current military strategy is inadequate. Precision shooting is unlikely to be effective. We are equipped with many semi-automatics. But it is not a matter of ammunition shortage. Rather, Each shot must hit its target, as the enemy will not grant you a second chance. Isn't this influenced by the combat styles of pre-revolutionary veterans? Indeed, that is a factor. Presently, our troops are primarily equipped with semi-automatics. In the event of large-scale operations on open plains, firepower is sufficient. Professional soldiers, even in later generations, will still fire semi-automatically. As Minister Qin stated, once the first shot is fired, regardless of its accuracy, the enemy will react. While this perspective is not entirely incorrect, it is indeed overly simplistic. In close combat, it could lead to disaster. The purpose of fully automatic weapons is to suppress the enemy, granting our forces the maneuverability to close in and eliminate them. If one can pull the trigger quickly, the difference from fully automatic fire is minimal. The challenge lies in the inflexibility of the semi-automatics. They are too cumbersome, and the military must adapt its mindset. Has our military begun this transformation? That question is not one I can directly answer. Then I shall refrain from asking. Whatever the military requires, I shall develop. Qin Guan was not yet contemplating the advanced technologies or precision weapons of future generations. First and foremost, one must afford to procure them. So what does the military require at present? Minister Qin sighed. You are correct. We must first secure funding. We are currently lagging behind, and the more we engage with the outside world, the more we realize our shortcomings. There are gaps everywhere. How do we bridge these gaps? It seems futile regardless of the approach. We soldiers are commendable. When the time comes to fight, we will certainly not lose. However, because we have such excellent soldiers, it is imperative that they are equipped with superior gear. We can no longer afford to operate as we did in the past. In the current international climate, the greatest threat remains to the north. Minister, there is actually no need to worry about the north. They lack the courage. Oh, Minister Qin nodded slightly. Indeed, the higher-ups had discussed this. Otherwise, why would they engage in displays of force in the south? However, all these analyses are merely conjectures. Until events transpire, anything is possible. Who can guarantee that the Russians will not take action? No one can assure such a thing. Even if Qin Guan were to return after a lifetime, there would be no complete certainty. If you can return, how can the Russians not change? Truth be told, Qin Guan understood that the Russians possess a strategy to avert collapse, that is, to initiate war. However, this would not be directed at us, but rather at the West. If war truly breaks out, their internal conflicts would dissolve, and they would once again unify the world at a common level. This is their sole method of overcoming crises. For years, analysts have pondered why collapse occurs, presenting numerous theories. As long as war is waged, these matters become irrelevant. It is a simple solution. Indeed, regardless of who it is, initiating conflict is not as straightforward as it seems. Minister Qin nodded in agreement. Upon returning, please handle the technical transfer with Xiao Rizai. I will have Old Wu assist you. It must be expedited, yet we cannot afford any mishaps. The military is in dire need of funding. Understood, I will do my utmost. However, Minister, our current system lacks flexibility. Oh, what do you mean by flexibility? For instance, if certain technologies are to be sold, we must ensure intellectual property protection. While some aspects of steel manufacturing may not be discernible, the majority of technologies can be recognized. To make them recognizable without allowing imitation, we must secure intellectual property rights. Our Patent Office and Intellectual Property Bureau were established post-opening. Currently, there is none, but if Qin Guan intends to sell technology, he must apply for patents abroad. How do we ensure protection? The essence lies in the patent application. Should others replicate our work, we shall impose a fee. However, is there a means to apply abroad? It is feasible, yet if done under the auspices of an organization. Minister Qin firmly stated, not under the organization's name. Since this is a product of your individual efforts, you should apply as an individual. We shall revisit this matter once the research institute is established and the system is fully developed. Qin Guan comprehended that the military is not particularly fond of intellectual property rights. Chapter 54. Constructing trade barriers. The military's disdain for intellectual property stems from its convenience. History has often spoken of imitation as a shortcut, and indeed, this is true, as the military lags significantly behind. We have replicated numerous items from the Russians, some with their consent and others without. Before their collapse, the Russians had little regard for intellectual property, which meant we could imitate freely. Neither side held any claims. And it wasn't until the 1980s that changes would occur. In a scenario where neither party holds rights, one can copy from the other. During this era, we stand to gain substantially, for beyond the borders, there were scant technologies available for sale, and nuclear matters required no applications. Thus, Minister Chun believed it more appropriate for Qin Guan to apply in his personal capacity. He decided to find a way himself, if necessary. He would ask Old Wu for assistance. Once the doors to openness were flung wide, our entry into the intellectual property protection system would take considerable time to stabilize. Upon exiting the shooting range, Minister Chun arranged for Qin Guan to be escorted back. The inquiry into this matter stemmed from Qin Guan's intention to delve into a field that necessitated patent applications. He aspired to enter the battery sector now, a domain clearly mastered by Xiao Rizi. Breakthroughs in lithium batteries would not occur until the 1990s, with the 18650 standard being set by Xiao Rizi. Should Qin Guan succeed now, he would leapfrog them by a decade. Within this decade, every laptop and portable electronic device would represent a colossal market. The following decade would usher in the era of mobile phones, which would undoubtedly require batteries. The disparity in lithium batteries would hinge upon the materials for the anode and cathode. As many details cannot remain concealed, establishing barriers through patents and technology is a universally recognized method of international monopoly. Qin Guan envisioned pioneering this field, developing the first generation of lithium batteries. Naturally, he would also explore other battery types, but he must refrain from employing overly advanced technologies, as the lighthouse nation would prove uncooperative. Therefore, discretion is paramount. Did you believe the lighthouse nation would strictly adhere to these regulations? Within the domestic sphere, Qin Guan possessed two advantages: technology and cost. Cost encompasses not only labor, but also expenses across various production stages. Qin Guan introduced advanced methodologies from future generations, ensuring that even if others replicated his work, few would purchase their offerings due to higher prices. Establishing this industrial chain would render his advantages unparalleled. Even if your technology is superior, what does it matter if downstream manufacturers cannot profit from it due to exorbitant prices? This explains why many technologies remain and used for years, not due to inefficacy, but because of prohibitive costs. Globally, we are among the few capable of reducing costs. Upon returning to Zhanghai City, Qin Guan found that Hongmei had already brought Do to the factory. He did not need to ponder. It was evident that Old Li had prompted Hongmei's arrival. Given that the couple was so promising, it was wise to leave the countryside and contribute to the factory promptly. This was Old Li's realization, and Qin Guan sensed that his opportunities to return to the countryside were dwindling. Each return home saw his father-in-law perceiving them as idling. Perhaps factory director Yan was the unseen architect behind this, bringing Qin Guan's family to the factory, no doubt whispering in his father-in-law's ear. However, after bringing Hongmei to the factory, director Yan did not assign her any work. There was no training for her position, leaving Hongmei feeling unsettled while trying to study at home. Qin, husband, why hasn't Director Yan assigned me a job? That is his concern. You need not worry. But with living expenses and all set to the deputy director's standards, I feel uneasy not working. Hongmei, cradling the child, was deeply troubled. I could work without hindrance. Dodo can attend the factory's nursery, where teachers are available to care for children of any age. As for the factory work, I can learn. You should focus on your studies. Our family does not require dual income earners. You must prepare for the college entrance examination. But I am already considered an employee. I can speak to Director Yan and have your position removed. I can manage to support the family on my own. This was not an issue for Qin Guan. He could support Hongmei indefinitely, but she herself could not remain idle. The nursery indeed seemed beneficial, accepting children of all ages. Qin Guan wished for Hongmei to concentrate on her studies, yet he pondered whether this would negatively impact Dodo. He reached out to embrace his daughter when a knock echoed at the door. Uncle Wu had arrived. Without a word, Qin Guan recognized the knock as his. Upon opening the door, it was indeed Old Wu, who had no intention of entering. Come, we need to head to the launching ceremony immediately. What ceremony? I am not part of your shipyard project. You have contributed, helping us resolve issues. Everyone wishes for your presence. Very well, I shall prepare. Qin Guan had no choice. It seemed he was now more closely tied to Old Wu, with many matters being arranged by Minister Chun. Should the second factory transform into a military enterprise, Old Wu would also need to be involved. This made little sense. This was a steel factory, not directly related to military affairs. However, with the Ministry of Industry set to close the second factory, Minister Chun seized the opportunity. Qin Guan suspected he had not informed the Ministry of Industry about the factory's intention to sell technology. If the second factory could generate foreign exchange, there would be no rationale for its closure. In those years, factories were quite comfortable, akin to a retirement haven. Even during the first decade of openness, many places had not truly transformed. Thus, even if the second factory were to be shut down, personnel would be reassigned to other factories. At this juncture, when Minister Chun expressed interest in acquiring this factory, those unaware of the situation at the Ministry of Industry might have welcomed it, as redistributing personnel posed considerable pressure. Once aboard Old Wu's vehicle, Qin Guan headed straight for the shipyard. Old Wu was particularly cheerful today, for the project had finally set sail. Since 1968, the 051 project had been ongoing, continuously modified and improved, and now they had reached the 162 vessel. Originally, the 051 was not intended for open sea missions, but with the 055 yet to be completed, technological limitations necessitated modifications to the 051. The Navy, being a technologically advanced branch, requires young talents like you. This 055 refers to the early version of the 055 project, which is not to be confused with its later iterations. The new ship project initially set high standards, which were repeatedly raised, ultimately aiming for a displacement of 20,000 tons. However, it became evident that such ambitions were unfeasible, and the project had to be shelved. In this era, we possess technological resources. As our relationship with the West has warmed, the military plans to visit the Sun Never Sets destroyer. Fortunately, we refrained from making a purchase. In a few years, it would have become a classic case of being sunk by missiles. In truth, we have always maintained a covert connection with the Sun Never Sets, through that southern window. Uncle Wu, are you suggesting that I enlist in the military? I am referring to contributing to the Navy. Furthermore, what is wrong with participating? Are you afraid? Yes, but not of death. Rather, I am concerned that for a considerable time ahead, the Navy may lack significant achievements. Old Wu has overlooked the crux of the matter. The economy is the pressing issue we currently face. Chapter 55. The days of bold financial aspirations. The ceremony at the shipyard was rather tedious, only enlivened by the occasional firecrackers. Lao Wu introduced Qin Guan to several individuals at the shipyard. Although Qin Guan was aware of the historical trajectory of the shipbuilding industry, it was best not to delve into that yet, as it was still not open for discussion. To the people at the shipyard, Lao Wu presented Qin Guan as a technical expert from the steel plant. They were merely puzzled that someone so young could possess technology that was unprecedented in the country. The exchanges between both parties remained superficial. Discussing the shipyard's issues was akin to addressing the nation's shortcomings, ubiquitous and in dire need of comprehensive improvement, rather than something that could be resolved with a specific material or technology. Nonetheless, now that they had made introductions, there would be ample opportunities for future collaboration. Qin Guan responded with calmness, engaging in pleasantries, yet he was acutely aware that numerous collaborative ventures lay ahead. Xiao Qin, why do you appear so disinterested? Lao Wu queried, perplexed. Isn't such a gathering typically favored by the youth? Well, to be honest, I am quite pleased, but I am not someone who easily displays my emotions, Qin Guan replied. Is there truly such a person? Indeed. I am not accustomed to being overly exuberant, he affirmed with a smile. In truth, he had participated in far more extravagant events, such as aircraft carriers being launched, lunar missions, and the inauguration of grand experimental apparatuses, all attended by numerous dignitaries. As for the new Type 051 vessel, its performance was difficult to evaluate. It merely addressed the issue of existence. With a few missiles installed, it possessed sufficient deterrent power. In this era, that was indeed adequate, as air defense remained a challenge for everyone. Once my missile is launched, the only variable is its accuracy, leaving the target utterly defenseless. The events surrounding the Falklands in a few years would exemplify this point. Regardless of how the British boasted about their advanced and modern destroyers, they were ultimately unable to fend off missiles. This issue persisted until the advent of the Aegis system, which provided the defensive side with reliable methods. Strangely, the lighthouse country perceived itself as invincible, resulting in a stagnation of anti-ship missile development. In Qin Guan's eyes, the launch ceremony was quite grand, and everyone appeared genuinely joyful. Upon his return, Director Yin promptly informed him that the Japanese representative had arrived. That little Yi was quite swift, already waiting for Qin Guan in the office. Qin Guan promptly went to meet him. In the conference room, Director Yin sat beside them, noticing their silence. What is the matter? Why is there no discussion? Director Yin, would it be possible to host this negotiation representative for dinner tonight? Director Yin immediately discerned the implication, realizing he was being subtly dismissed. He was perceptive enough to understand that since Qin Guan could directly engage with Minister Chun, the negotiations would essentially be under Qin Guan's purview, and he would step aside once discussions reached a suitable point. After Director Yin left, Xiao Yi dared to speak. In truth, I have two objectives for my visit. Qin sang, the company is still hoping to recruit you. Well, do you wish to earn more this time? We must proceed with caution. I fear being discovered after 2 consecutive instances. As long as neither of us speaks of it, it will remain undiscovered. Furthermore, what is the base price you are offering? Please be transparent about what price you can authorize. Qin Guan bypassed the preliminary conversation, knowing only money could entice the other party. Xiao Yi was equally forthright, 30 million in US dollars. Is that figure within your authority to set? Yes, and this is indeed the only price I can offer. If I manage to recruit you, the price could be higher. Then let us proceed with this arrangement. Qin Guan was well aware of the research costs for specialized steel, which varied from several million to hundreds of millions, depending on the circumstances. The steel in question was not particularly high-end, at least not in terms of technical complexity. Thus, agreeing on $30 million seemed reasonable. Minister Chun's bottom line was set at over 10 million, which was within tolerable limits. And how will the payment be made? First, you must clarify how much you desire. That 30 million is state-owned on my end. I can adjust the figure to 33 million, and may I keep the remainder? You are audacious, aiming for millions twice in a row, are you not? Qin Guan was somewhat taken aback. In their initial collaboration, Xiao Yi seemed to have shed his inhibitions. To dare to secure hundreds of thousands, and in US dollars no less. Truth be told, this was easily traceable. Yet, in the current domestic climate, it was difficult to investigate, and external forces were unable to intervene. Thus, whatever Qin Guan asserted would hold true. In another country, such matters would be unraveled in no time. You do not understand. If I fail to secure enough in one go and am discovered, that would be disastrous. So, you are not afraid of being exposed now? Being discovered would merely result in an early retirement. After all, several million is a considerable sum. Indeed, several million in this era was substantial, incomparable to future times. Thus, many films portraying the wealthy began with figures in the millions, only escalating to the tens of millions over the ensuing decade, serving as a sensational backdrop for cinematic narratives. However, in the later years, unless one spoke of sums in the billions, no one would even bat an eye. This illustrates the extent of inflation. If Xiao Yi were to secure several $1 million in this era, he would be considered affluent, a millionaire, which in the West also denotes wealth, even before the billion-dollar era commenced. Qin Guan acquiesced, stating that while he did not seek money, the valuation of technology was entirely subjective. Xiao Yi, noticing they were alone in the conference room, lowered his voice to broach the most critical topic. How do you intend to transfer the funds to me? You will make the payment through official accounts, with others coordinating with you. Isn't that you? That won't do. I cannot let a third party overhear my affairs. Do not worry, I will transfer part of the funds directly to you. After all, your company would not dare to investigate my domestic dealings. Qin Guan, at this juncture, decided against taking the money, but Xiao Yi could not fathom how Qin Guan would manage to allocate part of the funds. What excuse will you use to transfer this portion of the money? It is not an unaccounted transfer. It is a commission I am paying you. How will you provide me the funds without raising suspicions from your government? I will state that it is a fee for engaging an agent to apply for a patent, and this is not deceitful. I genuinely require your assistance in securing the patent. Our steel technology will be sold to you in the form of a patent. Qin Guan has come to a clear realization that he must first apply for a patent before engaging in sales. Otherwise, there would be no tangible indication that he has sold his product, and the buyer may not acknowledge the transaction. Securing a patent would greatly enhance his position. It is important to note that patents have a limited duration. One might assume that after a few years, others will not be able to develop similar products. However, having a patent allows for a lead of several years, which is already commendable. Nonetheless, a drawback of patents is that once the term expires, the information is made public. Chapter 56. Mastering the art of daily life. The amount of money that Xiao Yi desires is his own affair, provided that the resources are derived from legitimate sources. As long as the state does not incur losses, the issues at hand are not insurmountable. However, there exists a considerable degree of maneuverability for Qin Guan in this scenario. Fortuitously, the current era lacks stringent regulations. Otherwise, such private interactions would not be permissible. He must assist Xiao Yi in concealing his company, ensuring that the funds are channeled into Xiao Yi's coffers. Should a patent be involved, I must consult the company first. The conditions differ, and the decision to seek a patent for a technology requires careful consideration. One stipulation of patent application is that once the protection period expires, the patent becomes public, allowing anyone to replicate the technology without facing penalties. For instance, a patented structure enjoys protection for a decade. After this period, it becomes publicly accessible, and it is no longer exclusive to the originator, as all manufacturing methods must be disclosed during the application process. Consequently, certain items, such as beverage formulas, are not pursued for patent protection. As long as one is confident that others cannot decipher the secret recipe, it can remain confidential indefinitely. Conversely, patents must be disclosed to the world after a decade or two. The choice between the two depends entirely on the context and the type of patent in question. Feel free to inquire, but I suspect they will have no objections. The same goes for patent licensing. There exists a concept known as license production, which provides a solid foundation for transactions. Why is Qin Guan so certain? If Xiaoyi acquires this technology and fails to recover 30 million annually, there would be no justification for the purchase. They must also manufacture superior vessels to enhance their product competitiveness. After all, the shipbuilding industry is currently thriving in their region. I share this sentiment, but it is prudent to ask. By the way, please assist me in applying for other patents and engage a reliable agency team. Other patents? Yes, specifically pertaining to battery technology. Qin Guan intends to introduce a glimpse of battery technology ahead of its time, incorporating not only lithium batteries, but also nickel-cadmium batteries. In preparation for the forthcoming era of mobile communication, what he possesses is, of course, the preliminary technology. In his hands, the first generation of lithium batteries has been advanced by over a decade. Once the other party expends considerable resources and effort to develop their own, and even after they manufacture a significant quantity, Qin Guan can initiate a technological iteration that will render their financial and material investments futile. Moreover, Qin Guan aims to set the industry standards, mandating that the battery sector adheres to his specifications henceforth. You wish to manufacture batteries? What is it? You appear incredulous. Your country lacks such technology. You cannot be referring to carbon batteries, can you? No, I mean nickel-cadmium batteries, and even lithium batteries, along with other types. Batteries are also high-tech, yet domestically, they lag behind the trend. Xiaoyi remains skeptical. Lithium batteries, won't they catch fire? You will understand once you apply. I still cannot comprehend how your nation possesses the capability to produce superior batteries, as industries related to electricity are inherently high-tech, which is beyond your grasp. Even if they were developed, it would merely be a waste of funds. Then I do not understand. If they are developed, how can it be a waste? Because ours will be more advanced. This is not something you can merely sell. If ours are sufficiently good, there will be no market for yours. The research and development costs are exorbitant. It is more sensible for you to purchase ours. The collective research is indeed a significant waste of resources. If someone successfully develops this technology, there will be no need for you to invest in research and development, as the costs are too high. At that point, acquiring from others, even at a high price, is often cheaper than conducting your own research. However, Xiaoyi does not realize that Qin Guan intends to lead this industry, competing with Xiaoyi's enterprise? Incorrect. He does not regard Xiaoyi as a threat. Nevertheless, Xiaoyi's semiconductor industry is poised to reach new heights, and their products will require batteries. Thus, public relations in this aspect remain essential. Very well, think as you wish. I intend to use this pretext to secure funding. If you can assist me in securing business, I shall offer you a commission. In your country, is it permissible to speak of such matters openly? What is wrong with that? It is merely a straightforward business collaboration, referred to as compensated service. Should Xiaoyi successfully integrate Qin Guan's batteries into Japanese enterprises, offering a commission is entirely reasonable. Even hiring sales personnel incurs expenses. Qin Guan embodies a concept from the future, and the entity he aims to establish is not akin to the current domestic enterprises. In a few short years, the market will open up, and engaging with the international community will be a prudent course of action. Of course, if it were ever discovered that Qin Guan aided Xiaoyi in amassing funds, would anyone label him a traitor? Yet such matters are rarely acknowledged. If Qin Guan himself does not profit, it becomes easy to prove his innocence. He possesses no undisclosed fortunes, and there is no evidence to the contrary. Assisting Xiaoyi in accumulating wealth carries considerable risk. However, the impending era is not as stringent as the past. The populace is increasingly driven by financial gain, and by then, no one will care about the means. Earning money makes one a hero. Isn't that the essence of it? Yet Qin Guan holds the key to core technologies, which will evolve at an accelerating pace. There is no need to ponder patent protection for several years. The courage to advance is imperative. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are required. Otherwise, who would be inclined to assist you? May I see your battery technology? Oh, do you possess knowledge of battery technology? Qin Guan finds this intriguing and does not conceal it, promptly handing over the materials. Is there an intention to stealthily learn? That is unfathomable. Few in this era believe in lithium batteries, and Xiao Yi, being in Qin Guan's grasp, would dare not engage in any underhanded schemes. The pressing concern lies in how he will secure his own retreat. Qin Guan hands him a document while inquiring, Xiao Yi, is it true that you will not remain long in the company? His gaze inadvertently flickers towards Qin Guan. Yes, I plan to accumulate enough before departing. Then you can only go to one place, the Lighthouse Nation, or else your company will pursue legal action against you. You are correct. I wonder if this 10 million will suffice over there. That is of little concern. You can continue working there. As a talent, it will not be an issue. It is challenging, but these are not my immediate considerations. What else do you wish to pursue? I am ready to assist. From this statement, it becomes evident that Xiao Yi has adopted a more honest demeanor. In order for Qin Guan not to betray him, he must demonstrate his worth. His value undoubtedly lies in facilitating connections with Xiao Rizi. Any matters that are inconvenient to handle should be entrusted to Xiao Yi, and any desired technology should also be solicited from him. At the very least, this individual would not dare to compromise. When engaging with Xiao Rizi, one should not entertain notions of equality. Rather, one must assert control over the situation, akin to how the Lighthouse Nation holds its leash. Chapter 57. The establishment of the Steel Institute at Qin Guan in the ensuing month. Xiao Yi efficiently assisted Qin Guan in completing various tasks. Together with the smelting process and battery technology, dozens of patents were submitted in a single day. The nature of patents is such that while the review process may take considerable time, the mere act of submission grants a priority date. This means that a patent filed in one country simultaneously holds validity in others. A principle known as patent priority date. This encompasses nearly all Western nations, implying that once Qin Guan submitted the patents, any subsequent applications on the same topics in the West would be rendered invalid. However, this regulation does not apply in Russia. This rule was established by the West for their own benefit, as they were the industrial powers at the time when these patents were conceived, while the rest of the world languished as colonies. The colonies were regarded as nonentities. The competition was solely among the developed nations. Having secured the patents, Qin Guan promptly entered into an agreement with the Steel Consortium of Japan. Alongside technology transfer, production of specialty steel commenced. Concurrently, Qin Guan established a laboratory for the second plant, initiating numerous specialty steel projects. This laboratory was named Gangtai Qianyan, which, while an applied research unit, did not hold a high administrative rank. Thus, Qin Guan opted not to invest effort into elevating its bureaucratic status, aiming instead for a semblance of independence. The name might appear somewhat juvenile, yet it carries multiple significances. Literally, it denotes a laboratory at the forefront of the steel industry, but if interpreted by future generations, it conveys another layer of meaning, representing an organization at the vanguard of technology. Steel symbolizes unity and indestructibility, which is indeed a commendable connotation. The numerous projects undertaken by the Gangtai Qianyan Laboratory include specialty steels for the shipbuilding industry, construction requirements, and a new electroslag remelting furnace project, with the ambition of surpassing Russian capabilities. Additionally, an electronic department was established within the laboratory. Admittedly, at present, it is solely focused on battery-related industries, but there is no rush. This department is currently unstaffed. The establishment of a battery-related industry is still in the preparatory phase. Qin Guan understood that the timing was not right, and that such endeavors should await the period of openness. The battery technologies, including the first generation of lithium batteries, are not yet applicable domestically, rendering immediate production a guaranteed loss, as there is no market for them. They are destined for foreign buyers. Therefore, he planned to wait until the opening to proceed, transitioning to a private enterprise. Otherwise, sustainability would be unfeasible. Internally, Gangtai Qianyan is referred to as the Steel Institute, with Qin Guan serving as the director and Lao Yu as the deputy director. Other technicians were also brought in temporarily to fill positions, comprising the original team from the plant. The current projects are confidential, and I have documented the processes which require discretion. As of now, salaries have not been issued, but it is anticipated that this will improve in due course. Qin Guan casually mentioned that the Steel Institute is already functioning independently of the second plant. The institute's license was obtained through the Ministry of Armaments, thus not closely tied to the second plant. While it is classified as a subordinate unit, its personnel are comparable to those in the technical department of the second plant. However, the Research Institute and the second plant share overlapping staffing, so they do not belong to the same organization. Yet, during this era of collective resources, this distinction is inconsequential. Once accountability for profits and losses becomes necessary, Director Yin will have to be more stringent. With that, Lao Yu took the floor to discuss the urgency surrounding several specialty steel projects. As he spoke, Lao Wu appeared at the door of the conference room, gesturing for Qin Guan to step outside. Lao Yu noticed this as well, and Qin Guan signaled for him to continue while he excused himself. Uncle Wu, I hear you are residing at the plant now? Qin Guan inquired. This was the minister's arrangement. He said that as long as I stay with you, there will be projects. However, I'm not here for that today. Someone wishes to see you. Who is it? It's someone from the Navy. We just had a ship project. After they received the vessel, they inquired about you. It's an officer of considerable rank, likely asking about long-term planning matters. The Navy? Qin Guan pondered, realizing he had no significant connection with them. Moreover, he had attended the launching ceremony, where Navy personnel were present, yet he had no interactions with them. Were they perhaps looking to establish another project? The Navy is currently the most anxious, as they are the most lagging behind. The Army can simply mobilize troops to engage in skirmishes, boasting the world's finest infantry. As for the Air Force, they are currently underfunded, focused on air defense, and struggling with aircraft shortages. Thus, it appears the Navy is in the most dire situation. While the Air Force resorts to ground transport for missiles, the Navy, on the other hand, truly requires vessels to engage in combat. Otherwise, they are left with mere small boats patrolling the coast, unable to venture far as they lack fishing vessels. New destroyers have been completed, yet the gap remains vast. What is the matter? We can ascertain that through a meeting, Qin Guan replied. Where shall we meet? No need for trouble. They have already arrived and are looking for a place to talk privately. Oh, then let us meet. Qin Guan remained remarkably calm, treating the situation with nonchalance. He had encountered numerous high-ranking military officials and defense ministers in his previous life and felt no particular trepidation. He was hardly an inexperienced youth. First, let me inform Lao Yu. You may continue with the meeting, and once the tasks are assigned, you may proceed with your work independently. The laboratory does not adhere to rigid formalities. It merely requires adherence to the schedule. Lao Yu, will you take the lead? Director, leave it to me. The procedural guidance you have provided is already sufficiently detailed. The new steel processing methods offered by Qin Guan are not entirely comprehensive, as some merely indicate a single direction. However, the direction is indeed accurate. If everything were handed to them, they would not need to conduct any research, leading to difficulties in explanation later. Therefore, Qin Guan has only provided a guiding direction, allowing them to feel as though they have discovered the results through their own experiments. As the leader who indicates the path, Qin Guan merely demonstrates a solid theoretical foundation. Chapter 58. The fundamental logic of naval warfare. The individual seeking out Qin Guan was a senior naval advisor named Yang. Lao Wu merely facilitated introductions between the two parties and subsequently exited the room. This left Qin Guan and advisor Yang alone in the conference room. Comrade Xiao Qin, I presume you are curious as to why I sought you out? Yang inquired. Advisor Yang, please spare me the riddles. If there is something I can assist you with, do not hesitate to articulate it. It is nothing particularly special. It pertains to the future warfare model you submitted above, which seems to be exclusively tailored to the Army. We were all quite impressed by it, yet it holds no reference value for the Navy. How can you be certain that I possess any understanding of naval matters? Qin Guan responded cautiously, refraining from revealing his limited knowledge. In later years, military forces adopted big data networks, but at this juncture, the military might not comprehend such concepts. Furthermore, in terms of details, Qin Guan, being a researcher, lacked insight into the military's operational arrangements. Strategic planning and combat methodologies were matters for military research. However, Qin Guan had participated in naval projects and possessed a rudimentary understanding. If asked to provide a general summary, he could manage that, as the principal ideas were accessible even to the layperson. This was not a matter of expertise, but rather a question of experience, decades of it. I'm not entirely certain. I am here merely to inquire. If Comrade Xiao Qin has substantial insights, I might consider inviting you back to deliver a lecture. No, that won't be necessary, Qin Guan replied. Whether or not it is necessary will depend on your suggestions. The military was always earnest and did not probe further into why Qin Guan possessed such knowledge. Since Qin Guan's vision of future warfare had already been submitted to the armaments department, Minister Chun was contemplating equipment development based on this, and the military personnel were likely considering future combat strategies accordingly. Presently, the army was engaged in simulations of future combat scenarios. Naturally, due to technological constraints, many aspects remained unattainable at this time, serving merely as reserves for future reference. The Navy, however, found itself in a state of confusion. Having steadfastly adhered to the deeply entrenched doctrines inherited from their Russian predecessors, they had not yet reached the necessary scale. With the thawing of relations with the lighthouse nation, naval personnel had visited and seemingly opened the door to a new world, leaving them astonished. The presentations from the lighthouse nation revealed an entirely different visage. Although they had previously gleaned some understanding through media, first-hand exposure was profoundly shocking, leading to significant disorientation among the Navy. In times of limited funding, meticulous budgeting became imperative. Could you be more specific? What aspects of advice are you seeking? Observing that Qin Guan did not exhibit trepidation, Advisor Yang privately acknowledged that this young comrade possessed some thoughts of his own. After all, diverse perspectives lead to clarity. While they only recognized Qin Guan as a researcher, they lacked detailed information about his background. To ascertain the true situation, they might need to question Qin Guan's identity, as he had yet to solidify any particular role. In the second factory, Lao Yin had designated him as the director, yet Qin Guan had not genuinely engaged with this identity. So who was he? He could be considered the director of the research institute, as Minister Chun's application for this institute was indeed legitimate. Could you elucidate what future naval warfare might resemble? Yang inquired. Advisor Yang, that is quite an expansive topic. Qin Guan replied with a smile, shaking his head. I am not well versed in naval development, but due to personal interest, I have entertained some immature thoughts. My expertise lies primarily in technology, and I am not an authority on military planning. That's all right. Just speak freely. We can assess it ourselves. Very well, Advisor Yang. I will share my thoughts informally, and you may listen as you see fit. Essentially, he could only provide a broad overview. Delving into the intricacies of naval warfare was not his forte. Throughout various epochs, naval combat has been the result of existing technological capabilities. However, the fundamental logic of warfare is constrained by a foundational condition. In the early days, equipping ships with cannons marked the inception of naval warfare, heralding the age of exploration for colonizers. As time progressed, the power of cannons intensified, and advancements in technology shaped naval warfare's logic around artillery. Irrespective of whether the vessels were steel or wooden, powered by steam or sail. This is easily comprehensible. It simplifies everything and ultimately establishes a coherent logic. The logic of naval warfare initially centered around close-quarters combat, then transitioned to the artillery age. Regardless of the transformations in ships and propulsion systems, this logic remained unaffected. Indeed, this era revolved around artillery. As cannon technology advanced, naval warfare evolved into artillery duels until the advent of aircraft. Comrade Xiao Qin, your perspective is commendable. You have identified the primary contradiction. Advisor Yang concurred, recognizing that the essence of the matter was indeed straightforward, devoid of unnecessary complications. They were not engaging in discussions about multifaceted technologies, but rather distilling everything into a singular logical thread. Qin Guan chuckled. This is merely casual conjecture. You may take it as such. Advisor Yang, you mentioned that until the emergence of aircraft, humanity had yet to grasp the transformative impact they would have on naval warfare. Even after the advent of aircraft carriers, the world continued to uphold the dominance of battleships and heavy artillery. In retrospect, they may seem somewhat sluggish, yet it is unjust to evaluate the past through the lens of future knowledge. It is possible that some individuals recognized the revolutionary potential of aircraft, but their battleships and heavy artillery had already reached a zenith. To recklessly abandon such a pinnacle in favor of transformation entails considerable risk. Currently, we find ourselves in the age of aircraft carriers, and I ponder why aircraft carriers have become the sovereigns of naval warfare. The answer lies in one factor: range. It is range that alters everything. What if one day a technology emerges that leaves even aircraft carriers in awe? Qin Guan's assertions were readily comprehensible. Even in this era, soldiers, regardless of their naivete, had engaged in such discussions. For them, aircraft carriers represented a coveted ideal, embodying the might of their nation. Advisor Yang sought insight into the general operational models of modern aircraft carriers. This would allow him to gauge Qin Guan's capabilities and determine whether he could contribute to the design of future naval combat strategies. Additionally, it is paramount to remember that, despite the thaw in relations, aircraft carriers remain our most significant targets in combat. Understanding the operational strategies of aircraft carriers is undoubtedly beneficial for our Navy's future response. However, Qin Guan has taken an entirely different approach. Rather than discussing the characteristics of aircraft carriers, he has logically dismantled the very concept of the aircraft carrier era. Are you suggesting that if we possess a means to strike aircraft carriers from a greater distance, the era of the aircraft carrier would be relegated to history? Much like the time when aircraft carriers supplanted the dominance of battleships and their colossal guns? Chapter 59. The war model lies in the transformation of human thought. Yang Kanmu felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, unable to discern belief from disbelief. According to Qin Guan, he had mentioned the prospect of rendering the era of aircraft carriers obsolete. This notion seemed far-fetched to the current Navy, who were still gazing longingly at the aircraft carriers across the ocean. Yang Kanmu, these are two separate matters. While the mode of naval warfare may evolve, aircraft carriers will not vanish into history, he explained. Why is that? Because aircraft remain a crucial tool for us. Aircraft carriers are merely mobile airfields. As long as we rely on aircraft carriers will still be necessary. This advisor possessed an erudition that set him apart from typical military personnel. The nature of soldiers in this era could be exemplified through Old Wu. Among the upper echelons of various research departments, high-ranking military officials took the lead. It may come as a surprise, but in this era, those at the helm of research departments often lack technical expertise. They are generals molded by the crucible of war, having reached such high positions due to their age, making it unrealistic to learn anew. Nonetheless, under the guidance of laymen leading professionals, we navigated through this period. It can only be said that the methods employed by those who have experienced war differ significantly from those of later generations who lack such experience. Although they are leaders, they still heed the advice of experts, viewing themselves as servants to those with specialized knowledge. Yang Kanmu, some things must be accumulated step by step, such as a carrier strike group. These hard powers must be developed vigorously. Without financial resources, discussions are futile. However, prior to that, we are not entirely devoid of opportunities for effort. There exists a model known as asymmetric warfare. I believe you can grasp this concept. It involves leveraging our advantages to confront the enemy under unequal circumstances. If we can strike from greater distances, Yang Kanmu certainly understood. Our military excels in asymmetric warfare. Even before the nation was founded, we had already demonstrated tactical flexibility, exhausting our ingenuity to contend against steel on the Korean peninsula, achieving commendable results. Asymmetric warfare. Comrade Xiaoqin, this notion is quite intriguing. Yang Kanmu nodded. Our people's army has traversed this path, consistently positioned as the weaker side, yet finding ways to secure victories. However, when you mention striking from greater distances, are you referring to anti-ship missiles? Qin Guan nodded. Precisely. There is nothing difficult to comprehend here. Military advisors are quick to grasp it. However, we are lagging significantly in economic and technological realms. Even in this field, we may still fall short against the enemy. He cautiously refrained from mentioning the name of the lighthouse nation. The objectives of the Army and Air Force have evolved, yet the Navy remains stagnant. After all, the lighthouse nation boasts the world's foremost naval force, with others unable to match even half their might. The only force capable of engaging them is their other half of the Navy. Their technological prowess surpasses ours, and their economic foundation is far more robust. Then, Comrade Xiaoqin, why do you believe we can surpass them in the realm of anti-ship missiles? The fable of the tortoise and the hare does not yield a clear winner. In truth, that analogy may not be entirely accurate. Qin Guan chuckled, presenting a more realistic example. Yang Kanmu. Let us not forget the naval powers of the era of great ships and massive cannons. Did anyone anticipate that aircraft could completely revolutionize naval warfare? Yang Kanmu, being astute, immediately discerned Qin Guan's meaning. You are suggesting that they have reached the pinnacle in this field, unwilling to relinquish their dominance, akin to the naval powers of the great ship and cannon era. It rings true. During that time, Great ships and cannons were their pride. Temporary glory can blind a nation, potentially stalling their ideological progress. I understand this. We indeed have the opportunity to surpass them in such domains. Yet, what of technology? They possess aircraft capable of delivering weapons. No matter how powerful or distant our missiles may be, their operational radius surpasses ours by at least the range of an aircraft, correct? The might of aircraft carriers has led the lighthouse nation to neglect the development of anti-ship missiles. A harpoon missile remains in service because no one dares to challenge them at sea. In this domain, the range of aircraft constitutes an insurmountable chasm, a formidable combat capability amassed through vast financial resources. Indeed, we require an alternative model to transform the prevailing paradigms of naval warfare, he reflected. Comrade Xiaoqin, do you have any thoughts on this matter? It is not my own idea. I happen to hear it from others. Have you consulted Academician Qin? Academician Qin? Yang Kanmu fell into a brief silence. Our experiences in warfare have taught us that no single weapon can change everything. The dominant factor in war is undeniably human agency. Thus, the prevailing understanding during this period tends to be this way. There is no inclination to consider certain narrow perspectives, which is indeed correct. The decisive factor in warfare is humanity. However, when discussing the elements that could alter the mode of warfare, is it not also people who ponder these matters? If we can rethink the approach to naval combat, can it be solely attributed to a particular weapon? The crux lies in human thought, just as the aircraft carrier era was influenced by human ideation in naval warfare. In fact, during that period, no one could shift their mindset. It was not merely a gap in aircraft carriers, but a disparity in industrial capabilities. Given the formidable manufacturing capacity of the lighthouse nation, over 150 aircraft carriers were constructed in just a few years. They too were adherents of the great ship and cannon doctrine, yet they were audacious enough to adapt and resolve issues with impromptu creativity. The ideological shift had not occurred, yet their substantial resources provided an advantage. What if, in that era, someone had envisioned the construction of aircraft carriers from the outset? Thus, it is humanity that drives change, not weaponry. Yang Kanmu nodded. Then, Comrade Xiaoqin, what are your thoughts? This is not my perspective, but rather Academician Qin's conjecture. You should consult him for the most professional insights. And what about other aspects? Other aspects? That becomes complex. We must await the advent of the information age. In this era, the military has aspired to mechanization, with everyone seated in vehicles. Yet, our current military maneuvers still rely on foot travel, with only strategic movements permitted by train. Qin Guan pondered how to express this. It is akin to the army situation. Technological breakthroughs in the coming years will undoubtedly exert a significant impact on future naval warfare. In the future, when the Navy discusses naval warfare, it will encompass not only its own capabilities but also the dimensions of land, sea, air, and space, as well as the electromagnetic spectrum. It is imperative to enhance our perception and acuity. However, at present, we find ourselves devoid of even the spears in our hands. Chief Yang, since you aspire to delve into the research of future naval combat models, it is essential to establish a foundation rooted in a sufficiently distant future. Certain concepts may seem whimsical when articulated today, yet they are destined to materialize eventually. What then shall we do? Chapter 60. The era of romance. Qin Guan felt that his previous thoughts were somewhat chaotic, and he began to organize them. In essence, it was quite simple. One could liken the military to a giant. This giant must possess keen senses. Only with the ability to see and hear can one engage in battle. A deaf and blind warrior, no matter how strong, will inevitably fall. Furthermore, strength is paramount. Warfare fundamentally hinges on economics. Currently, the most pressing matter is to acquire that spear, a weapon to hold on to for a sense of security. Facing Officer Yang, Qin Guan smiled and remarked that these were merely his immature reflections, a product of his whimsical musings. However, from a technological standpoint, they were on the brink of a monumental era of technological explosion, and Officer Yang could observe it without rushing to conclusions. It was hoped that the war occurring overseas would not leave them utterly astonished. Qin Guan was indeed issuing a precautionary note. Fortunately, there had been no naval conflicts in recent years. While they could withstand land warfare, their adversaries were hesitant. A naval war would expose their vulnerabilities, as the armed forces of the lighthouse nation were not to be underestimated, representing the pinnacle of global technology. At that moment, the lighthouse nation indeed embodied the essence of a beacon. However, this was merely a facade. Behind the scenes, their intentions were clear. With the presence of the bear, they needed to project benevolence and righteousness. But once the bear faltered, their true colors would emerge, revealing them as far from virtuous. What more could be said? The bear had endured. I understand now. Thank you very much, Officer Young nodded. Though it might be somewhat presumptuous, he asked. Comrade Qin, could you perhaps draft an outline of your thoughts? I find them quite reasonable. It wouldn't take much of your time. Just when you have a moment, jot it down. If it's well done, we can directly inform old Wu, and once he is aware, we shall be too. Qin Guan agreed, saying, All right, I will do my utmost. As long as the military demands it, I will act accordingly without needing to make any requests. They would never allow you to work for nothing. The military is a remarkably straightforward place. After Officer Yang took his leave, Qin Guan understood that they would certainly seek out old Qian. The concept of asymmetric warfare had begun to take root, and the renowned trajectory had laid the foundation for future hypersonic advancements. Do not presume that the lighthouse nation excels in all domains. They too possess shortcomings. At least, the pioneers of their aerospace industry are found on our side. In the ensuing days, the second factory entered a phase of peak production. Qin Guan's conjectures proved accurate. Despite possessing technology, the small island nation could not compete with them in terms of cost. Meanwhile, the shipbuilding industry of the lighthouse nation was still viable, and the special steel from the second factory began to be exported, generating revenue. In comparison, everyone sought the most economical options. They were no longer adversarial. As relations improved, they found it necessary for us to stand firm against the bear, hence a modicum of fundamental benefits was to be expected. Consequently, the second factory's special steel faced no shortage of market demand, not only from the lighthouse, but from the entirety of the West. They may lead NATO, yet stripped of that connection, who wouldn't he prefer to purchase at a lower price? One point that many failed to grasp was why other nations did not aspire to self-sufficiency like they did. The truth is, they simply could not achieve it. For a nation to establish a complete industry, it would require the unification of the entire continent, an opportunity they missed. Hence, each nation became merely a link in the industrial chain. Now, under the guidance of the lighthouse, a common trade circle was being formed. The bear could not achieve this either. Their light industry hardly possessed any notable level, verging on non-existent. Thus, on a global scale, only one nation harbored the notion of complete self-sufficiency. The thought of falling short in any industry could keep its citizens awake at night. Their mindset cannot be categorized as good or bad. It is merely a manifestation of crisis awareness. What if someone were to cut them off? This is the tangible threat that exists. While we remain perplexed as to why other nations do not share this fear, Qin Guan routinely checked on Hong Mei's academic progress and was astonished by her exceptional performance. You did remarkably well on this mock exam. Observing the paper he had created, Qin Guan nodded slightly. He knew that when the college entrance examination was reinstated, it had not been as challenging as this, and this paper was indeed of a certain difficulty. Yet Hong Mei had still excelled. Hong Mei, cradling her daughter, beamed with joy. That is all thanks to your teaching. Next year, you will be taking the college entrance examination. Have you considered what will become of our daughter? I have spoken with the kindergarten at the factory. They will assist in caring for the child. Besides, by next year, our daughter will have grown a bit, and she won't be as difficult to manage. Because this was a time travel situation, Qin Guan felt a deep sense of nostalgia. If such circumstances were to arise in future generations, there would certainly be much contention surrounding the children. The television constantly broadcast the plight of left-behind children. Was there truly no such concern in this era? In reality, this was indeed a time of remarkable adaptability. Historically, there were those who returned from childbirth directly to the battlefield. In this period, people appeared vibrant and energetic. At the sound of a call, they were ready to depart at any moment. Each individual was a brick of the era, moved wherever needed. Strangely, there was a hint of romanticism in this. Although Qin Guan was preoccupied with his desire to leave the countryside, was he not once filled with fervor as a sent-down youth? What is the purpose of life? It is ultimately for a sense of fulfillment. If one believes that their life has been worthwhile, then it is indeed valuable. Many construction workers, upon having children, would rush off to the worksite. Moreover, there were border defense soldiers and servicemen. Such examples abound. Thus, this was an era driven by faith, where workers, farmers, and soldiers fought across the grasslands, deserts, and snow-capped mountains, leaving future generations perplexed as to why their predecessors were willing to endure such hardships. Because this was what they desired, to strive for their goals, just like everyone else. The only difference was that the ideals of that time were collective in nature. Was there any regret in not being able to accompany his daughter? Certainly, but if I could contribute as you do, it would be of even greater significance. The factory director stated that our factory generates the highest revenue nationwide, helping to turn around the difficult circumstances. Indeed, the 82 plan was about to be implemented, but from where would the funds come? The current Nikang serves as a primary source of revenue, deriving funds from technology transfer and exports of steel, which constitute the bulk of the nation's foreign exchange earnings this year. Other steel mills are also engaged in exports. However, they primarily deal in crude steel, which holds little value. During the period of opening up, it can be said that throughout the entire decade of the 1980s, we were busy amassing our initial fortune. This accumulation came from the painstaking efforts of small-scale township enterprises producing handcrafted goods, where every penny counted, marking the most arduous period. By the 1990s, everything began to exhibit signs of soaring progress, heralding a new phase. The journey of entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges. Perhaps Qin Guan could expedite this process somewhat. Chapter 61. The vast disparities of the era. The steel plant number 2 in Shanghai City has commenced its production with great vigor, while research and development continues to progress steadily. In this era, the influence of Qin Guan has become quite significant. The plant serves as a vital contributor to the nation's foreign exchange earnings, effectively rendering him an individual of considerable importance, despite the lack of substantial change in his personal status. Currently, the annual orders for shipbuilding steel at the plant have reached over $100 million, a figure that is unimaginable within the country. The sensation it evokes in future generations is indescribable, akin to an elephant suddenly appearing in a room. This is a profound concept. In this era, people purchase items with meticulous attention to every cent. Other steel mills may boast larger production volumes, but they do not yield such profits. This underscores a fundamental truth. That which is in demand is a treasure, while that which is not is mere refuse. To the West, as long as our exports are useful, the price is of little consequence. The special steel produced by plant number 2 ranks among the world's finest. If they were more audacious, they could potentially double their prices. However, the people of this era are remarkably honest and lack the courage to demand higher prices. Much like the goods we sold to the lighthouse after establishing diplomatic relations, aware that private gun ownership was permitted there, we sold surplus military rifles without daring to ask for much, merely a few dozen dollars each. This resulted in nearly every individual in North America possessing one. Had it not been for subsequent restrictions, the achievements would have been even more remarkable. Our prevailing philosophy emphasizes quantity and sufficiency, reflecting the mindset of this era. They failed to comprehend why anyone would pay exorbitant prices for impractical items. A watch purchased for a few dozen dollars serves the purpose of telling time. Does one not pay tens of thousands for the same function? Qin Guan is aware that high-end products can command lofty prices, as he sets the prices for the steel sold to foreign markets. Occasionally, when he establishes a price, even old yen is left astounded, questioning if such a price could actually sell. Yet it indeed does, for the manufacturers purchasing from them possess their means of earning a profit, which suffices. Time has swiftly passed, and now Qin Guan finds himself in a position of affluence. When he returned to his hometown to visit Old Li during the new year, he did not extend much warmth. Nevertheless, he took the opportunity to admonish Qin Guan for not working harder. Outside, he still carried himself with an air of pride. Qin Guan managed to experience a harmonious new year, adopting a mindset akin to one enjoying a peaceful retirement. As the new year approached, every household engaged in the traditional slaughter of chickens and pigs. The remnants of capitalist influences had vanished. Qin Guan even assisted Hong Mei in plucking feathers, savoring the delightful atmosphere. One can only imagine how different the ambience would be if this scene were set in a mansion. Who can truly determine which scenario is more blissful? Ultimately, it depends on the company one keeps. Husband? Each time Hong Mei uttered this term, a hint of shyness enveloped her, lowering her voice. You are now the deputy plant director. Shouldn't we visit your family during the new year? The family referred to here is Qin Guan's original household. However, this matter is somewhat delicate, intertwined with Qin Guan's reasons for becoming a sent-down youth. I am not the plant director. They simply call me that. Well, what about your parents? Should we see them for the new year? In this era, the notion of marriage is beyond the imagination of later generations, emphasizing a sense of freedom. Couples merely obtain a marriage certificate without any elaborate ceremonies. Conversely, future women might feel they have been shortchanged in life. Do not be misled by the celebratory scenes depicted in television and film. They are artistically embellished. In favorable circumstances, marriage resembles a collective event where people come together to celebrate, akin to a symposium filled with sunflower seeds, sweets, and tea, concluding with shared joy. Yet, why collective marriages? Because managing individual weddings often proves too cumbersome. Typically, couples simply obtain their licenses in silence, returning home, where parents are usually the last to know about the matter. Such freedom is hard for those who have not experienced it to fathom, yet the divorce rate remains low. This is the essence of true romantic freedom. Thus, it is entirely normal for individuals like Qin Guan, who marry in the countryside, not to bring their spouses home. Young people are often reluctant to discuss it with their families, viewing it as futile thinking. Why seek their approval? Future generations often claim that the lighthouse is more independent. In reality, we are the ones who embody this independence. Once grown and employed, I manage my own affairs. What can my parents dictate? I have a job and cannot rely on my family. No household possesses vast fortunes to inherit. Who can hold anything against me? My workplace provides housing, so there is no need to stay with my family. If they disapprove, I simply move to my workplace. What essential connection remains with my parents? It is a fascinating era. Though regrettably, it later regressed into feudalism. The customs of dowries and formal betrothal gifts are not traditions, but remnants of feudalism. To pay for a person is to disregard human dignity, is it not? Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future, but there is no urgency now. Qin Guan deftly sidestepped this topic. Some prefer relationships akin to large clans, yet he cherishes the warmth of a small family. Maintaining such extensive relationships can be quite burdensome. But Qin Guan's concerns lie elsewhere. The reality is that issues exist within his family, reflecting a shift in mindset. At this moment, Old Li returned home, brimming with pride. He had just been out and about, akin to a fisherman boasting about a bountiful catch, eagerly awaiting others to greet him, certain to mention his daughter and son-in-law, all while feigning dissatisfaction in a display of humble bragging. Upon entering the courtyard and spotting Qin Guan and Hong Mei plucking chicken feathers, he inquired, "What about the three brothers? They are helping in the back. The third brother went out to fetch meat, and I heard he got a substantial portion. Ah, you all carry on. I just want to fetch a bottle of wine for tonight." At this moment, Qin Guan noticed the bottle Old Li was carrying. Old Li, during the new year. Is that just one bottle of wine enough for anyone? Just then, a voice from outside the courtyard chimed in. It was unmistakably Old Wu, the only one who would speak to Old Li in such a manner. Old Li turned around, his expression stern. "What? Your unit isn't having a feast? We are, but today I simply wanted to come here for a meal." Old Wu laughed heartily as he stepped inside. A reflection of the distinctive conversational style of the era. Our party does not adhere to superstitions and acknowledges no taboos. Thus, the notion of begging, as perceived by future generations, is quite sensitive. However, in this era, no words need to be shunned. Any practices associated with the feudal society have been eradicated over the past decade. Upon reflection, one could argue that there are indeed some advantages to this change. Yet, it has not been sustained for many years. After a few decades, people's mindsets have reverted. This is exquisite wine. If you find it distasteful, then do not partake. Of course, there may be reservations, but I have brought fine wine. Do you not welcome it? Lao Wu laughed heartily and instructed others to unload the wine, as this was a reward for Xiao Qin. You have indeed found a commendable son-in-law. Is that true? Initially, he even contemplated sending someone to apprehend Qin Guan. Chapter 62. The choice of designated universities after the new year. Qin Guan continued to oversee the research and development of special steel materials at Factory 2. Although he possessed a complete set of processes, it was not appropriate to unveil them all at once. Particularly in the realm of materials, advancements in our country far outpace those in other industries. If only the materials were improved while others lagged behind, it would lead to a reliance on exports, resulting in dire consequences. This would allow foreign downstream manufacturers to further their development, making it even more challenging for us to catch up. Therefore, even if Qin Guan desired to expedite the country's progress, he must ensure he is on the right path. If he were to elevate the development of steel to the highest level of technology he commanded, it could widen the technological gap between our nation and others, inadvertently fostering foreign advancement and rendering our country even more backward. Materials are but one aspect of technology, and they propel the entire technological tree's growth. Until our nation possesses the capability to establish a complete technological tree, it is prudent to avoid rapid advancements in any single technology. In this regard, Qin Guan harbored selfish motives. Technology knows no borders, and he was acutely aware of this. Thus, the technology he currently offered was designed to ensure that the overall technological development did not progress too swiftly. Once we catch up, further developments could take place, necessitating a plan for subsequent upgrades. The steel products being exported today may one day be replaced if Qin Guan wishes to phase them out, as he would possess sufficient technical prowess for modernization. Just as with the current shipbuilding steel, should our nation's shipbuilding industry flourish, Qin Guan would readily produce advanced materials. Elder Qian recognized this issue. He was indeed astute in matters of top-level technological design. Qin Guan responded to Elder Qian's concerns, asserting that he would not present these technologies as treasures to be displayed. Otherwise, the nation would only excel in this one area, inadvertently bolstering foreign manufacturing industries and complicating our efforts to catch up. At that juncture, Qin Guan would be branded a sinner. Some may wonder, aren't we already leading the world in metallurgy? Unfortunately, being a leader in one field is futile. Others may impose stringent sanctions. Our nation is not a small one. Without the pursuit of comprehensive advancement, we risk irreparable consequences. If our steel is exceptional, sanctions would prevent major shipbuilding nations from purchasing from us. What if our materials are superior? Inferior steel can still be produced, and when we find ourselves without orders, I could acquire you, rendering everything foreign. How many small nations could withstand such operations? Our future industries, such as photovoltaic and shipbuilding, have all endured similar phases of sanctions. If a solid economic foundation is established, sanctions would be inconsequential. I could internally absorb the impact, allowing my advanced technologies to thrive. Then we would see who can endure longer. How can one persist without purchasing my materials? If you refrain from buying, my manufacturers would find materials cheaper and more competitive. Continued sanctions would ultimately lead to the rise of my shipbuilding industry. Now it becomes clear, in the future, we cannot be sanctioned no matter what, not due to the kindness of our adversaries, but because we possess no weaknesses. No matter which sector you target, we can sustain ourselves, and ultimately, our opponents will bear the brunt of the damage. Can small nations achieve this? Regrettably, they cannot. This is precisely why Qin Guan remains circumspect. To emerge prematurely would only draw attention. Consider the small nations in the 1980s. They emerged and clashed with the dominant power, ultimately suffering devastating consequences. Will we face a similar fate, and will we be able to withstand the pressure from the foremost nation? In terms of research, Qin Guan merely outlined the topics, allowing the technical personnel at the factory to delve into them independently. This process requires time, coinciding perfectly with the restoration of college entrance examinations, as Qin Guan too must take the university entrance exam. Little Qin, do you really think you can get into university with your current level? Old Yin urged him. You are already a leader in this industry. What is the point of attending university? Old Wu, you agree, right? The technical breakthroughs at our factory still rely on you. Qin Guan could only explain, Factory Director Yin, I have already laid out the research directions. Everyone can follow that. I will not be needed much at the institute, and they should gradually be able to test the technology. You clearly know the maturity of these technologies. Just provide the answers directly. Old Yin perceived that by assigning the technical personnel to tackle research problems, they were essentially creating examination questions. We could produce according to your outlined processes and swiftly export for foreign exchange. Director Yin, the nation's development follows a set sequence. What could Qin Guan say? He was deliberately withholding answers to control the technological tree's growth, preventing it from accelerating too quickly. Old Yu and others were perplexed. If you simply provided the answers, wouldn't our production be feasible? Is this an intentional display? Qin Guan was not displaying. If the technological tree did not stall, foreign countries would advance at an alarming rate. However, he could not shoulder the blame for this, thus invoking Minister Chun as a scapegoat. This rationale did not need to be explained to everyone. Our nation had yet to embark on the fast track of technological development, and until we were ready, the engines could not be ignited. Even with Qin Guan's grasp of other technological fields, the economic foundation did not permit it. Do not speak to me of these matters. This is a philosophical issue. You do not need to attend university. Remaining in the factory to oversee operations would be far more beneficial. Old Yin, let me express a few thoughts. Old Wu chimed in, supporting Qin Guan. The technology is being stored here with little Qin. As long as we possess this foreign exchange generating factory, the technology developed still needs to be sold abroad. Does it even need to be used domestically? Therefore, we need not rush. We cannot sell all our good products to foreign markets. Little Qin was reserved, stating, "Our department has conducted thorough research, and the decision for me to attend university was also approved by the department. We cannot go back on our word. I understand your urgency, but we must maintain a broader perspective." Old Yin fell silent. His perspective had not yet expanded to such a degree. Old Wu had to invoke the department's authority, for Factory 2 was now a subordinate institution of the Ordnance Department. The Ministry of Industry was to be downsized, and Minister Chun was set to take over. Once he did, foreign exchange generation commenced, leading the personnel from the Ministry of Industry to feel deceived, causing quite a stir with Minister Chun over the matter. How could such a key foreign exchange generating factory end up under the Ordnance Department? Simply ponder it. The department has its considerations. Old Yin waved his hand and departed. Only then did Old Wu discuss with Qin Guan. The higher-ups indicate that you and your wife have several university options to choose from. We can negotiate, and as long as your exam results are satisfactory, we can finalize it. He presented a list to Qin Guan, which indeed contained a considerable number of universities. Given Qin Guan's personal aspiration to attend university alongside his wife, he swiftly focused on a few from the several institutions listed. Although Tsinghua and Peking University were included, Qin Guan did not wish to rely on the prestige of a university to navigate through life. Thus he excluded them, as he still valued his own reputation. Consequently, there was little left to deliberate. He decided upon the 7 sons of national defense. The northern and southern universities of science and technology were commendable, yet he opted for the Southern University of Science and Technology. Chapter 63. Why not simply become a professor? In the realm of higher education, individuals harbor diverse motives for attending university. Some genuinely aspire to acquire knowledge, while others seek the prestige associated with a renowned institution. It is evident that pursuing a prestigious ranking is not misguided for most. Firstly, gaining admission to a distinguished university serves as a testament to one's capabilities. Secondly, esteemed universities indeed offer substantial learning opportunities. As for the academic atmosphere, traditional prestigious institutions tend to provide a superior environment, although there are exceptions, such as the more mediocre institutions. Nonetheless, these are outliers, and the overall trend remains reliable, which justifies why many aim for the leading institutions. However, Qin Guan is different. He does not require the endorsement of a university to validate his worth. Director Yin is correct. Qin Guan no longer needs to learn anything within the confines of academia. His primary motivation is to accompany Hongmei, a non-negotiable goal in his life. Clearly, his selection of institutions is influenced by their rigorous academic standards, ensuring that Hongmei receives the finest education, comparable to that of Qingbei, if not superior. With Qin Guan's presence, there is no pressure on Hongmei to make significant contributions. She merely needs to engage in the process and explore her potential. As for the choice not to attend Qingbei, some matters are best left unsaid to maintain unity. In August, as the first national college entrance examination resumed, both Qin Guan and Hongmei participated, ultimately achieving the top 2 scores in the Jianghuai region. It could be argued that this was somewhat unfair, as many candidates had not had the time to prepare as they did. Qin Guan refrained from discussing it further. Indeed, it was somewhat of a disadvantage, although Hongmei had also begun her preparations early, with Qin Guan providing targeted guidance. Thus, this achievement does not reflect the true competitive landscape, rendering it unjust for other candidates. However, it mattered little to Qin Guan. His primary goal was to enroll alongside Hongmei. Having secured the first and second positions, they faced no further scrutiny regarding their school choices. Old Wu has effectively become Qin Guan's caretaker, akin to a mentor. It was Old Wu who accompanied Qin Guan and Hongmei to their enrollment, leaving Director Yin with little recourse but to wait for Qin Guan's return. Regardless, the position has been secured for Qin Guan, and he will always have a place reserved for him at the laboratory established in Old Wu's factory. Nanjing University of Technology is not widely recognized by that name. It originally evolved from the Artillery Engineering Academy and is now part of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Given their connections, Old Wu approached Principal Li directly. Upon learning that they were recommended by Minister Chun, Principal Li felt a sense of curiosity. Although he accepted the 2 students, a lingering doubt remained. However, upon reviewing their transcripts, his uncertainty dissipated. When Old Wu recounted Qin Guan's accomplishments over the past year, Principal Li was astounded, as the legendary achievements of Jianghai Steel's second factory were already well known across the nation. "You have essentially delivered talent to me," he exclaimed with amusement. Old Wu replied, "I brought them here so you could take care of them." His speech was rather blunt, lacking subtlety, yet Principal Li took no offense. "No, this is not me taking care of you. It is you taking care of me." He expressed excitement as he regarded Qin Guan. Based on his credentials, it seemed he needed no education. He was a prodigy in his own right. As the head of the engineering college, Principal Li recognized that the materials technologies led by Qin Guan filled significant gaps in the domestic landscape and achieved international renown. "You flatter me," Qin Guan replied. "We are merely students who have not yet attended university." "Ah, well, in terms of age, that may be true. Here's what we will do. I will arrange for your admission. By the way, Qin, isn't your factory planning to construct a new electroslag remelting furnace? Has that project succeeded?" "Oh, are you interested in that, Principal?" "More than merely interested. We are currently tackling the 105mm artillery and may encounter some material challenges." Qin Guan pondered. Could it be that they were considering acquiring the L7 cannon from the Royal Arsenal? "You know of this?" "Oh, your armaments department is indeed part of the system." "No, I simply heard it by chance." "Has it been introduced? Is there a sample?" "Well, here's the situation." Principal Li hesitated, admitting that they had not yet introduced it due to funding constraints. "Even though your factory has garnered significant foreign exchange, it is still insufficient for the technological acquisition under the 82 program. Thus, the military has tasked us with exploring whether we can develop it independently. The 105mm L7 cannon has a formidable reputation, and Qin Guan recalled that its introduction was not expected until the following year. It was surprising that the military was in a hurry and had inquired whether research institutions could produce it on their own, as funding was indeed a pressing concern. This tank cannon was designed to counter the formidable Northern Steel forces, as our current tank artillery is inadequate. It may suffice against minor adversaries, but it cannot contend with the multitude of Northern tanks. The West trembles with fear, illustrating the gravity of our situation." Qin Guan nodded, stating that he could assist with the material for artillery steel, some techniques for the cannon barrel, and the processing methods for the propellant materials. He recalled having reviewed relevant materials previously, and if the institution trusts him, Comrade Qin, let us not discuss that. We certainly trust you." Principal Li spoke gravely. "I am aware of your accomplishments at Jianghai Steel's second factory. If we cannot trust someone with such expertise, who can we trust? We will ensure that both you and your beloved receive proper arrangements for admission. However, there may be some matters where we will require your assistance. In the field of materials, there is a notable scarcity of qualified experts and professors in the country. Could you possibly deliver lectures to the materials science students at appropriate times?" Is this asking Qin Guan to become a teacher directly? He had enrolled as a student. Feeling somewhat awkward, he hesitated. Principal Li, mistaking his silence for reluctance, quickly added, "I can immediately offer you a position as a professor. Indeed, we genuinely lack instructors for certain courses. Given your status as an advanced technology worker in the country, we would appreciate your assistance." "Well, very well then. Rest assured, you may attend any classes you wish to learn from. As a professor, you hold privileges." Principal Li was fully capitalizing on talent, while he recruited outstanding students. He was directly recruiting professors here. After all, if you can achieve this for the nation, who else could teach you? Why not simply become a professor? You can pursue your studies as you desire, for the regulations are not so stringent now. Regarding this arrangement, Qin Guan is also amenable, for he is not unfamiliar with delivering lectures. As a luminary in the scientific community, he has even imparted knowledge to esteemed experts and scholars from various nations. However, those he taught possessed a certain foundational understanding, allowing them to comprehend his discourse. He has never attempted to instruct students from the ground up. If he were to commence his teachings with specialized terminology, it is likely they would be at a loss as to his meaning. Additionally, there is a matter on which I wish to seek assistance from Comrade Qin. Chapter 64. The initiation of the 105 tank gun project. Principal Li was quite frank. During Minister Chen's communication, he had also gathered information about Qin Guan. The advanced technologies and processes developed by Qin Guan impressed the experts and professors at the academy, earning unanimous recognition for their exceptional standards. At least in the field of materials science, they acknowledged that they could not teach such students. Principal Li, let me clarify something. As a professor, I may not necessarily be able to teach effectively. The techniques I have learned require a certain foundational knowledge to be comprehensible. Thus, Research and teaching are entirely different endeavors. Do you understand? I understand. Let's give it a try. There's one more thing. Please go on. Principal Lee continued. Regarding that cannon I inquired about earlier, we lack samples and material sources here. Everyone is at a loss. If you come, could you see if you can manage it? If feasible, please draft a report. We can initiate a project. This was an urgent requirement from the military, and it was beyond imagination for future generations to comprehend the tension of this time. We have never taken the Southern Front seriously. Our defenses have always focused on the North. The conflict in the South was resolved in just over 20 days, followed by a rotation of troops, which was essentially training. The real combat lasted less than a month, with the main forces all stationed in the North. To counter the steel tide, everyone is pinning their hopes on this cannon, as nothing else can effectively penetrate. To be honest, we do have anti-tank missiles, but producing them now is even more challenging and costly. Qin Guan nodded. All right, I will consider it and draft a proposal. That is splendid. Comrade Xiao Qin, we will make arrangements for you and your spouse right away. Principal Lee, please don't be overly courteous. Not at all. Those capable should take on more responsibilities, and we ought to express our gratitude to you. Upon exiting the principal's office, Qin Guan and Old Wu were somewhat speechless. They had come to enroll, but found themselves cast in the role of professors. Wasn't this just adding to their workload? Initially reluctant to agree, they soon realized that Principal Lee shared the same disposition as Director Yan, insisting on assigning this identity to Qin Guan and even including him in the school's roster. This was quite extraordinary. It seemed that Qin Guan was now regarded as a founding figure of Nanligong. Unlike those century-old prestigious institutions, Nanligong had not yet finalized its name. Qin Guan asked Old Wu to return first since there was nothing for him to do at the factory for now. A young lady from the logistics department, Xiao Wang, guided them. But instead of heading to the student dormitory, they arrived at a standalone villa. Xiao Wang, what does this mean? Our principal stated that we cannot let you work for free. From now on, Mr. Xiaoqin is a professor at our academy. Oh, I can't accept that. The term Mr. here is not a modern address, but another way of referring to a teacher. Qin Guan had not anticipated such a swift integration into this era. He decided not to be too concerned about formalities. In his previous life, he would never have taught such students, as it seemed unnecessary and beneath him. Teaching foundational courses required substantial expertise, which would waste human resources. Now, however, he had no choice. Although he had taught before, this field of material science was relatively unfamiliar. He would do his best to communicate in an understandable manner. Wow, this house, it's a small Western-style villa. Hongmei, upon seeing the house, felt as if she were in a dream, far superior to rural homes. What did people of this era yearn for? It was all related to the old Russians. Upper and lower stories, electric lights, and telephones. This was the epitome of a perfect life. Future generations might find it hard to imagine, but this was the ultimate dream for people of this time. Of course, there was also beef stew with potatoes. Who would have thought they could realize such dreams upon enrollment? Well, it was certainly better than attending a century-old institution. Truth be told, had Qin Guan chosen that century-old school, he would not have received such treatment. Now, he had the opportunity to be recognized as a founding figure of this institution, which had yet to fully take shape. There were advantages to pioneering. Observing the fully equipped villa, Qin Guan remarked to Xiao Wang, "You've been quite thoughtful. Comrade Wang Fong, please extend my gratitude to the school leadership." "You're welcome, Mr. Xiao Qin. Just call me Xiao Wang." In fact, Qin Guan was younger than Wang Fong, but the school had already conferred upon him the status of a professor. With this title, no one dared to address him simply as Xiao Qin. They had to append Mr. to his name. "By the way, Mr. Xiao Qin, please take some time to acclimatize to your new surroundings. I want to intrude further. If anything seems amiss, feel free to notify our logistics department, and we will address it as needed." "All right, that is very kind of you. It's no trouble at all. Regarding your spouse, which major will she choose? I need to discuss it with the principal." It seemed even Hongmei had been momentarily overlooked. Qin Guan glanced at her, uncertain about what to study. She replied, "You decide. Let us go with electronics. No special considerations needed, just like other students." "Very well, you both should rest now. I will talk to the principal." After Wang Fong left, Hongmei felt a bit uneasy in the villa. Is this a newly built expert building? Such specifications are typically reserved for experts. It's standard practice. Qin Guan smiled at Hongmei. "You'll get used to it in time. The school has made arrangements." "Yes. What do we need to study in electronics?" "What will you study? You will know soon enough. This field holds great promise." "Really?" "Absolutely. By the time you graduate, It will be the next era, and we will need talents like you, as this is also the area where we lag the most. Ultimately, we aim to lead the world in this domain. The road ahead is long and arduous, yet upon hearing this, Hongmei felt a surge of joy. It instilled in her a sense of purpose. People often experience a thrill when they feel called to save others. However, Qin Guan was not speaking lightly. In the future, radar electronics and all information technology would be at the forefront of innovation. When our radar dominates the world, looking back, one would realize how challenging it all was. Nevertheless, in this era, there was a lack of everything. Every field required salvation. Qin Guan suggested Hongmei take a break while she busied herself organizing the villa, treating it as her new home. If all went as expected, this would indeed be their home, and that was perfectly fine. Who said one could only have one home? Given what Qin Guan intended to accomplish, the school would have to support him in the future. As Qin Guan resolved to assist the school in developing this artillery piece, it was inevitable that it would be introduced. He recalled that in his previous life, not only was this cannon imported, but it also underwent significant technological enhancements. After the introduction, there was no mass deployment. They directly advanced to the 125mm cannon. The researchers modified this artillery repeatedly, ultimately employing it in the new light tank, which represented an entirely novel technology. Qin Guan pondered that since it was intended for military use, it would be wiser to achieve a comprehensive solution at once, rather than being constrained by technological limitations akin to those faced in the steel industry. Chapter 65. What is the feeling of accomplishment? As night fell, Hongmei found herself unable to sleep due to excitement, while Qin Guan contemplated the plans for a new artillery piece. The new house was quite spacious, as it was a small building, and the two of them living there made it feel somewhat empty. The rural residence was also large, yet it did not possess the same sense of emptiness, as that small building served solely as a dwelling. Amplifying its spaciousness, the backyard even featured a garden, exuding an air reminiscent of a Russian expert's residence. Naturally, Hongmei could not sleep. She wrapped herself in a blanket and ventured to the study to seek out Qin Guan. What's the matter? Can't sleep? Am I disturbing you? Not at all. I merely feared interrupting your rest. Qin Guan was sketching on blueprints. Having just inscribed the project name, a new type of 105mm tank gun. Upon arriving at the school, the organization has been quite accommodating. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Does it feel like a bit of an unexpected honor? Haha, you ought to grow accustomed to this. I've noticed that whenever I perceive your greatness, you seem to become even greater. I relish your compliments, my dear wife, he replied, causing Hongmei's cheeks to flush. She quickly redirected her focus to the project name he had written. You can design artillery as well. This is indeed difficult to explain. The matter of steel can be addressed with the previous explanation, but what about the gun? Surely it cannot be the same. Which country would openly sell designs for artillery in bookstores? Qin Guan pondered for quite a while without arriving at a suitable excuse. Can I refrain from explaining? Well, whatever you say is fine. I want to inquire further. That is good to hear. In the future, you will surpass me. Are you merely flattering me? Indeed, but it is no matter to flatter one's own wife. Why would I design a tank gun? Perhaps I could claim I once saw a mountain gun in a museum as a child and then tinkered with it? Regardless of belief, that would suffice as an explanation. If you do not believe it, would you still want it if it were truly exceptional? Such things have occurred before. Our scientists developed the hydrogen bomb without formal study. Couldn't one simply ponder and innovate? Thus, that would be my explanation, and whether one believes it is of no consequence. Yet, Qin Guan understood that this reasoning lacked persuasive power. Hongmei, do you feel a sense of accomplishment now? What is a sense of accomplishment? It is the feeling of satisfaction after achieving something significant, akin to being accepted into university. In that case, I believe my greatest sense of accomplishment lies in marrying you. Qin Guan was taken aback, then laughed heartily. You certainly know how to charm. It seems our woman has begun to change. Hongmei's cheeks flushed once more. I am not jesting. Very well, consider this. When our country, under our stewardship, becomes immensely powerful, how shall we feel? We would surely be happy, though it would be a different feeling than marrying you. What defines a career? What defines accomplishment? This is it. A person's lifetime's significance resides here. Portions dedicated to one's career and family. Qin Guan had never contemplated being a failure. In his past life, he attained a certain status, but felt it was not true success, as he had lost something profoundly important. Given the opportunity to reclaim it now, he desired it all. What constitutes a career? What defines accomplishment? Many in subsequent generations would equate it with wealth. However, if one were to win a grand prize, acquiring wealth that others could never amass in their lifetimes, would that be deemed a career? Clearly, such a definition is flawed, and one would not take pride in recounting it before descendants. Some may equate it with money, yet once a person has satisfied their basic needs and covered all expenses, what utility does the remainder serve? Of course, it serves a purpose. It sustains a minimal level of vanity. Why minimal? Because higher forms of vanity cannot be purchased with money. Is this artillery piece particularly formidable? Hong Mei began to express interest in Qin Guan's project. It is not exceptionally powerful, but it is quite complex. It is indeed a complicated endeavor. First, there are the materials, those for the barrel, the propellant, and the manufacturing process. Electric arc remelting and self-tightening barrels can enhance the artillery's power while also making it more lightweight. However, each aspect presents a daunting challenge for us. For instance, how to produce the propellant and how to load it are technical matters involving numerous disciplines, making it rather troublesome. What Qin Guan deemed troublesome was his inability to articulate the complexity. Given that it involves so many fields, how could you possibly master them all alone? Typically, in projects like this, as per our approach, a chief engineer is appointed. This individual oversees the heads of various sub-projects, and related technologies are temporarily consolidated into one project. The methods employed at the lighthouse, however, differ, as they operate under a corporate model. Each has its merits and drawbacks, and we should learn from the good while discarding the bad. The Russians excel at integrating systems. No matter how subpar the equipment, they can amalgamate it into something quite respectable. The lighthouse, on the other hand, relies on absolute hard metrics in their designs. The most apparent example is their warships. Many recall the massive, clunky vehicles produced by the Russians. A large vessel filled with various disorganized items. These components can indeed influence one another, yet the Russians manage to make it work. Of course, in this era, we lack the standing to mock the Russians. We are in a far worse situation. Some have remarked on our journey. The first 30 years were spent learning from the Russians, while the latter 30 were devoted to the lighthouse. Thus, we are students of these two superpowers, a fact that need not be concealed, for we have absorbed their essence. Since it is so challenging, I shall not impede you any further. It is fine. I am merely outlining a framework for now. We have yet to reach the difficult phase. This project has not yet been officially established. It is merely our gaze turned westward, discovering some admirable advancements, and wishing to assimilate them as before, only to find the challenge immense, delving into territories we have never explored. Thus, the 43rd proposal was issued, followed by the subsequent 82nd proposal. We must take advantage of this honeymoon period to open our eyes to the world. It matters not if we cannot learn everything immediately. We shall take our time. This artillery piece may seem somewhat superfluous, yet technology is advancing, and one day it will surely be of use. Moreover, the technical specifications Qin Guan presented were exceedingly high. Even if merely stored as a technological reserve, they could be applied to other artillery in the future. He reached out to pat Hong Mei's shoulder. Are you still unable to sleep? Indeed, I am uncertain of the cause, yet I am filled with excitement. Nevertheless, I possess a simple method to lull you to sleep. Qin Guan rose to his feet, gently lifting Hong Mei in his arms as he made his way toward the bedroom. She must acclimate to this way of life. There is no need to rush, as the years of study shall serve to broaden her horizons. Observing the rosy hue of Hong Mei's cheeks, Qin Guan leaned in to kiss her. His intention was not to orchestrate every aspect of her life, but rather to allow her the opportunity to explore and discover for herself what she truly desires. Thus, the first step is to venture forth and witness the world. Chapter 66. Western technology can only be purchased the following day. Qin Guan presented the entire project outline to Principal Li. Given the multitude of technologies involved, Principal Li convened an expert meeting. As the president of the Artillery Engineering Academy, he was well versed in the subject matter. However, during the meeting, it became evident to the experts from various fields that the task at hand was far from straightforward. This young comrade Qin is truly remarkable. I have seen the L7 cannon, and to be able to depict it so accurately while also making improvements is quite impressive. He certainly lives up to his reputation as a leader in generating foreign exchange for the nation, remarked one engineer, who was notably courteous and did not underestimate Qin Guan due to his youth. This was not at the Jianghai steel plant. Here, expertise reigned supreme, and all statements required substantiation. Yet, as the discussions progressed, Principal Li raised a hand and interjected, However, given our current technological capabilities, it seems we may fall short of the requirements necessary for designing and manufacturing this cannon. For instance, regarding some of the technical modifications outlined, Comrade Qin, can we meet the chamber pressure standards? The experts scrutinized Qin Guan's outline, which included simple diagrams, yet they expressed skepticism. These were seasoned professionals with extensive experience in cannon design and manufacturing. I believe the chamber pressure can be addressed, at least in the realm of metallurgy and steelmaking. I can assert my competence, Qin Guan asserted, leveraging his expertise. Indeed, even the most senior experts could not counter his claims. His achievements at the second factory had been publicized nationwide, and those in the research community were well aware of his contributions. The transfer of technology for foreign exchange was far more lucrative than selling low-value goods. How many shirts and socks would one need to sell? Moreover, in the high-tech sector, there exists a monopoly on profits. While this may not be a domestic practice, it is a common approach in the West. The materials themselves may be inexpensive, but the embedded technology is invaluable, and various patents and intellectual property serve as barriers, resulting in minimal profits for those who have recently entered the field post-liberalization. In the initial stages of mobile phone production, as long as the products were not counterfeit, significant patent fees were mandatory. Furthermore, one had to procure materials from abroad, with profits siphoned off by the technology holders. It is not that there isn't money to be made. Rather, the margins are so slim that little remains for the final manufacturers. This explains the prevalence of counterfeit goods for a period. Now that Qin Guan has elevated the technology, it stands to reason that he must also reap the benefits of this technological dividend. Indeed, Comrade Qin is confident in the steel, but what about the propellant? This area does not pertain to metallurgy, and our technology for launching explosives remains woefully outdated. Last year, we applied for funding to import a propellant from the West, yet that modest amount was not approved. Manufacturing a cannon is no simple feat, especially with the stringent requirements in place. In the outline, Qin Guan had also delineated the standards that the cannon should achieve, which the technicians recognized as unattainable. It is not a matter of mere effort. Some things simply cannot be accomplished. Previously, we had emulated Russian cannons, and these experts possessed the relevant experience. To be frank, the technological level of Russian cannons is not particularly high, and they were taken aback by the intricate designs from the West. Nevertheless, despite their technological shortcomings, Russian cannons are still effective, and alternative solutions can be found. If chamber pressure is insufficient, one can always increase the caliber to utilize armor-piercing shells. These are not fatal flaws. The Russian approach is simply to ensure functionality. Everyone knows the Russians favor vacuum tubes, and while they may be bulky, they are effective. What if they are larger? However, this ultimately leads to a flawed approach, as transistors heralded a new era that transcends mere size considerations. Consequently, the Russians have fallen behind in this regard and can no longer catch up. Regarding the propellant issue, I have even developed a formulation along with the process. What? Comrade Qin, you are knowledgeable about this as well? I wouldn't say knowledgeable. I have a basic understanding, but I cannot guarantee its success. I can only suggest we give it a try. Then let us not experiment recklessly. Do you have any idea how many tests we have conducted? Immediately, the personnel involved in propellant development expressed their dissent. We have made efforts, but many aspects are simply not as advanced as those developed by others. They have over a century of experience, while we must proceed slowly to catch up. Their comments were somewhat veiled, but ultimately directed toward the necessity of investing in imported technology. Qin Guan felt a twinge of helplessness. He could not fault these individuals for their perspectives, as scientific principles dictate that foreign advancements were established long before our own development during the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggles. Now, to expect to traverse a century's worth of progress in just a few years is somewhat delusional. The only viable solution is to import technology. It is easier to purchase than to produce. If the military wishes to address its urgent needs, this is the only feasible approach. Should we liken them to that factory director? Such a comparison would be unfair. They have made genuine efforts, but this is not a matter of physical labor. If it were merely about manual labor, one could achieve results through sheer effort, but in the realm of science, even the most fervent dedication may not yield success. These researchers have also endured their share of ridicule. Some uninformed leaders believe that the inability to develop technology stems from a lack of effort. This is the nature of outsiders leading insiders. They disregard scientific principles and merely shout slogans. How about we prioritize resolving a few technical issues? I believe that is unnecessary. Shouldn't we be focusing on substantial technology imports? The military can apply directly for the L7. We can then thoroughly understand the technology. Isn't this the most prudent course of action? If we wish to expedite the process, this is the only way. Qin Guan glanced at Principal Li, who stood up with a sigh. I am aware of the significant technical challenges. There are numerous aspects we have yet to encounter. However, securing funding is no simple task. Is funding really an issue? I recall that this young comrade Qin has generated quite a bit of foreign exchange. If it is to be utilized for the entire nation, it will not amount to much. Are you only focused on your own projects? If there is no urgency, why is the military pressing us? They voiced their grievances, feeling that this was an unreasonable demand, an impossible task. The military, too, faced challenges, needing to contend with formidable northern adversaries, and the existing equipment was utterly inadequate. Should a torrent of steel descend upon us, we would have to relinquish a significant portion of our territory and resort to guerrilla tactics in the Jiang and hilly regions. The military had no choice but to compel the technological department to act. The technical department cannot conjure something from nothing. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a lack of knowledge on how to develop it. What, then, are everyone's thoughts on this matter? We believe that such an approach is futile. The only viable solution is to introduce existing technology, at the very least acquiring a sample for our reference. Upon expressing this sentiment, there was a consensus among the group. Having a tangible object before us would provide clarity on the appropriate course of action. Otherwise, we remain uncertain about the direction in which to exert our efforts. Unlike the technologies of the West, which are not to be trifled with, we cannot afford to be opportunistic. Chapter 67. The chief designer of the tank Qin Guan ultimately had nothing to say. Principal Li glanced at him, and he helplessly shook his head. In such circumstances, it was utterly impossible to proceed. Qin Guan had previously led a team and was acutely aware that collaborating with these individuals would be futile, as their wills diverged, much like the situation at the former Zhanghai steel plant. Even if forced to work together, all one would reap is frustration. When paths diverge, collaboration becomes impractical. If they believe they cannot accomplish the task, compelling them to work alongside you is akin to choosing a spouse with incompatible values, leading to a lifetime of dissatisfaction and unfulfilled endeavors. Even if one were to exert greater authority to compel them, the results would still fall short of expectations. A research team that is at odds with each other will only breed resentment, and when, after much toil, results are finally achieved, one would still find themselves at odds. To succeed, a robust team is essential. To fail, it suffices for just one member to be misaligned. Life is fleeting, and no one wishes to squander their time with such individuals. People are unlikely to change. It is futile to expend energy on that front. In a previous life, Qin Guan reached this conclusion. Discord from the outset, especially on crucial directional issues, is unlikely to be resolved later. If collaboration is possible, then do not force the issue. You may have heard of instances where individuals change their character, but one should never harbor false hopes. Thus, Qin Guan remained silent, awaiting the conclusion of the discussion led by Principal Li, preparing to take his leave. Once the meeting adjourned, Qin Guan exited the conference room, only to be hurriedly approached by Principal Li. Xiao Qin, the meeting did not affect you, did it? What impact could it have, Principal? Compared to them, I am but a junior. This is entirely normal. Qin Guan assumed that Principal Li was concerned about his morale and had come to offer consolation. However, it was evident that Principal Li was not pursuing that matter. In these times, one does not indulge in many bad habits. He promptly inquired, "Do you have confidence in what you just proposed? Can it be realized?" "I cannot assure you of its feasibility, as the field of chemistry is not my forte," Qin Guan responded. The involved domains are highly specialized, and he could not possibly master them all. Previously, when he served as the project leader, he essentially functioned as the chief designer, overseeing the general direction of the system engineering. The current artillery proposal, too, constitutes a system engineering challenge that cannot be resolved by a single discipline alone. In truth, Qin Guan could gradually explore this field now. After all, he is in a new life as merely a student. Yet, he chose not to make such assurances, as without someone to support the project, all efforts would be in vain. At present, Qin Guan clearly lacked the authority to make such declarations. Indeed, we are also in need of talent in military chemistry actually. We do not necessarily require exceptional talent. Anyone with a solid foundation in the subject can gradually explore the field. Oh, I am certain that the direction I provided is correct. As long as the basics are strong, results can be yielded swiftly. This point has also been validated. While no one has constructed a hydrogen bomb, we only acquired a lead indicating that it is indeed possible to create one. Once this is known, our foundational experts can begin their exploration in that direction, and results will follow. The same applies to Qin Guan. The specific type of propellant needed can be derived. Providing a chemistry student with his suggested approach would inevitably lead to prompt results, as Qin Guan's guidance would be detailed. In that case, you should accompany me to meet someone. Who? Do not ask too many questions. You will know once we arrive. Come with me. Principal Li took Qin Guan directly to the school's guest house, where they met a man in his 40s residing there. Upon seeing Principal Li, the man asked, "So, what is the verdict? Is it feasible?" Principal Li did not respond directly. Instead, he introduced Qin Guan. "This is our school's Professor Xiaoqin. He has just joined us, and after I presented the idea of the 105 artillery, he provided me with a proposal." "Hello, Professor Qin. I cannot take credit. I am merely a student here." Qin Guan replied with a calm smile, unfazed. Given his previous life's experience, he felt no insecurity in assuming the role of a professor, standing out with an air of confidence rather than the flustered demeanor of other young individuals. One must have knowledge to remain so composed. The man immediately extended his hand. "I am surnamed Fong. You may call me Lao Fong. Then you may call me Xiaoqin. This way, we won't feel distant." Principal Li interjected, "This is General Fong, the chief designer of the second-generation tank, a graduate of Beiyang University." What a coincidence. Beiyang University is seeking talent at Nani University, and he is specifically looking for expertise in tank artillery. No need for formalities, just call me Lao Fong. Here is our current situation. General Fong proceeded to outline the present circumstances, primarily concerning the new tank model that aims to incorporate the 105 artillery, intended to counter the northern steel tide. Qin Guan understood that historically, this artillery was not widely deployed. Moreover, we have not developed any 105 artillery. The L7 is expected to be introduced next year. After its introduction, domestically, it would not have been equipped, as this individual was the chief designer of the 69 tank, while the improved model currently being developed is named the 79. However, by the time it is completed, it will already be the 1980s. By then, we would have recognized the northern forces as mere paper tigers, and they would be reluctant to act. Consequently, this tank model will likely not enter mass production, with only about 300 units anticipated. The primary reason for this is the delay with the L7 artillery, as domestic experts have not grasped it. However, the 105 artillery equipped on lighter tanks in later years is the strongest worldwide, a completely different matter. Presently, the main issue lies with firepower. Our tank prototypes derive from captured T-62 models, and the goal is to enhance firepower to meet the standards for penetrating third-generation tanks, hence the focus on the L7 artillery. Xiaoqin, it is not that I doubt you, but can the standards outlined in this proposal truly surpass the L7 by such a margin? Do you believe we can achieve results within a year? The military is quite urgent. The military is indeed anxious, given the looming steel tide. However, once they engage in the South, their urgency will diminish. Regardless of the outcome in the South, our primary objective is to observe the northern response. If they do not dare to react, we will transition into the next era. Hence, Qin Guan could empathize with their current tension. What I am presenting here is a three-phase plan, wherein the first phase aligns with the capabilities of L7. Given this benchmark, we should expect tangible results within a year, with successful trial firings achievable in just 6 months. Nevertheless, I am of the opinion that it is unnecessary for us to squander time on this caliber at present. We can gradually modify our approach in the future. Considering our current technological capabilities, it would be prudent to directly adopt the 125mm artillery, as this would actually be more feasible for us. The notion presented by Qin Guan left Fong Zong somewhat bewildered. He understands the principle that caliber resolves all issues. However, we lack the requisite technologies, as this pertains to the new advancements of the Russians, which they are unlikely to share with us. Xiaoqin, could you elucidate this further? We certainly lack a foundational basis for larger caliber artillery, do we not? Chapter 68. Establishing your own project team. Why is it said that a larger caliber is more advantageous? This is because the Russians employ this method to penetrate armor. Caliber is not the critical factor. The essence lies in the kinetic energy transmitted, which is contingent upon the amount of propellant used, as dictated by the laws of physics. Penetrating projectiles are typically elongated and slender, akin to rifle bullets. It is not necessarily the case that a larger caliber equates to greater power. For instance, the A round, which is utilized in our Type 56, is indeed a medium power cartridge. In reality, the amount of propellant is reduced, primarily due to the shorter ammunition, which diminishes the transmitted kinetic energy. The advantage of this is the enhanced control during rapid fire. In contrast, small caliber rifles significantly outperform such ammunition. Regarding our new small caliber, while the muzzle energy may not surpass that of the A round, at distances ranging from 50 to 500 meters, the kinetic energy exceeds that of the A round, which pertains to energy attenuation. For armor-piercing projectiles, the steel core is relatively slender. Thus, there is no necessity for a large caliber cannon. However, larger caliber cannons carry more propellant and do not require advanced technology to accumulate energy. When our 125 had not yet advanced, the Russian 125's armor penetration capabilities were inferior to the Western 120. This can also be confirmed by General Fong. We have initiated a project for a new large caliber cannon, yet we are focusing on the 120 rather than the 125, as the Russian modular ammunition appears challenging to integrate with armor-piercing warheads. The 125 employs modular loading, wherein the projectile and propellant are loaded separately. Conversely, the 120 is a complete round, akin to a bullet, which simplifies the loading process. What are the advantages of a complete round? This is because the highly efficient long rod penetrator requires a slender and lengthy core, which fits within a complete round, whereas modular rounds pose significant challenges. The length-to-diameter ratio directly correlates with armor penetration capability. Qin Guan is aware of our subsequent solutions, yet there is no urgency to persuade General Fong at this moment. The length-to-diameter ratio can indeed be addressed. The benefit of modular rounds is that they can be utilized with an automatic loading system. However, since we are initiating a project, let us commence with the 105, which I can develop within a year. Upon meeting the actual decision-maker, Qin Guan was straightforward and provided a decisive response. General Fong expressed his delight. With your assurance, I feel half at ease. Why only half? That sentiment will only materialize once I witness your technological innovations at the steel mill. Haha, my assurance comes with conditions. I must select the team members for the development group myself. If they are not my chosen individuals, success is not guaranteed. Principal Li, sensing the implications, promptly inquired, what type of individuals are you seeking? Those with relevant majors and a foundational knowledge would suffice. Experience is not a prerequisite. Very well, you may select from our institution, and I will facilitate the process. If it involves other schools, I can assist with that as well. However, I doubt we will need other schools, primarily depending on whether the school leadership trusts me. Establishing a project necessitates funding, indicating the presence of a principal party. The character of this party is well known. They often lack understanding yet enjoy meddling. If progress is not met, the pressure can be substantial. Nevertheless, Qin Guan holds a certain credibility with them. Despite his youth, the second factory has generated substantial foreign exchange for the nation. So if he cannot succeed, who can? This era demands capable individuals, and even if someone falters, there must be someone to step up. The Navy commander initially could not swim, yet persevered, and the Air Force commander even lacked flying skills. Principal Li, however, felt uncertain, awaiting General Fong's decision. Very well. Since we have all benefited from your assistance, you may proceed with establishing the project, but within a year, we must see some tangible results for evaluation and reassurance. The benefits he referred to are, of course, linked to the foreign exchange generated by the second factory, which has a connection to Qin Guan. This implies that their desire to introduce the cannon with British technology also has contributions from Qin Guan. Even if it does not directly involve the foreign exchange generated, it has nonetheless contributed to the country's financial stability, thus improving everyone's circumstances, making it relevant to all. The second factory is currently a significant contributor to the nation's foreign exchange. Additionally, Qin Guan is now associated with the armaments department, facilitating coordination in artillery production, which is primarily a matter of a single directive from Minister Chun. If Qin Guan wishes for a particular factory to manufacture a cannon, he can communicate directly with the higher-ups, a privilege not shared by others. Otherwise, General Fong would have to engage in negotiations himself, a competitive advantage that Principal Li had previously overlooked. Another point is that General Fong requires an evaluation within a year, implying a lack of confidence in domestic technology while still considering the British L7. Qin Guan does not wish to dwell on this. Progress is paramount, and producing results speaks louder than words. Principal Li nodded. Thus, this project can be initiated with Professor Qin overseeing it. Let us stick with Xiao Qin for now. I am merely a student. Please refrain from such formalities. When it comes to contributions, none of US can rival yours. General Fong jested, to which Qin Guan chuckled but suddenly added, I am not optimistic about the 120 proposal you mentioned. In the 1980s, we indeed developed a 120 cannon with complete rounds that possessed considerable power, yet ultimately, it was not utilized, having been mounted on a tank destroyer. Indeed, if an automatic loading system were developed, such complete rounds would naturally become obsolete. The question remains, how can modular rounds achieve the effectiveness of complete rounds? General Fong is certainly aware of this, and there is no need for elaboration. The Russians resolve this by increasing caliber. They do not employ armor-piercing rounds, but instead augment the propellant in their heat rounds, thereby achieving greater power with a larger caliber. However, the weakness of heat rounds is evident. They can be countered. It is common to see tanks equipped with additional armor, or even lattice armor welded around them, designed to detonate heat rounds prematurely. If a heat round fails to detonate at the appropriate distance, its effectiveness is insufficient to breach armor. A heat round with an armor-penetrating capability exceeding 1 meter pales in comparison to the penetrative power of an armor-piercing round capable of penetrating 500 millimeters, as the latter is minimally affected by additional armor. The Russian approach differs. Their tanks are expendable, advancing in large formations. If one shot fails, they fire again. Without the density of equipment, it is impossible to compete with their numbers. Thus, Qin Guan subtly hinted, and General Fong understood everything. Very well. If it is convenient for you, please provide a proposal for the 125, and we shall evaluate it. All right, I will expedite the process. By the way, is there any information we need to provide? Can you still supply information? Is the equipment from Mauzi a standalone machine, or does it feature the Inks L7 cannon? Fong Zong was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled ruefully, stating that they could not provide anything because they did not possess such resources. He sought to ascertain whether a solution could be proposed in the absence of these items. I am managing this independently, yet have we not already engaged in negotiations with him? It is not merely negotiations. Their tank experts have even come to deliver lectures to us. We had hoped to glean some knowledge, but alas, it is difficult to articulate the situation. Chapter 69. Avoiding expert professors. Qin Guan was aware of certain past events, having known them from a previous life. Furthermore, these matters continued to unfold in the future. During this period, the military-industrial sector had limited experience in tank design, often seeking to emulate the West. However, by this time, the Russians had already ceased sharing their knowledge, prompting a search for expertise in England and the United States. Experts were indeed summoned to deliver lectures. Yet the content they presented left the audience of specialists bewildered. Rather than imparting insights on tank design and manufacturing, they offered elementary explanations. Consequently, the attendees perceived these Westerners as insincere, lacking the straightforwardness exhibited by the Russians. The Russians, in contrast, were prompt in providing the promised blueprints and equipment. When some experts approached their Russian counterparts with questions, they did so with great humility, yet received little substantive guidance. This was the prevailing situation in the realm of tank development. General Fong continually sighed, expressing that they had communicated their concerns, emphasizing that the audience comprised individuals with over a decade of experience in tank research and development. They urged the lecturers to dispense with the rudimentary information and focus on the crucial aspects. Yet the lectures remained at a superficial level. Qin Guan, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and remarked, General Fong, have you considered that this reluctance to delve deeper is not merely a personal choice? It stems from the fact that their tank design and manufacturing operates as a corporate endeavor, and they do not possess a chief designer position as we do. Oh, their system differs from ours. General Fong nodded slowly, recognizing the validity of this observation. The Western model lacks a deep integration of expertise across various components. It is a corporate approach wherein parts may originate from multiple manufacturers, coordinated merely to ensure compatibility. The Russian design methodology contrasts with the Western approach, and we have inherited the Russian system. Our method involves acquiring existing components, with the chief designer responsible for their integration, while the project has an overarching leader. In the West, there is no equivalent. Each company manages its own segment, with no designated chief designer overseeing the entirety. Project managers from your company have no authority over ours, And as long as you reserve space for your project, the integration of my components suffices. In the United States, researchers are often compelled to innovate from scratch for a specific project rather than utilizing existing technology, which explains their rapid technological advancement. Our approach, similar to the Russian method, emphasizes project integration, with the chief designer accountable for the entire initiative. It becomes apparent that no one in the United States is suitable for such a position, as the companies operate independently. If the military were to assign someone to this role, that individual would lack technical knowledge, and no institution within the U.S. could provide a chief designer. Unlike our system, where an expert from a research institute can oversee the entire project, compelling manufacturers to comply, such a structure does not exist in the West. Thus, when domestic experts seek a chief designer from the West for consultation, they find themselves at a loss. By the 1980s, Qin Guan was aware that we had sought various excuses to probe technological advancements, such as joint research endeavors. However, these efforts yielded little fruit. Collaboration occurred, yet the comprehensive design of tanks remained elusive. One could procure a cannon, but not the requisite design knowledge. Following his discussion, the project for the 105mm cannon had been formally initiated. The project standards aimed to align with the L7 specifications, which, to be frank, were exceedingly high for our domestic capabilities at that time. Nevertheless, Qin Guan felt confident in surpassing this benchmark, though whether we could meet the standards of our future was uncertain. The 105mm standard from our future was designed to penetrate all main armor except for a few exceptional cases, specifically the new 99 tank with a frontal armor thickness exceeding 1 meter. Xiaoqin, we must commence preparations. Should you require anything, report to me promptly. Upon departing from the guest house, Principal Li adopted a serious demeanor. I will use your report to draft a project proposal. You must not falter. If there are challenges, it is best to communicate them with me at once. Challenges? Qin Guan contemplated the matter. In terms of materials, our second factory was developing a new electroslag remelting furnace. Once that is operational, I will instruct the ordnance department to liaise with the arms factory to attempt production using the new self-tightening barrel technology. That is a future consideration. I knew you would be the most suitable person for this. You can directly oversee both aspects. Principal Li expressed satisfaction, recognizing that no one was better suited than Qin Guan. The materials would originate from their factory, and Qin Guan also held the position of deputy factory director. Moreover, his relationship with Minister Chun was noteworthy. If we were to manufacture a cannon, the ordnance department should have the requisite clout. You see, bringing in someone else would not be as convenient. Despite your youth, you are indeed the most appropriate choice. Yet this was not all. The challenges extended beyond merely the cannon. There was also the matter of ammunition. Similar to rifles, the weapon is not the most crucial element. The ammunition holds paramount importance. Thus, we must independently address the ammunition aspect. We cannot rely on importing projectiles from the United States indefinitely. The technological trajectory of the U.S. should not be underestimated, as it may diverge increasingly in the future. They remain preoccupied with creating armor-piercing rounds, which seems rather peculiar, given that their new 120mm cannon employs rifled barrels. What preparations do you require from me? The school can arrange a laboratory for you. How would you like to select your team? Other types of ammunition are inconsequential, as their technical requirements are not high. The sole focus must be on armor-piercing rounds. Qin Guan reflected deeply, suggesting that high-tensile tungsten steel be used for the penetrator. I will ask the factory to devise a solution, but regarding propellant, that involves the chemical domain, which is not my forte. However, we can assign a student with solid foundational skills. A student will suffice? Yes, no need for a teacher or expert professors. Qin Guan was aware of the general situation. For instance, many understood the components of propellant, and even military enthusiasts from the future were knowledgeable about it. Yet, only a few comprehended the classified aspects. Qin Guan happened to possess some insights, enough to provide a direction, such as the ratios involved, but experimentation would be necessary to refine the details. Is there a requirement for expert professors? If one were to develop from scratch, the difficulty would indeed be much greater, yet as soon as the answers are known, students can gradually derive the outcomes. Principal Li, however, sensed a discrepancy. You seem exceedingly confident yet assert that this is not your area of expertise. Very well, I will arrange for you a student with the most solid foundation. By the way, how many individuals do you need? One leader will suffice. The others can be determined based on necessity, though we will certainly require some operational support. All right, I will find graduates for you. Graduates possess comprehensive knowledge of their field, which is the prime time for honing their foundational skills. At this juncture, it is indeed an opportune moment for them to immerse themselves in scientific research. Should a few years pass, they may very well forget all they have learned, rendering such diplomas utterly superficial. Even if they have genuinely studied, without active participation upon graduation, their knowledge may fade. Qin Guan's selection of these individuals is most fitting. There is no necessity for the presence of esteemed experts or professors, for Qin Guan's current status fails to command their respect, unless he ascends to the heights of his previous life, who would dare disregard his directives. Upon graduation, having engaged in 1 or 2 projects, do they not become experts in their own right? Chapter 70. The older students. As the semester commenced, Hongmei had already begun attending classes. However, Qin Guan found little necessity in the foundational courses, as he had remained entrenched in the realm of scientific research, rendering any feelings of unfamiliarity obsolete. His knowledge had never waned, thus attending classes felt merely like a pretense. With his newfound leisure, he resolved to explore disciplines previously unfamiliar to him, such as Shengwu Gongqing. Of course, the institution, now known as Nanli Gong, had long since abandoned the title of Nanli Gong and lacked this particular field of study. Nevertheless, Qin Guan recognized the significance of this discipline and anticipated its eventual establishment within the institution. Why not take the mantle of a pioneer? After all, idleness could be put to better use. By the time of his graduation, he could contribute a new major to the school, thereby aiding it in its evolution towards a more progressive academic framework. Biotechnology was far from a fringe science. It was destined to be a primary field in the coming century. In the absence of a formal curriculum, Qin Guan primarily resorted to self-study. With no textbooks available, he contemplated authoring his own educational material, but first, he needed to engage in learning. During this foundational phase, he opted to delve into extracurricular literature. His choice of study diverged from Hongmei's. There was no need to remain perpetually intertwined, nor was there any justification for excessive possessiveness. Hongmei deserved her own space, her own thoughts, and the autonomy to make her own decisions. After the advanced mathematics class, Qin Guan departed with a biology textbook in hand, not looking back. He had been instructed by Principal Li to listen attentively while simultaneously preparing to teach. The current academic environment was starkly different from the future. Resources were not as abundant, and the strength of the faculty was not as comprehensive. In university, one often relied on their own courage to innovate. As he made his way, a tall girl with short hair suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Excuse me, are you Professor Xiaoqin?" she inquired. "I am. And you are?" he replied. "My name is Chung Xian. The principal sent me to seek you out and to join your project team." "Oh, you're studying military chemistry, I presume." Chung Xian, Qin Guan pondered, noting that her name was rather striking. The girl had an impressive physique, though clad modestly. Women of this era indeed possessed the strength to hold up half the sky, exuding an aura of efficiency. Her beauty was quite remarkable, embodying a pure and timeless charm. In a more modern context, a bit of makeup would undoubtedly elevate her to the status of a star or influencer, effortlessly attracting wealth. Yet, in this age, while material aspirations were not absent, they were often concealed. The saying that women could indeed hold up half the sky stemmed from their active participation in laborious tasks, such as reservoir construction, which Hongmei had engaged in during her tenure with the brigade. It was difficult to fathom such a reality in later times. Only in this era could women genuinely claim their share of the sky. As Qin Guan reflected on this, Chung Xian scrutinized him with curiosity. "Professor Xiaoqin, I can't help but feel that you seem younger than me. Well, you must be about to graduate, right?" "Indeed, I am not older than you, having just enrolled this year." "Ah, so you aced the entrance exams. You must be quite capable." She refrained from making any stereotypical remarks about his youthful status as a professor. Such rigid views were not prevalent in this era. If anything, the audacity to innovate was truly bold in contemporary thought. In earlier times, the youth were known to challenge the established scholars. Qin Guan, uninterested in small talk, asked, "What brings you to me?" "Well, our laboratory has been established, and here is the key." "Our laboratory? How are your grades?" "Professor Qin, I hold the top position in all subjects. Would you like to test my knowledge?" "There is no need for that. If you genuinely rank first, your capabilities are evident." It was a misconception to assume that those who entered without taking the Gaokao were inept. The options were simply less widespread. Admission was reserved for those who excelled in knowledge or exhibited unparalleled diligence. Attaining the top spot among such individuals was no small feat in truth. Even average grades sufficed. Qin Guan believed that scores merely served as a means to identify talent. In practice, those with lower scores could still reach great heights through earnest effort. The reality lay in solving scientific challenges, not merely completing exercises. The pace of progress mattered little. Those with agile minds shone brighter, while those who were slower could still contribute meaningfully to research endeavors. Many roles existed beyond the realm of scientists. Thus, as long as one learned, their knowledge would prove valuable. We once have an examination. Also, refrain from calling me professor. In our project team, you may address me as director. Understood, director. This form of address felt more appropriate, as she was indeed slightly older than Qin Guan. In a conventional context, she would be addressed as sister, yet such a designation felt inappropriate in a professional setting. As for the 105 artillery project, Qin Guan was certainly included within the Steel Institute, as it necessitated the resources of Factory 2. Thus, he was to assume the role of director. There was little to discuss regarding their professional relationship. Director Qin, what about me? Cheng Xian inquired. You are now the head of the propellant development team. What you need to do? Qin Guan began to search through his belongings, producing a scrap of paper. As the team leader, you are now responsible for overseeing the operations of your project team. First and foremost, ensure that team members are readily accessible. Identify the personnel you require and employ those you deem suitable. The tasks assigned to your project team are noted here. Please adhere to these guidelines. Remember, this is a confidential project, and specific project names must not be disclosed. After all, you were sent by Principal Li, who must have faith in your abilities. However, this era is not as lax as the future. Even ordinary individuals maintain a certain level of vigilance. Nevertheless, it is imperative not to disclose the projects they are involved in. Any identity verification or political scrutiny should have been addressed by the principal. The individuals I assemble have not entered through the Gaokao. Regardless of their knowledge levels, their backgrounds are undoubtedly trustworthy. Shall I select them? How will I contact you, Director? I reside in the school dormitory. Principal Li should inform you of the location. Importantly, you must also keep track of the others. You need to be available at all times. Fulfilling these responsibilities is essential for participation in the research group. I understand, but if I need anything, can I reach out to you at any time? Yes. I live with my partner, yet she is quite accommodating and will have no objections. Cheng Xian widened her eyes in surprise. You already have a partner? Qin Guan chuckled softly, acknowledging, indeed, being young, I found her beautiful and could not resist marrying her. Now, I even have a daughter. He felt that sharing such personal details would aid in establishing his image. Thus, he candidly revealed his current situation. The clearer he articulated, the better it would be to avoid misunderstandings. For now, let's proceed with this. Once you have gathered everyone, we shall begin. I must head to class. Qin Guan concluded before making his way to another classroom, while Cheng Xian stood behind, gazing at his departing figure. Was his beloved truly as beautiful as he had described? Chapter 71. The young teacher. At this juncture, the university age demographic is rather diverse. Some students are in their 30s, while others are merely teenagers. The variance in age among newcomers is notably less pronounced, especially compared to the significant gap observed during the initial reinstatement of the college entrance examination. This year's cohort is particularly varied in age. The class that Qin Guan is to teach is relatively balanced. Yet given that they all hail from the same organization, it is evident that they are all quite exceptional, certainly not the sort of individuals one might deem mediocre. Qin Guan himself had once embodied such a lackluster reputation. As he approached the classroom, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Although labeled as a specialized course, the content consists mainly of fundamental concepts that Qin Guan had never previously taught. His experience lies in instructing scholars, surely. The rudimentary material in textbooks does not necessitate his expertise. Are you here to attend the class? A polite inquiry greeted him as he peered into the room. The prevailing atmosphere is rather amiable. During this era of openness, both the commendable and the substandard have found their way in, leading to a tempered response from the students, who maintain a courteous demeanor. If an unworthy individual were to enter, it would be against their own interests to react poorly. Qin Guan stepped inside with his customary composure, declaring, I am here to teach. He ascended to the podium, leaving the students momentarily stunned. Why was he taking to the stage for a lecture? Realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, I am here to teach, not to learn. I will be conducting this course from now on. One can only imagine the astonished expressions that adorn the faces of those in attendance. Having reached the university level, they undoubtedly perceive themselves as remarkable, the elite among their peers. It is not yet a time when university students are commonplace. The rarity of their presence lends them pride. However, the unexpected revelation that this young man is their instructor is somewhat difficult for them to accept. Qin Guan chose to pause, observing their reactions. In a different time, dissenters might have openly opposed him, yet individuals of this era tend to be more reserved. Even if some harbored discontent, their expressions would remain restrained, as the weight of shame dissuades overt displays of emotion. Though there may be those who are unwilling to concede, they recognize that vocalizing their grievances would only serve to embarrass themselves. At that moment, Chung Xin was peering through the door, secretly observing the unfolding scene. She stifled a laugh at the students' incredulous responses. Simultaneously, she found herself curious about this young instructor, Qin Guan, who displayed an air of poise that belied his youth, reminiscent of an imposing scholar delivering a lecture. Having enrolled in the university, Chung Xin possessed a breadth of experience that set her apart. With her family background, she had encountered individuals of higher social standings. Yet Qin Guan evoked feelings in her that were entirely unique and difficult to articulate. He did not strike her as someone hailing from an affluent lineage. Earlier, he had mentioned marrying young due to the extraordinary beauty of his partner. Was she truly that stunning? Chung Xin pondered, not because she was infatuated with Qin Guan, but rather because he seemed to embody something exceptional. In Chung Xin's discerning eyes, even if Qin Guan possessed a prestigious background, she might not find him appealing. While Hong Mei was deeply enamored, it was indicative of differing perspectives. One cannot simply judge another's worth. Genuine affection arises only through interaction. How could one develop feelings for a stranger? The first step is an appealing exterior, followed by an inner strength. Since no one is speaking, we shall commence the class with introductions. My name is Qin Guan, and I, too, am a new student this year. The principal mentioned a shortage of faculty, so I am temporarily filling in. I must also disclose that I have indeed engaged in technical research at a steel mill, so while we can discuss my level of expertise later, I assure you that I bring experience to the table. If you have any differing opinions, feel free to voice them directly. Though this is a classroom, it is also a space for mutual exchange, so do not hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the audience exclaimed, "I know. Qin Guan, the deputy director who developed the new technology at the steel mill, right? I read about you in the newspaper. You have been recognized as an outstanding worker." When was that? Qin Guan was taken aback, unaware of any such recognition. Surely, it was not a result of some covert dealings by Lao Yin. This accolade was not merely a factory-level commendation. It would certainly have been reported in the press. Prominent figures in technology are indeed worthy of public acknowledgement, yet Qin Guan had never granted any interviews, leading him to believe that Lao Yin must have relayed the information. Director Qin. Teacher, your achievements are truly remarkable. You have contributed billions to the national economy and introduced world-leading technology. Who would have thought you would be here teaching us? What great fortune we have. Seeing them engage in animated conversation, Qin Guan smiled, recognizing their idealism. They likely harbored thoughts akin to those of later generations, albeit buried deep within. However, their aspirations of becoming exemplary individuals and contributing to modernization were omnipresent, evident in the slogans that adorned their surroundings. In the presence of a figure like Qin Guan, they idolized him as one might a celebrity. If a celebrity from the future were to appear, they would likely be met with disdain, not out of pretense, but genuine sentiment. Qin Guan felt a sense of gratification as the room gradually quieted. I apologize, Teacher Qin, we should not be speaking. No, it is quite all right. Are you the class monitor? Yes. Feel free to speak up at any time, but do ensure that your contributions are meaningful and relevant. Qin Guan did not mind their chatter. After all, he had never formally taught at a university. Glancing at the textbook in his hands, he realized he had not prepared any lesson plans, but it was of no consequence. Our learning should not be confined to the textbook, as the material within remains static. Upon graduation, you will discover that the world is in constant flux, accelerating at an unprecedented pace. Thus, we must cultivate a perspective that allows us to comprehend the world. How do you interpret this concept? Having not prepared, he effortlessly transitioned into the discussion, drawing upon his extensive knowledge that far surpasses the simplistic content of the current textbooks. Suddenly, a hand was raised, prompting Qin Guan to gesture toward the individual. Please share your thoughts. I believe that our metallurgical technology is still quite underdeveloped, unable to compete with that of foreign nations. However, we must exercise caution. We cannot directly present contentious assertions. You claim we are lagging behind, but in what specific aspects? What are the tangible manifestations of this inferiority? And how significant is the disparity? Once such topics arise, there is perhaps no one more knowledgeable than Qin Guan. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, a girl seems to be captivated, reluctant to leave. Chapter 72. Military-Industrial Laboratory. In truth, as long as one graduates, returning to teach is entirely feasible. Familiarity with the curriculum suffices. However, university students are no longer children. No matter how thoroughly one studies a textbook, it does not guarantee the emergence of exemplary students. Many pupils, armed with textbooks, are capable of self-study. The necessity for teachers arises from the fact that most individuals are not focused on their studies. It is imperative to enlighten them about the nature of the world, enabling them to learn with purpose, thereby providing them with goals. Textbooks are merely texts. The true value of a teacher should manifest in the connection between the classroom and reality. When Qin Guan lectures, he does not adhere strictly to the detailed content of the textbooks. Instead, he relates the material to the current state of the world, discussing our standing and the avenues available for improvement. As for the textbooks, cannot you read them yourselves? This pedagogical approach is effective for students of this era, as their academic ethos is commendable. The initial cohort of college entrance examination candidates, as well as those from previous years, generally exhibit a commendable attitude towards learning. Indeed, the previous system lacked fairness, relying on various institutions, but one must also consider the caliber of those who were accepted. This is an era devoid of financial barriers. Every age possesses its shadows, yet this era is far less grim than portrayed by certain filmmakers. After all, logic governs all matters. What incentive could I possibly offer to engage with a wastrel? As individuals from factories or towns, they too seek dignity. Just as Qin Guan became the son-in-law of old Li to secure a position, it is his own capabilities that enabled him to attend a comprehensive university. Could another individual achieve what he has? That seems rather unlikely. After class, the students were left wanting more, and Qin Guan graciously answered their questions. Hence, matters of age are trivial. If he cannot win them over, it would be as if Qin Guan had wasted his previous life. Should there be any students who challenge him in class, it would merely reflect his own inadequacies. Having spent a lifetime as a distinguished figure in the scientific community, failing to manage such situations would signify a lack of merit for his position. Furthermore, students of this era possess relatively restrained thoughts and are not as freely expressive as those in subsequent generations. Nevertheless, even students of the future, Qin Guan is confident he could inspire their utmost compliance. Certainly, if we consider earlier or later eras, there will be rebellious spirits. Such individuals should be promptly dismissed without further ado. It is not the responsibility of higher education to instruct one in civility. Thus, it is unwise to squander time attempting to reform a person. One must focus on what is essential. Consequently, as Qin Guan exited the classroom, the students felt a sense of reluctance. Upon leaving the classroom, he discovered that a female student was waiting outside. What brings you here? Teacher, I have yet to take you to the laboratory. She changed her address. And Qin Guan felt somewhat unaccustomed. It was more fitting to address her by her title. Although he had experienced a previous life and lived to an advanced age, the youthful visage before him was genuinely older in years, rendering the situation rather awkward in terms of social propriety, as he still considered himself a young man. If he were to adopt such a stance, could he remain lively in the future? Regardless, Qin Guan had long since forgotten the state of his youth. All right, let us proceed. We have some time before lunch. Chung Xian guided Qin Guan to the laboratory arranged by the school, which resembled a factory floor. After all, their institution was formerly an artillery engineering academy, consistently engaged in military technology research, which inherently carries a degree of risk. This facility essentially functions as a production line for experimental purposes. Our current situation has successfully assimilated advanced foreign experiences. We have developed twin-screw gelatinization, granulation, vertical compression, drum pre-drying, drum drying, airflow transport mixing, and tower dissolution processes, all of which are evident in the laboratory workflows. In the munitions factory, they have resolved the long-standing reliance on manual labor for transportation, enabling continuous production of propellants. This is akin to an assembly line, which has enhanced production efficiency. Such standards are indeed commendable. At the very least, they can meet the demands of a major conflict. Let us not forget that our country has been preparing for global warfare since its inception. From the moment of our founding until the conclusion of Qin Guan's previous life, we have never ceased this preparation. In terms of military affairs, the average citizen remains largely unaware. However, one can analyze food security to draw conclusions. Our nation is preparing as if for an apocalyptic war. Even if the populace ceases production, the country could endure years without famine. What? A problem that the world cannot resolve in years. That would signify the end of the world. At that point, no one would have any concerns. You have not yet graduated, yet you are already aware of the realities of the production line? Yes, I have conducted an investigation. Consider it an internship. It seems Principal Li was correct. You are indeed the most suitable candidate for this task. Qin Guan did not doubt Principal Li's judgment, yet he found the female student's beauty somewhat disconcerting, her complexion fair and delicate. The military-industrial sector is no easy field. At times, one must endure conditions akin to those of soldiers. During testing, the constant cannon fire can lead to deafness, and there are seldom effective protective measures, such as noise-canceling headphones. Yet, we do not place too much emphasis on this. After the new year, one tends to speak louder. The cacophony of firecrackers during the holiday can lead to a gradual desensitization, resulting in some hearing loss. Future generations are unlikely to have such experiences. While most hearing can recover, some individuals may suffer permanent impairment. Moreover, this field requires one to handle artillery shells, often weighing dozens of kilograms. For a young woman with such a delicate appearance, this task seems rather daunting. Teacher Qin, do you doubt my abilities? Not at all. Since Principal Li has assigned you, you must be the most suitable. Does that sound somewhat insincere? Well, let us discuss work matters. The nature of this project must have been conveyed by the principal, correct? The military is somewhat urgent, so we must resolve this swiftly. Your primary responsibility is to tackle the challenges associated with propellants. Qin Guan articulated this. Yet he was aware that in 2 years, the military would no longer be in haste. The 105 artillery will transition to technological reserves. The current development serves both to economize and to provide the military with a placebo. When the iron tide descends, there will be no feasible solutions to the significant challenges ahead. Currently, the 100 cannons on the 69 model are not feasible, as they directly pertain to the production of Russian technology. However, within this project, many technologies can be perpetuated, such as the advancements in barrel technology, propellant technology, the expertise in tungsten steel projectiles, and even special alloy cores, all of which may find application in the future. Therefore, it cannot be deemed a futile effort. Technological progress will benefit various projects. So, esteemed instructor, what direction should we pursue in our research endeavors now? Chapter 73. Military industry can also generate foreign exchange. Despite Chung Xian's internship experience, she felt uncertain at this moment. Lacking work experience, and with experts abounding in her school, how could it be her, an ungraduated student, tasked with such responsibilities? Surely, it should be someone who has previously undertaken this task. She had never worked before and felt utterly lost. If being a chef also involved theoretical learning, then even after mastering all the theories, one would still feel bewildered upon picking up a spoon for the first time, likely hesitating even to light a fire, thus heavily relying on practical experience. In simple terms, we need to utilize double-base propellant. At this point, we have only just achieved continuous production of single-base propellant. Indeed, we need to initiate a project for research and development, primarily focusing on breakthroughs in technology to enable the factory to achieve continuous production. The challenges of laboratory synthesis are relatively minor, but this is not a pursuit of scientific exploration. Double-base propellant employs established techniques, and the current project is aimed at application. Therefore, the primary challenge lies in the production process, which is inherently quite hazardous. In the 1960s, we introduced the Soviet single-base propellant production line, which could not achieve continuous production due to technical issues at the time. By the 1970s, we were only managing to produce single-base propellant continuously. It was not until the 1990s that a production line for double-base propellant was realized. The ability to produce continuously is crucial. Laboratory synthesis is merely a fraction of the total. Industrial production in this domain is essential for preparing for large-scale warfare. If we cannot increase the output, then all else is moot. How should the other members of our research group be determined? You will decide. Our project group operates under a system of accountability. If your team encounters issues, I will hold you responsible, and if those under your charge face problems, it will be your duty to address them. Thus, you must consider which individuals are best suited for the task, and this requires careful thought. It is only natural for Qin Guan to be entrusted with selecting personnel, as Qin Guan knows whom she is familiar with and which classmates are suitable. Would you expect Qin Guan to befriend each one for observation? That would be absurd. It is certainly a tiered responsibility system. Qin Guan provided a list outlining specific research directions. Furthermore, he also detailed the technological breakthroughs required. In fact, they need not achieve any groundbreaking innovations, as Qin Guan has already outlined everything. The task now is to implement each item and conduct experiments to attain optimal production conditions. Even Qin Guan can only enumerate these points, as he himself is not an expert in this field. It is akin to informing them in an era when black powder was the norm that smokeless powder could be utilized and that nitrocellulose could be employed. Without delving into the specifics of the nitration process, the direction has already been provided. How much time can you afford me? As soon as possible, preferably not exceeding a week. It should not be too difficult for you to find someone to assist. I lack experience. Is that truly acceptable? No problem. Simply follow my instructions. You need not concern yourself with the direction. Qin Guan glanced at the time, stating that we must strive to establish the new production line within 6 months. Time is of the essence. Let us go. I shall treat you to lunch. Teacher, allow me to treat you instead? No need. My situation differs from yours, as I still receive a salary. Qin Guan must come from a wealthy family, as she is quite generous. There is no need to overthink it. No sparks had ignited between Qin Guan and Qin Guan, although Qin Guan did perceive some signs. With his life experience, if Qin Guan could not discern this, it would be a wasted existence. Otherwise, it would be mere pretense. However, in this era, declarations of affection tend to be conservative, with many choosing to conceal their feelings for a lifetime. Thus, Qin Guan was disinclined to address the matter. After all, he is a family man. If she does not express it directly, it would be rather odd for him to bring it up, potentially worsening the situation. Hence, it is better to keep it hidden. Feelings may exist, but maintaining professionalism is paramount, much like contemplating drastic actions without ever taking them. While working on the 105 project, Qin Guan also developed the 125 proposal and submitted it. This was likely for technical reserves, so it shall remain on hold for now, given the significantly weaker economic foundation of this era. The 125 proposal features a completely new single-unit system, distinct from the Soviet version. Our single-unit system boasts a lower failure rate and adequately considers the potential for mitigating catastrophic explosions. When the proposal was submitted, Director Fong approached Qin Guan once more, convening a private discussion with the principal. Are you suggesting that even the 125 for splitting ammunition can achieve a penetration depth comparable to the fully assembled 120? Absolutely. It could penetrate even deeper, as the 125 allows for increased propellant quantity. Yet, we do not currently have specific metrics to realize such targets, do we? No. It may serve temporarily as a technical reserve. To be honest, Director Fong, we do not even possess the carrying vehicle. Upon mentioning this, Director Fong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, even the final modified version cannot accommodate this artillery piece. It requires a vehicle weighing over 40 tons, and we must also consider engine technology. Principal Li raised a practical concern. Even if we were to procure the latest model of the 69, we would likely be unable to equip many, if mass deployment were necessary. The economy would face constraints, and the critical factor is the northern stance. We will learn the northern stance in a couple of years. Qin Guan was not anxious about this. What they are currently undertaking is technical reserve, while the nation must focus on economic development. The economy is the soil from which all else grows. Yet, who says military products cannot generate foreign exchange? We can engage in foreign sales to generate revenue. Qin Guan hinted at the prosperous era of weapon sales to both sides. However, they have yet to engage in conflict, and this trend has not yet materialized. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, it may well be timely. I share the sentiment, but we can only target smaller nations, impoverished countries with a modicum of wealth. We lack competitiveness in this market. Can we outbid the arms of the lighthouse? Can we compete with the Soviet weaponry? Director Fong also entertained these notions, seeking foreign exchange through sales. However, there must be demand. Military personnel are quite pragmatic, not given to sentiments of compassion. But when it comes to technology, we truly lack competitiveness, even if the 105 meets design specifications. After all, their 120 has already emerged, and we face a substantial gap in this area. Yet Qin Guan calmly asserted, their sales are contingent upon conditions. We have none to offer. Indeed, as you suggest, we must harbor this intention, sustaining ourselves through the art of war. It is not surprising that we are engaged in tank production and export. The revenue generated could very well bolster our own development. However, one must ponder whether such a fortunate circumstance will truly befall us. Mr. Fong, let us wait for another 2 or 3 years. Perhaps our turn will come. The two brothers in Xia may find themselves at odds. And when the time comes, the lighthouse will impose restrictions. In their desperation, they will have no choice but to purchase, regardless of their grievances. Qin Guan will not be overly concerned with political intricacies. Such matters are not for military personnel to deliberate. We must undertake endeavors that benefit our nation, generate foreign exchange through exports, and advance our own interests. If we do not assert ourselves, who will speak on behalf of those impoverished small nations? Chapter 74. Reserve Technology. World leading in the realm of the most lucrative businesses, we must first exclude those deemed illegal. The options appear limited: arms, energy, and technology. Energy, as we know, is a strategic asset essential for the prosperity of modern nations, a fact evident in the wealth amassed by the oil-rich states of West Asia. As for technology, it is well understood that profits at the production end are minimal. The substantial gains lie within technological advancements. Some individuals have amassed fortunes merely through technology taxes, with the patent fees for a single mobile phone surpassing the earnings of its manufacturers. Thus, the manufacturers of the first decade of the 21st century faced considerable challenges. They simply collected revenues, a task significantly less troublesome than drug trafficking. Consequently, we must strive to reduce prices in high-tech sectors, as this is indeed a matter of hegemonic interest. Moreover, without comprehensive development, technological sanctions could obliterate our industries. If you produce electrical appliances but cannot acquire critical components, you would find yourself in dire straits. Conversely, if you manufacture components and face boycotts, you would still suffer. Hence, a complete industrial chain is paramount. Lacking this, we risk being constrained, akin to living under a ceiling, where strength in any single area becomes meaningless in the face of a robust network of competitors. Can one assume that possessing advanced chips would exempt them from sanctions? Consider the experience of the South Koreans. Without their chips, they would find themselves in despair. As for arms, this is a unique business typically dominated by the 5 major powers. The overall situation is complex. There are instances where arms are practically given away, yet this does not reflect the true benefits involved. Individuals within the military-industrial sector assert that the prices sold to the army are far less than what can be commanded in export markets, often with an additional zero attached to the price tag. This is under the assumption of fair dealings. Those in the West often engage in far less scrupulous practices. Sometimes, what appears to be freely given harbors more clandestine profit relationships than straightforward transactions. One can only hope that we develop the necessary technologies. Otherwise, we would find ourselves reliant on Western equipment, effectively negating any profits. Mr. Fong lamented that we had encountered a special alloy armor-piercing round from the West, reputed to be remarkably effective. Indeed, it is formidable, and we should have such technological reserves, albeit with limited versatility. Qin Guan certainly understands the implications. This special alloy's density surpasses that of tungsten alloys, facilitating energy transfer and enabling slender projectiles conducive to penetration. Young Qin is knowledgeable about the relevant technologies. In truth, the technical demands are less stringent than those for tungsten steel, which requires higher material standards to prevent breakage. This special alloy lacks such stringent toughness requirements since it generates high temperatures during combustion and possesses self-sharpening properties, maintaining its sharpness as it burns. Alas, the radioactive contamination is a significant drawback. Indeed, we are ill-suited for its use, at most reserving it for potential technology. The issue of contamination is evident to all. Its self-sharpening nature diminishes the need for extreme strength, and the manufacturing challenges are not insurmountable, with environmental and political concerns being the primary considerations. Should we employ such materials, would we be able to withstand external pressures? The West currently holds that power, we do not. Furthermore, could there be issues of leakage? Might it also have repercussions for our soldiers? Such hazardous materials, regardless of handling, are challenging to ensure safety once deployed in conflict zones. If we were to confront northern invasions, could we then utilize this technology? Mr. Fong need not worry. When we initiate the project, we shall certainly experiment with it. Qin Guan spoke casually, aware that during his lifetime, no one would dare infringe upon our borders, rendering such measures unnecessary. However, the consequences of such materials within our territory could be profound. The specific effects remain largely unexamined. It is rumored that areas where such munitions have been employed see an uptick in cancer rates. This statistic lacks rigor, yet it indicates an underlying issue. Even without formal studies, one can surmise the long-term persistence of radiation. Mr. Fong seemed to perceive Qin Guan's stance and inquired, "Young Qin, do you believe the North will remain inactive? I suspect the South is currently too brazen for us to remain passive." The astute will grasp the implications, Mr. Fong evidently recognizes that any action in the South will be contingent upon the Northern response. If the North remains unresponsive, there is no cause for alarm. If they do react, then concern is warranted. He then redirected his attention to the proposal for the 125 cannon. Under such circumstances, it may be prudent to pursue larger calibers directly, achieving results in one decisive step. In fact, the technology requirements for larger calibers are lower to achieve the same power. Smaller calibers necessitate more advanced technology, fundamentally different from the Maoist artillery that demands high chamber pressure, indicative of Western superiority in technology. According to your proposal, should the 125 cannon materialize, we would possess the most formidable tank firepower in the world. Theoretically, this is accurate, and our focus should be on the length-to-diameter ratio, rather than merely extending the barrel. This reasoning is sound. It ultimately depends on the capabilities of your factory. No worries. We will resolve the tungsten material issues within 6 months. Following this meeting, a consensus was reached that the 105 proposal would likely be reserved, while the 125 proposal would become the focal point of our efforts for the next generation of equipment. Qin Guan's 125 proposal surpasses the Russian artillery and even exceeds the Western 120, achieving unprecedented levels of chamber pressure and initial velocity, with a firepower that is simply staggering. However, under current circumstances, we must also prioritize the development of the 105, which is superior to the Russian 125 and whose developmental technologies will be applicable to future artillery. The advancements in propellant technology and barrel technology will not be wasted. As for generating revenue through arms sales, we have consistently engaged in such activities. We cannot naively assume that every weapon sold worldwide is of inferior quality. Yet, light weaponry remains trivial. We must pursue more formidable offerings. In accordance with Qin Guan's directives, a report was submitted to the department, leading to the establishment of a mechanical factory within the Steel Frontier Laboratory. Publicly, it was declared a mechanical factory, but in truth, it serves as a manufacturing facility for specialized steel. Many mechanical factories do not utilize certain specialized steels. Thus, their second factory opted to produce artillery in-house. This notion received the endorsement of Minister Chun, and the laboratory's affiliated mechanical factory was designated as the Frontier Mechanical Factory. A month later, the electric slag remelting furnace at the Steel Institute was completed. The inaugural batch of steel was utilized to manufacture experimental artillery tubes, specifically the 105mm cannon, which incorporated the latest self-tightening technology to enhance chamber pressure. This innovation was crucial, as the kinetic energy of the projectile depended solely on its momentum, with the warhead devoid of explosive charge. Thus, the moment it exited the barrel determined the magnitude of its power. To contribute to this endeavor, Qin Guan took a leave of absence from school to return to the Steel Institute for the manufacturing process. The first advanced cannon tube was born in Qin Guan's hands, and during this period, he also commissioned the Steel Institute to produce tungsten steel cores, achieving an unprecedented length-to-diameter ratio of 30, placing it at the forefront of global advancements. Chapter 75. Can we achieve the level of dying? Once the sample artillery piece was successfully crafted, it was promptly transported back to the school and placed at the training range. Indeed, this institution boasts a firing range, specifically for artillery, which may lead some to question the seriousness of this university. Meanwhile, Qin has also completed the production of some novel types of ammunition. It is essential to clarify that the ammunition currently being produced is merely experimental, originating from laboratory settings. In other words, as of now, the double-base propellant has yet to achieve industrial production on an assembly line. This stage requires the resolution of numerous safety issues, which poses significant challenges. Extensive testing is necessary to ascertain the safety and reliability of the production process, and this cannot be rushed. However, there is no need for haste, as Qin Guan is aware that this technology will not be utilized in the near future. The southern region remains inaccessible, as the mountainous terrain is ill-suited for tank operations. The northern front is also no longer a concern, having devolved into a mere paper tiger. Following our skirmish in the south, we can now confidently open up. Many fail to grasp the significance of the southern battle, but it is the foundation for decades of future openness. With preparations complete, it is time for a test launch. On the day of the testing, high-ranking officials from the military district also arrived, given its proximity. You must be Qin Guan. I've heard of you from Minister Chun. The official fixed his gaze on Qin Guan, who understood the reason for his newfound prominence. It was simply because he had brought financial resources to the nation, and this straightforward truth had circulated among the higher echelons. In this era, possessing such foreign exchange capabilities is indeed extraordinary. With foreign currency, we can proceed with procurement. Our doors to the West have finally opened, revealing a vastly different world. The realization of our outdated equipment is intolerable for the military, as obsolescence directly translates to the loss of lives. However, the national situation does not permit the military to engage in indiscriminate purchasing. In this context, Qin Guan, who can secure foreign exchange, naturally garners attention. We intended to procure this artillery piece, but it appears you are testing it first. Very well, let us observe the results and see if we can achieve the level of dyeing, which boasts penetration exceeding 400 millimeters. Please, esteemed leader, watch closely. We should be able to surpass that. Oh, is that true? In less than a year's time, your progress is astonishing. Sir, this is merely a test. The design has not been finalized yet. Qin Guan humbly acknowledged this, but confidence must be instilled. If the tests do not meet expectations, further efforts would be futile. In previous years, the Russians had already equipped their army with the third-generation main battle tank, the T-72. This tank was the world's first to enter service, featuring an impressive 125mm main gun and armor equivalent to 400mm of homogeneous steel. If we cannot penetrate such armor, we would certainly fall short. Moreover, the number of other types of armored vehicles and tanks reached tens of thousands. As time progressed, their numbers swelled to as high as 90,000, enough to instill fear in the Western continent. Do you have any projected targets? Sir, the Northern forces have now equipped themselves with a new type of tank, with frontal armor reaching levels of 500 millimeters. Are you aware of this? Indeed, the situation is urgent, but fortunately, their numbers are still relatively few. Qin Guan referred to the T-80, a truly remarkable tank, as the armor levels of Western tanks have always been inferior. In a certain conflict, Russian tanks faced overwhelming annihilation, leading many to perceive them as inferior. However, that perspective does not reflect the reality. The circumstances surrounding that war are beyond recounting. The T-72 models sold by the Russians were not as lacking as some might think, as the outcome was largely dictated by external factors. Later, as the Russians faltered, we obtained their original models for testing. The results indicated that their armor levels surpassed those of the West, especially the T-80, which is quite formidable. The Leopard 2 from Hans may appear robust, yet its armor does not match that of the seemingly smaller Russian tanks. While your artillery is indeed excellent, it can be likened to a hot knife cutting through butter, illustrating the challenges that would arise should the Russians decide to advance westward. At this moment, our military finds itself in a rather awkward predicament. We are still unable to contend with the T-72 from a few years ago, and now newer models have emerged. The L-7 cannot effectively penetrate the latest Russian tanks, yet the true extent of Russian defensive capabilities remains unknown to the world. The high-ranking military official merely listened to Qin Guan's assertions, displaying skepticism. 500 millimeters? If they possess such armor, Western main guns would be incapable of penetration. The Rheinmetall 120, which could genuinely compete, has yet to be deployed. It will take another 2 years before it arrives, coinciding with our procurement of the L-7. Observe, they only sell us outdated technology. However, Qin Guan is aware that the L-7 rifled gun has yet to fully exploit its potential. The tests he is conducting are based on the potential unlocked in later years. Since this is a test gun, production-related issues were not prioritized, and the ammunition was directly fabricated in the laboratory. Whether it can transition to industrial production is a matter for the future. For now, the focus is on meeting the performance indicators. Chung Xian arrived with her team to prepare the shooting range, inquiring of Qin Guan, "What target should we set?" Let us start with the 400mm test. Understood. Chung Xin's team swiftly moved to prepare the 400mm target. This test target is not genuinely as thick as it seems. Rather, it consists of a steel plate placed at an angle, effectively increasing the perceived thickness. Qin Guan returned to the leader's side and remarked, "Let us begin with the 400mm test." On the other side, General Fong pulled Qin Guan aside to ask, "Is 400mm feasible? Do you have confidence?" "Absolutely. We have previously achieved this level in tests." "Good. If we can indeed reach 400mm, there would be no need for us to import the Dai-Ing artillery piece." "Have negotiations commenced?" "We are in discussions. However, due to the deployment of new Russian tanks and the imminent introduction of the Western 120, we have become somewhat hesitant." "Hesitation is prudent. After all, the 105 is currently of no use to anyone. We should await our new light tanks. The purpose of main battle tanks is to maintain a balance of deterrence, and the 105 evidently lacks that capability. The military is under significant pressure, and so is General Fong. It appears that the prospects for this tank to enter service are bleak. However, transforming it into something capable of delivering sufficient firepower is a daunting task. The new vehicle is currently undergoing testing, and no results have been yielded as of yet. Let us commence with the first demonstration." Boom. Qin Guan deliberately positioned the target a kilometer away. After the shot was fired, the military district leaders eagerly drove over to inspect the outcome. The results were astounding, as the projectile completely penetrated a homogeneous steel plate measuring 400mm in thickness at an impressive distance of approximately 1,400 meters. Well done indeed. The military district leaders were elated upon witnessing this outcome. With such efficacy, we can effectively counter the tanks from the north. Meanwhile, General Fong also breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that this result is certainly preferable to the alternative of acquiring the L7. Chapter 76. Surpassing the pinnacle of global standards. This level appears rather tenuous, as the frontal armor thickness of the T-72 has already reached an equivalent of 400. The T-80 is even more exaggerated, approaching 500. Merely examining the data might lead one to feel inadequate, for it only reflects the outcome of a single shot. However, actual combat is not akin to target practice. Both sides must maneuver. Therefore, we can close in and flank. Which is why the higher-ups are so confident. It is not about an absolute numerical superiority. As long as there exists a possibility, our soldiers will find a way to accomplish their mission. The primary armor rating applies only to the frontal aspect. The sides and rear are certainly more vulnerable. Moreover, at a distance of over 1,400 meters, if we engage at a range of 1 kilometer, the probability of penetration should be significantly higher. Observing the elongated hole created by the tungsten steel penetration, the higher-ups felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. "Can we commence mass production immediately?" "Commander, please hold your enthusiasm. We have yet to finalize testing. When will it be completed? How long must we wait?" "Please allow me to finish. We still have tests to conduct, next at 550 millimeters and 2,000 meters. What? 550 millimeters at a distance of 2 kilometers? Indeed. This necessitates the use of advanced ammunition. In truth, the L7 has not achieved such remarkable penetration. It barely exceeds 200. While the gun is crucial, the ammunition is even more vital, as continual advancements in munitions can unleash the full potential of the artillery. The criteria proposed by Qin Guan now seem nearly unattainable. After all, this pertains to a caliber of 105. Based on the principles of ballistics, one would expect that a smaller caliber would generate greater kinetic energy. Logically, increasing the propellant charge should suffice. By incrementally augmenting the charge, kinetic energy would consistently rise. This is an ideal scenario, yet it is practically unfeasible, as an initial velocity of approximately 1,800 meters per second presents a significant challenge. Furthermore, one must consider whether the chamber pressure can withstand such forces. Excessive chamber pressure not only shortens lifespan, but could also lead to severe consequences, something anyone can readily imagine. There are thresholds beyond which one cannot simply continue to escalate. Then let us return and conduct further tests. The higher-ups hesitated, fearing this might all be a fleeting dream, a beautiful illusion shattered. The formidable pressure from the north is a nightmare for all, and the sudden emergence of limiting methods certainly seems like a dream, albeit one that feels rather unreal. Currently, neither our nation nor the international community has reached this level. It is not only the 105 caliber, even the Rheinmetall 120 early model L44, still under development, and yet to be deployed, has not achieved this standard. Should Qin Guan truly attain it, it would represent a monumental leap forward. Without further ado, Qin Guan instructed for the target position to be reset for a second shot. Upon firing the second round, the cannon remained in excellent condition, and upon inspection, it had completely penetrated the target. The armor-piercing projectile left a gaping hole measuring 550 millimeters on the slanted steel plate. The military leader, unable to articulate his thoughts, placed a hand on Qin Guan's shoulder in silent astonishment. "You, Comrade Xiao Qin, it is no wonder Minister Chen holds you in such high regard. Commander, please do not be overly excited. This is merely a test. When can we commence mass production? I will allocate the funds. Please, let me explain. We are not yet at the finalization stage." The leader could hardly contain his excitement. With such a capability, one shot could disable a tank, and the latest models from the Russian arsenal undoubtedly rank among the finest in the world. This is the pressure we must withstand. We remain unaware that Western main guns are currently incapable of penetrating the T-80. Isn't this already satisfactory? Can't we proceed to production? Unfortunately, that is not feasible for numerous reasons. Let us discuss this in a different setting. Qin Guan summoned a vehicle, and the group made their way to the artillery position. General Fong accompanied them, primarily to observe the cannon trials, as there was little to discuss regarding his tank. However, Qin Guan made it a point to draw him in. First and foremost, the cannon must be mounted on the vehicle for testing to achieve complete standardization, which requires time. Additionally, the testing conditions are not yet stable. We must conduct thorough target practice. Indeed, but we must expedite the process. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the fact that the ammunition currently used for testing is not suitable for large-scale production. What? We are still not ready? The leader's disappointment was evident, as he had not anticipated such numerous constraints. He often blamed others for lacking urgency, yet this is a matter of science and technology that must adhere to specific principles. Technologies that have not undergone thorough testing cannot be rushed, unless we are in a state of war. Moreover, modern weaponry constitutes a comprehensive system. Without proper integration into the system, it cannot be effectively utilized. Not to mention, this cannon has only fired a few rounds. We do not even know its current condition. Previous models have never endured such high chamber pressures, and we must observe its performance in future tests to assess its full lifespan. The leader seemed to regain some composure, for the North is not a region one can simply traverse at will. He nodded, acknowledging, "I was somewhat hasty, but you must also expedite your efforts. In truth, I have alternative considerations I wish to share with the commander. Essentially, we are currently ensnared in a competition of armor-piercing capabilities, where the adversary continuously escalates. However, numerous factors influence the outcome, and we need not rush to respond." With a shift in tone, Qin Guan proposed, "Thus, we have also initiated discussions regarding a new 125mm cannon." He promptly presented the prepared plan for the leader's review. The leader perused it briefly, gradually regaining his composure. Ideally, he should be even more ecstatic upon seeing this. However, the earlier shock from the target had subsided, and now that Qin Guan was discussing technological advancements, he began to reflect. Indeed, the technology of this cannon is advanced. If applied to a 125 caliber, then precisely, I believe this could represent the next generation of our tank cannon. Commander, consider this. Even if we were to commence production immediately, we could not compete in sheer numbers. We should endeavor to establish a qualitative advantage. Qin Guan understood military perspectives better than anyone, having collaborated on numerous occasions in his past life. Currently, tank calibers worldwide are increasing. It is an evident trend. Should we equip ourselves heavily at this juncture, it would result in waste, necessitating future replacements. While the effectiveness in actual combat remains uncertain, if conflict does not arise, it could impede our economic progress. These words were spoken from the heart, for Qin Guan was aware of the future trajectory, which informed his reasoning. The esteemed individual also yearns for understanding, yet his thoughts diverge from those of Qin Guan, as he remains unaware of the future. However, the matter of economic strain is of paramount importance. Given his position, he is cognizant of our forthcoming developmental trajectory, and it merely necessitates precaution rather than an exhaustive investment in equipment. This perspective evokes a sense of obsolescence upon acquisition, and even wealth cannot withstand relentless upheaval. In truth, I possess a rather ostentatious approach, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to disclose it. Is it truly possible for Qin Guan to offer counsel? Chapter 77. Ample technological reserves. Qin Guan briefly conveyed this proposal to the senior leader, with General Feng listening attentively. In truth, we do not need to possess these capabilities genuinely. It suffices for the world to be made aware that we have them, which is tantamount to actually having them. Is this deceit? Indeed, I find it feasible. Is it not common in military strategy to employ deceptive tactics? Very well. I shall return to hold a meeting to deliberate on this matter, and should there be a decision, I will inform you. The military leader remained prudent, understanding that such deceptive maneuvers extend beyond his jurisdiction and must be communicated to higher authorities. For this plan to be executed, it requires the approval of the general staff, as it may appear to be a minor tactic but is, in fact, a matter of strategic significance. Qin Guan was aware of the procedural dynamics and allowed the leader to return for further discussions. However, he sensed that this initiative would likely succeed, for the higher echelons of the general staff tend to favor strategic deception. This is the most advantageous approach, especially considering the numerous deceptions employed during the Cold War. Even the veracity of the moon landing in this era has sparked debates that would persist for years to come. Coupled with the later Star Wars initiatives, the primary goal remains to keep adversaries oblivious to one's true intentions. Once the leaders departed, Qin Guan instructed his team to secure the artillery and summon Chung Xian. How is the progress within your group? We are still some distance from industrial production. The main challenge lies in control. Then take your time. Let us first work on increasing the dosage. You mean to add more than we currently use? Yes. We need to prepare for a significant operation next time. Will the chamber withstand it? It matters not. It merely reduces its lifespan. Firing a few rounds will be fine. Qin Guan was well aware of the capabilities of the artillery he designed, and conducting a demonstration with a modified version would pose no issues. At this moment, he recognized the necessity of cultivating talent. He could not shoulder everything alone. Therefore, he needed to strategize across various fields. Chung Xian's expertise could be developed into aerospace and rocket propulsion sectors. Given their established rapport and her evident willingness to enter this industry, he inquired, Chung Xian, do you have a graduation project? Does this dual-base propellant not count? What is that? You should undertake another project, an easier one, perhaps a solid rocket. Chung Xian was taken aback. Is this a reasonable request? Solid rockets? In this era, solid rockets are exceedingly challenging. Many of the necessary technologies are not within our grasp. While we had solid rockets in the 1960s, they are not sufficiently advanced, and their application can be quite cumbersome. What Qin Guan requested of Chung Xian was merely a technical reserve. It is imperative to stockpile technology now so that it can be utilized when required. What advantages do solid rockets offer? Compared to liquid rockets, they exhibit superior maneuverability and are more convenient for launch. Essentially, they can be deployed immediately with a minimal reaction time, whereas liquid rockets necessitate fueling. Of course, liquid rockets provide greater thrust, making them more suitable for contemporary space endeavors. Solid rockets tend to align more with missile technology. However, both options are not considered advanced in this era. The aerospace sector must first address fundamental issues, as economic factors are at play. In recent years, there has been a degree of recovery, and it is believed that soon various projects will be initiated, which will expedite economic growth. The technological content is directly linked to profitability. Otherwise, we risk spending another decade merely producing shirts. I will suggest a research direction for you to explore. Very well, if my teacher encourages me, I shall give it a try. At present, Chung Xian was thoroughly convinced by Qin Guan. He navigated discussions with the senior leaders with remarkable ease and appeared quite decisive. Not at all reminiscent of a youth. Chung Xian found this peculiarity intriguing. Could it be the advantages of marrying early? After observing Qin Guan, she perceived that even older male peers seemed rather immature in comparison. Qin Guan pondered whether he should prepare other materials as well, such as composite materials and carbon fiber, which were initially developed by a few individuals in a garage across the lighthouse. In this era, the barriers to entry in any field are not particularly high, even in semiconductors. It does not require the mobilization of numerous nations' resources, as in later times. Teacher, why did you marry so early? Perhaps because my spouse is exceptionally beautiful, and I fear she might be taken away. This answer was a spontaneous remark from Qin Guan, primarily driven by his relocation issues, which he felt awkward to disclose. Chung Xian, however, took it to heart. Throughout this time, she had not once encountered Qin Guan's spouse, despite attending the same school. Her responsibilities in the lab kept her quite busy, and Hong Mei was pursuing a different major. Suddenly, Qin Guan recalled, "Oh, I must return. Hong Mei is coming back to campus today. Well then, farewell." Hong Mei frequently returned to the school, as she relied on old Wu's vehicle to visit their daughter. Bringing their child to university was evidently impractical. Yet leaving her at the factory's daycare made Hong Mei uneasy, hence her regular visits. This time, Qin Guan had to demonstrate target practice, so he did not accompany her. Upon returning to the apartment, Hong Mei had just arrived. "How is it? Is Dodo well?" "Nothing much. She just misses you." "Hee. I should have brought her along." "No. That would have made things even more complicated at school. If we brought Dodo, who would look after her? It would indeed be quite inconvenient." Hong Mei did not dwell on the child-rearing issue further and inquired, "How did your target practice go?" "No issues arose. By the way, how long must you study your foundational courses?" "I am uncertain. It is impossible for this year, at least." In truth, Qin Guan was contemplating entering the semiconductor industry. To be candid, the barriers to entry in this field are not particularly daunting, and he could manage it himself. As for the absence of related industries, he could always sell externally. These are all high value-added products, and producing exclusively for foreign markets is still profitable. Additionally, Qin Guan could seize this opportunity to establish a patent barrier. This proprietary technology could also generate revenue. No matter how the lighthouse may act unscrupulously, he still requires a safety net. Qin Guan contemplated achieving a comprehensive strategy in one fell swoop. However, maintaining a stable relationship with the lighthouse could prove precarious. A sudden sanction could render efforts futile. If the chips cannot be absorbed domestically, they would become burdensome inventory. Do not assume that this is a safeguard. The longevity of chips in this era is also questionable. If stored for extended periods, they become increasingly unsellable. What troubles you? Is something amiss? I am fine, merely pondering. It may take a few more years. A few more years for what? Qin Guan fell silent, extending his arms to embrace Hong Mei, who immediately felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Of course, I've been thinking about you. Come, I remember the days we shared." "Ah, but this isn't entirely safe," she protested. "If it isn't safe, then it isn't safe. We shall just raise two instead." In this regard, Qin Guan exhibited a certain stubbornness, as there was already another one left behind at the factory, and thus, the cycle began anew. Children, after all, will always find a reason to complain, so do not approach it with the mindset of raising a pet. Chapter 78. Learning directly from experience. At this juncture, the school offered programs in computer engineering and radio communications. The realm of radio represented the field of communication, while the significance of computers was undeniable, having emerged as early as the 1960s. However, Qin Guan believed there was no need to make a hasty decision. After all, the instruction provided at this time was not as effective as the personal guidance he could offer. Establishing a solid foundation would facilitate faster learning later on. Additionally, it was noteworthy that female students typically exhibited less interest in fields such as computer science. The same could be said for radio, where the vast majority of enthusiasts across the nation were male. Consequently, Qin Guan did not impose any restrictions on Hong Mei regarding her choice of study. She had the autonomy to decide for herself. Presently, she was leaning towards the radio communications program. Once Qin Guan had nurtured their emotional bond, he seized the opportunity to inquire about her thoughts on her chosen field. "How do you feel about this major? It is predominantly chosen by male students." "Well, I am the only girl in my class." "Do you find it challenging?" "Not at all. I find it quite intriguing. Since I have to learn it anyway, if others can succeed, so can I." Coming from a rural background, she was unpretentious and devoid of the romantic notions often associated with liberal arts. Having no prior experience in other fields, she felt indifferent to the difficulty level. This was a technical institution, and it was likely to be as such. Regardless of what one studied, it was crucial not to be confined to immediate concerns. Whether the subject was simple or complex, one's time here was limited to a few years, while ample opportunities lay ahead in life. If she felt she had made a wrong choice, she would have to start anew. In this era, most graduates would find their majors relevant due to the allocation of jobs, unlike later generations who had to seek employment independently. Thus, in such circumstances, many individuals found themselves unmoored in their fields of study. The expansion of enrollment was a significant undertaking, and directing the training of each individual was a monumental endeavor. Moreover, some were averse to directed training, believing it would narrow their employment prospects. In the realm of communications, significant advancements were anticipated within a decade, with mobile communication poised to emerge shortly thereafter. Are you suggesting that everyone will carry a handheld device? No, I mean a mobile phone. You know, in the future, everyone will possess one. Is that truly the case? This was a concept that Hongmei found difficult to fathom. Yet, she was not alone. Many in academia found it equally unimaginable. The rapid evolution of mobile technology was beyond anyone's expectations. In those days, simply having access to a landline was quite remarkable. Those who had not lived through such transformative times could hardly comprehend the experience. The previous era was fraught with inconveniences. Locating someone could be a daunting task, often leading to days without contact, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency. Yet, this was swiftly replaced by the mobile phone era, which felt akin to the world contracting into a more manageable size. Such sentiments were only truly felt during the transitional phase. Thereafter, it became an ordinary reality. For future generations accustomed to the convenience of mobile phones, the sudden absence of such technology would likely lead to a psychological upheaval. In a few years, mobile communication would successfully undergo testing at the lighthouse, but a full-scale commercial rollout would take another decade. The pace of innovation would continue to accelerate until encountering another bottleneck. How do you know all this? Hongmei found it hard to believe Qin Guan, as the information seemed beyond imagination. Nevertheless, she was already fascinated by the prospect of communicating over long distances through a landline. I claim to be from the future. Do you believe me? Please be serious. I am being earnest. So, do you want me to pursue this field? Hongmei trusted Qin Guan's judgment based on his knowledge, but the notion of him being from the future was too far-fetched for her to accept. Despite her absolute trust in him, she could not take such a jest seriously. Qin Guan shook his head. It is not my desire. You need not feel compelled. I will handle these matters. But doesn't that make me seem ineffectual? Please, tell me more about what the future holds, and I will contemplate it. In the realms of communication and computer semiconductors, these fields will soon converge. We must occupy these domains, as they signify the future of high technology. The world will be interconnected, necessitating numerous regulations. This involves standards, which equate to lucrative business opportunities. Hence, the lighthouse cannot afford to relinquish its position. In truth, if one were to set aside the telephone for a few days, they would appreciate the magnitude of modern communication. Furthermore, future communications will require intelligent assistance, representing a colossal industry. Presently, the lighthouse's semiconductor technology stands unrivaled, but by the 1980s, emerging competitors will surge ahead. Yet, a decade later, the lighthouse will strategically regain its supremacy. They also have an additional pillar in the automotive sector, where Qin Guan preferred to take a cautious approach. Delving into the automotive market at this stage would be imprudent, given the absence of a domestic market. Without a thriving economy, whom would they sell to? Such actions could easily invite sanctions. Hence, it was prudent to wait until the nation's economic foundation was solid before proceeding. Reflecting on his previous life, Qin Guan had harbored naive notions, such as feeling frustrated by the perceived lag in automotive advancement. He questioned why the country did not make substantial investments. Now, however, he understood the wisdom in that decision. Even if their technology were on par with leading automotive nations, to whom could they sell? If foreign entities were displeased, they could impose tariffs or other barriers, while domestically, consumers could not afford such products, ultimately leading to a waste of time and resources. The same rationale applied to chip technology. Why not invest sooner? The answer was simple. There was no utility without a foundational domestic market. This was the crux of the matter. As long as the goal was not common prosperity, hastily pursuing such initiatives would be futile. The world does not operate solely on economic principles. Sanctions would be imposed, and only once the entire industrial chain was established would there be a legitimate opportunity to invest in these areas. Then I shall pursue radio communications. Computer science is equally vital, as the future is rooted in intelligence. Then I shall study both. Can you manage that? Perhaps it would be wise to begin with the simpler topics. I will gradually instruct you. In truth, Hongmei felt pressure upon entering the class. She lamented, at the outset, the classroom was filled with boys, all of whom were radio enthusiasts. They understood many concepts already, while I was completely oblivious. Qin Guan smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. As long as you establish a solid foundation, you will catch up with what they know in just a few days. In the future, they cannot even begin to fathom it. If you wish to learn, I will teach you everything. In that case, you might as well teach me at home. It is not the same. Many studies require access to specialized platforms, which are not available at home. The era of openness has yet to arrive. Individuals cannot produce such advancements alone. Otherwise, a single person like Qin Guan could establish a research institute without requiring any funding, as he could generate the necessary finances entirely on his own. The essence of a university extends beyond merely examining basic textbooks. It represents the ultimate stage of one's academic journey. If that is the case, upon returning home from school, you could teach me whenever you have the time. Certainly, we could begin now. Allow me to first elucidate the principles underlying computer operations. I will commence with the fundamentals, knowledge that future generations will undoubtedly grasp, yet remains elusive in this era. Chapter 79. The goddess is married in this era. No university can truly meet the standards set by Qin Guan. Particularly in cutting-edge fields like telecommunications and computer science, we find ourselves significantly lagging behind. During the years spent at university, it can be said that little is truly learned, as the pace of technological advancement and application is exceedingly rapid, unlike traditional disciplines. However, there is no cause for concern, for Qin Guan can impart knowledge to Hongmei. The following day, as they attended class, Hongmei not only appeared unwearied but also radiated a vibrant glow, seeming even more resplendent. As Qin Guan accompanied her outside, they observed several figures loitering nearby. It was immediately apparent who they were. Are those your classmates? Yes. What are they doing here? Hongmei found it puzzling and approached them to inquire, while Qin Guan, already aware of the situation, refrained from intervening. You guys are looking for my mother? Oh, Gong Rue wanted to give you something. For me? Why? Well, we are classmates, and, is that Teacher Qin? I didn't realize you were his partner. The group felt quite awkward, and Hongmei was at a loss, noticing they dared not meet Qin Guan's gaze. It was evident that they were drawn to her, yet Qin Guan did not doubt Hongmei's integrity. If she was unable to attract the attention of these foolish boys, it would indeed be strange. How did you come to know? We are aware of Professor Qin. He is both a student and a teacher, and he brought his partner along. Initially, we had no idea you were that partner. Oh, it's not too late to know now. There's no need to mention it. Well, I have a notebook here to give you. It's not worth much, just a token of our camaraderie. Gong Rue turned awkwardly, and Hongmei still did not comprehend. Is this a common practice in school? If so, I'll give you one in return. No, that's unnecessary. It would be tedious to exchange gifts back and forth. Right, classmates? We should be on our way. As they departed, Hongmei continued to watch them with curiosity, puzzled by their behavior. During her time at Shi, no dubious men dared approach her, primarily due to her father being the village secretary and her 3 formidable brothers, which deterred most individuals. Consequently, she lacked the experience to understand this and later asked Qin Guan, is this a customary practice in university? It's not impossible. We could consider it a form of camaraderie. You may keep it. Qin Guan smiled, choosing not to elaborate on its implications. If you encounter any troubles at school, feel free to discuss them with me. I am, in a sense, half a teacher here, and matters of academic integrity should certainly be addressed. Matters of academic integrity? Hongmei did not connect this topic with the earlier encounter, believing Qin Guan was merely making a casual remark. Subsequently, they parted ways to attend their respective classes. Meanwhile, the group of boys exited the dormitory, engaged in conversation. What sort of background does Qin Guan possess? What kind of background does he need? Just by virtue of the things he has accomplished at this school, he is already a figure of significance. The boys recognized Qin Guan's exceptional nature, while Gong Rue felt a sense of frustration. Their interest in Hongmei was evident, with each of them harboring their own intentions. Most notably, those who accompanied Gong Rue felt the need to position themselves as potential rivals, as Hongmei might not necessarily favor him. Perhaps she would find favor with one of them instead. The revelation of reality left them disheartened, as their aspirations dwindled significantly. What background could possibly compare to his? The military establishment treats him like a treasure. How could anyone compete with that? Yet Gong Rue still felt a pang of unwillingness, though he was powerless to change the situation. Upon arriving in class, Hongmei also made her entrance. Gong Rue, upon seeing her, felt a mix of embarrassment and impotent rage, embodying the sentiment of a young man experiencing heartbreak. Suddenly, the world seemed devoid of color, for his goddess was already married. However, one of the boys who accompanied him approached Hongmei and remarked, Li Hongmei, we had no idea you were married. Well, it is never too late to find out. We thought you had an air of mystery about you. What mystery could there be? Women like me are everywhere in the countryside. She was not being modest, but it sounded that way. It was unlikely one could find many like her. Even selecting a star would prove to be a challenge. How long have you and teacher Qin been married? We have a daughter now, and there's no need to call him teacher. He is also a student. Gong Rui, overhearing this, felt a sense of disdain. What was so remarkable about Qin Guan? Yet, it seemed there was indeed something exceptional about him. His contributions to the nation were considerable, and no amount of hearsay could diminish that fact. The truth spoke for itself. Qin Guan had resolved significant challenges, and even high-ranking officials were aware of him. The opinions of others were inconsequential. After a brief wait, someone appeared at the door. It was Qin Guan. Everyone froze, both those familiar and unfamiliar with him. As he strode confidently to the podium, Hongmei's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly recalling the events of the previous night, though she was also taken aback. Qin Guan spoke first. Your teacher Lin has taken a leave of absence, and I will be substituting for him today. My surname is Qin. You may call me Qin Guan. Hongmei felt an odd sensation, as if Qin Guan had intentionally come for her, though that was not the case. It was indeed a coincidence that the teacher scheduled for their class had fallen ill. Are you teacher Qin? I've heard of you. I didn't expect you to be so young. You aren't from our department, are you? What brings you to teach us? It's merely calculus. The specifics of the department do not matter. It seems many of you are familiar with Qin Guan, given his notable accomplishments. Qin Guan did not indulge in excessive pleasantries and proceeded to deliver his lecture. This is a calculus class, but I believe you do not require this lesson. Calculus is straightforward, and you can review it independently. Since you are students of radio communication, today we shall discuss the current state of radio development. Who among you knows the extent of radio communications advancement on a global scale? As Qin Guan posed the question, he anticipated the silence that ensued. Despite many being enthusiasts of radio communication, they were ill-equipped to respond, as the subject matter was too advanced. This brings us to the topic of developmental direction. The essence of radio lies in its ability to convey information. Our capacity for long-distance communication and broadcasting relies on the transmission of electromagnetic waves. However, the mere presence of auditory information proves insufficient. Across the globe, efforts are underway to augment the volume of information exchanged, necessitating higher bandwidth transmission. Have you ever contemplated the possibility that one day, we might possess a compact device that connects us to the entire world? The mastery of Qin Guan's techniques is indeed profound, and soon, many students found themselves captivated. Chapter 80. To assess value, Qin Guan's discourse encompassed truly avant-garde concepts, some of which had not yet been tested by the lantern. However, human imagination is often constrained. They had yet to encounter such high-level technology. The so-called radio enthusiasts could at most tinker with radios, and comprehending what Qin Guan articulated was far more challenging than understanding advanced calculus. Nevertheless, this was merely an opportunity to broaden their horizons, though some individuals remained unconvinced. For instance, Gong Rui interjected, "Teacher, have you ever witnessed any of this? Some I have seen, while others are far too antiquated for me to have encountered, as I cannot afford the luxury of studying antiques." Qin Guan replied, "You demand such a diminutive object. Is the power sufficient? First, we could increase the power, but it must remain compact. Additionally, we could enhance the signal by establishing base stations." I thought you would mention satellites." Gong Rui retorted. Qin Guan had already perceived the student's tendency to debate, yet he maintained his composure. Satellites are prohibitively expensive and impractical. If billions of individuals were to utilize the signal, Gong Rui scoffed, constructing base stations everywhere wouldn't incur any costs? The actual cost of such a project is relatively low. As long as there are people, we can establish base stations globally. Is it feasible to construct them everywhere in this vast world? Have you calculated the costs of satellites versus base stations? I have not, Gong Rui admitted. Qin Guan shook his head. You may oppose my views, but you must present reasoned arguments. If you believe my statements to be flawed, feel free to provide feedback to the school. However, if you choose to debate in class, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave, understand? Why, yes, I understand. Excellent. The first mobile telephone communication was tested mere years ago, but it was several years before practical mobile phones emerged, and commercial applications arrived even later. Unperturbed, Qin Guan continued his lecture as if the previous exchange had never transpired. At that moment, an undeniable aura radiated from him. Even Hongmei found herself captivated. It was reminiscent of the time when Qin Guan was revered as a technological luminary, exuding a sense of unwavering stability. Note that I mentioned commercial applications. Our pursuit is efficiency. For instance, Walking may appear to be a more cost-effective means of travel than driving. Yet why do we choose to drive? Perhaps for speed. More accurately, it is because it holds value. If driving offers value that allows you to recoup your expenses, you will opt to drive. Thus, when making decisions, you cannot merely measure based on cost. Something that may be twice as expensive could significantly enhance your efficiency. Therefore, it is worth choosing the pricier option rather than solely seeking the cheapest option. Qin Guan's explanation was quite profound, encapsulating the essence of capitalism. One cannot eschew development simply due to high costs. It is essential to calculate returns. Cheap alternatives can lead to losses. While individuals may remain indifferent, such a mindset becomes irresponsible when it pertains to national projects. More directly, if there is profit to be made and it can be operationalized, it is worth pursuing. Previously mentioned was the example of Bell Labs, which has now entered the testing phase. At this juncture, the lantern has also demonstrated remarkable innovation. Capital operations possess their own advanced characteristics, yet they should not be monopolized by private entities. Sometimes, it is not feasible to measure solely by profit, particularly in remote mountainous regions. Consider the electrical systems. If privatized, a lack of profit might lead to power outages. However, when managed by state capital, even at a loss, electricity will be supplied to the mountains. It is all capital, yet the outcomes differ significantly. Thus, capital is not inherently fearsome. The critical factor is whether it is public or private. This lesson was particularly engaging for the students, as Qin Guan discussed the most current developments. The application of knowledge is the ultimate goal of all learning endeavors. Once linked to reality, the students found the material far less tedious than that found in textbooks. In these austere times, certain fields are indeed challenging to advance, especially computer science, which is hindered by reliance on outdated, bulky mainframe computers with limited processing capabilities. After class, Hong Mei escorted Qin Guan outside, while her classmates whispered amongst themselves. It was likely that the entire class had deduced the identity of Hong Mei's significant other. "Will you continue teaching us?" "Dream on. Your teacher is indeed unwell," she replied. "Actually, our classmate is quite amiable and never argues with teachers. There's no need for explanations. I have my own ways of dealing with it," Hong Mei responded. Her actions could have been perceived as a grave transgression in later years, yet fortunately, Qin Guan was not a man prone to jealousy. Had there been any trace of envy, her attempts to defend another would have ignited discord. Even if there was nothing amiss, "I still hope you will return to teach," she added. "Really? That would depend on when you reach the professional level. I do not teach foundational courses." For someone of Qin Guan's stature, teaching foundational courses would be an utter waste of time. Just as he contemplated organizing his materials in the office, Director Fong appeared. "Xiao Qin, come with me immediately." "What is it, Director Fong? Are we bringing someone over to observe the tests?" "Yes, hurry. The foreign guests are waiting." "Ha, Director Fong. It's not a problem. Let them wait," Qin Guan replied, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, causing Fong to grow increasingly anxious. "What are you doing? You can't be so leisurely. They have come all the way from England to discuss the L7 cannon with us." He had no choice but to patiently explain to Fong. "The less haste we exhibit, the better the outcome will be." Upon hearing this, Fong paused for a moment before realizing the wisdom in Qin Guan's words. Deception, when executed poorly, becomes mere spectacle. Hence, the more extravagant, the better. Evoking emotions is a valuable strategy, compelling them to willingly align with our interests. Thus, Qin Guan deliberately adopted a slow pace, taking the time to organize himself before following Director Fong. Upon arrival, the foreign guests were visibly impatient, pressing for promptness. The military district's dignitaries, however, remained unperturbed. "What is the meaning of this? Are we not wasting our time? We are here to negotiate a deal, not to engage in idle chatter. We should not be subjected to your delays. Furthermore, our technology is world-class. You could not possibly possess anything superior." His voice boomed, yet few could comprehend his words. At that moment, Qin Guan remarked to him, "The technology is indeed top-notch. There is no doubt about that. However, we have achieved breakthroughs in this field and have developed the 105mm tank gun, which possesses a penetration depth exceeding 550. Therefore, it is likely that we will not require it." Qin Guan articulated this statement in English with remarkable fluency, without any barriers to comprehension. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The salesperson who approached them was somewhat knowledgeable about the technology. As for the 105mm gun, we have yet to accomplish that. And it is inconceivable that anyone else in the world could achieve it. This statement resonated well with Qin Guan. It was precisely what he desired. Chapter 81. 2,000 meters breaking 600. Can we cease the bluster? Although they were invited as mere puppets, we must not reveal our true capabilities. In essence, our strategic deception aims to ensnare the West as well. The fewer individuals privy to this information, the more secure we are. Hence, Qin Guan must appear as though he is exaggerating. In truth, it is not mere bluster. This particular artillery possesses certain material technologies that are indeed at the forefront of the world in this era. These include Qin Guan's electric slag remelting technology, the self-tightening technology of the barrel, and the tungsten steel rod technology. Thus, Qin Guan speaks with conviction, genuinely intending to accomplish this feat before the British. Although the data may appear abnormal, it is indeed achievable. During testing on the platform, the tank gun occasionally produces extraordinary data. Thus, the figures may surpass those observed in actual combat, as evidenced by previous tests of the 125mm gun, which sometimes recorded over a meter. While actual combat may not yield such results, the probability remains low. My friend, this is a university. We are discussing technology, not engaging in empty boasts. Then I do not believe you. Can you demonstrate it before me? I am accompanying the Bobo team. If you possess such confidence, may we film the testing process? At this moment, a military district dignitary approached, and the translator facilitated introductions. The golden retriever accompanying the British was named John. He was genuinely invited by the military authority to discuss the introduction of technology. Why was the military district engaged in discussions of introduction? To execute this strategic deception, authority had been granted from above. Therefore, John's perception remained entirely normal. And he had even invited journalists from the Bobo team to document the proceedings, ostensibly to record the friendship between both parties. However, this gimmick was initially suggested by our side. Coincidentally, Bobo aimed to film a documentary about us. Previously, we had been shrouded in mystery to the world. Ever since we decisively defeated the Allied forces on the peninsula, we had been isolated. Initially, we were unconcerned, believing we could still develop under the guidance of our big brother. However, that was merely our assumption. What our big brother desired was a mere lapdog. Consequently, a thaw began across the ocean, and we rekindled connections with the Lighthouse Nation. The British, being a satellite of the Lighthouse Nation, became involved as well. However, our exchanges with the British extended beyond this. We had previously conducted numerous clandestine transactions through the southern window. Thus, for them, the domestic situation in our nation post-establishment remained shrouded in obscurity. It is entirely natural for the West to harbor curiosity about us, which is why they dispatched a documentary team. Indeed, it was the very team renowned for its filters worldwide. Is it merely a test? Surely there is no need for filming? Qin Guan feigned modesty, and John seized upon what he perceived as a weakness. Oh, you dare not. That implies you cannot achieve it. If so, what harm is there in filming the test? We can omit the confidential portions. However, in truth, the experimental results themselves constituted a part of the confidential data. Qin Guan had successfully provoked John. Why was John so agitated? Because while others utilized translators, Qin Guan did not, and his accent from the Lighthouse Nation seemed to intentionally challenge John, creating a palpable sense of immersion that disrupted the previously maintained calm diplomatic demeanor. Moreover, as a technician, Qin Guan's demeanor was intolerable to John. How can a technician be so ostentatious? I must expose you. Even the military district dignitary found it hard to believe. The gentlemanly demeanor earlier had transformed into vehement reaction in front of Qin Guan. I fear I must consult further. Is this your research project? Indeed, this project aims to surpass the current technological benchmarks worldwide, achieving a level that you will not be able to reach for decades to come, given the formidable nature of our adversaries. Enough with the boasting. Apply for the test immediately. John could scarcely contain himself. Qin Guan smiled, turning to summon Chung Xin, preparing for the test. In truth, Qin Guan was not wrong. This project could indeed reach the level of our nation's 105mm artillery in decades hence, which would be the best in the world, thus making John's assertion correct. However, proclaiming such a feat in our current state seemed somewhat audacious. It resembled the arrival of extraterrestrial technology, and those not versed in this field would struggle to comprehend the astonishment. Furthermore, Qin Guan's authentic lighthouse accent irked the British, who felt displaced by the lighthouse's ascendance as a global beacon. Though the British dared not express their discontent, it gnawed at them internally. The military district dignitary pulled Qin Guan aside and whispered, Can we deceive them? Their negotiation representative is technically savvy. We shall see. I believe it should be manageable. Well, we intend to abandon this project anyway. Their demands are exorbitant. The military personnel believed Qin Guan was genuinely deceiving them, yet in truth, he was capable. The reason for pursuing the introduction of the 105mm artillery was that it could be mounted on the modified Type 69, while the 120 and 125mm could not. However, circumstances with the North had shifted in recent years, and the need for openness loomed. Even if we introduce the 105mm, we cannot produce it in large quantities immediately, so its ultimate impact may be negligible. Previously, the military industry sought to introduce this technology to glean certain advancements in artillery. Fortunately, with Qin Guan's expertise, such imports were no longer necessary. Before long, Chung Xin and her team were prepared. Qin Guan led John and the others to the firing range, where they began by filming the artillery and the targets. John, my friend, since this is a platform test, it is entirely normal for the data to be elevated. You need not tell me this. I am aware that experimental data will be somewhat elevated, but exceeding 550 is simply impossible. His conviction was unshakable because, in this era, he was indeed correct. Even the soon-to-be equipped Rheinmetall 120L44 gun could not achieve such figures. Observing our nation's technological advancements, surpassing their capabilities, would be met with disbelief. Nearby, the Bobo team's photographer diligently recorded the events, uncertain whether they would apply their signature filters this time. Very well, this is the target, a homogeneous steel plate. Do you see any issues? If necessary, shall we examine the metallography under a microscope? The target is flawless. Qin Guan will not compromise integrity at any stage, merely augmenting the ammunition. John remains indifferent to this, regardless of the enhancements. Achieving such data is implausible. So, how do you intend to proceed? At a distance of 2,000 meters, we endeavor to penetrate an equivalent of a 600mm homogeneous steel plate. This is excessive. John shook his head. Qin, I believe the attitude towards experimental testing must be earnest, if not feasible. We can reduce the price for sale. There is no necessity for fabricated data. Do you see? The West demands a proper attitude, which seems rather amusing. Chapter 82. Selling off the second-hand firearms. They were still contemplating selling artillery, which was indeed a far-fetched notion. Qin Guan promptly directed his team to initiate testing, setting up the targets and loading the ammunition. Firing a round over a distance of 2 kilometers, the shot was both accurate and lethal. Upon inspecting the target, John was left astounded by the diagonal hole piercing through 610 millimeters. All of this was meticulously documented in a film, capturing their dialogue. And from this moment forward, this strategic deception would reverberate through Western media, which Qin Guan trusted as a powerful, albeit unofficial, authority. Consequently, the British also abandoned their intent to sell us artillery, opting instead to offer us armor, specifically the renowned Chabam armor. However, at this juncture, Qin Guan's astute judgment saved the military a considerable expense, as our future armor would surpass what they had to offer. And we faced no imminent threat of large-scale conflict for decades to come. This assessment was communicated to the General Staff, who had their own strategies in mind. They planned to take military action in the South, believing that a show of force might elicit a reaction from their masters if the situation escalated. However, they acknowledged that we would not be acquiring new tanks in the coming years. Thus, Qin Guan's 105mm cannon entered mass production, ultimately yielding several hundred units. This artillery piece was designated the 77 cannon, and while it did not boast the exaggerated penetration depth demonstrated to the British, it still exceeded 500mm at a distance of 2 kilometers, with expectations for this metric to reach 550mm, making it the most formidable 105mm cannon globally. For decades to come, no other nation would surpass this capability. Although military action in the South would not commence for another 2 years, preparations had already begun. After making significant advancements in the development of the 105mm cannon, Qin Guan journeyed to the capital for a conference. This time, we were well prepared. Qin Guan's Type 81 rifle was set to be adopted by the troops, as we could not afford to delay any longer in this endeavor. At the shooting range in the capital, Qin Guan was practicing with Minister Chen. Shaoqin, while various nations claim that smaller calibers are more effective, I can't help but feel that this 5.56mm round packs quite a punch, remarked Minister Chen, firing the 5.56mm ammunition. Alongside the rifle, the M43 round was introduced years ago, which we refer to as the 5.56mm round, not a direct replica, but significantly modified to better suit our national conditions and allow for mass production. Minister Chun, people can often be misled by perceptions, replied Qin Guan, now using a 5.56mm rifle that had been retired from the main combat units. The power of the bullet is determined by kinetic energy. Typically, with similar kinetic energy, larger calibers can actually suffer from reduced velocity due to increased resistance. This pertains to testing data, focusing solely on energy considerations. As for bullet expansion and fragmentation, those effects can be achieved through specialized designs. Currently, we need not concern ourselves with such matters. Some in future generations may view our light weaponry as outdated, but they truly lack an understanding of the science involved. Qin Guan had investigated and found that our development of light weaponry had consistently been on track, exhibiting greater resilience than that of the smaller calibers employed by the other two major powers. The only drawback was our long-standing neglect of ammunition variety. Insufficient investment in ammunition types indicated our focus on large-scale warfare rather than minor skirmishes or policing actions. In conflicts against major powers, what is the priority for ammunition? Sufficient penetration, ease of mass production, reliability, and practicality, without any unnecessary embellishments. As for sniper rounds, we indeed lack the motivation to develop them, as we would not face policing conflicts in this era due to our solid grassroots support. Even if such situations arose in the future, we could procure equipment from abroad in limited quantities, which would be prohibitively expensive to equip on a large scale. Our aim is to engage in major warfare. Snipers do not solve significant issues, and regarding public safety, our nation leans towards addressing root causes to reduce crime rates and create a safer environment, a commitment only we possess. In such an environment, the frivolities associated with light weaponry are of no concern to the military. Indeed, according to reports from the verification department, small calibers have indeed outperformed the 5.56mm rounds across the board, Minister Chen stated as he raised the 5.56mm rifle for a series of shots. His aim was precise, demonstrating that his skills had not waned during his tenure as minister. Another concern arose as Minister Chun set down his weapon. Xiaoqin, your Type 81 rifle has been confirmed as a transitional solution and will be temporarily deployed across the military. According to the General Staff's assessment, we are either heading towards a prolonged period of peace or entering a full-scale war. If we are to engage, there is no question. However, should peace prevail, what will we do with these 5.56mm rounds? They are all being replaced from the troops, totaling 2 to 3 million. Far more than the militia forces require. The generation of 5.56mm rifles was rumored to have produced over 10 million units. This was not necessarily due to their superiority, but rather the immense pressure faced in the northern regions during this era. The 5.56mm rounds would expend quickly, while the 5.56mm rifles allowed for a slower rate of fire, making them more suitable for widespread distribution. Indeed, this era was prepared for such a scenario. Should the northern powers decide to act, we would arm the populace, undaunted by nuclear warfare, as we could simply relocate. With everyone armed, how many adversaries could they truly muster against us? This line of thinking encapsulates the mentality of a doomsday war. Abandoning all illusions, we would preserve our people and migrate anywhere. We could forsake all possessions, armed only with our rifles, and even billions could affect such a relocation. Who would we fight? We cannot simply rain nuclear weapons upon our own land, can we? What about the lighthouse and the Western nations? An astute question. We reserve our nuclear arsenal for them. Once hostilities commence, no opportunistic bystanders will be tolerated. With the nation's very survival at stake, who would still engage in reasoned discourse? The northern powers would also retaliate. In the event of nuclear war, no nation would allow itself to remain a passive observer. Everyone would be dragged into the fray. This is the brutal reality of a final doomsday conflict. Those who, after an enemy's nuclear strike, still ponder notions of proportional retaliation are merely suited to playing house. It is precisely because you possess such a strategy that you dare to act, rendering deterrence effective. If one hesitates to retaliate, deterrence ceases to exist. Minister Qin inquired about the handling of the replaced 5.56mm rifles. Indeed. Shall we simply store them all? We possess no fewer new models than these. Sealing them away would also incur expenses. It indeed feels like a loss, but Qin Guan chuckled and said, "It's simple, just sell it. Since you intend to dispose of it, Any amount you sell it for is a profit, even if it is merely 1 yuan, for storage incurs costs. This reasoning is sound, yet the question remains, to whom shall we sell? The lighthouse? Perhaps, or North America? Surely not. Can they truly utilize our weaponry, especially secondhand? Minister Chen, do not forget that they also have a civilian market. The Wulu ban is not fully automatic, perfectly aligning with their regulations for civilian arms. We could sell them at a bargain, and regardless of the price, we would still profit. Minister Chen suddenly appeared taken aback, gazing skyward as if frozen for a moment. He then turned to Qin Guan and remarked, "You are right. How did I not consider that? My mind has truly become rigid. It is not that. Rather, the minister harbors a stereotype, believing that the lighthouse is too sophisticated to purchase from us." Chapter 83. Rejoining the delegation. Indeed, in this era, the stereotype surrounding the lighthouse is pervasive. The perception of the Mauzi has persisted for over 2 decades. Ordinary people regard them as formidable, when in reality, they have been diminished since the 1990s, destined to play a secondary role. You jest, but you shall handle these decommissioned firearms. Huh, Minister, are you suggesting I go to the lighthouse to sell weapons? Qin Guan found it hard to comprehend. He was still in university. How could he be venturing into arms trade? Minister Chen elucidated, "It is like this. We are to form a delegation to the lighthouse, which has fostered a good relationship with us and agreed to supply some weaponry. Your technical expertise will be invaluable, considering that the artillery we lead the world with originated from your hands, and your foreign language skills are commendable. Minister, the weapons from the lighthouse are both expensive and impractical. I am aware, which is why your presence is even more crucial. We are focused on technology, not merely on specific items. Very well, I shall make preparations. So, we are to sell the replaced firearms to them?" Qin Guan recognized that this batch of Wulio would achieve remarkable success. They were selling like hotcakes in North America, practically at junk prices. We are approaching this sale with the mindset of disposing of waste. Whatever we sell will yield profit. Minister Chen paused and lowered his voice. "Let me share something with you, but do not let it slip outside. We will establish a northern industrial company to engage in arms trade. I understand. The instructor has mentioned that we should not become arms dealers. Yet, we are in dire need of foreign exchange. Previously, we received aid without charge, but that must change. Our nation must transform its impoverished image. Indeed, it is high time for such change." Qin Guan concurred. One cannot label arms sales as inherently villainous, for the pursuit of funds is essential for our development. Many nations today have per capita economic levels that do not lag behind ours, and in many cases, they surpass us. We continue to provide support while growing increasingly impoverished. Ideals cannot sustain reality. Rather, it is reality that must uphold our ideals. I can empathize. That is good to hear. However, having you travel again might not be met with enthusiasm. Not particularly. Are we not about to open up? Indeed, as of now, there is no concrete news from below, but I can assure you that we are on the verge of opening up. Poverty does not align with our ideals. We will promote individual development henceforth, moving away from collectivist approaches. Perhaps in about a year. In truth, a consensus has already begun to form. Our approach is characterized by resolving significant matters through meetings, not through confrontation. Therefore, by the time of the announcement, this matter will likely already be settled. Preliminary communications to gain consensus are essential. Qin Guan readily accepted this arrangement. The task at hand was not daunting. Given the current state of relations between our 2 countries, agreements could be reached without hindrance. This development had arrived sooner than Qin Guan had anticipated, yet it posed no real issue. It is likely that the lighthouse had not foreseen that our seemingly outdated weapons would sell so well. Concurrently, Qin Guan recognized that he was paving the way for what was to come. The next era is fast approaching, and we will embark on extensive visits to the lighthouse. Making preliminary contacts now is quite natural. In the annals of history, the most memorable event will likely be the visit from the naval commander, which will occur 2 or 3 years from now. Qin Guan's current visit is intended to establish a reciprocal habit of interaction. Is this merely a transaction of selling a few obsolete guns? Far from it. However, if we can sell them in advance, there will be numerous benefits for us. Since the firearms are readily available, each sale translates into profit. Qin Guan, aware of future developments, understood that should a firearm be priced at $100, selling 1 million would amount to 1 billion. To replace several 100,000 units, we would be looking at several billion. This money is not to be squandered. It must be preserved and maintained. No, We must reduce the selling price. Qin Guan recalled it being $70 per unit. What more could one desire? This price is virtually a form of dumping, and the ammunition is also inexpensive, compatible with the Mauser's M43. Firearms utilizing this ammunition are ubiquitous worldwide, hence it is a widely accepted caliber. There is no pressure in selling. Qin Guan conveyed this information to Hong Mei, and the following day, he reported to the delegation. The delegation primarily consisted of personnel from the Ministry of Industry, and Qin Guan's involvement was supplementary. Consequently, Qin Guan garnered greater trust. He was permitted to act independently, provided he informed the delegation in advance. Moreover, his involvement in negotiations with the armaments department was also required, and he was allowed to bring along a bodyguard. Although referred to as a bodyguard, this individual would officially serve as Qin Guan's assistant. A young man in his 20s, named Wang Dong, exemplified the esteemed treatment Qin Guan received. Accompanying them were not only members of the military procurement team, but also representatives from the oil, railway, and machinery sectors. Yet, none enjoyed the privileges accorded to Qin Guan, reflecting Minister Qin's regard for him. After all, in certain domains, Qin Guan could be considered a world-class talent. The lighthouse, currently enjoying amicable relations, would not overtly sever ties, but one could never be sure of their intentions behind closed doors. Hence, the need for a bodyguard. This trip is expected to last longer than the previous visit to Japan, likely around 10 to 15 days. However, there should be no issues with the school, as Qin Guan's unique status exempted him from conventional constraints. Qin Guan was accustomed to this, having previously enjoyed special treatment in his past life. After a thorough preparation, Qin Guan set off with the delegation without any hesitation. Such business trips were more familiar to him than to individuals of this era. In his past life, he often found himself making last-minute decisions to travel abroad. Returning the same evening, a frequent occurrence dependent on circumstances. Generally, industry leaders faced restrictions on international travel, especially concerning certain countries. However, as we were on the cusp of a honeymoon period with the lighthouse, they depended on us to contain the polar bear, thus avoiding any harsh measures. Instead, we could expect sweetened deals. Yet, restricting travel for these reasons would greatly underestimate the resolve of our higher-ups. As Qin Guan boarded the plane, he found himself seated next to the elder Wang. Professor Qin, there is no need for anxiety. Based on our assessments, we do not anticipate any issues. You can simply call me Xiao Qin. I am actually younger than you. Qin Guan chuckled, inquiring casually about the security level to which his companion belonged. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment before responding. I have participated in the security operations for the first level. Qin Guan nodded slightly, drawing upon his experiences from a previous life to gauge the temperament of this security officer. He sought to discern whether his mindset was rigid or adaptable, as this would directly impact Qin Guan's own endeavors. On the surface, the task at hand for Qin Guan in the lighthouse appeared remarkably straightforward. Chapter 84 has commenced with the relaxation of the tasks assigned by Minister Chun, which merely involved the promotion of the discarded weaponry. The disposal of 5 to 6 types of arms into the North American civilian market is a task of relative ease, as it is treated lightly there. These firearms are legally held and, moreover, are not particularly advanced. If there is any cause for concern, it is only among those arms companies and capitalists. However, in the realm of the lighthouse, only a specific type of individual is deemed a capitalist, and they are soon to make their entrance. The impending era marks a transition of the US dollar from being gold-backed to oil-backed, as the global economy is computed based on GDP, heralding the arrival of true capital. The capitalists of yore were merely in a nascent stage, as Qin Guan well understands this historical context. The previous capitalists at least engaged in tangible industries. Yet, when they established a system that drained resources globally, their demise was inevitable. Nonetheless, every nascent entity possesses its own advantages. For instance, the Russians could not withstand such a system. The dollar's framework may ultimately return to haunt future generations. However, in this era, it serves as the connective tissue binding global industries. Lao Wang, what directives have you received accompanying me? What is it that you wish for me to do? I am at your beck and call, as this is a directive from above, albeit one that cannot be articulated overtly. Thus, Qin Guan comprehended the immense trust bestowed upon him by Minister Chun. What options do we have? The upper echelons have long since resolved to open their eyes to the world. We cannot persist in isolation. Despite being a leader in the industry, Qin Guan recognizes himself as a mere minor player. The true giants lie within the cadre of the Nuclear Physics Institute, who traverse the globe tirelessly. What hesitations can others possibly have? Qin Guan recalls that in the 1980s, the lighthouse had even extended an invitation to Qian Lao, intending to present him with the highest scientific award. Qian Lao, however, graciously declined. He was indeed deserving, as both nation space agencies owe their inception to him. He is the foundational figure. His refusal was a display of high emotional intelligence, preemptively averting any potential manipulations from the lighthouse. Having returned from studying abroad, he was acutely aware of the machinations at play within that nation. So, where does that place Qin Guan now? Firstly, he has exhibited at least one or two internationally leading capabilities. There is also that artillery piece, yet it is merely a 105mm gun, outdated in the context of contemporary advancements. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that the lighthouse would engage in any unscrupulous actions that could jeopardize bilateral relations. The current strategic alliance between the two nations is paramount, and Qin Guan humbly believes he does not possess the weight to influence it. Very well, I ask that you refrain from inquiring too much about my actions in the lighthouse. Is that acceptable? No problem. I shall ensure your safety. Qin Guan takes this precautionary measure due to the presence of his father-in-law, Old Li, who had previously harbored suspicions regarding Qin Guan's connections with foreign entities. No matter how sophisticated Wang Dong may be, he remains merely a bodyguard. What independent judgment can he possess? This journey to the lighthouse affords Qin Guan considerable latitude, indicating a significant level of trust from the upper echelons, which is of utmost importance. The higher authorities have made a resolute decision to embrace openness, displaying remarkable magnanimity. Even if some individuals take advantage of this, it is acceptable. For every defector, two can be cultivated. What can be done? It is impossible to prevent those from Qingbei from departing. The upper echelons have no intention of obstructing this trend, hence the increasing leniency as one ascends the ranks. Moreover, Qin Guan's visit is indeed an opportunity to lay the groundwork for certain initiatives, as Silicon Valley must also develop. In this era, what others perceive as unattainable high technology appears to Qin Guan to possess a relatively low barrier to entry. At this juncture, he must enter the fray, necessitating a relaxation of domestic policies. Although the meeting scheduled for next year has yet to convene, a consensus has already been reached among the upper echelons. Meanwhile, Qian Lao has made his way to Nanlatong. Due to Qin Guan's accomplishments here, Qian Lao is visiting the project team. Qin Guan, I have encountered him. Is he not present at the moment? Ah, he is on a business trip. Surrounding him are staff members and several high-ranking military officials. At this moment, Qian Lao holds documents from the propellant laboratory, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. You claim he lacks knowledge in chemistry? Qian Lao. Professor Qin is my mentor. He indeed entrusted this project to me and has not participated further. Present before Qian Lao is Chung Xin, who is imbued with a sense of reverence. It is widely acknowledged that this foundational figure is a luminary in the scientific community, his renown extending beyond our borders. His involvements and associations are formidable. Indeed, you underestimate your mentor. The mere fact that he proposed this direction signifies his comprehension of chemistry. Is that so? The professor has also assigned me a project, which pertains to the solid rocket propellant scheme. Observe, as I have stated, this young man seems to possess an understanding of everything. Qian Lao smiled with satisfaction, sensing that there would be no further regrets. This young man is not lacking in knowledge, but rather has a wide-ranging scope of interest, making him well-suited to coordinate across diverse fields. This is the highest form of commendation, though regrettably, Qin Guan is no longer present. In such an era, only a select few can truly appreciate the intricacies of design. My mentor has conveyed to me that mastering a single domain is an exceedingly rare opportunity. That may be what he told you, but it is not the case for himself. Chung Xin was unaware of the implications of Qian Lao's words, yet he soon turned his gaze toward an individual beside him, Advisor Yang, indicating that for you to achieve a leap in development, you must rely on this young Professor Qin, for he is the one capable of realizing your aspirations. However, Qian Lao, it was he who instructed me to seek you out. I can provide you with some theoretical foundations, such as new ballistics, but to achieve epic-making hypersonic long-range attacks, it ultimately hinges on him. He will facilitate your success. Thus, does Qian Lao believe that Qin Guan has already mastered the relevant technologies? Not exactly. It is evident that he is in a phase of accumulation. I cannot predict what the future holds, but in this field, only he can create true brilliance. Of course, This is merely my personal perspective. This is no trivial matter. Advisor Yang was taken aback. Originally, it was Qin Guan who had sent him to consult Qian Lao. And now the theoretical validation supports the feasibility of our circumvention strategy. The implication is that even if the enemy possesses 10 aircraft carriers, there is no need to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. As long as there exists a sufficient threat posed by their spear, merely relying on numbers is the most foolish of actions. The novel strike system suggested by Qin Guan to Director Yang serves as a groundbreaking approach. The ballistic principles put forth by Elder Qin merely provide a theoretical foundation, which must be realized step by step in practice. Presently, it seems that heroes share a common vision, as Elder Qin also acknowledges Qin Guan's methodology. The mode of naval warfare undoubtedly requires transformation. However, this does not imply the complete withdrawal of aircraft carriers from the annals of history, but rather the emergence of a new chapter that could guide us toward an alternative direction. Chapter 85. The beacon of freedom. What Qin Guan sought from the naval officer Yang was the advanced hypersonic missile program of the future. The term hypersonic missile indeed possesses a strict definition. It signifies a controllable maneuver throughout the atmospheric layer, with a requisite velocity threshold. By this measure, it becomes evident that other nations do not possess true hypersonic missiles. While intercontinental missiles can achieve high speeds due to the outer space reaching the first cosmic velocity, approximately 20 times the speed of sound, this is an entirely different scenario than that within the atmosphere. Furthermore, both speed and maneuverability are essential for breaching defenses. Slowing down within the atmosphere would render one susceptible to interception. Thus, it is imperative to achieve hypersonic capabilities within the atmospheric layer, coupled with unrestricted maneuverability. This necessitates the application of the renowned ballistic principles established by Qian Lao, which are pivotal in transforming the nature of naval warfare. At this juncture, Qin Guan had arrived in the Beacon Nation, a place he had visited numerous times in his past life, exhibiting little transformation. Their infrastructure remained largely unchanged, and the present era bore a striking resemblance to the future, albeit with distinctions between the old and the new. Upon disembarking, Qin Guan was met by an official liaison. During this period, the Beacon Nation displayed a warmth surpassing that of the British, as they valued the alliance with Qin Guan. A dapper man clad in a long coat greeted him, embodying the spirited and humorous demeanor characteristic of the people in this vibrant era. The contrast between the present-day Beacon Nation and its future visage was astonishing. Mr. Qin, I am genuinely impressed by your fluency. Our communication presents no barriers, the man remarked. Ah, Mr. Grafus, did you come here expressly to liaise with me? Qin Guan inquired. Indeed, each delegation member carries their own mission, and we have designated personnel for this purpose, Grafus replied. How considerate. Are you affiliated with the CIA? Qin Guan's question caught Grafus off guard, yet the latter's expression revealed the answer, even before he had to respond. With a chuckle, Grafus remarked, Mr. Qin, you truly are full of surprises. I presume you have already deduced the answer. However, there is no need to be apprehensive. My assignment here is primarily to ensure your protection. Acknowledging the potential for skepticism, he chose to be forthright, recognizing the importance of maintaining amicable relations between their nations. My mission is quite simple. Actually, I wish to enhance trade between our two countries, he continued. Oh, I did not expect Mr. Qin to have such an agenda. I had assumed, based on the videos from Britain, you must be a technological expert, as you certainly astonished them, Grafus responded, revealing his awareness of Qin Guan's reputation. It was evident that the members of the delegation were well informed, likely due to the prowess of the intelligence agency. However, their knowledge was likely limited to superficial information. For instance, they were probably unaware of the specifics regarding Qin Guan's artillery. Even if they had bribed some members of the project team, they would not grasp the entire picture unless they had access to Qin Guan himself. Nevertheless, the artillery's details were not shrouded in secrecy, having been publicly showcased. Deceiving the Russians was a scenario the Beacon Nation hoped to witness. While one could regard Qin Guan as a talent, the Beacon Nation did not overly treasure such individuals. They would not resort to the same tactics as they did with Qian Lao, considering that Qin Guan's demonstrated capabilities were not particularly extraordinary in their eyes. Technologies concerning specific steel alloys and the artillery were of little concern to them, as their technological prowess was expansive. They aimed to dominate various fronts, from space exploration to lunar missions, and strategically encircle Eurasia. In the realm of civilian applications, their semiconductor technology was unrivaled globally at that time. In a few years, they would find themselves unsettled, having been outpaced by Japan, prompting them to resort to underhanded tactics. Qin Guan held no objections to these methods, and he sought to seize the opportunity to insert himself into the fray. Mr. Grafus, my mission is rather straightforward. We have a batch of rifles we wish to exchange, and we would like to explore the civilian market here for potential sales, he stated plainly, without any reservations. Recognizing the significance of his presence, Grafus pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need for formal arrangements. You may proceed directly with sales, as it is entirely lawful and falls within the agreements between our nations. Can we truly sell without signing any agreements? Qin Guan inquired, astonished. Absolutely. You may not be aware of our situation, but we are a free nation, Grafus asserted with confidence. However, it is advisable to obtain a license prior to sales. Do you have a physical company, or is this a personal endeavor? A free nation indeed. It seems we can simply sell upon arrival, Qin Guan mused. It was undeniable that, during this era, the Americans exuded an air of confidence that rendered extensive negotiations unnecessary. As long as the business was legitimate, their presence sufficed. Grafus did not perceive Qin Guan's visit as particularly significant, implying ulterior motives. He guided Qin Guan to a restaurant, stating, "Follow me. I am aware that the local cuisine may not align with your preferences, so I have specially chosen this place for you. It may not be identical, but you can give it a try." "Wait, am I not joining the group?" Qin Guan asked. "Oh, my friend, there is no need for concern. I will oversee your itinerary throughout," Grafus assured him. Observing his companion Wang Dong, Qin Guan felt reassured, recognizing the CIA agent's special treatment likely held a deeper significance, perhaps a blend of emotional appeal and rational persuasion. He remained unconcerned, curious to see how the situation would unfold, as long as no harsh tactics were employed. Wang Dong expressed his apprehension. "Do you think we will encounter any issues?" "There is no need to worry. I will inform you of any developments." "At the very least, their demeanor remains amicable," Qin Guan replied. "Is this truly amicable?" "I sense ulterior motives," Wang Dong remarked. "Undoubtedly, ulterior motives exist, but as long as they refrain from employing unconventional methods, we should be fine." Qin Guan felt a sense of assurance. The exchanges between their two nations were entering a phase of cordiality, making recruitment commonplace. However, it was unexpected that Grafus's invitation to dinner was merely a meal, devoid of further discussions. After finishing his meal, he accompanied Qin Guan to join the group, and they checked into the hotel. Was it truly sincere of him, or was it merely because Wang Dong was present? The actions of this agent aligned perfectly with Qin Guan's suspicions. Indeed, later that evening, he sought him out once more. "Mr. Qin, it is dinner time, and I have discovered an excellent restaurant. Mr. Grafus, we are dining at the embassy tonight. It is of no consequence, for we reside in a free and secure nation. Should you wish to dine out, you shall miss out on the unique offerings we have here." "Very well, I shall inform them." Qin Guan acquiesced, eager to observe the methods employed by this era's luminaries to entice individuals. After notifying the delegation, he departed with Grafus, intentionally leaving Wang Dong behind. Chapter 86. The Intelligence Bureau assists me in registering a company. Minister Chun granted Qin Guan considerable autonomy, reflecting his trust in the beacon of this era, the lighthouse nation. Grafus first escorted Qin Guan to a separate dining establishment for a private discussion. Once seated, Qin Guan inquired, "Surely, it is time for you to address the matter at hand. It is unseemly to continue with such roundabout conversation." "Oh, haha. Mr. Qin is indeed a perceptive individual. Thus, I shall speak plainly. Let me clarify, please do not take offense. We harbor no ill intentions, only goodwill. Since you are aware of my identity, you must also recognize that we have a mission which is benevolent in nature. We merely wish to showcase the splendor of our lighthouse, leaving Mr. Qin with a favorable impression so that he may visit us often, or perhaps. This level of candor indicates his sincerity, and he is inherently confident, believing that the dream of the lighthouse is synonymous with the aspirations of people worldwide. Thus, a mere glimpse of our brilliance would surely entice anyone to linger. Or, perhaps they might choose to remain indefinitely, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, now that Mr. Qin comprehends, my intentions are clear. Then, Mr. Grafus, does your mission have any rigid criteria? None whatsoever. Should we fail to persuade Mr. Qin, we shall certainly feel regret, but we will impose no restrictions upon you, for we are friendly nations with a common adversary. Qin Guan believed that at present, the lighthouse did not regard him as someone of equal significance to Qian Lao. Were he deemed of similar importance, they might resort to more assertive measures. However, during this era of superpower rivalry, they still valued their reputation and would refrain from extreme actions. It is indeed an honor to be held in such high regard by your nation. Yet, I suspect matters are not so straightforward, Mr. Qin. Based on my assessment, you may prove difficult to persuade. Have you received training in this regard? Are the members of our delegation not all agents? Some indeed are, but primarily to ensure security. I would not be so gullible. While the lighthouse in this era is not particularly safe, it is certainly not as fraught with security risks as in later times. Is there truly a need for professional agents to ensure safety? It appears they also wish to recruit some individuals from our delegation. Mr. Grafus, let me be frank. I have no intentions of remaining. That is indeed regrettable. I aim to engage in bilateral trade. Should I join your ranks, I would lose my competitive edge, would I not? That is true. What type of trade do you envision? Qin Guan seized the opportunity to present his proposal. I wish to sell certain industrial products, such as batteries. This is a legitimate business that requires no subterfuge. Furthermore, I would appreciate your assistance in handling the necessary procedures for establishing a company here. Building a connection with your esteemed intelligence bureau could facilitate future business endeavors, as it carries a renowned reputation. For instance, if they could assist in processing the company's paperwork, it is likely that any scrutiny thereafter would be approached with caution. After all, the CIA is well known. Having them as a shield could deter many. And what was Qin Guan afraid of? He was engaged in legitimate and lawful business, openly pursuing his goals. Do you own your own factory? Yes, it will soon be established. I wish to set up a company for sales in your territory. Yet I am unfamiliar with your regulations. Well, I would be more than happy to assist, as it would also contribute to my work progress. Grafus did not conceal his intentions. Qin Guan's desire to maintain the relationship was also a marker of success for him. However, as I understand it, private trade is not permitted in your country. Is it not the case that all business is conducted collectively? Qin Guan chuckled. That is indeed the situation at present. But in a year's time, things will change. Is there any news to suggest this? One might say it is a message of further goodwill between our nations. We will intensify our market openness, so please anticipate it. That is truly unexpected. I had not considered that our two nations could become friends. Indeed, there are many surprising developments ahead. Who could foresee the factional strife that will eventually tear apart the lighthouse nation? This country, much like individuals, can vanish without warning upon reaching a certain age, which poses a significant danger. Yet for now, the lighthouse remains confident and magnanimous, with their only adversary being the Russians. Their approach towards Qin Guan was merely one of inducement. If the task was solely to assist him in registering a multinational company, it would be a trivial matter. Furthermore, Qin Guan's awareness of Grafus's identity demonstrated his confidence in the legitimacy of his endeavors. This indicated he would not engage in any illicit activities, ensuring that his dealings were entirely lawful. What did the lighthouse truly seek from us, in blunt terms? We are impoverished and unremarkable. What could we possibly offer of value? We are not a resource-rich nation, and they do not expect us to confront the Russians. Thus, they would not act excessively. Our technological level lags behind the times. Frankly speaking, during this era, we possess little that would catch the lighthouse's interest. The only notable asset we could provide is our top-tier talent, as they are indeed a nation of immigrants. However, compared to their strategic objectives, everything else is peripheral. Their primary strategy remains to defeat the Russians. Qin Guan understood that their success was imminent. Once achieved, it would render us devoid of value. Well, I can give it a try. However, facilitating trade between our nations is indeed a positive step towards strengthening relations. You see, I, an agent, am on the verge of becoming a diplomatic talent, haha. However, you will need to submit some documentation to us. That poses no problem. I will have it sent from my country. By the way, I intend to establish 2 companies. 2. Yes, the company selling arms is not mine. I wish to sell some products myself. Establishing a shell company for Bei Fengongyi here would undoubtedly facilitate trade. Regardless of how retired equipment is brought over, profits are assured. Once this foundation is laid, Bei Fengongyi can truly begin to showcase its capabilities. To be candid, if we aim to introduce certain technologies, it would be most advantageous to acquire them through a company. However, the domestic landscape is currently ill-suited for such an approach, as there remains a preference for formal official signing ceremonies between nations. Chapter 87. Ultimate freedom. In response to Qin Guan's request, Grafus readily acquiesced. What might a self-assured beacon be contemplating? Could it truly believe itself to be the lighthouse, with all who approach learning from its brilliance? Though this notion may be illusory, it cannot be deemed arrogance. Rather, the environment has bestowed upon them such a perception. With the assistance of the media, a crownless monarch, a majority of individuals are imbued with immense confidence. In such a context, Qin Guan, as a representative of the East, is undoubtedly poised to assist as much as possible. You wish to conduct business here? Splendid. Before long, you shall find yourself envious of us and become one of our own. This is not arrogance. It stems from the success they have achieved with many. In just a few years, an exodus abroad will commence, with numerous elite individuals arriving first. In Griefus's view, Qin Guan is certainly among them. I am so appealing. It would be foolish for you not to come. However, in 3 or 4 decades, the narrative may shift. Griefus would then suspect Qin Guan of harboring ulterior motives, questioning his intentions. Thus, the evolution of mindset is indicative of a reciprocal ebb and flow. There is no need to maintain such tension, for attitudes are largely influenced by external factors. This reflects the behavioral patterns of ordinary individuals, while the strong will strive to alter the world around them. Qin Guan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Following the opening up, we experienced a significant outflow of high-caliber talent, a heavy loss indeed. Yet did we waver? Certainly not. Our commitment to openness remains unwavering. Hence, Minister Qin unabashedly invited Qin Guan to assist. The higher-ups appear to have reached a consensus this year, and next year will undoubtedly witness further openness. Those who wish to leave may do so. Ultimately, they cannot be retained. Vigilance has proven to be rather futile. Openness is an inevitability, so why not embrace it with grace? Even if Qin Guan possesses certain military secrets, acquired through his own research, the army still permits his emergence. Another reason lies in the current state of military confidentiality, which is inherently less stringent. The beacon, so formidable, surely looks down upon our minor assets. Conversely, we must also import goods from the beacon. Excessive caution will lead to stagnation. Tell me, what name does your company intend to adopt? Griefus retrieved a pen to take notes. I shall submit it on your behalf, and you may prepare the necessary documentation as per my instructions. Once everything is in order, it shall be established. Qin Guan pondered. Might my company be called Dongfang's Inventions? Certainly, I will note it down, as long as it does not overlap with existing entities. Then, it shall be named Dongfang's Inventions. Wait, is this a branch or a headquarters? A branch. As for the headquarters in the country, I will provide you with the information shortly. There is currently no headquarters in the country. This is Qin Guan's first endeavor in this regard, as no private capital-registered profit-making organizations exist domestically. However, should the need arise, it can be established promptly, allowing Minister Chun to arrange the necessary documents. Given that there are no codified regulations at present, the process can be rather informal. Once regulations are enacted, we must adhere to them, but they shall not apply retroactively to companies established beforehand. Remember, during a period devoid of market norms, substantial profits can be made. Once the market is regulated, only meager gains can be anticipated. Post-opening, our favorite phrase has become, our legal system remains quite underdeveloped. This statement reflects the reality that early entrants have profited immensely. One cannot claim they have violated regulations, as the pioneers faced no stipulations. What about the other company? It shall be called Bali Group. This is the company capable of selling arms. Should we manage to sell surplus equipment to North America, we would effortlessly secure our first pot of gold. At such times, there is no need to fret over pricing. The cheaper, the better. Only that which can be operational is deemed capital. We must expedite sales to transition to the next phase. Very well, I will assist you with the submission. Do remember to supplement the materials later. Mr. Griefus, I must say, your nation truly makes for an excellent ally. Indeed, yet you are ideologically closer to the Mao Xiong. All concepts are human constructs. Perhaps we shall change, and you may too. Griefus does not currently believe Qin Guan's words. Only the beacon possesses the power to instigate change. Who can alter them? Such confidence can be sensed merely by watching their films from that era. In this age, their films exude an air of optimism and wholesome humor. It is essential to acknowledge this. Though they lack the foundational strength to lead the world, yet they aspire to do so. One could summarize this sentiment with a rather esoteric phrase. They are unable to bear such fortune. Perhaps, Mr. Qin Guan, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to express them. To a certain degree, I can accommodate them. However, should you wish to engage in a grand venture in Las Vegas, I would not be in a position to grant my approval. You are exceedingly gracious. May I visit Silicon Valley? In truth, Silicon Valley is not a formal designation, nor an administrative division, hence it cannot be found on a map. However, in 1971, a journalist coined the term, which later became widely accepted. During our initial phase of openness, Silicon Valley embodied a powerful aura of the future. It is where capital tells its tales and has given rise to certain so-called world billionaires. Subsequently, we learned that such wealth rankings are merely for amusement. True wealth does not reside with them. Merely a visit? Certainly, but do you have the time? I shall await your availability, for I am merely a technician, not a soldier. Very well. When you find the time, I would be pleased to guide you. Griffiths undoubtedly has directives from above. Within this delegation, Qin Guan is likely a focal point of their attention, a young and talented individual, and they are eager to showcase the allure of their beacon. The two enjoyed a delightful dinner, which surprisingly included post-meal entertainment. Griffiths took Qin Guan to experience the authentic atmosphere of the beacon, a place where one dances. Naturally, Qin Guan feigned astonishment, as his previous experiences allowed him to overlook such spectacles with ease. For them, this truly is an exuberant era, yet it also heralds the onset of decline. From our traditional viewpoint, the existence of such a liberated society is often a precursor to national demise. Nonetheless, Qin Guan continued to portray himself as an inexperienced naïve, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. What do you think? Tonight, you may choose one within my authority. Do not overthink it. Such behavior is quite typical in our locale. Griffiths inquired loudly of Qin Guan, as the music here was exceedingly boisterous, necessitating elevated voices. On stage, the scantily clad women were tossing torn pieces of fabric into the audience. A nation capable of such unrestrained revelry must surely be unparalleled. Qin Guan even surmised that ancient Rome had merely emulated them, considering it the most readily available template. Chapter 88. What we desire is comradeship. Qin Guan was certainly not easily tempted. Did they truly consider him a naive youth? Starting the following day, he chose to temporarily align his actions with the group while instructing Minister Chun to prepare the necessary documentation for the company. However, there was little need for extensive preparation, as Qin Guan could produce the materials himself. The delegation held substantial authority, bolstered by endorsements from both sides, making the registration of two companies a mere matter of time, hinging solely on Minister Chen's stance. The officials were the architects of the rules, and presently, there were no relevant regulations on our side. As Qin Guan engaged in discussions with the military, he found himself accompanied solely by a colonel, while the military exchanges with the Lighthouse Nation involved training their troops. It was evident that the army of the Lighthouse was not accustomed to our methods. Qin Guan felt little involvement in this aspect, and when it came to inspecting weaponry and considering imports, his participation was equally minimal. Despite Minister Chen's intention for him to evaluate technical specifications, the military personnel remained silent after observing the equipment from the Lighthouse Nation, not once inquiring about Qin Guan's technical expertise. Ultimately, it was Qin Guan who broached the subject, only to receive a rather amusing response. Their silence stemmed from inquiries about the prices, which were prohibitively high. In this era, the lighthouse had already become quite open, allowing us to inspect their military supplies, with conventional weapons available for selection and purchase. However, the preliminary pricing left the military personnel utterly demoralized regarding negotiations. The prices were exorbitant to the point where bargaining seemed futile. For several days, the military personnel remained taciturn, and Qin Guan hardly exchanged a word with them. It was clear that his role had diminished. Seizing the opportunity during these few days, Qin Guan used his savings to purchase a computer and created a DOS system on it. This groundbreaking innovation would not emerge for several more years, and Qin Guan intended to be the pioneer. Given that he was in the lighthouse, he would not squander the opportunity. He then requested Griffiths to take him on a tour. True to his profession as an agent, Griffiths held considerable authority, enabling him to traverse the entirety of the Lighthouse Nation. However, due to time constraints, Qin Guan could only select specific locations, with Griffiths accompanying him throughout in a bid to attract talent. In truth, our high-tech enterprises extend beyond Silicon Valley. Mr. Qin, you should explore further. Is that so? Indeed, compared to our own, you truly are a beacon. Qin Guan was well aware that a young entrepreneur of similar age had recently relocated to Seattle, destined for considerable fame in the near future, yet today, Qin Guan held little interest in him. As Griffiths drove him to San Francisco, Qin Guan did not even bring along his bodyguard, Wang Dong. Might I inquire if you have an interest in the computer industry, Mr. Qin? Undoubtedly, it lies at the forefront of technology. Do you aspire to work in this field in the future? I intend to, or rather, I am nearly certain I will. Qin Guan implied that he would inevitably enter the semiconductor industry, though the time for significant action had not yet arrived, as the lighthouse would still impose sanctions upon us. It was not an opportune moment for full-scale endeavors, but that did not imply he would refrain from earning money. Here, one cannot accomplish anything without financial resources. However, to Grafus's ears, it appeared that Qin Guan was expressing a desire to venture towards the land of freedom. Only in the lighthouse could one engage in such pursuits. What purpose would there be in a backward nation? That sounds splendid. Many regard this emerging industry favorably. Mr. Qin, does your company also encompass this line of business? Perhaps in a different form, as I am still an outsider in this realm. Qin Guan's modesty in claiming to be an outsider was unwarranted. He was far more knowledgeable than anyone present. Although he was not currently in this field, he had lived through an era of chip embargoes when the nation called upon its scientific community to break through the blockade. It was precisely during that time that Qin Guan had participated in the development of high-end chips. The era he had experienced in his previous life was a far cry from the current one, a complete domination. However, haste was not advisable. Let them play their games for now, as the nation's economic foundation had yet to be established. Yet, future research in other domains would rely on computing, and the groundwork for chip development could commence now. Thus, Qin Guan paid little heed to that young Gates fellow, who at the age of 22 had already been apprehended by the police for violations. Soon enough, they arrived in San Francisco, and Grafus thoughtfully considered Qin Guan's desires. Do you have any specific sites you wish to visit, Mr. Qin? Otherwise, I can arrange something for you. Well, I have heard of a company called Intel. I would like to take a look. Very well, as you are the guest, I can make arrangements, but I must contact them first. As Qin Guan began his unaccompanied exploration, Wang Dong from the delegation was deeply troubled. He commenced a phone call back home to inquire with Minister Chen. Minister, has something happened to young Qin? Was he not supposed to be well protected? No, he is left with the reception staff, and I suspect their identity is not simple. They should be from the Intelligence Bureau. Oh, then why are you calling me? I suspect young Qin is reluctant to return. Such a suspicion is not unfounded, for Qin Guan had swiftly resolved the matter of arms procurement and subsequently accompanied the military to inspect equipment. The military had abandoned their purchasing intentions midway through the visit, yet Qin Guan remained highly intrigued by the area. The individual hosting him continuously took him out for excursions. Wang Dong undoubtedly recognized Qin Guan's significance and promptly informed Minister Chen. How do you know he does not wish to return? He has gone out again today, and he mentioned he might stay for a day or two, perhaps 3. You have not answered my question. Did he explicitly state he did not want to come back? Not in those words, but he likely harbors such thoughts, even if he would not voice them. Minister Chen sighed on the other end. There were many matters he would not explain to Wang Dong. Those below him did not comprehend, for the opening was imminent. If Qin Guan truly held such intentions, could they restrain him? Comrade Wang, I have previously stated that we should grant Qin Guan greater freedom and not interfere. What if he does not return? Setting aside his family situation, even if he genuinely does not wish to come back, can we truly hold him? Minister Chen retorted, even if you possess the capability to bring him back, he would no longer be a valuable talent. What is the purpose of that? If there exists a rift in his heart, he will not be able to exert his utmost initiative. What we seek are comrades, not prisoners. We welcome those who share our ideals. Yet if there is discord, we shall not force their retention. Do you comprehend? Wang Dong does not understand this, as his access to information is limited. Once the new year commences, a multitude will flock towards the lighthouse, and no effort to impede them will succeed. Thus, why engage in petty machinations at this moment? Chapter 89. Retaining him with benefits in the 1990s and the new century, the number of individuals venturing abroad or immigrating began to swell. However, it pales in comparison to the 1980s, as the caliber of those departing differs significantly. Once the gates of openness were flung wide, those with ambition had already sought their fortunes, and the early birds were undoubtedly the most capable. For those who experienced the fervor of emigration during that era, it is no wonder that the concept of collapse emerged. How could one not feel despair when talent fled, leaving us with scant prospects for development? When people are determined to leave, no restrictions can hold them back. Would one truly resort to imprisoning them? At that time, Even the chief designer of our future fourth-generation stealth fighter entertained thoughts of leaving, though thankfully, he was dissuaded. Yet, from this perspective, how many have already slipped away? Anyone harboring such intentions would surely find a way to depart. The nation has no coercive measures to retain its citizens, as this aligns with the situation we desire. Lacking an understanding of history, those reflecting upon it might find the notion of collapse quite reasonable. However, the essence of our cultural mystique lies here. There are always individuals who steadfastly uphold our glory. Even if you believe that the most exceptional among us had departed, what could those remaining accomplish? At this juncture, the enigmatic aspect resurfaces. The very individuals once deemed outstanding have faded into obscurity, while those who appeared less remarkable have single-handedly ushered us into a new era. Is this merely mysticism? In truth, it is not. What sustains a person throughout life is belief. Thus, at this moment, Minister Qin is prepared to bid farewell to Qin Guan. With the impending opening next year, should Qin Guan express a desire to emigrate, it is likely they would ultimately acquiesce, albeit with some ideological persuasion. Once that desire takes root, convincing them otherwise becomes immensely challenging. In retrospect, even one's own conviction may seem incredulous. Therefore, Qin Guan understands that should he wish to leave, he need not employ any superfluous means. At this moment, Qin Guan has arrived at the reception department of Yint Company, where a beautiful blonde pours him water, and he communicates effortlessly with her. Meanwhile, Grafus, under the pretense of coordinating, meets with the manager of the technical department at Yint Company. Hello, here are my credentials. He presents his agent badge, leaving the technical manager bewildered. Agent, we are merely a computer company. What brings you here today? Is there an issue with our external operations? The appearance of intelligence personnel typically signals matters beyond the realm of the Lighthouse Nation. Grafus quickly reassures him, Mr. Craig. There's no need to be anxious. I am not investigating anyone. Did you notice the individual I brought with me? Ah, that's an Oriental. Yes, if possible, please try to keep him at your company. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Has he immigrated here? Has he studied computer science? This abrupt conversation indeed makes comprehension difficult, prompting Grafus to patiently clarify. The situation is straightforward. He wishes to entice Qin Guan to Yint Company. Since Qin Guan himself expressed a desire to visit, it is clear he has long admired the company. If he were not interested, he would not have made a special trip. Thus, should Yint Company offer favorable conditions, it is highly likely they could retain Qin Guan. Although the Lighthouse Nation would not resort to coercive measures against him, as they did with Mr. Qin in the past, Qin Guan is not perceived as being at that level. They could certainly entice him, given that he is indeed a prodigy. His artillery prowess has already commanded respect from the British, making him worthy of persuasion. Therefore, if he genuinely appreciates your company, you may extend an offer to retain him. However, agent, he is not a computer science major. His background does not align with our company. Just agree for now. We will find a way to compensate later. Moreover, someone as intelligent as he should have no trouble transitioning to computer science. Who can say otherwise? All right, very well. At this point, Craig finds the CIA's penchant for obscure operations rather perplexing. Their ability to covertly fund foreign ventures is unparalleled, even among friendly nations. No wonder it is said that being an enemy of the Lighthouse is perilous, yet being its ally is fatal. Intelligence personnel are unconcerned about your affiliations. Securing a talented individual is a feather in their cap. Among the delegation, the most notable figure is undoubtedly Qin Guan, and they have been eyeing him since early on. Given the current relationship, they cannot employ aggressive tactics, so they resort to enticement. After reaching an agreement, Craig steps forward to greet Qin Guan. Hello, I am Craig, the technical manager at Yint Company. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you are Craig? How intriguing. It seems Mr. Qin is familiar with me. Not quite. I've inquired a bit, as I have genuine interest in your field. For a scholar, understanding cutting-edge technology is comprehensible, even if it does not pertain to one's own domain. Furthermore, science often transcends disciplinary boundaries. Otherwise, what purpose would engineering serve? I have also gathered some insights about you, Mr. Qin. You are a scholar in the materials field, correct? Not really. I am merely a newcomer to university studies. Can I even be called a scholar? I have only occasionally engaged in a few projects. Ah, just a newcomer to university, no wonder. Craig glanced at Grafus beside him, recalling their earlier discussion. If Mr. Qin is willing, our company would be more than happy to open our doors to you. Individuals of your caliber are precisely what we seek. Qin Guan, taken aback, replied, Ah? I am not from your area of expertise. I am confident that with your intellect, you would astonish the world even in this environment. He echoed Grafus's sentiments, yet now he himself believed them to a significant degree. He perceived that this individual could indeed be a talent in the IT field. After all, it is not impossible. He had achieved remarkable accomplishments even before graduation and commanded respect in the military-industrial sector. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse's perception is exceedingly liberal. They would never genuinely confine individuals by their fields of study. Their educational approach differs from that of our country, where one is expected to work exclusively within their area of graduation. Mr. Craig's words are truly encouraging. Coincidentally, I am here today to discuss relevant matters, and I hope to see if I can make a mark in this field. Oh, what matters are those? I have developed a software suite that I would like to present to you. However, we are primarily a hardware company and do not engage in software development. This situation appears rather peculiar, as hardware and software are distinct realms. To delve into this technology, one ought to consult a software company. When it comes to discussing software with etched, it seems there is little of substance to converse about. Nevertheless, the matter at hand transcends mere software. It pertains to sales strategies, which I believe could be advantageous for your organization. Chapter 90. A pioneering software. It is universally acknowledged that without an operating system, humanity would be incapable of harnessing the potential of computers. After all, within a computer lies an intricate web of logical signals, necessitating a structured medium to manage this chaos, while simultaneously providing a user-friendly interface for interaction with humans. It is not merely sufficient for computers to comprehend human commands. Humans must also grasp the workings of computers. However, if every user were required to undergo extensive training, such a requirement would undoubtedly stifle the evolution of computing technology. Mastery of computer operations would necessitate years of study, which is decidedly unwelcoming for the average consumer. To drive sales and facilitate widespread adoption, the technology must be accessible to all. Thus, the design of the operating system is inherently customer-centric. The simpler and more user-friendly the operating system, the broader the customer base. During this epoch, computers were not yet a common tool for the masses, and true technological advancement had not yet accelerated. Krieg did not comprehend Qin Guan's intentions until the latter produced a floppy disk. This is a unique operating system I have developed, Qin Guan explained, requiring only simple commands for user interaction. I believe collaborating with you is the most advantageous approach, given your expertise in chip sales. Shouldn't you also consider approaching IBM? Krieg countered. No, I find your company more fitting. If we bundle this software with your chips, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for your products in the future. This was indeed a novel proposition, as Silicon Valley's high-tech enterprises generally operated in silos. Regarding etched, it was common knowledge that they had acquired the chip architecture from Xiaozi for a staggering $60,000. Thereby establishing their legendary status. Yet, it was too soon to label etched as a legend. In the 1980s, they faced near bankruptcy and contemplated potential buyers. Qin Guan seized this moment as an opportunity to intervene. Currently, etched's dominance was not as formidable as it seemed. They were merely one of many players in the field. Bundling software with hardware was indeed an astute strategy, contingent on the quality of the software in question. Testing could commence forthwith. Grafus was taken aback by Qin Guan's preparation, pondering whether he genuinely possessed knowledge in the IT sector. Such acumen would surely make retaining talent easier, as globally, only the beacon of innovation had such a market. Could one find a similar environment elsewhere? Qin Guan remained unperturbed, instructing Krieg to send personnel for testing. He had also prepared a comprehensive operating manual to facilitate their evaluation. The engineers at etched conducted preliminary tests and conveyed a singular sentiment to Krieg. Remarkable. Are you certain this software will yield exceptional results? It is nothing short of revolutionary. But why approach our company? I envision a collaboration, bundling our offerings. What recommendations do you have? My suggestion is to acquiesce to his proposal and aim to acquire the software. If I were the customer, I would certainly desire such an operating system, as its significance surpasses that of our chips, thereby enhancing their influence. This was undeniably true. The chip market was saturated, and etched was not uniquely distinguished. However, presenting a DOS system at this juncture was indeed groundbreaking. One could assert that this operating system eclipsed even etched's achievements. Now the question arose, how should they collaborate with Qin Guan? Rather than returning immediately, Krieg consulted with his partners, formulating 3 potential strategies. The first was to purchase the software, contingent upon Qin Guan's pricing. The second proposed a partnership with Qin Guan to bundle their products, thus leveraging a significant advantage in the market. The third option entailed inviting Qin Guan to become a shareholder in the company. Their deliberations indicated that the first option might not be financially feasible, and given etched's current lack of allure, establishing a new company centered around the software was preferable. However, as a foreigner, Qin Guan faced challenges in operating locally. Hence, they leaned towards the third option, integrating Qin Guan as part of their team. The second option seemed appealing but offered limited benefits. How had Inkta flourished? They had thrived by acquiring Xiaorizhi's processors, propelling their growth. Today, identifying a groundbreaking operating system presented yet another opportunity for expansion. Thus, when Krieg reappeared, he affirmed the software's impressive capabilities. This is indeed an outstanding product, and we are genuinely interested. How does Mr. Qin Guan envision our collaboration? We have 3 potential avenues for partnership, depending on Mr. Qin Guan's preferences. Following this, Krieg articulated the 3 proposals, candidly seeking to gauge Qin Guan's position. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan fell into contemplation, seemingly grappling with a decision. As a foreigner without local standing, selling to you would be the simplest route. However, if my asking price is too high, it may not be palatable for you. What price do you have in mind? Krieg inquired. $1 million. Ah, that is rather beyond our budget, Krieg replied, shaking his head. In these times, $1 million represented a significant sum, indeed. Qin Guan had casually mentioned the price, questioning if it was excessively lofty. Typically, Krieg would not have been so accommodating, but recognizing that Qin Guan was not alone and that an agent accompanied him, he understood the importance of maintaining a congenial atmosphere. Even if Qin Guan set a high price, Krieg had to temper his reactions. Let us consider the second approach. We could bundle our sales, and for every unit sold, we would share the revenue. That seems reasonable. Qin Guan mused, as his primary objective was to negotiate the third option, wherein he would contribute his technology as equity. This arrangement would forge a connection with Inkta, potentially allowing him to take control in 10 years or to relocate the technology domestically to pursue new chip research. As for financial gain, Qin Guan was indifferent. In the realm of the beacon, monetary concerns were trivial compared to the pursuit of technological advancement. He contemplated how to steer the conversation toward the third option when Grafus interjected. I find the third proposal quite favorable. Since it involves a bundled sale, it would be most efficient for everyone to collaborate, ensuring that no party incurs losses. Mr. Qin's inclusion as a shareholder signifies a united front, which could not be more amicable. He has begun to intervene, using his identity as an agent. Please forgive my perspective. As a reception staff member, I am more focused on the diplomatic relations between our 2 nations. Thus, fostering goodwill is indeed a rare opportunity. Mr. Craig, what is your opinion on this matter? From your standpoint, it seems to be a moderate strategy. The optimal approach, of course, would be to acquire at a bargain. Let us first gauge Mr. Qin's sentiments on the issue. Chapter 91. The final proposal. In truth, they had a middle ground, which involved allowing Qin Guan to sell their products here. The proceeds would be split accordingly, yet with such a loose collaboration, Qin Guan could easily seek other partners. Should he truly be as remarkable as they believed, they would be more than willing to engage in a deeper partnership. Their concern lay in the possibility that once Qin Guan gained fame through their joint efforts, he might switch to another company. They were not IBM. They merely sold CPUs and did not install software within them. According to the engineers' recommendations, this collaboration was highly advantageous for them, and they were reluctant to miss out on it. At that moment, Intel was not the Intel of the future, and their circumstances were far from favorable. Furthermore, in the forthcoming 1980s, they would face the onslaught of chips from Japan. By that time, their survival would be uncertain. Fortunately, the beacon of hope, the lighthouse, intervened timely, employing measures to subdue the Japanese competition, making it clear that the notion of free trade was merely a facade. Intel nearly faced bankruptcy. It is essential to understand that Qin Guan awaited this very moment. Thus, whether this deal would be profitable was not the crux of the matter. The key was securing a foothold. Craig passed the ball back to Qin Guan, who wore a troubled expression. You see, as a foreigner without any standing here, how could I ensure my interests as a shareholder? You could choose to join us. The lighthouse welcomes every free spirit. At this point, Grafus dropped the pretense and got straight to the point. Bringing Qin Guan into the fold would be his achievement. Everything else was secondary. However, Qin Guan furrowed his brow once more, expressing his discontent. This is inappropriate. If I become entangled in this deal, I will feel devoid of freedom, shackled by financial ties. It would be better to sell outright. Perhaps we could discuss how much your company is capable of offering, as I am not fully aware of the market. If it proves too challenging, I will have to explore other companies with more abundant funding. Although Intel had not yet reached its most difficult phase, offering a substantial sum would still pose a severe issue. Hardware is notoriously challenging to produce, and competition is fierce. Just look at Gates, who amassed his fortune through software. The practice of bundling sales is not Qin Guan's innovation. It is something he learned from them, for they too would soon adopt such a flexible sales strategy. Craig recognized the opportunity and urged, "We wish to collaborate, yet our financial resources are indeed limited." The second option works as well. We bundle sales, and you receive a portion of whatever we sell. They do not charge fees. Bundling sales is, in fact, beneficial for them. The chips are relatively comparable, but this operating system is truly revolutionary. By doing so, they would not need to charge for DOS. They could leverage this advantage to sell their own chips. Should they sign the agreement in this manner, Qin Guan would emerge relatively unscathed, with all other Intel operations remaining unrelated to him, solely focused on how much they sell and how much they would compensate him accordingly. This arrangement would allow for a more lenient agreement between both parties. However, this did not align with Greyfuss's interests. Would you reconsider? How about this? I will provide you with a guarantee, allowing you, as a foreigner, to sign with them. If they attempt any tricks, I will investigate on your behalf. Greyfuss had settled for a compromise, intending to secure Qin Guan's involvement through shares. However, merely allowing Qin Guan to sell would not suffice. A deeper relationship was necessary. Even if he did not change his nationality now, it would inevitably happen in the future. Would Qin Guan be willing to forego such significant benefits? Thus, they aimed to fish for larger gains over a longer period. "Ah, you will provide a guarantee?" Craig was taken aback, knowing Greyfuss's identity as an agent. With him around, who would dare to play tricks? There are plenty of ways to resolve issues. What? Are you unable to accept this? Not at all. It merely depends on Mr. Qin's perspective. It is not a bad deal. If they do not intend to play any tricks, you must recognize that by granting shares to Qin Guan, they have managed to acquire technology without incurring any costs, while he bears part of the risk as a shareholder. How does that sound? Qin Guan first sought confirmation from Greyfuss, who was anxious that Qin Guan might dismiss him. "Of course, it sounds good. I am a local and will keep an eye on them for you. Plus, I will not charge you for protection fees. I value you as a person." Such flattery revealed his intention to win over an important figure. Seeing Qin Guan still hesitating, Greyfuss continued, "You can probably guess my identity. I am here for the sake of friendship between our two nations. It is a matter of public interest. Money is of little consequence. It is all for the country." Since he presented himself so nobly, Qin Guan reluctantly agreed. "Very well, I trust you." That is the right attitude. He understood the domestic situation, knowing that Qin Guan would not overly trust private individuals. At that time, his country was predominantly collectivist, and even in dealings with the CIA, it was undoubtedly more reliable than private matters. Once the agreement was reached, Craig set about drafting the contract, and both parties were ready to sign. "Mr. Qin, I do not quite understand you. Do you think the lighthouse is inadequate? You are now a shareholder of a company. Coming over directly should alleviate concerns about your livelihood. This is already a significant starting point, is it not? In truth, I find it hard to let go of my homeland. Even if I were to come over, I have my wife and children to consider, so I must consult with my family. Sudden decisions often lead to lifelong regrets." "Haha, you worry too much, Mr. Qin. Soon you will understand the power of money. Securing Qin Guan's shares in Intel would be ideal. It is not funded by the intelligence agency, so there is no need for his financial resources to facilitate the matter." What a splendid arrangement, which he was eager to promote. A normal trade completion would enhance his own performance as well. The contract was swiftly drafted, and Qin Guan meticulously examined a copy. The details were largely acceptable, but Qin Guan proposed, "Mr. Greyfuss, having you personally act as a guarantor does not seem entirely secure. Moreover, a personal guarantee may not hold legal validity. What would you prefer? How about this? You sign this agreement on behalf of your organization and affix the official seal. Are you worried they will not pay in the future? Of course, I am concerned. The company's credibility cannot possibly compare to that of the state." Alas, Qin Guan has become even more audacious, suggesting that the Intelligence Bureau should affix its official seal to validate the assurance contract. This implies that Qin Guan may no longer concern himself with the company's profitability or its financial gains. Instead, he can simply approach the Intelligence Bureau. Even if the company were to cease existence, Qin Guan would still hold the CIA accountable. It is of little consequence to him. Qin Guan seeks to exploit the chaos, targeting etched company. As their difficulties escalate, he intends to seize the opportunity for acquisition. When that time comes, with the CIA bearing the brunt of responsibility, they will have no choice but to acknowledge their obligations. Chapter 92. Stirring the Energy Department. Ultimately, Qin Guan secured a 10 stake, which was the most favored mode of collaboration on their part. With no financial investment required, the primary concern was ensuring that their eventual share would not diminish. In a future context resembling that of the semiconductor titan Intel, such a 10 ownership would be exceedingly extravagant, as the company's market valuation could soar to hundreds of billions of dollars. In that light, 10 would appear akin to highway robbery. However, in this era, Intel did not even rank among the top tier. The company's research team deemed this equity share quite appropriate, as Qin Guan's products could significantly boost their sales, leading to a smooth acceptance of the offer. They discussed that distributing this 10 could even enhance their profits. For Qin Guan, the monetary value of that 10 was of little concern. If he were to focus solely on immediate gains, selling it outright would be the most lucrative option. Yet, what Qin Guan sought was not merely financial gain, but rather a gateway into the semiconductor domain during this era. When the 1980s rolled around, and if circumstances favored him, he would have the opportunity to acquire them all. The goal was to secure technology, not to rely on this company for its future endeavors. Even if it were to evolve into a semiconductor behemoth, it would not belong to a foreigner like him, as they would not hesitate to cut him out entirely. Therefore, one must not be deceived by the seemingly benevolent demeanor of the Lighthouse Nation. After signing the agreement, Qin Guan left with a sense of satisfaction, considering it a prelude. He declined the hospitality of the Craig dinner and, accompanied by Grafus, exited Intel, returning to Huadu. He did not hurry back to the delegation's lodging. Instead, he inquired about the upcoming itinerary before heading straight to the Lighthouse Energy Research and Development Agency. As part of a visiting delegation, Qin Guan and his party were afforded a degree of status. Regardless of his domestic identity, he was considered a member of the diplomatic mission, thus ensuring some level of reception at any public institution. Especially since Qin Guan was regarded as a leading figure of the new generation in technology. However, Grafus found it peculiar, as he believed that Easterners tended to be quite reserved. Why was Qin Guan so casual? Did he truly intend to act as an envoy on this diplomatic visit? At the Energy Research and Development Agency, a balding gentleman greeted Qin Guan. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am Sam, the receptionist, and it is an honor to host your visit." While the words seemed cordial and the diction refined, the man's tone exuded a hint of indifference. Upon closer inspection, one could sense an undertone of sarcasm in his voice, and his gaze wandered. Qin Guan exchanged a glance with Grafus, who also felt that this treatment was somewhat dismissive for a visitor, especially considering they were potential allies sought after by the Lighthouse Nation. If private companies could extend such hospitality, why was the public sector so lackluster? "Sam, do you have any other reception staff?" Grafus could no longer contain himself. "As an agent, I take my duties seriously. How can a proper receptionist be so lackluster?" To his surprise, Sam rolled his eyes. "No, we're in the process of establishing the Energy Bureau. And what does that have to do with your reception duties?" Grafus pressed. "It has nothing to do with it. We simply cannot find anyone else to welcome our guests." Qin Guan scrutinized the man's demeanor, sensing a certain nerdy awkwardness, likely in his 40s. He then inquired, "Mr. Sam, do you have a background in technology?" I know a bit. I heard that your department oversees nearly 20 national laboratories. Which laboratory have you worked in?" "Me? Haha, I've worked in most of them." "Oh, so you ended up here as a receptionist." He clearly felt he had been treated unjustly, wondering if he was to be laid off. Qin Guan, unfazed by Sam's thoughts, posed another question. "So, are you on the layoff list?" "Me? No, no one is being laid off." "Then, are you dismissed from the research department?" "Mr. Qin, are you interested in these matters during your visit?" It was evident he was displeased. Why was this visit turning into a personal interrogation? It was uncommon for visitors to dig into such sensitive topics, as if there was an ulterior motive. "I wish to establish a company and invite you to become the CEO." "Are you joking? Do we know each other?" "Indeed, we just met. I thought it would lighten the mood." "Oh, your Eastern sense of humor is rather peculiar. I didn't catch any comedic undertones." Grafus shook his head, wishing for someone else to engage in conversation, as it was clear Sam bore some resentment. Yet, Qin Guan took the initiative. "Let us sit and discuss." I recall that last year you passed a bill regarding the research and development of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. Is that correct? Yes, what of it? You must have encountered considerable challenges, such as the persistent issue with battery energy density. Well, some of our team believes electric vehicles hold no value. And what is your perspective? At this point, Sam cast a curious glance at Qin Guan. I Haven T formed a strong opinion. We are still vigorously developing new batteries. I heard you are a leading scholar in materials science. Do you have any promising solutions? Qin Guan pondered for a moment before responding. In your research projects, you have lead-acid batteries, nickel-iron batteries, zinc-bromine batteries, lithium-iron sulfide batteries, sodium-sulfur batteries, and zinc-aluminum-air batteries, among others. Yet it seems progress has stagnated. How do you know all this? I've done my homework. I'd like to ask, what are your thoughts on lithium batteries? They heat up quickly, are expensive, heavy, and their compounds are unstable, yet they perform well in terms of energy and power. Batteries are a matter of materials science. Take lithium batteries, for instance. Advancements largely hinge on the anode and cathode materials. Qin Guan nodded. If you're not keen on continuing here, I'd like to establish a subsidiary focused on battery sales. Would you be interested? Me? Sam scrutinized Qin Guan once more. You're part of the visiting delegation, and you have the means to open a company here? Currently, I have not a dime to my name. What are you suggesting? I have a family to support. Circumstances may change. You must have heard of me, or at least seen my work. Since your department specializes in battery research, I hold several patents in this field that you surely must have investigated. Sam's eyes widened in realization, staring at Qin Guan. Oh, it's you. Indeed, it is I. Please relay my message to the higher-ups. I believe they will respond. Just a moment. As Shanmu spoke, he dashed out, and Qin Guan anticipated such a reaction. Meanwhile, Jelly Fusi stood beside him, utterly astonished, gazing at Qin Guan. He had not expected that Qin Guan held such a significant position in this realm. It seems the CIA must reassess Qin Guan's importance if merely mentioning his name could stir the very Department of Energy. Chapter 93. You underestimate my value. Energy holds a pivotal strategic position in a major nation. It can be said that it is of utmost importance, as energy symbolizes future strength and development. All great powers recognize the significance of energy. Those who trade in oil have prospered immensely. Each fluctuation in energy prices triggers monumental reactions across the globe. Why has the Beacon Nation invested in electric vehicles? Because they have suffered the consequences of the oil crisis, instilling within them a profound sense of urgency. Following their last crisis, they promptly established the Energy Research and Development Administration and are set to establish an Energy Bureau this year, with the electric vehicle legislation being introduced just last year. To avert future crises, a great nation must never allow itself to be vulnerable to energy shortages. Batteries are an unavoidable hurdle in the utilization of all forms of energy. Many new energy sources cannot be directly harnessed. For instance, nuclear, wind, and solar energy all require batteries for practical application. From this perspective, one can discern the strategic significance of batteries. Soon, next year, the oil crisis will return. If at that time Qin Guan finds himself aligned with the Beacon Nation, he will undoubtedly reap substantial profits, with prices soaring from $13 per barrel to $40. Just imagine the profit margins. Even if Qin Guan were to disclose this now, few would believe him. Mr. Qin, I did not expect your reputation in the battery sector to be so formidable. You must have overlooked something. I can confidently state that I currently hold the highest-end patented technology in the battery domain. Your national strategy has been utterly overshadowed by my capabilities. It is indeed our oversight. Why do you share this with me? Haven't you always urged me to stay? Therefore, I must emphasize my worth, which far exceeds your expectations. I have never encountered anyone so audacious as to confront the intelligence agency directly. The situation is not a reflection of the agency's incompetence. Rather, they lack expertise in various technical fields. The Beacon Nation's battery strategy is just beginning. They are currently in a phase of confusion. Reviewing their research projects reveals that none of them represent significant development trajectories. The true path forward lies with those who lead a modest life. So, when you share this information with us, does it imply a change of heart? You think too much. I intend to sell some patented technology to you. Your applications are more extensive than ours, and the demand for batteries is greater. Qin Guan has not commenced battery production domestically, as it is unnecessary and a waste of resources. At this moment, we need not consider an energy crisis, and we are even exporting oil. Who could have foreseen a day when our streets would be filled with cars while we import oil in abundance? No one believes that we will soon oppose the beacon nation, which has become an exporting powerhouse. In this era, even the common people have reached the limits of using flashlights and radios for entertainment. Thus, the demand for domestic applications is minimal. The production in factories is also limited, and the existing output does not justify establishing production lines domestically. A few carbon batteries suffice. The situation is quite different for the beacon nation, where production yields immediate benefits. Moreover, Qin Guan is not concerned about how they might leverage the technology, as the iterative advancements remain under his control. The few patents they have applied for are still in preliminary stages without iteration. They cannot surpass Qin Guan. Even if they attempt to develop using their national laboratories' resources, they must adhere to scientific principles. Qin Guan can promptly update technologies and directly enter production. This means that even if the beacon nation has fully deployed its technology, Qin Guan possesses the capability to render them obsolete overnight. If it were a commercial battle, he could prevent them from selling anything at all. Just imagine, if their fully produced batteries fall behind a generation, who would purchase them? This is a lethal weapon, capable of dismantling vast capital with a single blow. It would be akin to producing millions of large mobile phones while everyone else has transitioned to smartphones. All that investment would turn to waste, leaving them with nothing to sell. When Sam returns with his team, the atmosphere has entirely shifted. A minister arrives, accompanied by a professional negotiation team of over a dozen individuals, both men and women, all dressed in immaculate business attire. Sitting upright with expressions of utmost seriousness, reminiscent of Hans's meticulousness. Allow me to introduce our Minister James. This is Mr. Qin. Sam begins to introduce both parties, but Minister James gestures for him to step aside, creating an awkward silence. Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am Minister James. It is an honor to have you here. In fact, we have already researched your patents. We simply did not expect you to be part of this visiting delegation. Your country should have informed us beforehand. We never neglect outstanding talents. After he speaks, a blonde woman prepares to translate, but Qin Guan interjects. No translation is necessary. My visit today is rather presumptuous. Not at all. You are welcome to visit at any time. The individual beside you. Oh, he is CIA agent Mr. Grafus. Agent. So, does this mean Mr. Qin will soon be joining us? Grafus, feeling uncomfortable, quickly waves his hand, insisting that the matter is still unresolved. You should not make such statements publicly. The two nations currently share a strategic relationship. Is it appropriate to speak of undermining one another so openly? Qin Guan smiled and replied, We are here to discuss cooperation. It is not necessary that joining you is the only way to collaborate. That is a valid point, he chuckled. How do you envision this cooperation? I trust that you have verified the capabilities of my patented technologies in your laboratories. Indeed, they are remarkable technologies that represent a significant advancement beyond our own research. Once patents are disclosed, anyone can replicate the methods, but patent laws provide protection, preventing commercial exploitation. However, experimentation in laboratories is permissible, which is the essence of Qin Guan's visit. Patents safeguard the interests of businesses, and businesses are comprised of capitalists. Therefore, no one dares to infringe upon them. This is a capitalist society, unlike the situation in Russia where intellectual property rights do not exist. Offending capitalists here can lead to dire consequences. Even the president would not dare. This is the advantage of patents. But even if they were to claim rights over Qin Guan's work, it would not deter him. At worst, he could simply iterate on the technology, rendering their productions obsolete and worthless, which would not be an issue. There are rules, and everyone must adhere to them. Otherwise, we may witness the emergence of another liaison. There is no need for me to boast. My intention in coming here is to offer you these technologies. Ah, you wish to sell them to us? Indeed, by acquiring my technology, you can seamlessly transition into production, thereby saving the time typically consumed in laboratory experimentation. This is quite advantageous for you. After all, what is money to you? Well, Mr. Qin, you are quite forthright. How do you propose to price these technologies? The United States is not lacking in funds. Their currency has already formed the backbone of the global system, merely needing to be printed. Previously tethered to gold, and now anchored to oil, this advantage can be reaped for decades to come. As for my offer, I possess 3 types of battery technologies. Nickel-cadmium batteries priced at 10 million, nickel-metal hydride batteries at 20 million, and lithium batteries at 30 million, all available for outright purchase. Chapter 94 I can offer you a position. Why does the Energy Research and Development Administration seek to acquire the technology from Qin Guan? despite having its own research divisions? The reason lies in the formidable barriers posed by patent technologies. If your laboratory aspires to innovate the next generation of technology, it must build upon the foundations laid by the current generation. Consequently, any future advancements will inevitably incur costs associated with Qin Guan's patents. Certain technologies serve as cornerstones for future iterations. Failing to secure outright ownership means that every commercial application will necessitate ongoing payments to Qin Guan ad infinitum. Therefore, in scenarios where mass production is assured, outright acquisition proves to be the most economical choice. However, the patents remain the property of Qin Guan, with the purchase merely granting permission within a specified scope, such as designated sales regions or specific manufacturers permitted to produce the technology. Although battery technology holds significant value in the lighthouse nation, Qin Guan has set a steep price. 10 million, a substantial sum even for the lighthouse nation in this era. Furthermore, the Energy Research and Development Administration is a public entity, not funded by private capital, which complicates matters when utilizing public funds. This expenditure must be sourced from their research budget, which supports over 10,000 personnel. The total headcount across the various laboratories under the Energy Research and Development Administration exceeds 15,000. Mr. Qin, might there be a possibility of reducing the price? This price is quite reasonable. Consider the years required to reach this level of research. More than 10, perhaps, with no guarantee of results. 10 million is merely a fraction. Annual waste is calculated in the hundreds of millions. Qin Guan spoke of these costs. Yet they cannot afford to overlook the patents they depend upon. Among the three technologies offered by Qin Guan, the nickel-cadmium and nickel-metal hydride battery technologies are already highly advanced, while the lithium battery represents merely the first generation, though sufficient for current technological needs, at least making electric vehicles feasible. If that is your stance, we need to deliberate further. Please feel free. I will be traveling for the next few days. You may contact Mr. Grafus, but do so promptly, as I must return shortly. Mr. Grafus, an agent, has surprisingly taken on the role of Qin Guan's assistant. Intelligence agents, regardless of their identities, evoke a sense of trepidation, as they are often portrayed as formidable figures in cinematic narratives. Yet, Qin Guan exhibits great magnanimity by allowing him to accompany and assist. No need. We are merely convening a brief meeting, and results will emerge swiftly. The minister announced, promptly gathering individuals for discussions, while a blonde attendant approached to serve coffee to Qin Guan. However, he beckoned Mr. Sam, who was standing idly nearby, to come closer. Mr. Sam, have you made a decision? I can offer you a position. But, if you transfer the patents, wouldn't that diminish your technological advantage? Establishing a subsidiary could potentially impact your business. In the lighthouse nation, the stakes are not limited to mere tens of millions. If the project expands, annual revenues could reach billions. He has begun to consider Qin Guan's perspective, quite commendable, indicating a high degree of confidence in the individual. Qin Guan is inclined to appoint Sam as the CEO, as he possesses technical expertise. Given the circumstances, should Qin Guan extend a helping hand, Sam could become a loyal ally, ensuring no unforeseen complications arise. Moreover, as a subsidiary focused primarily on sales, production would remain domestic. However, the projected billions in revenue appear overly ambitious. No market worldwide approaches such figures. Sam's assertions pertain to the expansion of the electric vehicle project. Given the inefficiency of the lighthouse nation, it is unlikely that any substantial electric vehicle initiative could materialize within the next 40 years. Such a notion seems far-fetched. How could the oil giants, the true titans of industry and capitalists, tolerate such advancements? Thus, Qin Guan is not overly optimistic about the existence of such a vast market at present. Additionally, he harbors a rather unscrupulous thought. Once the lighthouse produces the first-generation technology in massive quantities, he could swiftly introduce a technological iteration, rendering their resources utterly wasted. This idea, however, feels excessively malicious, leaving Qin Guan in a state of hesitation regarding its viability. Rest assured, the technology remains consistent. We possess a cost advantage. Simply engage in a price war. It's straightforward. You would face allegations of dumping. In your domestic market, exercise restraint. In other global markets, be more aggressive. That seems reasonable. Sam, who fundamentally resembles a tech enthusiast, appears to be coming around. Regardless, Qin Guan's business strategies do not rely on responsibility. Price is the ultimate equalizer, akin to the steel technology previously sold to the small nation, which now feels they overpaid. The second steel plant of Zhanghai City continues to sell special steel globally. Even if the small nation possesses the technology, their costs will inevitably exceed those of the second plant. This extends beyond labor costs. It is a simplistic view. The steel industry remains highly mature within our country. The dedication to steelmaking has been ingrained in our generations. The same principle applies to batteries. We can produce the same product at a lower cost. Based on Qin Guan's experience, foreign enterprises encountering our firms are left with little recourse but to resort to sanctions. This is inconsequential. As long as we are mentally prepared for such actions, we can withstand them, for sanctions are a double-edged sword. Once our entire industrial chain is established, no amount of sanctions can prove fatal. Moreover, Qin Guan's technological reserves are substantial. While he may not fully grasp the intricacies of business, he can certainly leverage technology to assert dominance. Their conversation had not lingered long before the minister's meeting concluded. As negotiations resumed, the minister inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you intend to conduct this negotiation in your personal capacity or on behalf of the visiting delegation?" "Certainly, in my personal capacity." "Very well. How shall we finalize the settlement?" "You do not possess a relevant identity account with us." "This is easily resolved. Mr. Grafus, being a member of the intelligence agency, can facilitate the process." Once again, Grafus was mentioned, leaving him momentarily awkward. An intelligence agent. How often must he disclose this identity? It seems the Eastern mindset is quite expansive, showing little concern for his role as a covert operative. Had this been the past, such matters would have necessitated caution. This perspective also sheds light on the directives of our higher-ups, whose unwavering determination for openness is evident. While the meeting has yet to commence, the intent has already been made clear as the delegation of visitors continues to grow in number. However, Qin Guan is not the sole representative. In recent years, our interactions with the Lighthouse Nation have been numerous. In the realm of military exchanges, it is undoubtedly the most prevalent theme, primarily centered around the mutual antagonism towards the formidable Mao Xiong. Soldiers from both sides engage in the sharing of experiences, extending gestures of goodwill, and even participating in various counter-exercises. Our Jianqi has already assumed the role of an imagined adversary in this context, a fact that likely remains unknown to many. This role was undertaken by our pilots, and it has illuminated the substantial disparity in equipment. While the Army may fight valiantly, what of the Air Force and Navy? Such gaps cannot be bridged merely through sheer determination. Chapter 95. The frugality of Yingjiang. The issue of payment was not the problem. However, retrieving the funds would indeed pose considerable challenges. Firstly, we do not yet have an open policy in place. Although the leadership's stance is confirmed, operations cannot commence until the policy is officially enacted. Secondly, the Intelligence Bureau is closely monitoring the situation, and it is likely they would be disinclined to permit the transfer of funds back. Therefore, Qin Guan had no intention of withdrawing the money at present, opting instead to leave it in the account here. Regardless of the obstacles they might contrive, it would not be necessary to utilize them for the time being. Minister James nodded, believing that with the Intelligence Bureau's agents overseeing matters, there should be minimal issues. Yet, with such clarity, one must question whether Grafus could still be considered an agent. Very well. Let me share the outcome of our discussions. According to the deliberations of our Department of Energy Committee, we will only purchase the patent for your nickel-cadmium batteries, specifically the 10 million deal, while other options will remain unconsidered. Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Guan was taken aback. What? You are not purchasing the nickel metal hydride and lithium-ion batteries? Are they still the Yingjiang we know, renowned for their financial prowess? This is our decision. We will only acquire this patent. Very well, but I still recommend that you purchase all of them. I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future, but for now, this is the result of our discussions. All right, let us proceed with the paperwork. Such frugality, are they truly the Yingjiang? Is this the meticulous budgeting of their research department? Qin Guan was aware that nickel metal hydride batteries were originally an alternative to nickel-cadmium batteries. However, the future of nickel metal hydride was promising, exhibiting commendable performance across various aspects while eliminating cadmium pollution, a hazardous metal that necessitates recycling. Naturally, given the current context, they are more suited for electric vehicles, which they likely considered when making their decision. And what about lithium-ion batteries? Why are you not interested in those? We believe lithium-ion batteries are unstable and present safety concerns that need urgent resolution. Oh, but safety can indeed be reduced to a level suitable for use. Take, for instance, The 18,650 lithium-cobalt battery from the 1990s. This standard specification, when enclosed in a steel casing, can ensure safety for everyday use. Of course, lithium-ion batteries can ignite at room temperature. Forget about that. To save this sum, Qin Guan decided to make things a bit more challenging for them. Next came the signing of the agreement, which specified that the funds would belong to Qin Guan personally. Thus, the procedures were not overly complicated. Lacking any official identity here, he resorted to the Intelligence Bureau's methods to establish an account. Qin Guan was not concerned about being duped by the Bureau regarding this sum. The current situation with the lighthouse was not that petty. Once they found themselves in substantial debt, they would indiscriminately capture individuals like pigs for slaughter. But that was a matter for another time. After signing the transfer agreement with the Department of Energy, Qin Guan emerged with Grafus and Sam. They found a restaurant to dine in, where Qin Guan inquired of Sam, "Have you made up your mind? I need someone to facilitate the sales process. Would you consider becoming the CEO of Qin Guan? This position is indeed quite appealing." Sam, of course, yearned for the security of a position within the Department of Energy, yet he found himself marginalized. As for the means of his marginalization, Qin Guan was uninterested. Noticing Sam's hesitation, he continued, "This is a high-tech enterprise. Your work will be manageable. If you can find the right channels, you must know various electronic product vendors. Simply negotiate agreements with them. It is not difficult. I understand, but regarding the electric vehicle legislation, I fear. Do not dwell on that electric vehicle legislation. It is not feasible. Even if you were to grant them 50 years, it would still not work. How can you be so certain?" Sam looked at Qin Guan in astonishment, then glanced at Grafus beside him, wondering if there had been any shifts in the upper echelons. Grafus shook his head. "Do not look to me. We do not engage in such matters. By the way, Qin Guan, should I be covering this meal? Of course, you are the host. You are the landlord, so it is only natural for you to treat." Qin Guan replied, asserting that in their culture, such customs were immutable, even if this particular meal was beyond his means. "Wait, this shouldn't even be coming from your wallet. Can't you get reimbursed from your superior? You just received 10 million. You expect me to cover this?" The reasoning was sound. It was not about who had more money, but rather the significance of etiquette outweighed monetary value. You Easterners are truly fascinating. I doubt it is common for an agent to be treated as a mere meal ticket. Qin Guan then turned back to Sam and said, "Do you know why I say this? Because your oil conglomerate is simply too vast. Attempting to transition to electric vehicles from the top is nothing short of a jest. Trust me, it will not work even 50 years from now. Analyzing issues requires merely identifying the relationship of interests. Is this difficult to comprehend? The party with the greatest interest is the oil sector. If you replace oil with electric vehicles, there will be those who are alarmed. Moreover, oil transactions remain an integral part of their financial system. Thus, it becomes even more challenging to disrupt. Consequently, many peculiar events have transpired in later years. In the realm of new energy vehicles, we have jointly established a clear direction with the Lighthouse Nation, effectively putting the small days out of business, yet the Lighthouse Nation itself struggles to make it work. Isn't it remarkable? The influence of oil magnates is undeniably significant. What anxieties are propagated by the media during this era? They claim that the world's oil reserves are only sufficient for 50 years of extraction. Such capitalist narratives are credulous, and it is our media that remains adorably naive. Whenever they wish to raise prices or lower them, a myriad of justifications will arise. When prices rise, they declare oil to be scarce or point to conflicts. Yet when prices drop, it seems they forget their previous proclamations and adopt entirely different narratives. This is precisely why these conglomerates seek to control the media. You make a compelling argument. I will resign when I return. Excellent. I have already registered the company. You can take over directly and hire employees as needed. Your main focus will be sales, targeting the electronic industry and all sectors requiring batteries. If you find it challenging, engaging agents is also an option. Why would you offer me this position? Where have I demonstrated my capabilities? Not because of your skills, but rather because I do not know anyone else." Sam felt an unexplainable sense of disappointment. He had hoped that Qin Guan's discerning eye had recognized some latent talent within him. Logically, someone as exceptional as him should have articulated something distinct, yet it turned out to be a spur-of-the-moment decision. What was hardest to accept was the implication that anyone could fulfill the role. Such words are rather hurtful, yet it appears that Shan Mu has little choice, as the Department of Energy is on the brink of collapse. Should he refuse, Qin Guan could easily seek assistance elsewhere, which is of no consequence. Sitting nearby is a covert operative, It seems this young man has the backing of the CIA. Despite Greyfuss's persistent clarifications that this does not reflect the intentions of our organization, urging others not to make unfounded connections, he asserts that his sole responsibility is to monitor this individual, while any personal financial matters lie beyond his purview. Chapter 96. You must be Yinzi in the end, Sam acquiesced, for he was a technician capable of discerning the harbingers of future trends. Regardless of the progress of the electric vehicle legislation, the battery industry undeniably possessed its own market. Moreover, he had scrutinized Qin Guan's battery technology, which undoubtedly surpassed all existing industry standards. Qin Guan had adeptly seized this opportunity, ensuring he would not struggle with sales. It was a remarkably effortless endeavor, especially given the favorable pricing Qin Guan had offered. Even enterprises dispatched by the energy sector could not compete with him. Furthermore, Qin Guan remarked that the energy department was courting disaster by neglecting the other two types of batteries. Regrettably, the standard specifications for batteries had been established over a decade in advance. Having formulated a comprehensive plan, Qin Guan generously transferred $1 million to Sam as initial operational funding. He had never encountered a boss so trusting as to entrust such a sum to a single individual. $1 million was an immense fortune in this era, a substantial amount for anyone. Was he not concerned about potential greed? At that moment, Sam realized that the presence of Greyfuss was somewhat intimidating. If Qin Guan had indeed bribed him, the methods of the intelligence agency would leave no room for escape from corruption. Yet, he was overthinking it. Qin Guan harbored no such intentions. In fact, the money for that meal had been covered by Greyfuss, and Qin Guan required no intricate business maneuvers. Surely, no one would forsake a bright future for a mere million? They were destined to become titans of the battery industry, with Sam positioned as Qin Guan CEO on the international stage, a promising role that far outweighed the value of $1 million, allowing him to enjoy a prosperous later life. After dining, Qin Guan returned to the hotel, leaving Sam to manage his newfound wealth. He paid little mind to it, not even considering this $1 million as significant, for it merely served as a precursor to future endeavors. Was this even money? Without establishing a colossal presence in the industry, one could hardly claim success. Moreover, Qin Guan's ambitions extended beyond this sector. He aspired for comprehensive industry development, with energy being a pivotal component. Energy, high technology, and arms. He had meticulously charted several paths, ready to execute his strategy. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Guan collided with a tall, blonde beauty. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Although it was Qin Guan who had inadvertently knocked her down, she repeatedly apologized as she fell. He was taken aback by her beauty. She could rival any Hollywood star. Surely not, it couldn't be. He helped her to her feet, saying, "I should apologize. I was lost in thought and didn't pay attention." "Sir, you are truly gracious." "Indeed, but what brings you to work here? Is that a problem? With your beauty, you could easily enter a beauty pageant and earn money effortlessly." Qin Guan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, yet he recognized that such an observation was not out of place in this context. Why would someone with such physical attributes settle for being a hotel attendant? The local beauty pageants were not as simple as laying back and earning. The atmosphere in the lighthouse had become quite liberal, and by the 1980s, it would likely become even more so. Thus, no one clung to conservative notions. In the advertisements of this era, one would encounter thrilling segments. Ironically, later generations would be far more conservative in terms of promotional direction. In this age, provocative behavior was celebrated, with everyone giving a thumbs up, lauding you as a champion of liberated humanity, reveling in chaos and excess. Of course, later times were not without their issues. They merely lacked the positive promotion, favoring instead the rivalry among factions. I don't know. I'm only 18 this year and have never worked before." "Ah, 18. Qin Guan nodded, preparing to depart when he was called back. "Sir, are you not going to give me a tip?" She had not rendered any service to warrant a tip. Was a mere collision sufficient? Having engaged with the customs of the lighthouse in his previous life, Qin Guan understood that there was no basis for tipping in this instance. It felt akin to a scam, especially when no one else was around to witness it. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Having just received $10 million, he had only withdrawn a small amount for expenses. He decided to offer her $100, placing it in her hand before turning to leave. "Wow, sir, you are truly generous." Indeed, in this era, producing a $20 bill was already a significant sum. One rarely saw a $100 bill. Nonetheless, Qin Guan had no change to offer. Returning to his room, Qin Guan first called the team leader to inquire about the upcoming arrangements. They were negotiating the Black Hawk project, and the delay stemmed from their frugality in seeking to obtain more, engaged in a tedious bargaining process. The meticulousness of this era was incomparable to later times, leading to a sluggish pace. Qin Guan contemplated whether he should simply hand over his remaining dollars to the state. He then made a call back home to report to Minister Qin on the matter. By evening, as he planned to grab a simple meal, there was a sudden knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found the blonde beauty standing there, equally surprised. "Sir, it's you. I came to clean your room. At this hour? We accidentally overlooked your room today. I sincerely apologize." "Then please, come in." Qin Guan allowed her entry, and she moved with surprising efficiency, commencing her cleaning duties. Throughout this, Qin Guan observed her movements, which exuded a peculiar allure. While she was indeed cleaning, her gestures seemed almost seductive. Her entire form maintained an enticing curve, as though someone were capturing her in photographs. Had any other members of the delegation been present, they would likely have left, but Qin Guan was no ordinary person. The beauty, noticing his gaze, displayed no signs of shyness, instead smiling enticingly at him. "Wait a moment, let us discuss something." "Sir, what do you require?" "Not that. I merely wish to inquire if you are a KGB agent, Yanzi." "Huh." The beauty was momentarily taken aback as Qin Guan raised his hand to calm her. "How did I discern this?" "It is due to your accent, which, despite your efforts, remains incorrect, indicating you did not grow up locally. Others might not perceive this distinction, but I am different." In his previous life, he had engaged in extensive communication with the Dengta lighthouse, even partaking in a battle of wits and courage, often finding himself in perilous situations. Thus, he possessed a deeper understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Dengta than others. "Please do not be alarmed. I have no intention of reporting you. You are concealing a firearm beneath your skirt, are you not? Let us not approach each other as adversaries. Your conflict lies with the Dengta, not with us. Furthermore, I remain perplexed as to what has drawn your attention to me. Have I somehow made it onto the list of your Russian counterparts?" Qin Guan pondered deeply, unable to comprehend what qualities he possessed that would warrant the attention of the KGB. Chapter 97. No one looks down on Longhua. Do you truly comprehend the words you speak? The golden-haired beauty paused, her gaze upon Qin Guan growing increasingly grave. The innocence that once illuminated her eyes had vanished, replaced by an unexpected sharpness. She began to exert her intimidation. "Calm yourself. Becoming agitated serves no purpose for either of us," Qin Guan stated with a composed demeanor. "This is the capital of the lighthouse. Our hotel is rife with spies. Should you expose yourself here, escape will be impossible. Given that we are in a state of Cold War, it is unnecessary for us to lay our cards on the table." While his words may have seemed like a sign of weakness, they carried an underlying truth. This location was undoubtedly under stringent surveillance. The accommodations for the visiting delegation were arranged by the lighthouse, which could very well assign a spy to each member. Naturally, we are unlike the Russians. We have never engaged in such practices. The spies captured in later times were not orchestrated by us. Perhaps they were merely scapegoats for internal conflicts. Who knows? The infighting within the lighthouse is severe, and it is likely that when something goes awry, the blame is swiftly shifted onto us. We do not have the capacity to deploy spies, nor does it align with our modus operandi. If we had ever done so, there would have been no trace of suspicion from other parties. Thus, our relationship with the lighthouse is fundamentally distinct. Our ethnicities diverge as well. If there were genuine spies, it would not resemble the current situation between the two superpowers, with any possibility of exchange. They would simply be eliminated, leaving no avenue for negotiation, while they could leverage an island for their machinations. We have always engaged in overt strategies, utilizing cunning to counteract methods, a time-honored skill cultivated over millennia. Internet users may fantasize about clandestine organizations, but such entities do not exist. The Russians, however, possess a degree of ingenuity, enabling them to maintain a facade. I had no intention of involving you, but now that you have discovered this, originally, then pray tell, what was your intention? The underlying threat in her words was palpable, yet Qin Guan remained unfazed. I have not received training in this regard, but I understand commerce. Your venture is unprofitable. Why would you seek me out? I cannot be of such significance. This was not an expression of self-deprecation. In truth, Qin Guan's perceived importance paled in comparison to that of a swallow. Training a swallow within the KGB is no trivial task. Its value is substantial, and thus, it must be directed towards significant targets, those who can alter the course of events. Can Qin Guan alter the status quo? Clearly not. Can the steel-making process alter circumstances? Or that cannon? Evidently not. These batteries may potentially influence the situation in the future, but that does not concern the Russians. They lack the foresight to anticipate developments decades down the line. Therefore, Qin Guan was resolute in his belief that he held no value in the eyes of the KGB, unworthy of deploying a swallow against him. Mr. Qin, why do you underestimate yourself? It is not an underestimation. Rather, I do not wish to overestimate your capabilities. So, enlighten me. What aspect of myself warrants the mobilization of a swallow against me? Is it the cannon I designed? Or the electric arc smelting technology? Certainly, it is neither of those. The 105 cannon holds little significance in the eyes of the Russians. Even if it were to be equipped, it would not be of great utility within their warfare philosophy. Furthermore, since Qin Guan's cannon is already technologically established, any attempt to target him now would be futile. How many cannons could be produced? After all, what genuinely influences the overarching situation is national power. Qin Guan possesses no immediate means to enhance national strength. If he could suddenly bolster military might by several divisions, he might hold some value. The arduous conditions domestically are well understood by the Russians. Even if they provided technology, it would yield minimal production. One must not assume that technology represents anything. Economic strength and productive capacity are paramount. Even if Qin Guan were to unveil various technologies from the future, how much could the current nation realistically manufacture? The Russian steel Leviathan would surge forth, reminiscent of the T-34's dominance over the Tiger and Panther during its time. Their tanks favor armor-piercing rounds. While their penetration capability might be questionable, the larger caliber of high-explosive rounds allows for substantial charges. If one round fails to penetrate, successive shots will do the job. Their entire combat framework diverges from that of the West, geared towards total warfare. Thus, while one might perceive each combat unit as hastily constructed, their philosophy dictates that in the context of a world war, a tank that can fire a few rounds has fulfilled its purpose. Why invest in unnecessary intricacies? The MiG-29, often mocked for its short stature by modern military enthusiasts, is directly deployed to the front lines. Cost-effective, produced in large quantities, and swiftly replenished, such is the Russian mindset. Indeed, one must not underestimate the era. Should the Russians engage in conflict, the West would not stand a chance. However, if peace prevails indefinitely, the Western mindset is more conducive to technological advancement. Aircraft